A shrill phone ringtone shrieked like a death knell, vibrating madly within the 3,000-square-meter master bedroom of Haicheng's most exclusive villa district. On the enormous bed, a young, upright figure abruptly sat bolt upright. Lu Jingyuan gasped for breath, his chest heaving violently. He instinctively reached toward the bedside, seeking the handle of the rosewood dragon-head cane that had been by his side for decades, only to grasp the cold, smooth glass screen of a smartphone. Where's this? He lifted his eyelids, his gaze sweeping the surroundings with a sharpness that could pierce through any man's heart. Beyond the massive panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows lay Haicheng's bustling steel forest, and the sunlight stabbed painfully into his eyes. Silk duvet covers, an Italian custom-made bed, an abstract modernist painting hanging on the wall. This was unmistakably his private luxury mansion in the most valuable real estate of Haicheng. But his memory clearly remained on that antique Wangwali wood canopy bed from last night. Lu Jingyuan stared fixedly at his hands. Defined knuckles, slender and fair, free of age spots belonging to a 78-year-old and calloused from neither pen nor sword. These were the hands of a 25-year-old top-tier playboy, the youngest son of Haicheng's wealthiest tycoon. Could it all have been just a dream? Lu Jingyuan muttered to himself, his Adam's apple bobbing with difficulty. Impossible. Those 78 years of fighting for survival in the ancient world were far too real. He clearly remembered transmigrating into a fictional ancient imperial court, starting as an unloved concubine-born son, scheming step by step until he toppled powerful ministers and built his own commercial empire. He had taken wives and born children, building a sprawling family, 7 daughters and 4 sons. He spent a lifetime as an old fox who commanded the entire imperial court, and even longer as a fiercely protective old father. Just yesterday, he had peacefully closed his eyes amidst the weeping of his children and grandchildren, having lived a perfect life to its natural end. Yet the moment he closed and reopened his eyes, he had become the 25-year-old fourth young master, Lu, once more. He glanced at the phone's date. Only one day had passed since the night he had mysteriously vanished. One day in the modern world. A lifetime in the ancient era. Damn. Lu Jingyuan rubbed his brow, instinctively reaching up to stroke the beard on his chin out of old habit, only to feel the smooth bare skin of his jaw. The phone tossed on the nightstand vibrated again, the screen flashing the name, Young Master Wang. Lu Jingyuan cast a glance at it. This was one of Haicheng's most notorious drinking buddies from before his transmigration. He casually swiped to answer, switching to speakerphone. From the other end came deafening heavy metal music and Young Master Wang's raucous cursing. Holy shit. Lu Laosi, where the hell did you disappear to? Last night at Yi's bar, 8 long-legged beauties were waiting for you to pop champagne, and you didn't even show your face. Get your ass out here. Today at Nanshan Racetrack, there's a fresh batch of supercars, and bros even arranged 2 hot, innocent-looking internet celebrities for you. Come inspect them. Had this been the old Lu Jingyuan, he would have already been jumping out of bed to get dressed for street racing. But now, lying in bed, not a single ripple stirred in Lu Jingyuan's eyes. Within that 25-year-old shell resided an old monster who had commanded the imperial court for over half a century, a master of the emperor's art of reading men. Internet celebrities. Street racing. A mocking cold smile curled at Lu Jingyuan's lips. He lazily leaned against the silk pillow and casually picked up the half-finished cup of cold brew coffee on the nightstand from last night. Out of ingrained habit, he lifted the saucer and cup and blew gently at the rim 3 times, just as he would have when sipping the finest Dahongpo tea in the ancient world, before speaking with measured slowness. Young Master Wang, if you have no use for your tongue, I wouldn't mind having someone pull it out for you. The voice was not loud, yet it carried a bone-chilling coldness and crushing pressure of one long accustomed to supreme power, as if an invisible blade were pressed against the other man's throat. The raucous celebration on the other end of the line stopped dead. Young Master Wang instantly began stammering. Oh, old four. Did you take the wrong medicine? Who are you trying to scare this early in the morning? Keep your broken flowers and wilted willows for yourself to admire. Lu Jingyuan didn't even lift his eyelids. And from now on, stop filling this young master's ears with such garbage. I'm very busy. Busy with what the hell? What else is Lu Laosi busy with besides spending money? Busy with self-cultivation. Busy with thinking about how to be a good father. Lu Jingyuan decisively hung up the phone and promptly blacklisted the number. The world fell silent. He rubbed his temples, threw off the covers, and got out of bed. Though he had returned to 25, he discovered that the unshakable composure, the sharp eye for reading people, and the crushing authority of a superior, all forged over decades in the ancient world, remained etched into his very bones. The current him was absolutely no longer that useless fourth brother who let his elder brothers beat and scold him and only knew how to squander the family fortune. Since the heavens had given him another chance at life, he would consider that lifetime of Supreme Court authority as nothing more than a yellow millet dream. This lifetime in Haicheng, he would be a carefree rich man and enjoy himself to the fullest. He stepped into Italian custom-made slippers, threw on a silk robe, and strode toward the door with long steps. Before his hand could even grasp the door handle, the solid wood door was slammed open from outside with a loud bang. "Young master, it's terrible. It's haunted. No, a thief has come." The old housekeeper Uncle Zhao, stationed at the Haisheng villa by the Lu family, now stumbled and crawled in through the door. His aged face was paper white, and even his precious gold-rimmed glasses had slid down to the tip of his nose. Lu Jingyuan's brows furrowed slightly, and his body instinctively assumed a defensive stance, as steady as a mountain and still as a deep pool. His gaze sharpened as he spoke coldly. "Uncle Zhao, you've served me for so many years. Where are your manners? Even if the sky falls, I'm here to hold it up. What's there to panic about?" These casually spoken words carried an unquestionable crushing authority. Uncle Zhao froze completely. Looking at the fourth young master before him dressed in a loose robe, he suddenly felt as though he was facing not the troublemaking playboy he knew, but the Lu family's venerable patriarch himself, whose accumulated prestige was immense. Even more terrifying than the old man himself. "Why, young master?" Uncle Zhao swallowed hard and stammered as he pointed downstairs. Downstairs in the hall, a group of people appeared out of thin air. Early this morning, all the surveillance cameras in the entire villa went black for 1 second. When the footage came back, there was a group of little beggar children standing in the living room. "What nonsense!" Lu Jingyuan impatiently adjusted his collar. "A few thieves, and you're making such a fuss. Where are the security guards? Are we paying them to eat for free?" "No, young master," the guard said. "No one climbed over the wall at all. And that group of children, they were wearing strange clothes, and they didn't run. And the oldest girl was in the living room shouting that she's looking for her father." Uncle Zhao was so anxious he kept slapping his thigh. "Young master, did you have some scandalous affair outside? They've brought the whole orphanage to your door." "Bullshit," Lu Jingyuan cursed. Although he had been a playboy in the past, he had never touched a woman of unknown origins, and he certainly could not have sired any illegitimate children. "I'd like to see who dares to cause trouble on Lu Jingyuan's territory. Scamming me of all people." Lu Jingyuan snorted coldly, his long legs carrying him past Uncle Zhao as he strode down the spiral staircase toward the first floor. He wanted to see for himself who in modern Haisheng would dare use such despicable means to extort the Lu family. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of silk slippers on marble steps echoed through the empty villa. Lu Jingyuan, his face cold as frost, reached the second-floor landing and looked down from above at the 3,000-square-meter palatial living room on the first floor. He took only one look, and his breath instantly stopped. His pupils contracted to pinpoints as if struck by a magnitude 10 earthquake. He gripped the rosewood railing of the staircase with death-like force, his knuckles bone-white from exertion, veins bulging on the back of his hand. In the center of the hall below, there were no vicious extortionists nor any beggars as Uncle Zhao had claimed. There, standing at varying heights, were 11 children. They were dressed in ancient clothing that Lu Jingyuan knew intimately: shoe brocade silk jackets, Su embroidery Ruchuan skirts, and layered satin-soled boots upon their feet. Though the clothes were somewhat ill-fitting, hanging loose on their noticeably shrunken bodies, the fabric and embroidery were unmistakably tributes reserved only for ancient royalty and nobility. The leading girl appeared to be only about 14 years old, dressed in a moon-white Duijin long robe. Though in a completely unfamiliar modern environment, her spine was ramrod straight, shielding her younger siblings behind her. Her delicate, refined features revealed a composure and calmness far beyond her years. Cradled tightly in her arms was a little boy who appeared to be only 4 years old, his hair styled in 2 sky-pointing tufts. The little boy, his voice still baby-soft, yet his face full of wary alertness. The girl's features, the boy's pouting lips. Even if they were turned to ash, Lu Jingyuan would never mistake them. What orphanage was this? This was his legitimate eldest daughter, Lu Nianqing, born at the risk of her mother's life as the principal wife of his first house in the ancient world. And the one in her arms was his most beloved youngest child, Lu Qingwan. The one he had protected unconditionally until his dying breath, no matter what mischief he caused. These 11 little radishes of varying heights were unmistakably his 11 biological children, whom he had painstakingly raised in the ancient world, watched them marry, bear children, and command the empire. They had not aged. They had all returned to their childhood forms, standing alive and real in this modern Haisheng villa. Lu Jingyuan felt his mind explode with a deafening boom. 78 years of unshakable composure shattered into pieces on the ground. "Be big, sister, this glowing crystal cover is so bright. Is it a monster?" Standing in the middle, a 6-year-old girl clutched her sister's hem, looking up at the multi-million yuan crystal chandelier on the ceiling with eyes full of curiosity and excitement. "Sixth sister, don't forget your manners. You must not gaze upon unfamiliar things directly." The 14-year-old Lu Nianqing spoke in a low voice, her quiet admonishment revealing the bearing of a true eldest daughter. But her trembling fingertips betrayed the fear in her heart. Just then the 4-year-old youngest Lu Qingwan turned his head. A pair of large black, grape-like eyes precisely captured the figure of a man in a modern robe at the staircase corner. Even if the man before him had short hair now and wore different clothes and looked incomprehensibly young, the bone-deep bloodline resonance could not be deceived. Papa! Little Jingyuan's adorably fierce expression crumbled instantly, and he burst into wailing tears. That single cry of "Papa" struck like a thunderclap, utterly shattering the last thread of Lu Jingyuan's defenses. Daddy! 4-year-old Lu Jingyuan broke free from his eldest sister's embrace like a little cannonball. His short legs scrambled across the gleaming marble floor as he half-ran, half-stumbled toward the staircase. His ill-fitting ancient boots caused him to trip halfway, sending him face-first onto the floor. But he immediately scrambled back up, ignoring his reddened knees, and stretched out his plump little hands, wailing with all his might. 14-year-old eldest daughter Lu Nianqing snapped her head up. Her cool, clear eyes instantly welled with tears the moment they landed on that familiar, yet youthful face of Lu Jingyuan. It really is father. Nianqing dropped to her knees on the cold floor with a thud, her voice thick with sobs and endless grievance. Your daughter Nianqing greets father. The moment she knelt, the 9 younger siblings behind her seemed to find their pillar of strength. The lively 13-year-old second daughter Nianyao, the steady 12-year-old legitimate eldest son, Qingyan, the chubby 8-year-old fifth child Nianyue. 11 children all lifted their wide skirts and robe hems in unison, kneeling in a neat row in the center of the living room. Young yet perfectly unified voices echoed throughout the modern luxurious hall. Your sons and daughters greet father. May father be well. Butler Zhao had just caught up to the staircase landing and witnessed this scene, so shocked his dentures nearly fell out. His whole body trembled, and only by gripping the railing did he keep himself from collapsing. Why, young master? This is really your illegitimate children. 11. If the master finds out you've produced an entire platoon outside, he'll skin you alive. Lu Jingyuan had no time for the butler, whose worldview was crumbling. His eyes burned crimson, and his heart hammered so violently it felt ready to break through his chest. To hell with modern society's rules. To hell with the playboy persona. These were his lifeblood. Children he would protect across time and space, beyond life and death itself. Lu Jingyuan lifted his eyelids, a flash of wild joy and heartache flashing in his eyes. He strode down the stairs in great steps, kicking aside an expensive custom coffee table worth hundreds of thousands that blocked his path. With a loud crash, the coffee table shattered. Lu Jingyuan had already crouched down, scooping the still tearing youngest child, Jingyuan, into his arms with one hand. Daddy's stinky little boy. Did that hurt? Lu Jingyuan's face, usually cold and dissolute among Haicheng's elite circles, now bore an extremely gentle, doting smile of an old father. Daddy. Wah. Jingyuan was so scared. They said you died. The moment I opened my eyes, you were gone, and then we were all sucked by a beam of light into this weird place. 4-year-old Jingyuan clung tightly to Lu Jingyuan's neck, wiping his snot and tears all over the hundreds of thousands silk robe. There's not even a single servant here. It's like a huge glass cave. Daddy isn't dead. Daddy has brought you all home. Lu Jingyuan held the warm little bundle in his arms tightly, then lifted his head to look at the other 10 children kneeling on the floor. His eldest daughter, Nianqing, though clearly trembling with fear, still maintained the dignified composure of a legitimate firstborn. The 12-year-old eldest son, Qingyan, like a little adult, stood in front of his younger sisters, warily surveying the surroundings. Even the 8-year-old chubby fifth child, Nianyue, who usually loved eating the most, was now pressing her lips together from hunger, stubbornly silent. Get up, all of you. Lu Jingyuan's heart ached so much he cursed, yet his voice was as gentle as dripping water. From now on, you're not allowed to kneel casually in front of me. Nianqing wiped her tears and stubbornly shook her head. Father, although your appearance has changed, your bearing hasn't. Rules are rules. You are the head of the Lu family. We cannot disrupt propriety. Looking at these children, whose very bones bore the brand of ancient aristocratic households, Lu Jingyuan felt both exasperated and amused. Holding Jingyuan with one arm, he stood up, and the commanding aura of a family head long accustomed to power instantly radiated from him. Has my word stopped working? Eldest girl, bring your younger siblings up. When father speaks, that is the rule. Only then did Nianqing breathe a sigh of relief and lead her siblings to stand. With their father's presence confirmed, the 11 little radishes taut, nerves finally relaxed, and their true natures instantly emerged. The 10-year-old second son, Jingyuan, was a born little monkey. He walked up to a Roman column and flicked it with his fingers, shouting in shock, "Second sister, look at this, such a thick jade column. Even the imperial palace of the current emperor doesn't have one this grand. Father, did you rebel and become the emperor here?" Nonsense. Lu Jingyuan laughed and scolded. Your father is just the son of the richest man in the modern era. Don't talk nonsense, it'll cost you your head. The sixth daughter, Nianquang, was a tomboy, extremely bold. She had already set her sights on a Western decorative sword hanging on the wall, itching to climb onto the sofa to grab it. What a fine sword. Perfect for slaying those iron shell monsters running on the street. They had seen cars outside through the floor-to-ceiling windows earlier, and mistook them for iron shell monsters. Grumble. Just as chaos erupted in the hall, an extremely loud sound rang out. Everyone looked. 8-year-old fifth child Jingyuan's chubby face instantly flushed crimson as she covered her belly and whispered in defense, "Father, I'm not hungry. I'm really not hungry. It's just that this stomach of mine won't behave." The youngest Jingyuan heard this and began wriggling in Lu Jingyuan's arms. "Daddy, hungry. Want meat. Yesterday at your funeral big sister wouldn't even let us eat braised pork. Yesterday was your funeral big sister wouldn't even let us eat braised pork." Lu Jingyuan broke. How could something as sad as a funeral sound so hilarious coming from this little foodie's mouth? "Good. Meat. Today Daddy will let you eat every delicious thing in all of Haisheng." Lu Jingyuan turned his head, a pair of hawk-like eyes coldly sweeping toward butler Zhao, still collapsed at the staircase landing in existential crisis. "Zhao, are your ears deaf? Didn't you hear my son say he's hungry?" Zhao scrambled up in a start drenched in cold sweat. "Why, young master? This is really your offspring. What? Don't they look like me?" Lu Jingyuan's eyes turned cold, and an utterly suffocating aura of a superior pressed forward. "They do. They look far too much like you. Especially that temper." Zhao bowed repeatedly in terror. "But young master, there are simply no foods prepared for children in the house, only the Australian lobster air flown in yesterday, the Kobe beef, and your favorite Romani cani. Then boil the lobster. Pan fry all the beef. Take out every dessert and milk from the fridge that can be eaten." Lu Jingyuan sat down on the silk sofa with the child in his arms, completely a protective tyrant. "If I don't see food within 5 minutes, you're fired." Yes. I'm going right now." Zhao scrambled toward the kitchen on hands and feet. But 1 second before entering the kitchen, he pulled out his phone with trembling hands and dialed a number saved as Empress Dowager. Within 10 minutes, a massive crystal dining table was covered with various exquisite modern dishes. 11 children from ancient times stood before the dining table, eyes wide and stunned. "Father, what's that white stuff in the cup? Is it poisonous?" The second daughter, Nianyao, poked at the milk in the glass. Lu Jingyuan helplessly placed Jingyuan on his lap, personally picked up a knife and fork, and cut a piece of Kobe beef into small pieces, bringing it to Jingyuan's mouth. "That's cow's milk 100 times better than whatever goat's milk you drank in ancient times. Eat without worry." With father's words, the children instantly let loose. Though they maintained the elegance of ancient nobles in their movements, their eating speed was astonishing. Eldest daughter, Nianqing, carefully cut a piece of mousse cake, took a small bite, and her eyes instantly lit up. But she immediately turned to look at her younger siblings, restraining herself from eating more, wanting to divide the rest among them. Lu Jingyuan watched this and felt a pang of heartache. In ancient times, he had fought for the family, and his eldest daughter had matured early, acting as a mother to the others. Now in the modern era, this habit had not changed. He picked up an entire black forest cake and roughly stuffed it into Nianqing's hands, his tone carrying unquestionable tenderness. "Eldest girl, now that you're in Daddy's territory, you only need to be a carefree princess. Eat. When you're done, Daddy will buy you a whole cake factory." Nianqing's eyes reddened. "Thank you, Father." Watching the 11 children eating with oily mouths, Lu Jingyuan leaned back in his chair, the corners of his mouth uncontrollably curving upward. Since heaven had reunited this family across time and space, then in this life, he would use the wealth of all Haisheng to build an unshakable empire for these 11 children. Just at this warm moment. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Lu Jingyuan's phone on the table suddenly emitted a piercing vibration. The screen flashed with the words, "Her ladyship." Lu Jingyuan raised an eyebrow, glanced at the butler Zhao, sneaking glances from the kitchen doorway, and instantly understood what was going on. Without hesitation, he pressed the answer button. Before he could speak, an earth-shattering roar came from the other end of the phone, from Haicheng's noble lady, Lu family, matriarch Song Wanqing. The sound was so loud that even the water glasses on the dining table trembled. "Lu, Jing, Yuan, you rotten bastard, where the hell did you run off to? You've gotten bold, haven't you? 11 kids outside. Do you think you're some breeding pig? Just you wait today, I won't break your legs, I won't take the surname Song." Lu Jingyuan hung up the phone, his ears still ringing. The old lady's voice was as loud as the executioners at an ancient market execution ground. He tossed his phone onto the table, expression unchanged, and continued cutting beef for the youngest child. All 11 children had been startled into laying down their chopsticks. The eldest daughter, Nianqing, was the first to react. She set down her dessert, quickly wiped her mouth with a handkerchief, stood up, and tidied her clothes with proper decorum. "Father, who was that?" Their voice boomed like thunder. Their presence was extraordinary. Could it be the lady of the household? Lu Jingyuan's mouth twitched. "That's your grandmother." "Grandmother?" The 11 children stared at him in unison, their eyes filled with shock. The 10-year-old second son, Jingyuan, had half a cake stuffed in his mouth and mumbled, "Father, why is grandmother fiercer than the shrews in our mansion?" "Shut up and eat." Lu Jingyuan patted the back of Jingyuan's head, his tone affectionate. He scanned the dining table, looking at the group of little ones of various ages. Though temporarily soothed by the food, the unease and confusion in their eyes couldn't be hidden. Especially the eldest daughter Haisheng, who kept covertly surveying the surroundings, as if she were habitually scouting out an unfamiliar ancient mansion. Jingyuan pulled the youngest closer to his chest, cleared his throat, and said, "When you're done eating, put down your chopsticks. Father has something serious to tell you all." The 11 children immediately sat up straight. It was a conditioned reflex ingrained in their bones. In the ancient Lu family, when the head of the household spoke, even a 3-year-old had to sit upright and attentive. "Father knows you're scared," Jingyuan said in a low, gentle voice. Suddenly arriving in a completely unfamiliar place, not recognizing anything, not understanding anything. "But Father is here. As long as Father is here, the sky won't fall." The 4-year-old Chengwan burrowed his head against his chest and said in a babyish voice, "Father is here, Chengwan is not afraid." Jingyuan patted his little head and looked up at his eldest daughter. "Haisheng, you're the oldest. Tell Father, how did you all get here?" Haisheng stood up, made a half bow, and then spoke. "Answering Father. That day after you closed your eyes, the entire mansion was draped in white mourning. I was keeping vigil at the spirit hall. On the 3rd night, a white light suddenly engulfed us all. When we opened our eyes again, we were here." She paused, her voice trembling slightly. "Father, I remember everything. Marriage, childbirth, managing the household. I remember it all clearly. But my body has returned to its childhood form." Jingyuan frowned slightly. "All of you remember." The 12-year-old eldest son Chengyan nodded and spoke calmly. "Father, we all remember. It's just that our bodies have returned to childhood. The eldest sister is right. I also remember leading troops into battle." Chengyan clenched his small, delicate fist, a hint of reluctance in his brows. "But with this body, I probably can't even lift a spear." The 7-year-old third son Chingza suddenly raised his hand. Father, I have a question. Speak. Are we dead? Is this the Hall of Yama? Why is it so bright here? That glowing square box has little people moving inside." He was pointing at the 80-inch LCD TV in standby mode in the corner of the living room. The screen was looping a scenic advertisement. The 9-year-old fourth daughter Jingyuan snorted coldly, her small face wearing a standard, aloof expression. "Stupid. This is clearly some kind of trapping immortal mirror or other magical artifact. You're the stupid one," Chengza retorted defiantly. "Enough." Jingyuan swept his gaze over them, and the 2 children instantly fell silent. He sighed, shifted Chengwan to a more comfortable position, and began explaining in the simplest terms. "This isn't the Hall of Yama, and there's no magical artifact. This is the place where Father was born and grew up. You can think of it as another world. This world has no emperor, no imperial court, but it has something more powerful than an emperor." The 13-year-old second daughter Nianyao leaned in curiously. "More powerful than an emperor? What is it?" "Money." Jingyuan smiled. "Here money makes you the lord. And your father happens to be very wealthy." Qingyuan's eyes lit up. "So Father here is like a duke?" "More or less." Jingyuan didn't bother to elaborate. "Anyway, from now on, listen to Father. I'll teach you the rules of this place. Now the most important rule." He swept his gaze across every child, his tone unyielding. "No kneeling. No grand bows. Never refer to yourselves as servant or concubine. The children here don't do that." Haisheng seemed to want to speak, but ultimately bowed her head in acknowledgement. "I understand, daughter." As soon as the words fell, the 6-year-old sixth child, Nianshuang, suddenly jumped off the sofa, ran to the floor-to-ceiling window, and slapped the glass. "Father, those iron shell monsters are coming again. So many of them. Are they going to attack the city?" Outside was the morning rush hour traffic of Haisheng. In Nianshuang's eyes, they were a herd of running, iron-armored monsters. The 5-year-old 7th child, Nianxing, was so frightened that he burst into tears, clutching Jingyuan's other leg and refusing to let go. "Father, monsters." Nianxing is scared. "Don't be scared, don't be scared." Jingyuan lowered his head to soothe him, his voice as gentle as if coaxing a cat. "Those are cars like the horse-drawn carriages in ancient times, just iron-bodied carriages without horses." "No horses?" Nianshuang was astonished. "Then who pulls them?" "No one pulls them. They run on their own." The 11 children collectively gasped. "Iron shells that run on their own. Father, could this be some kind of mechanical art? Like the Mahis school?" The eldest son Chengyan frowned thoughtfully. Jingyuan's mouth twitched. "More or less. Just think of it as a self-moving mechanical carriage. Father will teach you how to recognize them later." Just as he was frantically calming down a group of kids filled with fear and curiosity about the modern world, the youngest Chengwan suddenly tugged at his collar. "Father, my, that glowing iron piece is calling again." Jingyuan looked down. The phone screen was lit. A message popped up. From eldest brother, 4th, don't run. Then a second one. From second brother, you're dead today. A third one. From third brother, I'm already on the way, I brought a voice recorder. Prepare your last words. Jingyuan raised an eyebrow and snorted with amusement. "They're quick." He set Chengwan down on the sofa, brushed the crumbs off his hands, and stood up. "Nianxing, I'm here, Father. No matter who comes later, you and your siblings stay seated here and don't move." Lu Jingyuan straightened his silk robe, which was smeared with Jingyuan's snot, his tone casual. Your grandmother has a fierce temper, but she won't hurt you. As for your uncles. He curled his lips into a meaningful smile. They're all talk. The words had barely left his mouth, when bang. The villa's front door was kicked open from the outside. The sea breeze, carrying the chill of early autumn, surged and making the crystal chandelier in the hall sway slightly. At the door stood a well-maintained middle-aged noblewoman in a dark green cheongsam. She wore a pair of limited edition high heels on her feet, but in her right hand she carried a house slipper. Her aura could crush anyone to death. Behind her stood 3 tall men in suits. The first had a cold face, the second had rolled up his sleeves, and the last was leisurely pushing up his gold-rimmed glasses. Lu Jingyuan's mother Song Wanqing swept her gaze across the 11 little children in the hall, her pupils dilating sharply. Then slowly, very slowly, she shifted her eyes to her youngest son, who was wearing a robe and looking utterly composed. Lu Jingyuan explained to your old mother. What the hell is this room full of kids? Lu Jingyuan, you explain to me right now what the hell is going on with all these kids in this room. Song Wanqing's voice was icy enough to freeze water. Before Lu Jingyuan could speak, his eldest brother Lu Jingxing strode into the living room, his hawk-like eyes sweeping over the 11 children dressed in ancient attire, his temples throbbing violently. Fourth brother, have you lost your mind? Second brother Lu Jingxian was more direct. The hot-tempered former soldier rolled up his suit sleeves, revealing his muscular forearms, and rushed to Lu Jingyuan in 3 steps, grabbing him by the collar. Talk. Where did these kids come from? What heinous things have you done outside? 11 of them. Third brother Lu Jingyan adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and sneered from behind. I thought I'd seen enough oddballs in court, but the biggest oddball is right in my own home. Lu Jingyuan, do you have any idea how many points the Lu family stock price will drop if this gets out? Lu Jingyuan didn't even blink as his second brother held him by the collar. He even had the leisure to glance down at his wrinkled silk robe and smirked. Second brother, this robe costs 78,000. If you tear it, I'll deduct it from your allowance. Are you seriously talking about this right now? Lu Jingshuan's veins bulged with rage. Song Wanqing clicked her heels over to Lu Jingyuan, her slipper raised high. Smack! A slipper landed precisely on Lu Jingyuan's forehead. You worthless brat. I worked my ass off raising you to 25, and this is how you repay me. 11 kids, what do you think you are? Do you have any regard for the Lu family's reputation? Lu Jingyuan's head tilted from the hit, but he didn't dodge. He knew his mother too well. Loud voice, fierce temper, but she never really struck hard. Besides having been a shrewd old fox in ancient times for decades, this scene was a gentle breeze compared to the time the Empress Dowager threw an inkstone at his head. Mom! Lu Jingyuan raised his hand to block the second swing of the slipper. Calm down first, and let me explain. Explain. You still have the nerve to explain. Song Wanqing trembled with fury, pointing at the children who were huddled together in fear. Tell me the oldest one is 13 or 14. How old were you then? You fathered a child at 10. Mom, can you not jump to that conclusion? What else am I supposed to think? Then tell me where these kids popped out of. Did they spring from a rock? Lu Jingxing released his grip on the fourth brother, but stood nearby with a cold face, his aura like an iceberg. Fourth brother, I'll give you 3 minutes to explain. Otherwise, I'll have second brother tie you back to the old mansion and make you kneel in the ancestral hall. Lu Jingxian gritted his teeth beside him. Kneeling in the hall is too lenient. I say send him straight to the mental hospital. Third brother Lu Jingyan had already pulled out his phone and started taking photos. Evidence preservation might come in handy for the lawsuit. The living room was in chaos. On the sofa, the 11 children's reactions were sharply divided. The eldest daughter Nianqing was desperately holding back her younger siblings, her face ashen. Though she couldn't understand the identities of the strangely dressed men before her, she could read the situation. Someone was bullying her father. The 12-year-old eldest son Chang'an had already clenched his fists, a dangerous glint in his eyes. In ancient times, he had led troops into battle at 16. Even though his body had shrunk back to 12, the instinct to protect the family head was etched into his bones. Big sister, they're hitting father. Chang'an lowered his voice. Nianqing pressed his shoulder firmly. Don't move. Father told us to stay put. But, obey father. Nianqing bit her lip, her nails digging into her palms. On the other side, Lu Jingyuan faced his 3 wolf-like brothers and a furious mother with an utterly calm demeanor. Why are you all in such a rush? I said let me explain. Then talk already. Song Wanqing raised her slipper again. Lu Jingyuan took a deep breath. Tell the truth. That his son had traveled to ancient times and lived for 78 years, and these were all the kids he had there, and they'd come back with him. That wouldn't just land him in the mental hospital, it would land the whole family there. These kids. I adopted them abroad. Lu Jingyuan fabricated a whopper without changing his expression. What? For voices echoed. Adopted. Lu Jingyuan repeated, his face as serious as if he were signing a billion-dollar contract. On my trip abroad last year, I found them in a remote orphanage. The conditions were terrible, and I had a soft moment, so I brought them all back. The room fell silent for 3 seconds. Then Song Wanqing's slipper flew for the third time. Bullshit. What orphanage has kids dressed like that? What orphanage lets you adopt 11 at once? Do you take me for a 3-year-old? Big brother Lu Jingxing spoke coldly. Fourth brother, are you sure you won't tell the truth? I am telling the truth. Then let me ask differently. Lu Jingxing pulled out his phone, tapped a few times, and shoved the screen in Lu Jingyuan's face. Butler Zhao says that at exactly 4 in the morning today, all the villa's surveillance cameras blacked out for 3 seconds. When they came back, these kids were sitting in the living room. Tell me which orphanage can make 11 kids appear out of thin air, bypassing the entire villa's security system. Lu Jingyuan narrowed his eyes. Well, that old butler, Zhao had reported in great detail. Surveillance glitch, he said without flinching. Glitch. Third brother adjusted his glasses, a sarcastic smile curling on his lips. Big brother, I suggest a DNA test. 11 kids. Test one, and we'll know if they're his. If not, it's kidnapping and abduction. Call the police. If they are even simpler, I'll inform father. Fine, let's test. Lu Jingyuan had been waiting for this. He knew these people too well. The Lu family valued evidence and rules. Once the DNA proved these were blood of the Lu family, the rest would be easier to handle. As for why a 25-year-old man could have 11 children, the oldest being 14, well, that could be dealt with later. Fine, you're being straightforward. Second brother Lu Jingxian snorted coldly, his gaze shifting to the children on the sofa. He strode over to get a closer look at their faces. But he had only taken 2 steps. Wah! Don't hit my daddy. A 4-year-old projectile suddenly launched from the sofa. Jingyuan had somehow slipped from his elder sister's grasp, charging on his short little legs toward the approaching Lu Jingxian. He headbutted Lu Jingxuan's shin, but was too weak to knock him over, so he simply opened his mouth and bit. His baby teeth clamped down hard on Lu Jingxuan's 6-figure suit trousers. Ow! Lu Jingxian jumped in pain. What the hell? After biting, Jingyuan wasn't done. He lifted his little head, glared at the giant 10 times his height, with a fierce babyish fury puffed out his tiny chest, and roared in a milky but resolute voice. How dare you, you treacherous rebel! Striking my father. Do you know who he is? The room went dead silent. Song Wanqing's slipper fell to the floor. Big brother Lu Jingxing's perennial iceberg face developed cracks. Second brother Lu Jingxian looked down at the little tyke, biting his pant leg frozen in place. Third brother Lu Jingyan nearly dropped his phone. And Lu Jingyuan, leaning against the dining table, watched his fierce, adorable little son ready to defend his old father with 4 baby teeth, and couldn't help but laugh. He scooped Jingyuan up from the floor, tucked him into his arms, and rubbed his chin against the boy's fluffy head. All right, my little guardian. Jingyuan snuggled in his father's arms, but still turned back to bare his teeth at Lu Jingxian. If you bully my dad again, I'll have my brothers and sisters bite you. Song Wanqing stared at the little tyke's face, her pupils suddenly contracting sharply. Those eyes, that nose, that stubborn little mouth. They were exactly like Lu Jingyuan when he was little. Big brother. Song Wanqing's voice suddenly turned heavy. DNA test. Today. DNA testing today. The moment Song Wanqing's words left her lips, the atmosphere in the living room plummeted to freezing point. Lu Jingxian was still reeling from the shock of being bitten. He glanced down at the ring of clear little teeth marks on his pant leg, his temples throbbing. Fine, let's do it. He glared viciously at the little brat in Lu Jingyuan's arms, who was still baring its teeth. Fourth brother, get your biting little menace under control. He reached out to grab the back of Jingyuan's collar. This move stirred the hornet's nest. Stop. 12-year-old Lu Jingyuan shot off the sofa like an arrow from a bow. He charged forward in 3 swift strides, threw his arms out wide, and positioned himself between his father and Jingyuan. Those chubby little arms stretched straight out, his small face set hard as carved stone. Who dares lay a hand on my father and youngest brother? Chengyan's voice was still youthful, but the killing intent forged on the battlefield made Lu Jingxian hesitate for a fraction of a second. Then the Tirut. Message truncated. Strike. Sisters advance. Someone is bullying father. The cushion struck Lu Jingyan squarely in the face. Thwack. His gold-rimmed glasses flew off, rolling across the marble floor 3 full revolutions. My glasses. Lu Jingyan exploded. These brats have gone mad. 6-year-old Nian Shuang needed no encouragement whatsoever. This tomboy, who in the ancient era could have scaled city walls with her bare hands, had long been simmering with pent-up fury. She ducked low and sprang toward Lu Jingyan's legs like a young leopard. Smack! Right on the shin bone. Aya! Lu Jingyan hopped on 1 foot, clutching his leg and grimacing. You, where did this wild girl come from? Nian Shuang planted her hands on her hips, her small face alight with battle fervor. Wild. You're wild. All your family is wild. You dare bully my father, and I'll dismantle you today. The living room erupted into total chaos. 10-year-old Jingyuan snatched an empty plate from the table and hurled it at Lu Jingxian like a frisbee. 9-year-old Nianxue, her face a mask of cold indifference, silently circled around the eldest brother Lu Jingxing and stepped on his shoelaces. 8-year-old Nianxue may have been too round and slow to run fast, but she stood faithfully beside their father, pouting and puffing her cheeks like an angry pufferfish. 7-year-old Qingze was shouting at the top of his lungs from the sidelines. Charge! Defend the family head! Fight them to the last man! 5-year-old Nianqing was sobbing so hard she could barely speak, clinging to Lu Jingyuan's leg with all her might, wailing. Don't you dare bully daddy! Wah! Nianqing won't let you bully daddy. 4-year-old Jingyuan squirmed in his father's arms, desperate to go down and keep biting. Let me down. Jingyuan isn't done yet. Lu Jingshuan, surrounded and attacked from all sides by 3 little brats, was in complete disarray. Don't step on my shoes. Hey, drop the plate. Mom, do something. Lu Jingxing, president of the Lu group, found himself standing with a 9-year-old ice-faced girl trampling his shoelace. One wrong move, and he would have toppled over. The layer of cultivated coldness he wore like armor all day had completely cracked. 4th brother, he gritted through his teeth. Control your people. Lu Jingyan was hopping on one foot, trying to reach for his glasses. As soon as he bent down, Nian Shuang charged at him again. Don't you dare pick that up. That's war booty. What is wrong with you, kid? Lu Jingyuan leaned against the dining table, Chenwan in his arms, and Nianqing hanging off his leg. Though his expression was one of helpless resignation, his eyes overflowed with unmistakable warmth and pride. These brats, famous for fiercely protecting their own, even back in ancient times. Back then in the capital, someone had uttered a single word of gossip about the Lu family in front of their gate. The very next day, that person's door plaque had been stolen off in the dead of night by Nian Shuang. Enough. Lu Jingyuan finally spoke. His voice was not loud, but it carried the undeniable authority of the family head. All of you stop. One sentence. 11 children froze as though a pause button had been pressed, their movements ceasing in perfect unison. Nian Shuang withdrew her third kick, aimed at Lu Jingyan. Jingyuan set down the fruit plate he had just grabbed. Nian Yao retreated with her cushion to her original position. Coordinated. Disciplined. Obedient to a command. Song Wanqing watched this scene, her pupils contracting slightly. For all their chaotic energy, the obedience and tacit understanding etched into these children's bones could not be faked or assembled on the spot. They obeyed Lu Jingyuan not out of fear, but because deep in their hearts they recognized him as their sky, their absolute center. Everyone returned to positions. Stand behind father. Lu Jingyuan set Chenwan down and clapped his hands. The 11 children promptly fell into place, arranging themselves by age, standing in immaculate order. The eldest daughter, Nianqing, stood at the front the entire time, never moving. She had not joined the melee, not out of fear, but because she knew this was merely a scuffle, not the real battle. When it truly came to her, turning, force of arms would not be the answer. Now gazing at the formidable middle-aged noblewoman across from her, seeing the resemblance in facial contours to her father, she had already formed her judgment. This was grandmother. In the ancient era, she knew better than anyone what ceremony and propriety demanded upon first meeting one's grandmother. Nianqing drew a deep breath, lifted the hem of her loose, ill-fitting pale moon-white dress, and stepped forward towards Song Wanqing. Then, beneath the gaze of all present, she slowly lowered herself to her knees, kept her back straight, folded her hands before her thighs, and pressed her forehead gently against her knuckles. Her posture was as precise as though she had stepped directly from a textbook on etiquette. This humble granddaughter, Nianqing, pays respects to her grandmother. May my grandmother live 1,000 prosperous years. Her voice rang clear and steady, carrying a composure far beyond what one would expect from a 14-year-old. The entire room fell silent. So silent that the faint creaking of the crystal chandelier above could be heard. Lu Jingshuan rubbing his bitten leg, his mouth gaping open in an O shape. Lu Jingyan forgot to retrieve his glasses, frozen mid-bend where he stood. Even the eldest brother, Lu Jingxing, whose expression never betrayed emotion, furrowed his brow ever so slightly. Song Wanqing looked down at the young girl kneeling before her. That face, Lu Jingyuan's eyebrows, but the curve of the eyes bearing a striking resemblance to the delicate features of the Song family women. What struck her most was not the resemblance, but the presence, the innate grace and dignified poise of a noble lady forged deep within her bones. This was not acting. It could not be feigned. Song Wanqing's lips moved. Her voice grew considerably softer, carrying a tremor she did not even realize was there. What did you say your name is? Nianqing. Lu Nianqing. The girl raised her head, her clear eyes meeting Song Wanqing's directly, not flinching once. Father chose the name. Nian means remembrance. Qing means cherished. Song Wanqing's breath hitched visibly. She slowly turned her head, looking toward her younger son, leaning against the table. Lu Jingyuan met his mother's gaze, then, for once, shifted his eyes away with uncommon guilt. Song Wanqing's voice grew hoarse. Lu Jingyuan, you would do well to pray that DNA test comes back negative. Otherwise I will break your legs myself, today. Lu Jingyuan, you'd better pray that DNA result is negative. Otherwise I'll break your legs today. Lu Jingyuan's mouth twitched. Negative. Impossible. These 11 children. He had witnessed the birth of every single one. The scenes of those little bastards coming to propose marriage and him chasing them for 3 blocks with a stick were still vivid in his mind. But he couldn't say that. Mom let Nianqing get up first. Lu Jingyuan walked over, pulled his kneeling eldest daughter to her feet, his tone carrying an unyielding protectiveness. The floor is cold, don't kneel. Nianqing was helped up, saying softly, Dad, rules cannot be broken. In this household, Dad's word is the rule. Lu Jingyuan patted her shoulder and gently pushed her toward her younger siblings. He turned around, facing a room full of glaring family members, and finally let out a sigh. Fine. You want an explanation? I'll give it. You'd better tell the truth. Lu Jingxing stood with his hands behind his back, his voice as cold as ice. Lu Jingyuan leaned against the armrest of the sofa, his hand unconsciously stroking his chin. It was a habit from his ancient life when pondering great matters, only now there was no neatly trimmed short beard on his chin. Do you believe in fate? Stop spouting nonsense. Lu Jingxian grew impatient. I'm being serious. Lu Jingyuan lifted his eyelids, his gaze calm. The night before last, after I fell asleep, I had a very long dream. In that dream, I lived a whole life. 78 years. The living room fell silent for 2 seconds. Then his third brother Lu Jingyan slowly put his gold-rimmed glasses back on and let out a scoff. So what? You had 11 children in a dream, and then you woke up and they were in the living room. Yes. Lu Jingyuan, do you think I'm so uneducated that I'm easy to fool? Lu Jingyan's voice rose. This story wouldn't fool a 3-year-old in court. Believe it or not. Lu Jingyuan shrugged. That's the truth. Second brother Lu Jingxian pointed at the group of children. Are you saying that in your dream you got married, had children, raised 11 kids until they grew up, and then they inexplicably traveled into reality? I didn't say time travel. Lu Jingyuan corrected. I said it was a dream. Bullshit. Lu Jingxian wanted to charge at him again. Elder brother Lu Jingxing raised a hand to stop him. Second brother calmed down. Lu Jingxing's gaze lingered on Lu Jingyuan's face for a long time. As the head of the Lu group, he had seen too many liars. Liars' eyes would wander, and they would unconsciously add details to cover up. But Lu Jingyuan didn't. His eyes were as calm as a stagnant pool, even carrying a hint of worldly detachment that came from weathering storms. Such a look should not belong to a 25-year-old spoiled young master. Even if we suppose for a moment. Lu Jingxing spoke slowly. Even if what you say is true, these children appear out of nowhere. No household registration, no identity, no origin. What do you plan to do? Lu Jingyuan raised an eyebrow. I am a Lu. My children are naturally Lu family members. Household registration and identity. Can't the Lu family handle that? You. Lu Jingxing's brow furrowed deeper. Do you know what you're saying? 11 children of unknown origin to be registered under the Lu name. What will outsiders think? How will the media write it? The son of Haicheng's richest man secretly fathers 11 illegitimate children. Do you think that's good for the Lu family? That's your problem to worry about. Lu Jingyuan's tone was indifferent. I only care about raising my kids. Third brother Lu Jingyan pushed up his glasses and approached from a lawyer's perspective. Come, let me ask you a few questions. First, if these children are your biological offspring, who is the mother? In the dream. Not in reality. Second, the oldest child is 14. You are 25. Did you become a father at 11? How does that work biologically? I told you it's a dream. The timeline in the dream is different from reality. Third, Lu Jingyan raised 3 fingers. Even if everything you say is true, that it's just a dream, then how could a dream produce actual living beings? That violates basic physics. Lu Jingyan looked at his third brother's aggressive manner and couldn't help but smile. Third brother, you're a lawyer, not a scientist. You can't explain this and neither can I. But they're here, alive. Touch them, they have body temperature and a heartbeat. You. Enough. Song Wanqing suddenly spoke. She had been silent all along, but her gaze never left the group of children. The 11 children stood behind the sofa. Though they had caused a commotion earlier, they were now quiet. The eldest daughter, Nianqing, clasped her hands in front of her, her posture dignified. The eldest son, Chengyan, stood in front of his younger siblings, slightly turned, ready to block any potential threat at any moment. The 9-year-old fourth daughter, Nianxua, stood there expressionless, looking at everyone as if she were looking down on them. The youngest Jingyuan was held by his eldest sister, still smacking his lips. The beef he had just eaten hadn't been swallowed yet. Song Wanqing took a deep breath. I don't believe whatever dream nonsense you're talking about. Lu Jingyuan opened his mouth. Song Wanqing raised a hand to stop him. But DNA doesn't lie. Her voice regained the calmness of the Lu matriarch. Before the blood test results come out, these children stay here. No one is to lay a hand on them. She swept her gaze over her 3 sons. Understood. Mom. Lu Jingxian was defiant. What if someone set this up? Set up? Song Wanqing sneered. What kind of setup could produce 11 children out of thin air? This isn't a magic show. But. No buts. Song Wanqing walked to the sofa and looked down at the children. Her gaze fell on the youngest Jingyuan. At that look, her breath caught. The 4-year-old boy held in his eldest sister's arms, sensed someone watching him, and turned his head. A pair of big black grape-like eyes stared warily at Song Wanqing. His little brows were furrowed, his lips pursed, his chin slightly raised. that fierce, stubborn, and proud little expression. It was exactly like Lu Jingyuan at age 4. Song Wanqing had raised Lu Jingyuan herself back then. Those memories were too vivid. Little Lu Jingyuan had been exactly like that, defiant toward everyone, refusing to cry when he fell, biting people when bullied by his older brothers. Now looking at that little face, memories from decades ago surged back like a tidal wave. Her eyes suddenly stung with tears. Mom. Elder brother Lu Jingxing noticed his mother's unusual reaction. Song Wanqing didn't reply. She crouched down to meet Chengwan's eyes. Chengwan immediately shrank back into his sister's arms, but didn't hide. Instead, he shielded his sister, as if saying, "If you're going to hit someone, hit me, not my sister." Song Wanqing looked at this little tyke, her voice much softer. "What's your name?" Chengwan, with a fierce but cute pout, said, "Not telling you. You hit my dad." The corner of Song Wanqing's mouth curled almost imperceptibly. "That's because your dad was disobedient. He deserved it." Chengwan wouldn't have it. He puffed out his little chest. "My dad is the best. The strongest. No one is allowed to hit my dad." Song Wanqing was silent for a few seconds. She stood up, turned to Lu Jingyuan, her eyes complex, as if a jar of mixed spices had been tipped over. Elder brother Lu Jingxing walked over and asked quietly, "Mom, what do you think?" Song Wanqing's voice deepened. First brother looked at the youngest child's face. Lu Jingxing frowned and glanced over. Then his pupils constricted as well. Song Wanqing closed her eyes, her voice carrying a wavering she herself was unwilling to admit. "Call the Lu family's private medical team. I want all results within an hour." She paused, then added, "Especially the youngest one. Compare him with the fourth." Lu Jingyuan listened, his expression unchanged, but he breathed a sigh of relief. He knew this mother too well. Sharp tongue, soft heart. As long as doubt was planted, she would never really drive the children away. "Mom," he spoke. Song Wanqing didn't turn around. "Shut up. I don't want to hear your voice right now. Just one sentence." Lu Jingyuan's voice was low, carrying a rare sincerity. "No matter what the DNA result is, these 11 children are my life. Whoever tries to touch a single hair on them, I, Lu Jingyuan, will fight to the death." Song Wanqing stopped in her tracks. The living room fell silent again. The three brothers had varied expressions. The eldest was thoughtful, the second incredulous, and the third, pushing up his glasses, had a faint, strange smile on his lips. Lu Jingyuan didn't care what they thought. He looked down at the 11 little ones of varying sizes, and the corner of his mouth curled almost imperceptibly. DNA results. He couldn't wait for them. Once blood relations were confirmed, the Lu family machinery would start turning automatically. By then, these 11 children of his would be indisputable Lu blood. No one could touch them. Song Wanqing reached the door and suddenly paused. Without turning around, her voice carried a sharpness only a mother could possess. "Lu Jingyuan, that eldest girl, when she knelt before me and spoke just now, the look in her eyes wasn't like a 14-year-old's. Lu Jingyuan's heart skipped a beat. Song Wanqing's voice drifted from the doorway, laced with scrutiny. "After the DNA results are out, you will explain to me again what exactly that dream of yours was. Wait until the DNA results come back, then explain to me again what exactly happened with that dream of yours." Song Wanqing's words struck Lu Jingyuan like a nail driven into his mind. He watched his mother and 3 elder brothers leave the villa, yet felt a weight lift from his chest. At least they hadn't taken the children away. As the eldest brother Lu Jingxing departed, he cast a glance over his shoulder, a look brimming with complexity. There was scrutiny, suspicion, but faintly beneath it all something Lu Jingyuan had never seen before. Perhaps curiosity. Only after the door closed did the 11 children truly let their guards down. Jingyuan was the first to collapse onto the sofa, whimpering weakly. "Father, those uncles just now were terrifying, like imperial censors hunting for faults." "Enough nonsense." Lu Jingyuan flicked his forehead. "Your father can handle them." Ningxing stood nearby, her expression grave. "Father, what did grandmother mean by the blood test?" "It's a paternity verification." Lu Jingyuan pondered for a moment before explaining in terms they would understand. "A more accurate method than the old practice of mixing blood drops. People here all trust this method." Ningxing's eyes lit up. "Then isn't that a good thing? Once our bloodline is verified, no one can question our identity again." "Clever." Lu Jingyuan nodded. "So you need not worry about anything. Your father has this under control." Indeed, he did have a plan. Yet one question remained that he could not resolve himself. These children were born in ancient times, belonging to a separate timeline from the modern day. In strict terms, these were matters of 2 different epochs. Would a DNA test truly match? What if it did not? Lu Jingyuan furrowed his brows, then suppressed the thought. Even if it didn't match, so what? He would simply acknowledge them as his own. With the Lu family's influence, who could stop him? The entire next day, Lu Jingyuan stayed put in the villa, tending to the children. He led the 11 children from ancient times through a tour of modern appliances. Refrigerators, toilets, microwave ovens, light switches. Ninshuang nearly stuck her head inside the washing machine. Chengza pressed the toilet flush button 37 times, shrieking with each press. "Father, where does the water come from? Is there a dragon king living beneath it? Press it one more time, and I'll make you stand in the corner tonight." Chengza fell silent at once. After a full day of work, the children no longer mistook the television for a magical artifact or the refrigerator for a cellar. That evening, butler Zhao cautiously entered holding a manila envelope. Young master, the eldest master sent this. He said it's an urgent report. Lu Jingyuan took the envelope, his fingers pausing slightly. It had arrived sooner than expected. As expected of the eldest brother, never one to dally. To produce results within half a day meant considerable connections had been mobilized. He tore open the envelope and withdrew a thick stack of reports. 11 copies. On the last line of each, the same conclusion was printed. A biological relationship exists with a confidence level of 99.99%. Lu Jingyuan stared at those figures and his mind went blank. They matched. All of them matched. All 11 children shared direct blood ties with him. How was this possible? He had clearly traveled to ancient times, and the mothers of those children were women from that era. By modern logic, how could ancient genes match his modern ones so perfectly? Unless the version of himself in that ancient world had all along been using the genetic blueprint of this very body. Whether it was a dream or a transmigration, the bloodline was real. The children were his. Father, what's that? Nianqing had somehow appeared beside him, glancing curiously at the papers in his hand. Lu Jingyuan casually tucked the reports into his chest and offered her a smile. Good news. You are now officially members of the Lu family. Nianqing froze for a moment, then her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Father, we already are Lu family members. True, Lu Jingyuan ruffled her hair. I meant the people here have finally acknowledged it as well. That night at 8 o'clock, Lu Jingyuan's phone rang. It was his eldest brother. Lao Si, have you seen the report? Yes. A silence stretched across the line for several seconds. All 12 profiles matched. I had the laboratory run the tests 3 times. The results were identical. Lu Jingxing's voice carried no detectable emotion. I won't ask how you pulled it off. But after Mother read the report, she sat on the sofa without uttering a word, massaging her temples for half an hour. A faint ripple crossed Lu Jingyuan's lips. She didn't scold me again. She's too exhausted to scold you now, Lu Jingxing stated coldly. Nor does the second or third brother have much to say. The children are yours, and the evidence is irrefutable. But Lao Si, Lu Jingxing's tone suddenly grew grave. Do you understand what this means? 11 children bearing the Lu family bloodline appearing out of nowhere. If word leaks, how do you think outsiders will react? Then we ensure the news doesn't leak. Lu Jingyuan's tone remained calm. You think you can keep it hidden? 11 children are not 11 cats. They need to attend school, go out, and have proper social identities. Lu Jingyuan did not respond. He had certainly considered these matters. But having managed family affairs for half a lifetime in ancient times, he knew well that some things could not be rushed. Elder brother, I will handle this. You cannot handle it, Lu Jingxing cut him off. You can't even manage yourself. Lu Jingyuan chuckled softly and did not argue. Contending with his eldest brother was always pointless. The head of the Lu group had one distinguishing trait, though he claimed indifference, his actions were already set in motion long before. As expected, 20 minutes later the villa door opened once more. This time, however, the person who entered raised an eyebrow from Lu Jingyuan. Lu Honyuan, the wealthiest man in Haisheng, the pillar upon which the Lu family rested, his own father. At 60 years old, Lu Honyuan wore a charcoal gray hand-stitched cashmere coat, his silvering hair groomed with meticulous precision. Behind him trailed 2 personal assistants and an aide. In his hand, he held a report identical to the one Lu Jingyuan had just read. His eldest son had indeed delivered a copy to the old man without delay. The children had already been settled upstairs by Nianqing, leaving only Lu Jingyuan alone in the living room. The 2 men faced each other across the vast hall. Lu Honyuan tossed the report onto the coffee table and sank into the opposite sofa. He fixed his gaze upon Lu Jingyuan for a full minute without speaking. Those sharp, calculating old eyes revealed neither pleasure nor anger. Lu Jingyuan returned the stare in silence. The air seemed to solidify. At last Lu Honyuan spoke. His voice was unexpectedly calm, carrying a weight Lu Jingyuan had never heard before. Starting now, I will arrange the household registration, school records, and legal identities for these children. His words hung heavy in the stillness of the grand living room, settling over Lu Jingyuan like a verdict both final and unavoidable. I will handle these children's household registration, school enrollment, and identity documents from now on. Lu Jingyuan froze. He had imagined countless reactions from the old man. Flying into a rage, chasing him with a cane, threatening to cut off his financial support, even sending the children away directly. But this was the last thing he had imagined. Father, what did you say? Lu Honyuan removed his coat and draped it over the sofa armrest, his movements unhurried and deliberate, as though handling some routine business matter. Have your ears gone deaf? I said I'll handle these matters. Aren't you going to ask where these children came from? What does it matter if I do? Lu Honyuan lifted his eyelids and glanced at him. Your mother has been questioning you for ages. What exactly did you tell her? Some dream. Lu Jingyuan fell silent. You take me for a fool. Lu Honyuan let out a cold snort. But the report doesn't lie. All 11 match. 99.99% confidence. Even if you refuse to tell the truth, blood relations can't be falsified. His fingers tapped the report on the coffee table. If they're your offspring, they carry the Liu family blood. That alone matters more than anything else. A wave of indescribable warmth surged through Liu Jingyuan's chest. Having served as patriarch for decades in his past life, he understood better than most what those words carried. Blood lineage reigned supreme. That was the iron law of noble families applicable across all ages. Follow me. Liu Hongyuan rose and made for the study, with Liu Jingyuan trailing behind. The moment the study door shut, the outside world was sealed away. Liu Hongyuan took his seat behind the desk, his gaze settling on his youngest son. Sit. Liu Jingyuan pulled out a chair. They faced each other across a yellow rosewood desk in silence that stretched for several seconds. Liu Hongyuan spoke first, his tone heavier than before. Liu Jingyuan, I'm asking you one question, and I want the truth. Please go ahead, father. Before these children appeared, weren't you different from before? Liu Jingyuan's brows furrowed slightly. Liu Hongyuan held his gaze. Uncle Zhao called me 3 times today. He said ever since you woke up this morning you've been like a different person. The way you speak, how you handle things, even the aura you projected when facing your mother and older brothers, just now. He said you remind him exactly of yourself in your younger days. A faint smile touched Liu Jingyuan's lips. Father, what was I like when you were young? Cut the deflections. Liu Hongyuan slapped the desk. I'm asking, did something happen to you? Liu Jingyuan fell silent. Gazing at the elder before him, a complex wave of emotion surged within Liu Jingyuan. Having lived 78 years in the ancient world and spent a lifetime as a father himself, he understood this father's heart. He knew too well the feeling of a father confronting his son's profound transformation. Not anger, but deep worry. Father, Liu Jingyuan said softly. I can't explain it clearly. Just consider that I've suddenly grown up. Liu Hongyuan stared at him intently for a long while. Finally, the old man who had navigated the business world for 40 years leaned back in his chair and let out a long sigh. Regardless of how they came about, if they're your offspring, they carry the Liu family bloodline. You must take responsibility. These are 11 children, not 11 cats. Their food, clothing, housing, education, household registration, and identity. All of these are serious matters. If you dare to drift through life as carelessly as before, I'll be the first to deal with you. Don't worry. Liu Jingyuan rose to his feet, his voice steady. In this life, these 11 children are my only concern. A barely perceptible flicker of approval crossed Liu Hongyuan's eyes as he gazed at the young man before him. He waved his hand dismissively. Go on then. Tomorrow morning, I'll have my secretary come over to handle the household registration. As Liu Jingyuan reached the doorway, a whisper from behind made him pause. 11 of them. At least now there's a grandson of mine. Liu Jingyuan smiled without turning back, closing the door behind him. Stepping out into the living room, he noticed someone had joined them. Song Wanqing sat on the sofa with her phone, shopping screenshots spread across the coffee table while her assistant took notes nearby. We need to buy 11 sets of children's clothing sizes 4 through 14. Skip the flashy brands. Go for pure cotton. Children's skin is delicate. Replace all the bedding and get pillows in both buckwheat and latex. We don't know their sleeping preferences yet. As for the kitchen, bring in 2 nutritionists tomorrow to design meal plans for the children. The youngest is only 4, so we'll need to prepare complementary foods separately. Standing at the foot of the stairs, Liu Jingyuan listened to his mother's meticulous instructions, an involuntary smile spreading across his face. Song Wanqing caught sight of him from the corner of her eye and immediately hardened her expression. What are you staring at? I'm making sure you useless thing can actually take care of these children. Don't flatter yourself. Understood, Mom. Stop calling me so affectionately. I'm still furious. Despite her sharp words, Song Wanqing's fingers flew across her phone screen. These little rabbit slippers are adorable. I'll get a pair for the youngest. She paused mid-scroll. What was the youngest's name again? Chengwan. Liu Chengwan. Song Wanqing murmured the name to herself, the faintest hint of a smile touching her lips. Not bad. Sounds better than your name. Liu Jingyuan didn't respond, just shook his head with a smile and headed upstairs. The second-floor hallway was quiet. The 11 children had been sorted into rooms by Nianqing, temporarily sharing 3 guest rooms, with the older ones looking after the younger. Liu Jingyuan quietly pushed open the first door. His eldest daughter Nianqing shared a room with her sisters Nianyao and Nianru. Nianqing was still awake, sitting by the bed, keeping watch over the 2 younger girls. Seeing her father enter, she rose and gave a half bow. Father, can't sleep. I'm worried about them. Nianqing glanced at her sisters, now fast asleep beside her. The bed's too soft, like sleeping on cotton. They tossed and turned for ages before falling asleep. Liu Jingyuan walked over and tucked the blanket around Nianyao. Tomorrow I'll get a firmer mattress for you. My dear, you should sleep earlier too. Father, did everything go smoothly today? Yes, it did. Liu Jingyuan patted her shoulder. Your grandmother's already started buying clothes for you. A wave of relief softened Nianqing's eyes. Thank you, Father. No need for formality between us. Get some sleep. He moved to the next room to check on Cheng and Cheng Yuan and Cheng Zhe. The three boys had fallen asleep quickly. Jingyuan was already snoring softly, while Changzhe muttered something about Dragon King spare my life in his sleep. Lu Jingyuan stifled a smile as he stepped out. The final room housed his four youngest children, Ninshuan, Yinyuan, Ninshuang, Ninxing, and the baby of the bunch, Chungwan. The moment Lu Jingyuan pushed open the door, he caught the faintest sound, soft crying. He froze mid-step. Moonlight filtered through the curtains, illuminating the girls scattered across the beds in various positions. Ninshuang's leg rested across Ninyue's stomach, while Ninxing curled into a tight ball. The smallest figure huddled furthest inside was wrapped in blankets like a silkworm cocoon, trembling slightly. Lu Jingyuan approached and gently lifted the blanket edge. Chungwan's entire face was buried in the pillow, tears having soaked through a large patch of the pillowcase. He was biting his lip to stay silent, but his small shoulders kept trembling uncontrollably. Chungwan, Lu Jingyuan called softly. The little boy looked up through tear-blurred eyes at his father kneeling by the bed, his lip quivering as sobs intensified, but he fought hard to keep them muffled. Lu Jingyuan pulled him from the covers and held him close. What's wrong? Had a nightmare. Chungwan shook his head, gripping his father's collar with both hands and burying his face against his chest, speaking in a small hoarse voice. Father Chungwan misses mother. The words struck Lu Jingyuan like an invisible hand clutching his heart. Chungwan's mother was his principal wife from his previous life, the woman Lu Jingyuan had revered above all others. She had suffered a difficult labor giving birth to Chungwan. Though she survived, her health never fully recovered. When Chungwan was 3 years old, she passed away from illness. At that time, young Chungwan barely understood the meaning of death, but he understood longing. Mother promised she'd make me new clothes when I grow up. Chungwan sobbed, his child's voice cracking like shattered glass. But now Chungwan has shrunk and mother is gone. Father, where did she go? Did she abandon Chungwan? Lu Jingyuan closed his eyes. Chungwan's sobbing gradually subsided, but his small hands still clung tightly to Lu Jingyuan's collar, refusing to let go. Lu Jingyuan stood up, holding him, gently patting his back. The little one's body was still heaving like a rain-soaked kitten, pitiful yet stubborn. Dad isn't leaving. Dad won't go anywhere. Lu Jingyuan's voice was hoarse, carrying the tenderness accumulated over 78 years. He slowly paced the room with Chungwan in his arms, unconsciously humming an ancient lullaby often sung to soothe children. It was the tune Chungwan's mother used to hum the most. Chungwan's small body stiffened for a moment, then burrowed deeper into his father's embrace. Dad, Chungwan won't cry anymore. He sniffled, his voice muffled. Men shouldn't cry, big brother said. Lu Jingyuan looked down at the little one, trying so hard to be strong, and a dull ache struck his heart again. A 4-year-old kid pretending to be tough. Who says men can't cry? Lu Jingyuan pinched his little nose. Cry if you want to. Dad will catch your tears. Chungwan looked up at him with tearful eyes, his lips trembling, then burst into a loud wah. His crying woke up Ninxing beside him. The 5-year-old girl sat up groggily, and seeing Chungwan crying, she also puckered her lips. Boo-hoo, Dad, Ninxing is scared too. It's so dark here, and those iron shells outside keep howling. Ninxing is afraid. Lu Jingyuan held Chungwan with one hand and beckoned to Ninxing with the other. The little girl immediately kicked off her blanket and stumbled over, hugging Lu Jingyuan's leg tightly. The commotion woke Ninshuang as well. This boldest tomboy turned over and sat up, rubbed her eyes, and saw Dad standing in the middle of the room with one child in his arms and another on his leg. She immediately grew anxious. Dad, I want a hug too. You're 6 years old. Walk over here yourself. Ninshuang pouted and ran over, hugging his other leg. Then came Ninyu. The 8-year-old chubby girl was woken by hunger. She sat up, rubbing her growling stomach, and seeing the pile of people huddled together, she approached pitifully. Dad, Ninyu's stomach is growling again. You're still hungry in the middle of the night. It growled on its own. I can't control it. Lu Jingyuan was caught between laughter and tears. The noise grew louder, waking the children from the other 2 rooms. Ninxing was the first to sense something amiss and rushed over, wrapped in her blanket. Seeing all the younger siblings gathered around Dad, her eyes also reddened. But she held back her tears, walked quickly to Lu Jingyuan, and reached out to take Ninxing, who was clinging to his leg. Dad, you can't hold so many. Let me help. Lu Jingyuan glanced at her. His 14-year-old daughter, eyes red-rimmed, lips trembling slightly. She was scared too. She just didn't dare to be afraid. Big girl. Lu Jingyuan's free hand pressed firmly on Ninxing's shoulder. You don't have to hold it together either. Ninxing's body stiffened. Dad, I'm the eldest sister. I have to. You're the eldest sister, but you're also Dad's daughter. Lu Jingyuan's tone brooked no argument. Tonight, just be Dad's little warm coat. Leave the rest to me. Ninxing's tears finally spilled over, streaming down her face in a cascade. She quickly wiped them away, afraid the younger ones would see. Chung'an also came over. The 12-year-old eldest son stood at the door, fists clenched, little face tight. Dad, the little ones are all scared. How about we all sleep together tonight? Like when we were little. Behind him followed Jingyuan and Changzhe. Jingyuan rubbed his eyes and yawned. I was sleeping great until that brat Changzhe had to kick me. I didn't kick you. I dreamed a dragon was chasing me. Chengze protested indignantly. Nian Yao and Nian Ro also came over. 13-year-old Nian Yao still wore her fearless expression, but her hand tightly held her younger sister Nian Ro. 11-year-old Nian Ro, the most gentle, said nothing, but silently moved closer to Dad. Nian Shui was the last to arrive. The 9-year-old ice princess walked over expressionlessly, standing at the outermost edge, looking as if she hadn't come because she was scared. But her toes curled tightly, betraying her true feelings. Lu Jingyuan looked at the room, full of little ones big and small, and made a decision. Come on, everyone to Dad's room. The master bedroom's bed was large enough. A custom-made Italian bed worth hundreds of thousands, of full 3 meters wide, originally meant for Lu Jingyuan's own luxury. 11 children plus 1 adult. It was a bit cramped, but this crowding brought everyone a sense of security. Nian Qing helped settle the youngest ones in the middle. Chengwan claimed Dad's left arm, while Nian Xing nestled on his right. Nian Yu squeezed in next to Chengwan and Nian Shuang, and Chengze lay head-to-head at the foot of the bed. The others found their spots in any available space. Chang'an insisted on not getting on the bed and wanted to sleep on the floor by the bedside. Dad, I'll keep watch. If any thief comes, I'll be the first to charge. Lu Jingyuan glared at him. What can your 12-year-old little arms charge at? Get up here. Chang'an stubbornly shook his head. Lu Jingyuan couldn't be bothered to argue and simply reached out and pulled him onto the bed. The 100-pound strong boy was scooped up by his father with one hand, a rare hint of helplessness on his face. Dad, I'm not a kid anymore. In my eyes, you'll always be one. Enough talk, sleep. Chang'an fell silent, obediently curling up in a corner. The lights were turned off. Moonlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting its glow on the large bed crowded with people. The little ones snored, the older ones tossed and turned. Cheng Yuan kicked Chengze in his sleep, and Chengze instinctively kicked back. The two had a sleepy fight. Nian Shuang's leg draped over Nian Yu's stomach. Nian Yu grunted under the weight, turned over, and continued sleeping. Lu Jingyuan was squeezed in the middle, with Cheng Wan's drool soaking his left sleeve and Nian Xing's little foot digging into his waist on the right. He dared not move. 78 years of ancient life experience told him that if he moved, everyone would wake up. If they all woke up, they'd all cry. If they all cried, he wouldn't get any sleep tonight. Nian Xing was the last to fall asleep. She leaned against the headboard, one hand resting on the nearest sister, staring at the dark ceiling. Dad, are you asleep? No. Dad, can we really stay here? Lu Jingyuan turned his head to look at her. In the moonlight, his eldest daughter's eyes sparkled, carrying a cautious hope. Yes. His voice was as firm as iron. This is Dad's territory. No one can drive you away. Nian Xing softly hummed in agreement and closed her eyes. Soon her breathing became long and steady. Only after confirming all the little ones were asleep did Lu Jingyuan carefully extract himself from the pile. He walked barefoot to the floor-to-ceiling window and pulled back a corner of the curtain. The night view of Haisheng spread out before him. Neon lights flickered, traffic flowed like a river, and countless lights dotted the city. It was a world completely different from the ancient times. But some things remained the same, like a father's determination to protect his children. He glanced back at the messy pile of little radishes on the bed, and the corners of his mouth curved upward. Then his gaze shifted back, falling on the brilliantly lit city outside the window. His voice was soft, as if speaking to himself or to the 11 sleeping children. Since I brought you all to this world, Dad won't let you suffer even a little. Since I brought you to this world, Father will not let you suffer the slightest grievance. These words were spoken by Lu Jingyuan to the night. But what he did not know was that his eldest daughter Nianqing was not fully asleep. She had heard these words and buried her face in the blanket, silently curving her lips into a smile. At 6 o'clock the next morning, Lu Jingyuan was awakened by a rustling sound. He opened his eyes to find Xingze already squatting by the bedside, his nose nearly pressed against his face. Father, are you awake? Move your nose back 1 inch, and there will be no breakfast for you today. Xingze sprang away in an instant. Father, you're awake. Father, I have a question. What question at this hour? Why did that bright box turn on by itself? Is it alive? He was referring to the mobile phone alarm on the bedside table that had automatically lit up its screen. Lu Jingyuan sat up, massaging his temples. That is called an alarm clock. It rings when the time comes. Then who told it that the time has come? Can it see for itself whether it's dawn? But it has no eyes. Lu Jingyuan took a deep breath. The 7-year-old with 100,000 Ys had arrived. He decisively swung his legs out of bed and went to wake the other children. This triggered yet another chaos. Nianyue clung to her blanket, refusing to get up. It's not even 5th watch yet, Father. Let me sleep a little longer. There's no need to keep 5th watch anymore. You must rise at 6. Come on up for breakfast. Is there meat? Yes. Nianyue sat up instantly. Nian Shuang was even more absurd. This girl had somehow rolled off the bed onto the floor and was sprawled on her stomach on the carpet, fast asleep. Lu Jingyuan picked her up from the floor. Groggy Nian Shuang wrapped her arms around his neck and tried to go back to sleep. Get up. Nano. 3-2. Up, I'm up. After 20 minutes of turmoil, all 11 children were finally awake. Brushing teeth was another disaster. Butler Zhao had prepared 11 brand-new children's toothbrushes and toothpastes. Jingyuan stared at the strawberry pattern on the toothpaste, then tentatively licked a bit. Father, this white paste is sweet. It's edible. That is toothpaste. Spit it out. I already swallowed it. Lu Jingyuan pressed his palm to his forehead. Fortunately, his eldest daughter Nianqing was highly efficient. She learned to use a toothbrush within 5 minutes and immediately began teaching her younger sisters. Shingan also picked it up quickly, leading his 2 younger brothers in proper brushing. The only problem was Nianquan. She found the vibration of the electric toothbrush so amusing that she kept pressing the switch without letting go, splattering toothpaste foam all over the mirror. Lu Nianquan. Lu Jingyuan's low command sent the tomboy, sheepishly setting down her toothbrush. Breakfast had been prepared by Butler Zhao early in the morning. Fried eggs, bacon, toast, milk, congee, steamed buns, and youtiao were arranged in a grand east meets west spread across the entire table. The 11 children sat down, each wearing a different expression. Ninyue's eyes gleamed as she leaned close to the table, sniffing enthusiastically. Father, what is this golden round cake? It smells so good. Fried egg. Made from chicken eggs. Fried. Not steamed. Yes, pan-fried with oil. Ninyue grabbed her chopsticks without hesitation and shoved a piece into her mouth. One bite, and her eyes lit up like light bulbs. Delicious. Father, this is even better than the egg custard from the imperial kitchen. Nearby, Qingze had been staring fixedly at the microwave for quite some time. Inside, a cup of milk was being heated, rotating slowly. Father, there's a ghost fire inside that square box. That is a microwave used for heating food. Why does it spin? Mechanism. What mechanism? Just eat your breakfast. But father, I want to know. One more question, and no breakfast for you either. Qingze fell silent, but his eyes remained glued to the microwave as if he wished to drill his head inside to study it. Nianque sat throughout the entire meal with a completely expressionless face, prodding the slice of toast in front of her with her chopsticks. Father, this dry, hard white bread slice is not as pleasant as steamed buns. That is toast. Spread this jam on it before eating. Lu Jingyuan pushed a small dish of blueberry jam toward her. Nianque hesitantly spread a small amount and put it in her mouth. Her expression did not change, but the speed of her chopsticks noticeably increased. Lu Jingyuan saw this, but dared not smile. This tsundere little princess had traveled from ancient times to the modern era, yet her stubborn refusal to show vulnerability had not changed in the slightest. After breakfast, Lu Jingyuan settled the children in the living room to watch cartoons. Yes, he turned on the television. The result was chaos. Nianquan almost dismantled the remote control. Qingze fired off 20 questions at the TV, and Nianqing was frightened to tears by a giant dinosaur in the cartoon. Lu Jingyuan handed the sobbing Nianqing to Nianqing and slipped into his study. He needed to sort out his thoughts. Butler Zhao followed him in and stood respectfully at his side. Butler Zhao, how many years have you served me? 8 years, young master. Then from now on, matters concerning this household will exceed what we handled before by tenfold. Can you keep up? Butler Zhao wiped his brow. Whatever you command, young master. Lu Jingyuan leaned back in his chair, his fingers tapping rhythmically against the desk. First order of business, household registration and identities. Grandfather said he would arrange it, but I will monitor the progress personally. Second order, clothing, food, shelter, and transportation. 11 children with an age span of 10 years. What the younger ones need and what the older ones need. Make a list for me today. Third order. He paused. Schooling. This was the most troubling issue. 11 children, the oldest 14, the youngest 4. Their minds were filled with ancient knowledge. They could recite the Analects and Mencius backwards, but adding 1 plus 1 might require an abacus. They knew absolutely nothing about the modern education system. Young master, the eldest master called this morning, Butler Zhao said cautiously. He said he has already contacted Xingchen Academy and admission interviews can be arranged at any time. Lu Jingyuan raised an eyebrow. The eldest master's efficiency. Interviews can wait, he said, waving his hand. Let the children adapt for a few days first. We cannot send them to school without even recognizing modern characters. Yes. Also hire several private tutors. Mathematics, Chinese, English. Start with the basics. But remember one thing. Lu Jingyuan's gaze turned cold. Anyone who comes into contact with the children must undergo background checks 3 times over. If there are any issues, they are dismissed immediately. Understood. Butler Zhao withdrew. Lu Jingyuan rubbed his brow and was just about to stand up and check on the children when a scream suddenly erupted from the living room. It was Nianqing's crying, and Shengwan's furious roar. You are not allowed to touch my sister. Lu Jingyuan crossed the distance in 3 strides and burst out of the study. Then he saw the scene in the living room. 2 women stood by the floor-to-ceiling window. One was in her early 30s, dressed in a sharp black suit skirt, wearing 12-centimeter stiletto heels. The other was around 29, her long hair cascading over her shoulders, wearing a floral dress that made her look gentle and soft. Eldest Miss Lu Jingwei, second Miss Lu Jingyu. They had entered through the side door. Butler Zhao had not had time to announce them. At this moment, second Miss Lu Jingyu was crouching in front of the sofa, reaching out to pat Nianqing's head. This terrified Nianqing into tears. Chengwan rushed forward to shield his sister, glowering fiercely at the stranger. Nianqing held the younger children back tightly, her eyes filled with wariness. Lu Jingyu was stunned by a 4-year-old's ferocity. She turned her head toward Lu Jingyuan at the doorway, a dangerous glint flashing in her eyes. Her lips curled into a smile. I came to see which little brats almost beat my brother into a pig's head. Let me see which little brats almost beat my brother senseless. Lu Jingyu's voice carried a smile, but there was something unkind beneath it. Lu Jingyuan strode over, scooped up Chengwan, who was still baring his teeth at the strange woman, and pressed him against his chest. Second sister, can you stop scaring people the moment you arrive? Who am I scaring? Lu Jingyu rose to her feet, the hem of her floral skirt fluttering lightly. I just wanted to pat this little girl's head. She looks like a rice dumpling, so adorable. Nianqing continued to sob, shrinking behind Nianqing and daring not to peek out. Meanwhile, the eldest sister Lu Jingwei kept her distance. She wore a sharply tailored black suit dress, her 12-centimeter stiletto heels clicking crisply against the marble floor. Her phoenix-shaped eyes, remarkably similar to Lu Jingyuan's, slowly scanned each child on the sofa, from the eldest Nianqing to the youngest Chengwan. Her gaze moved like a precision scanner, cool, sharp, devoid of any excess emotion. Fourth, Lu Jingwei spoke, her voice steady. Mother sent me. She said things are in chaos here and worried you couldn't handle it. I can handle it. Then let me see the results. Lu Jingwei approached the children and stopped. All 11 pairs of eyes turned to her at once. The eldest daughter Nianqing was the first to react. She released Nianqing's hand, stepped forward, folded her hands before her, and bowed slightly. Niece Nianqing pays respects to her eldest aunt. Her posture was proper, her tone neither humble nor overbearing. Lu Jingwei raised an eyebrow, her gaze lingering on Nianqing's face for 2 seconds. Well bred. She nodded. Who taught you? Naturally, father taught me. Nianqing answered crisply. Lu Jingyuan's mouth twitched, but he said nothing. He had taught them, but that was decades of classical training. The second daughter Nian Yao paid no mind to propriety. At 13, she was adept at reading the room. Seeing this eldest aunt commanded presence without cruelty, she immediately pressed closer. Eldest aunt, your shoes are so high. Don't you fall when you walk? Lu Jingwei looked down at her heels, then at Nian Yao's bright, curious eyes. You get used to it, and you won't fall. Can I try them? Your feet are too small. What about when I'm older? A faint curve touched Lu Jingwei's lips at last. When you're older, I'll gift you an entire cabinet. Nian Yao's eyes shone brighter. Really? Then I want red ones. Fine. Meanwhile, the second sister Lu Jingyu was entirely captivated by Nian Yu. The 8-year-old chubby girl sat on the sofa, gnawing half-finished bread, her cheeks puffed out like a little squirrel. Good heavens. Lu Jingyu crouched down, cupping Nian Yu's face in both hands. Whose glutinous rice ball is this? Too adorable. Is your face soft? Let's second aunt squeeze it. Nian Yu pursed her lips from being squeezed, but didn't pull away. Mumbling unclearly, she asked, Who are you? I'm your second aunt. What's your name? Lu Nian Yu. Nian Yu. What a lovely name. What do you like to eat? Nian Yu's eyes lit up instantly. I like eating everything. Lu Jingyu, completely charmed by this answer, leaned back and called to Lu Jingyuan. Fourth, I'm taking this chubby girl away. Try it. Lu Jingyuan responded coldly. 9-year-old Nian Shui sat throughout in the sofa corner, expressionless, watching everything unfold. Lu Jingyu noticed her and eagerly approached. Why is this little girl holding such a straight face? Come give Annie a smile. Nian Shui turned her head without expression, her voice chilling. I won't smile. Why not? Because I don't want to. What's there to ask about? Lu Jingyu froze for a second, then slapped her thigh. Perfect. This personality is exactly like Fourth when he was young. Lu Jingyuan rolled his eyes. He wasn't this sharp-tongued as a child. The youngest Chengwan had stayed hidden behind their father the whole time, only peeking out with half his face visible. His gaze darted between the two strange women several times before settling on Lu Jingwei's high heels. Dad, he tugged at Lu Jingyuan's clothes, whispering in a childish voice. That woman in black. Doesn't it hurt walking on those 2 spikes under her feet? Lu Jingyuan nearly laughed out loud. Those are heels, they don't hurt. Liar. Chengwan pouted. How could stepping on nails not hurt? Lu Jingwei's ears were sharp. She turned her head, and her gaze landed on the little radish head hiding behind Lu Jingyuan. So this is the one who bit second brother's pant leg? Yes. Lu Jingyuan pulled Chengwan out from behind him. My youngest. Once exposed, Chengwan immediately puffed out his small chest and glared ferociously at Lu Jingwei. And you're not allowed to hit my dad either. Lu Jingwei bent down to meet his gaze. I won't hit your dad. Chengwan studied her suspiciously for a long moment, then glanced at Lu Jingyuan. Dad, is she telling the truth? Yes. This is your eldest aunt family. Only then did Chengwan relax his guarded expression, though he still clung tightly to Lu Jingyuan's pant leg. Watching this exchange, Lu Jingwei straightened, a flicker of complexity crossing her eyes. Without another word, she brushed imaginary dust from her skirt and nodded toward the study. Come with me. Let's talk privately. Lu Jingyuan handed Chengwan to Nianqing. Keep an eye on your siblings, I'll be right back. Nianqing took him gently and replied softly, don't worry, Dad. They reached the study doorway. Lu Jingwei leaned against the frame, arms folded, her voice dropping to a whisper. I've seen the DNA report. Eldest brother forwarded it to me immediately. I won't ask about the origins. Lu Jingwei's gaze was direct. Mother believes most of it, father has already decided. Though I'm overseas, I never muddle through matters concerning the Lu family. Then what are you proposing? About their household registration and identities. Lu Jingwei lowered her voice further. Father's secretarial team is efficient, but registering 11 children simultaneously would draw too much attention. I have a cleaner route domestically, a special channel that can handle all of this within 3 days. Lu Jingyuan gave her a look. Sister, your efficiency surpasses even father's. Naturally, father takes the conventional path while I take the shortcut. Lu Jingwei's lips curved. I'll handle the ID documents, but you need to prepare a consistent story for the public. With 11 children, every tabloid in Haisheng will go crazy. 11 children, every paparazzo in the city will go crazy. Lu Jingwei's words were like a needle precisely striking the most vital point. Lu Jingyuan leaned against the doorframe of the study, unconsciously rubbing his chin. I'll handle the external matters. Do you have a plan? Not yet, he admitted with complete frankness. But there's no rush. The kids don't even know what a light bulb is. It's too early to let them appear in public. Lu Jingwei scrutinized him for a few seconds. Fine, I'll give you a week. Settle their identities within a week, and I'll help block the initial wave of media backlash. But you need to have your own story ready. Got it. And one more thing. Lu Jingwei's voice softened. If those kids' manners and habits can't be changed quickly, don't force it. Let them be themselves. If they come across as well-bred when they go out, that's not a bad thing. Lu Jingyuan smiled. Big sister, you're helping me out. I'm helping the Lu family. Lu Jingwei turned her head away. Don't overthink it. She walked away in her high heels. Lu Jingyu had been pestered by Nianyu and Nian Yao for quite a while, and was eventually dragged away by the eldest sister. Before leaving, she called out to Nianyu. Little Moon, Auntie will bring you delicious food next time. Nianyu nodded frantically. The meat kind. Deal? All meat. The two aunts came and went quickly. The villa returned to its daily routine of being occupied by 11 little rascals. Lu Jingyuan closed the front door, turned to look at the living room full of kids of varying sizes, and took a deep breath. Big sister was right. External matters could wait, but there was one thing that couldn't be delayed a moment longer. These kids didn't even know what a light bulb was. They had to be taught. Everyone come here. Lu Jingyuan clapped his hands. Class starts today. The 11 children reflexively sat up straight. Nianqing led the younger siblings in a neat row like students waiting for a tutor's lecture in an old-style private school. Lu Jingyuan's mouth twitched. Sit down, sit down. No need to stand. Just gather around. The children scattered, some sitting on the sofa, some on the carpet, forming a circle around Lu Jingyuan. First lesson today, get to know the things in your new home. He walked to the wall, reached out, and pressed a switch. Click. The light above came on. This is called a switch. It controls the light. Press it once to turn it on, press it again to turn it off. He pressed it again. The light went out. He pressed it again. The light came on. Cheng Zai's eyes lit up like two lanterns. Dad, let me try. He jumped up, rushed to the wall, and stretched on tiptoe to reach the switch. Click. Off. Click. On. Click, 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 click. Cheng Zai. Lu Jingyuan called out. No use. The 7-year-old chatterbox was completely immersed in the joy of flipping the switch. Click, 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 click. The light flickered wildly under his hand like a strobe light in a disco. Fun. Dad, look. It's flashing. Like fireflies. Lu Qing's a stop right now. Just one more press, Dad. Just one. Click. Bang. A dull thud. The bulb went out. The living room fell into darkness. Dad, the light's gone. Cheng Zai's voice came timidly from the darkness. Lu Jingyuan closed his eyes. Lu Qing's, what are you? A mouse. Dad, I'm sorry. Does sorry fix it? You blew out the bulb. Then I won't press it anymore. Lu Jingyuan took a deep breath, walked to the other wall, and pressed the switch for the backup light. The living room lit up again. He pointed at the switch and glared around murderously. From now on, no one touches this. Especially you, Lu Qingza. Cheng Zai shrank back and hid behind Nianqing. Lu Jingyuan rubbed his temples and decided to skip the light bulb lesson. Next, follow me. He led the children in a grand procession to the bathroom. This is called a toilet. 11 heads gathered around to stare at the white ceramic toilet. People relieve themselves on it. After you're done, press this button, and water will flush down, carrying away the waste. He pressed the flush button. With a whoosh, the water swirled and flushed down. 8-year-old Nianyu covered her mouth. It ate it. No, it flushed it away. Flushed where? Cheng Zai started again. Underground pipes. Is there a dragon king in the pipes? No dragon king. Then what lives there? Nothing lives there. Veins bulged on Lu Jingyuan's forehead. Ask one more question, and I'll flush you in. Cheng Zai, shut up. But 6-year-old Nian Shuang approached the toilet, grabbed the rim with both hands, and stuck her head in to examine it carefully. Dad, you said it can flush things away. Yes, Lu Jingyuan sensed danger. What are you planning? I don't believe it. Nian Shuang looked around, her eyes landing on an old slipper that Uncle Zhao had just changed out of by the door. Nian Shuang. No. Too late. Nian Shuang dashed over, grabbed the slipper, and stuffed it into the toilet. Then she pressed the flush button with a slap. Water gushed out, flushed twice, and emitted an ominous gurgle. Then the toilet started to overflow. Water surged over the rim and flooded the floor. Up. Nian Xing was the first to scream and run. Dad, the Dragon King is angry. Cheng Zhe yelled. Run. Nian Yao pulled Nian Ro and ran outside. Nian Shuang stood in the middle of the puddle, watching the overflowing toilet, tilting her head. Dad, it seems it can't swallow it. Lu Jingyuan took a deep breath. Then another. He grabbed Nian Shuang by the back of her collar and lifted her out of the bathroom. Uncle Zhao. He shouted downstairs. Call a plumber. The toilet's clogged. Uncle Zhao ran up from downstairs, saw the water on the floor and the children scattering in all directions, and nearly collapsed. Young master, where's my slipper? In the toilet. Uncle Zhao's face turned green. Lu Jingyuan carried Nian Shuang to the living room, and she kept muttering along the way. Dad, obviously it can't flush it away. You lied. That's because the slipper was too big. Normal things can be flushed. Who told you to stuff a slipper in there? I wanted to try. From now on, don't stuff anything in there. Got it. Oh. Lu Jingyuan put her on the sofa, sat down next to her, and felt like he had aged 10 years. In one morning, he taught 2 things: blew out a light bulb and clogged a toilet. At this rate, by the time he taught all 11 kids, all the modern appliances his house would need to be demolished and rebuilt 3 times. He was slumped on the sofa, utterly lifeless, when he suddenly heard a strange sound. It was music. Cheerful, ridiculously childish cartoon music. Lu Jingyuan turned his head to look. Cheng Yuan had somehow gotten hold of the remote control on the coffee table and had probably accidentally pressed the power button. The 80-inch LCD TV flashed on. The screen was playing a children's cartoon. Vibrant colors, round characters, exaggerated and cheerful voice acting. The 11 children froze in unison. Then, as if under a spell, they all slid off the sofa without a word, sat neatly on the carpet, and tilted their heads up to watch the glowing screen. No one spoke. Even Cheng Zhe shut his mouth. Nian Shuang stopped fussing. Nian, you forgot about being hungry. Cheng Wan stopped protecting Dad. Even Nian Shui, who had been cold-faced the whole time, now had her mouth slightly open, her gaze glued to the screen. The entire living room was silent except for the TV's soundtrack. Lu Jingyuan was stunned for a full 5 seconds. Then he slowly leaned back against the sofa, looking at the neat row of little heads tilted up to watch TV, and a relieved smile curved at the corner of his mouth. He pulled out his phone and sent a message to Uncle Zhao. Buy 10 tablets. The biggest screens available. Uncle Zhao replied instantly. Young master, what do you need so many for? Lu Jingyuan glanced at the 11 silent little rascals in front of him and replied with 4 words, kid pacifiers. He sank into the sofa, enjoying a rare moment of peace. Cheng Yuan, taking advantage of everyone watching TV, quietly moved to Lu Jingyuan's feet and tugged at his pant leg. Dad, my, are the little people in that square box trapped inside? No, they're drawn. Drawn things can move. Yes. Cheng Yuan thought for a moment, then showed the sly grin Lu Jingyuan knew so well. Dad, can I crawl inside later too? Lu Jingyuan tapped the back of his head. Wishful thinking. Watch your show. Cheng Yuan shrank back and continued watching. About 15 minutes of quiet passed, and the cartoon went to commercial break. Suddenly, a toy commercial appeared on the screen. A real child was holding an electric toy dog and laughing. Cheng Yuan stood up, abruptly pointing at the electric dog on the screen, eyes blazing with excitement. Dad, that dog can walk by itself. Just like those metal boxes outside. Dad, Cheng Yuan wants that. Dad, buy it for Cheng Yuan. A single pebble stirred 1,000 waves. The 11 children turned in unison to look at Lu Jingyuan, their eyes full of sparkling desire. Lu Jingyuan looked at the 11 pairs of glistening eyes, and his mouth twitched. Uncle Zhao. He shouted downstairs. Change that message I just sent. 10 tablets, and buy me a whole cartload of electric toys. Uncle Zhao wailed from downstairs. Young master, how many is a cartload? Lu Jingyuan looked down at Cheng Yuan, who was rubbing her face against his clothes like a spoiled kitten, then at the row of expectant kids on the carpet. 11 kids, 1 box each. You figure it out. A cart full of electric toys had been bought, and the 11 little ones played until the place was turned upside down. But toys could not solve the fundamental problem. The children were critically short on daily necessities. There were only the toothbrushes bought as a temporary measure, and the children were still wearing ancient-style garments. Incongruous given they couldn't even find a matching pair of slippers that fit properly. Uncle Zhao came with a list to report. Young master, the things ordered online will arrive at the earliest tomorrow. But some items have uncertain sizes, especially the shoes. They need to be tried on by the children. Lu Jingyuan pondered for a moment. Let's go to the supermarket. Uncle Zhao froze. Young master, are you certain? Taking all 11 children out at once. What, afraid I can't keep an eye on them? Uncle Zhao thought to himself, perhaps you could manage in ancient times, but this is a modern supermarket. Half an hour later, outside Haicheng's largest high-end supermarket, a stretch limousine and a nanny van were parked. Jingyuan wore a casual hoodie, his sunglasses pushed up to the crown of his head, one hand carrying the youngest Jingyuan, the other holding Nianqing's hand. Behind him, Nianqing led the younger sisters in a single file, while Chengyan led the younger brothers along behind. 11 children perfectly in line. A passerby glanced once, then again, and rubbed his eyes hard. That man, how many children does he have? Let me count. 1, 2, 3. Good heavens, 11. Kindergarten field trips. A field trip calling for a limousine. That car alone costs at least 3 million. Jingyuan ignored them entirely. He looked down at his 11 children, all standing at attention, and cleared his throat. Rules. First, do not wander off. Second, do not touch things recklessly. Third, if you want anything, tell father. Do not grab it yourself. Did you hear that? Yes. 11 voices answered in uneven harmony. Jingyuan nodded in satisfaction and led his little squad into the supermarket. The automatic doors slid open with a soft whoosh. Chengza froze on the spot. Father. The door opened by itself. Sensor door. It opens when someone approaches. Why? A mechanism. Don't ask. Move along. Chengza did not move. He stared at the automatic door, his eyes blazing with intense curiosity. He stepped back 2 paces, the door closed. Stepped forward 2 paces, it opened again. Back. Closed. Forward. Open. Back. Closed. Open. Jingyuan called over his shoulder. No use. Chengza had fallen completely under the spell, like a puppy chasing its own tail, darting back and forth in front of the automatic doors 7 or 8 times. The security guard nearby was dumbfounded. Sir, is that child yours? Jingyuan kept a straight face. Yes. Could you ask him to stop running? The sensor is about to break from all this. Chengyan, go fetch your brother. Chengyan sighed, strode over and grabbed Chengza by the back of his collar, dragging him back. Chengza struggled. Big brother, let me go. I haven't figured it out yet. Keep studying and father will spank you. Chengza instantly went quiet. Inside the supermarket, greater disasters awaited. Nianyu lost control first. The 8-year-old chubby girl froze the moment she reached the snack aisle. Shelves lined with colorful packages, chocolate chips, jelly biscuits, stretched from floor to ceiling. Nianyua's eyes sparkled like stars. Father, she tremblingly pointed. Are all of these edible? Yes. All of them. All of them. Can we buy everything? Jingyuan watched his daughter's eyes nearly sparkle with wonder, and the corner of his mouth curved upward. Take whatever you want to eat. Those words were like an imperial decree. Nianyua charged right in. Her arms clutched a bag of chips, 2 boxes of chocolate wedged under her armpits, and she even had a lollipop wrapper dangling from her mouth. Father, this one. And this one. What's this? It smells so good. That's dog food. Nianyua gagged. Jingyuan took the dog food from her and swapped it for a box of strawberry-filled biscuits. Eat this. Nianyua happily hugged the biscuits, muttering, this place is better than the imperial kitchen. Anything you want is here. Meanwhile, young master, trouble. Uncle Zhao came running over, drenched in sweat. Jingyuan's heart sank. Who's causing trouble now? The 6th miss. She's climbed the shelves. Jingyuan closed his eyes for a moment. He hurried to the daily goods section and looked up, nearly fainting. 6-year-old Nianxuang had somehow scaled the 2-meter metal shelf barehanded and was now perched on the very top shelf, curiously flipping through the items. Father, there are so many bottles up here. What's this pink one? That's laundry detergent. Get down right now. But I can see further from up here. A supermarket staff member was jumping with anxiety. Sir, please get the child down at once. It's too dangerous. If she falls, we cannot take responsibility. Jingyuan crossed the distance in 3 quick strides, stood beneath the shelf, and held out his arms. Nianxuang, jump. Father will catch you. Can you really catch me? Obviously. When has your father ever failed to catch you? Jump. Nianxuang giggled and leapt without hesitation from the 2-meter height. Jingyuan caught her steadily in his arms, his expression unchanged. The nearby staff and onlookers gasped in astonishment. Nianxuang, nestled in her father's embrace, looked thoroughly smug. Father, there's a blue bottle up there I couldn't reach. No more climbing. Oh. Jingyuan set her down, but kept a firm grip on the back of her collar. He scanned the area and quickly counted heads. Nianqing was with Nianyao and Nianru picking out towels. Chengyan was watching over Chengyuan and Chengwan. Nianxue stood motionless, expressionless. Nianqing was tugging at Nianqing's skirt hem. Where was Chengza? Chengyan, where's Chengza? Chengyan turned and looked. His face changed. He was just here. Father, he's run off again. Jingyuan's temple throbbed. Which direction did he go? Seems to be toward that moving staircase. Escalator. Jingyuan scooped up Nianxuang and handed her to Nianqing. Watch your sisters. Don't move. He strode purposefully toward the escalator. As expected, Chengza was crouching at the escalator entrance, his face nearly touching the ground, eyes wide with wonder, watching the steps constantly vanish into the gap. It's eating the steps. Father. This iron monster is devouring its own steps. That's an escalator. It is not eating steps. Get up. Lu Jingyuan yanked him off the ground. But father, the steps clearly disappeared. They circulate. They come back up from below. I told you, it's a mechanism. Chengza dangled in the air, still kicking his short legs peering downward. Lu Jingyuan gritted his teeth, hoisted him onto his shoulder, and marched back. The 11 children were finally reassembled. Only after counting heads did the tension in Lu Jingyuan's forehead slowly ease. He glanced down at the shopping cart, now piled high like a small mountain of snacks and necessities, then at the curious glances of passers-by around him. Checkout. Let's go. At the checkout counter, the sight of 11 children lined up once again drew a crowd. Nianxue scanned the onlookers with a cold expression, her lips curling slightly. What are you staring at? The onlookers quickly averted their gazes. Just as Lu Jingyuan was swiping his card, a young man wearing sunglasses and a flowery shirt passed by. He casually glanced over, and his steps halted abruptly. He removed his sunglasses, eyes widening. Lu Jingyuan. Lu Jingyuan turned his head. He recognized the face across from him. Zhou Wenhao, Haicheng's most notorious gossip-mongering rich second generation, someone from his old social circle. Zhou Wenhao's gaze shifted from Lu Jingyuan's face to the 11 children behind him, then back again. His jaw dropped visibly. Then he did something that made Lu Jingyuan's eyebrow twitch severely. He took out his phone, the flash lit up, and clicked a photo of the entire group. Zhou Wenhao. Lu Jingyuan's voice turned icy. Zhou Wenhao was already typing furiously on his phone, muttering to himself. This is incredible. Has to post on moments. Lu Jingyuan taking 11 kids to the supermarket. Anyone would think it's fake. He looked up and met Lu Jingyuan's cold stare, grinning provocatively. Brother Yuan, when did this happen? Why didn't you tell us? Lu Jingyuan ignored him, gripping Chengwan as he turned to leave. But he knew. By then it was already too late. Chengyan followed close behind and whispered, Father, that man stole our picture. Should we go after him? Lu Jingyuan did not slow his pace, his voice calm, yet laced with killing intent. No need to chase. Let him post it. I want to see what waves this lot can stir up. Father wants to see what waves these people can stir up. Lu Jingyuan spoke these words with remarkable calm. Yet he underestimated the speed of Haicheng's wealthy second-generation gossip circles. From the supermarket back to the villa, he had barely settled the 11 children when his phone began to vibrate incessantly. 1 message. 2 messages. 10 messages. Moments, feed, private chats, even several group chats had exploded. Lu Jingyuan picked up his phone to look. Zhou Wenhao's photo had been forwarded countless times already. The caption read 3 question marks and 3 exclamation marks. Lu Jingyuan shopping at the supermarket with 11 kids. Am I not drunk? The comments section below had gone wild. He casually scrolled through a few. Old Zhou, your Photoshop skills are way too bad. 11. He's Lu Jingyuan, not a pig. Damn, is this real or fake? I zoomed in, and those kids actually look a bit like him. Front row begging for the scoop. What's going on? When did 4th Master Lu have children? The oldest one looks like he's over 10, right? Lu Jingyuan tossed his phone onto the coffee table, leaned back on the sofa, and closed his eyes. 3 seconds later the phone rang again. He picked it up and saw it was from his former fair-weather friend Master Zhang. He answered. Hello, 4th Master Lu. Master Zhang's voice sounded like someone had squeezed his throat, both sharp and thin. Did you fucking hide a huge secret from the whole world? What secret? 11 kids. When did you ever have 11 kids? Are you a production line? Lu Jingyuan's mouth twitched. Adopted. Bullshit. Adopted. Who believes that? You couldn't even keep a cactus alive before, and now you adopt kids. Believe it or not. I'm hanging up. He hung up, and the next call came immediately. This time, it was Li Jinxiang, the second son of a real estate magnate. Jingyuan. The group chats have exploded. You need to come out and explain right now. Is that photo photoshopped or real? 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 Li Jinxiang's voice cracked. Are you crazy? 11 kids. Where did you get them? Adopted. Do you think I'm stupid? Zhou Wenhao said those kids look exactly like you. Especially the youngest one, he's a miniature version of you. That's a coincidence. Coincidence. 11 coincidences. Lu Jingyuan, do you even think before you speak? My mind is perfectly fine. Don't worry about it. Anything else? If not, I'm hanging up. Wait. Li Jinxiang panicked. Bro, we've known each other for years, just tell me the truth. The truth is adoption. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Lu Jingyuan hung up and immediately switched his phone to silent mode. Messages kept popping up on the screen. He glanced at them. All similar content. Some asked if he had secretly fathered them abroad. Some guessed he had been set up. Some even asked who the mother of these children was. Lu Jingyuan didn't reply to a single one. He stood up and walked upstairs to check on the kids. Just as he reached the top of the stairs, his phone vibrated again. This time it wasn't a moment's feed. It was a message from his third brother Lu Jingyan. Old 4, I infiltrated the group of your fair-weather friends. Zhou Wenhao's photo has already spread. At least 500 people have seen it. Someone is asking about the DNA test. Lu Jingyuan frowned slightly. How did the DNA matter leak? He replied, who spread it? Lu Jingyan answered quickly, still investigating. but it's highly likely someone on the medical team had a loose tongue. Don't worry, I've already sent people to plug it. Jingyuan put his phone in his pocket, his expression darkening. He had known this couldn't be hidden forever. 11 children were not 11 cats. They couldn't be locked in the villa forever. But his original plan was to wait until their identities were settled, then slowly release the news, controlling the narrative with the safest approach. Now with Zhou Wenhao's meddling, the rhythm was completely disrupted. He went up to the second floor and pushed open the children's room door. Nianqing was teaching her younger siblings modern characters. She had found a pen and a stack of white paper from somewhere and was meticulously writing simplified characters for everyone to see. Chengyan sat by the window, arms crossed, his expression wary. As soon as he saw Jingyuan, he stood up. Father, has something happened outside? Jingyuan walked in and sat down beside Nianqing. How can you tell me? Father's expression has changed. Chengyan's gaze was earnest. It's the same as before when you received impeachment memorials in the capital. Jingyuan chuckled. It's not that serious. Just someone spread the news about you all. Now people outside know father has 11 children. Nianqing put down her pen and frowned. Spread? What will those people think? All sorts of things. Jingyuan's tone was flat. Some are curious, some mock, some want to stir up trouble. Nianqing was silent for a moment. Father, does daughter need to do something? No, you don't need to do anything. Jingyuan patted her head. Father can handle this kind of thing. Just take care of your siblings' lessons. Nianqing nodded, but the worry in her eyes didn't fully dissipate. In the ancient world, she had seen too many similar things. Rumors and gossip could sometimes wound more sharply than blades. Jingyuan went downstairs and picked up his phone again. During the silent period, dozens more messages had arrived. He scrolled through them one by one, then his gaze suddenly stopped. It was from his eldest sister, Jingyuan. The news spread faster than I expected. I just received intelligence that a gossip reporter named Sun Xiaorui is already inquiring about the address of your villa. This person is a notorious paparazzo in Haisheng's entertainment circle who has written several exposés on wealthy families. Be careful. Jingyuan read the message twice, his eyes gradually turning cold. A reporter. That was the last thing he wanted to face at this stage. The children had just arrived, still adapting to modern life. They hadn't even been to the supermarket more than a few times and still had to learn what a light bulb was. If a reporter photographed them in their ancient costumes or cornered the children for questions once their ancient mannerisms and speech were exposed, the consequences would be unimaginable. He stuffed his phone back into his pocket and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. Outside, the road beyond the villa walls was quiet, but he didn't know when that peace would be shattered. Uncle Zhao trotted over. Young master, starting tomorrow, double the perimeter security of the villa. Report immediately any unfamiliar vehicle approaching within 100 meters. Yes. Uncle Zhao hesitated. Young master, there's one more thing. Eldest young master called earlier saying Star Academy is pressing for an answer, asking when the entrance interview can be arranged. Jingyuan fell silent. School. He turned his head to glance upstairs. From there came the chattering sound of Chengza along with the noise of Nianshuang and Jingyuan playfully scuffling. These children couldn't even fully recognize simplified characters and still had to learn about electric lights and toilets, sending them to face a modern school entrance interview. It was like throwing a group of ancient people directly into an examination hall. But he also knew he couldn't delay much longer. Once their identities were processed, it would be inexcusable for them not to attend school. Jingyuan rubbed his temple, his voice very low. Uncle Zhao helped me find out what the entrance interview at Star Academy tests. Uncle Zhao acknowledged and was about to leave. Suddenly Chengza's loud voice came from upstairs. Father, that flashing little iron piece is calling again. It says something about Big Brother. Father, Big Brother is looking for you. Is he coming to beat you again? Jingyuan sighed and took the landline phone handed to him by Uncle Zhao. His eldest brother's voice came through without any nonsense. Old for the dean of Star Academy is a friend of mine. He said he can give you a week to prepare, but by next Monday you must bring at least 3 children for the interview. Otherwise the spots will be given away. Jingyuan pinched the bridge of his nose. 1 week. Making a group of ancient children who couldn't even fully recognize modern characters pass the entrance interview of a top-tier private academy in 1 week. He was silent for 3 seconds, his voice calm. Big Brother, has that interview ever eliminated a member of the Liu family? On the other end of the line, Jinxing was silent for a moment. No, but that doesn't mean it's a mere formality. The dean of Star Academy is a stubborn old man. Even for my sake, he won't let a child who knows nothing in. A slow smile curled at the corner of Jingyuan's mouth. No, nothing. His cubs had never been ones who knew nothing. Big Brother, help me set it up. For next Monday. Jinxing's tone carried a hint of surprise. Are you confident? Jingyuan leaned back on the sofa, his gaze falling on Nianqing, who was peeking half her head out from the stairwell. That eldest daughter of mine could recite admonitions for women backwards at 5, and at 10 she managed the daily affairs of a 300-person household. Do you think she can't pass a primary school entrance interview? My eldest daughter could recite the new Jeb backwards by age 5 and manage the daily affairs of 300 people across our entire estate by 10. You think she cannot pass a primary school entrance interview? After hanging up with his eldest brother, Lu Jingyuan set the interview matter aside for the moment. A week of preparation time was more than enough. There was something far more pressing to deal with now. The 11 children had survived on processed food and simple home cooking for 3 days in this modern era. They bore no complaints, but Nian Yu's gaze grew increasingly resentful. Back in ancient times, she had been the Lu estate's most notorious foodie, and 3 successive teams of imperial kitchen chefs could never satisfy her appetite. Now in an era of endless culinary delights, she could only gnaw on bread and drink milk, a true torture for her. Father, Nian Yu stood before the dining table, clutching an empty bowl, gazing at Lu Jingyuan with pleading eyes. I still want to eat meat. You just had 3 meat buns this morning. That's different. I want lots and lots of meat. Thin slices, big wide slices. Lu Jingyuan raised an eyebrow. You mean Xuanrou? What's Xuanrou? Come, I'll show you. An hour later. Inside a private room at the most upscale hot pot restaurant in Haisheng, the 11 children gathered around a massive round table. At the center, 2 bubbling broth pots, one red, one white, steamed fragrant wisps. Nian Yu's nose began twitching eagerly. Father, how delicious. What's cooking in the pot? This is called hot pot. You put raw vegetables and meat in and cook them by swishing. Can we put everything in? Yes. Nian Yu's eyes sparkled with delight, practically leaning her head into the pot. The waitress approached with the menu, and her expression stiffened slightly upon seeing the table full of children. Lu Jingyuan took the menu and flipped through it casually. 20 plates of fatty beef, 10 plates of tripe, 10 portions of shrimp paste, 10 portions of duck intestines, 5 vegetable platters. Start with these. The waitress hesitated. Sir, are you sure? That quantity. We'll order more if needed. Glancing between his face and the 11 children, she quickly nodded and hurried away. When the first plate of fatty beef arrived, Nian Yu froze. Paper-thin slices of beef lay arranged on a white porcelain plate, the marbling distinct and the fat distributed evenly. Her eyes widened roundly. Father, how did they slice this meat so thin? Machine cut. What kind of machine can slice this thin? Never mind how, just eat. Lu Jingyuan picked up a slice of beef with his chopsticks, swished it in the white broth until it changed color, and placed it in Nian Yu's bowl. Nian Yu shoved it into her mouth without waiting. The next second her eyes lit up like 2 suns. Father, keep it down. It's delicious. So delicious. 100 times better than that Mongolian chef Father hired in the capital. Her chopsticks moved like lightning, continuously dipping slices into the pot. She swallowed each bite whole without chewing. Lu Jingyuan watched her devouring manner, his lip twitching. Lu, Nian Yu, eat slowly. No one's competing with you for food. But it's too delicious, Father. On the other side, 10-year-old Jingyuan had set his sights on the red pot. He used his chopsticks to pick up a piece of tripe and dropped it into the red oil broth. The spiciness exploded instantly. Jingyuan's eyes lit up. Father, this red broth is spicy. It's delicious. You can handle spicy food. Yes, I can. He began frantically scooping everything from the red pot, tossing anything he liked into the spicy broth. Watching her brother enjoy it, Nianxing also reached across with her chopsticks. She added a slice of duck intestine to the red pot, swished it briefly, and popped it into her mouth. 3 seconds later, voila! Nianxing's mouth flew open and tears gushed forth. Spicy, 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 spicy. Father, my mouth is on fire. Lu Jingyuan quickly handed her a glass of milk. Drink milk quickly. Nianxing downed half the glass, her little face flushing red, snot and tears covering her cheeks. But after setting the glass down, she picked up her chopsticks again. Eating again. Lu Jingyuan was speechless. I want to eat more. Nianxing sniffled, stubbornly extending her chopsticks toward the red pot. The spicy one tastes good. Lu Jingyuan pressed his fingers to his forehead. Suit yourself. Don't come crying to me when you're teary-eyed from the heat. Meanwhile, Nian Shui sat motionless at her seat the entire time. Her bowl held only 2 leaves of greens and a small cube of tofu. Her chopsticks touched a piece of beef and then sat down. Nian Shui, why aren't you eating? Lu Jingyuan asked. Too greasy. Then try the shrimp paste. Don't like it. Tripe. What's that? Cow stomach. Nian Shui wrinkled her little nose. Not eating it. Lu Jingyuan did not press her. Instead, he silently pushed a plate of exquisitely thin-sliced tender beef toward her. Nian Shui glanced at it without a word. 5 minutes later, when Lu Jingyuan looked over again, the plate was empty. Yet her expression remained the same, aloof calm, as though she hadn't been eating at all, but merely moving her chopsticks. Lu Jingyuan saw it all, but dared not laugh. By then, Nian Yu had already finished her 10th plate of fatty beef. Waitress, 5 more plates of fatty beef. She had learned to call out to the staff from watching her father. The waitress peeked in her expression, having shifted from surprise to outright astonishment. Sir, this little miss has already eaten 10 plates. Bring more. Lu Jingyuan remained unfazed. 20 plates. 25. 30. Finally, Jingyuan set down her chopsticks, let out a satisfied belch, and wore an expression as content as a well-fed kitten. Father, can we come back tomorrow? We'll see. When the waitress approached with the bill, her hands were trembling. Sir, your bill. The total is 126,800 yuan. Nianqing's expression shifted. Over 100,000. Though she was unfamiliar with modern currency conversion, the magnitude of that number made it clear it was a considerable sum. Jingyuan didn't so much as lift his eyelids. He took out his card and handed it over. Charge it. The waitress took it, her gaze toward him filled with deep reverence. On the way home, Jingyuan sat in the nanny car, both hands pressing against her round, swollen belly. Father, Jingyuan is a bit overstuffed. You ate 30 plates of beef. It'd be miraculous if you weren't. But it was just so delicious. Jingyuan pouted grievously. Beside her, Nianqing, who had remained silent the whole time, finally spoke. Her voice was soft, yet carried an authority unfitting for a 14-year-old. Fifth sister, the way you dined today. If this had happened at a Liu estate banquet, you would have been punished to copy the family rules 10 times over. Jingyuan shrank her neck and shrank back. Nianqing's gaze swept over every brother and sister in the car, finally landing on Jingyuan, who was still licking sauce from his fingers. Her voice was calm, yet resolute. Starting tomorrow, everyone must observe proper conduct. This may not be ancient times, but the children of the Liu family must never bring shame upon the Liu name. From tomorrow onward, everyone must abide by the rules. This is not ancient times, but the children of the Liu family must not bring shame to the family name. The moment Nianqing spoke these words, the van fell silent instantly. The younger ones instinctively shrank their necks. Even Nian Shuang, who was usually fearless, obediently closed her mouth. They knew all too well what their eldest sister's status had been in ancient times. She was someone before whom even the head stewardess of the manor had to bow. Jingyuan leaned back in his seat, not interrupting. He knew what Nianqing intended to do, and he knew she was fully capable of it. Yet in his heart, there was a faint, indescribable bitterness. Back at the villa, the next morning before dawn had fully broken. Nianqing was already up. She had somehow found a whiteboard and a few colored markers and meticulously drew up a schedule, posting it on the most conspicuous wall in the living room. Wake up at 6:30. Wash up by 7. Breakfast at 7:30 sharp. From 8 to 11, learn literacy and basic arithmetic. Lunch at 11:30. Rest for 1 shurchen 2 hours after lunch. Study modern common knowledge in the afternoon. Free time for 1 shurchen after dinner. Lights out at 9 o'clock sharp. When Jingyuan came downstairs, he saw Nianqing standing in front of the whiteboard, hands behind her back, waiting for her younger siblings to get up. My eldest daughter up so early. Father, your daughter felt we could not continue in such a lax manner any longer. Nianqing's expression was earnest, far beyond that of a 14-year-old. The younger ones have been too indulgent these past few days. If outsiders had seen the way they ate yesterday, they would surely think the Liu family lacked upbringing. Father is already a subject of gossip outside. We must not add to your troubles. Jingyuan leaned against the stair railing, watching his eldest daughter's mature little adult face. His heart was a mix of bitterness and warmth. If you think discipline is needed, then go ahead. But one condition. Please speak, Father. Don't be too harsh. They are still young. Nianqing hesitated, then nodded. Your daughter understands. Half an hour later, the children came downstairs one by one. Nianyu was rubbing her eyes, still yawning. Chengzai's hair was a mess like a bird's nest. Nian Shuang rushed down with only one shoe on. Nianqing stood in the center of the living room and let out a crisp command. Stand straight. Everyone reflexively straightened up. That voice was all too familiar. In the ancient Liu mansion before the morning greetings, the eldest sister always gathered all the younger siblings in that same tone. From today on, everyone will live according to this schedule. Nianqing pointed at the whiteboard on the wall. Anyone who breaks the rules will stand in punishment for 1 shurchen. Nian Shuang was the first to jump out. Why? Father didn't say we had to follow rules. Nianqing gave her a look. Just one look. Nian Shuang's voice dropped by 3 notches. I was just asking. Jingyuan was also unconvinced, but he was cleverer than Nian Shuang and didn't confront directly. He sidled up to Nianqing, grinning. Eldest sister, we've only been here a few days. How about a grace period? Once we're used to things, we'll obey the rules, okay? Nianqing's expression remained unchanged. Jingyuan, you said the exact same thing to me in ancient times. And what happened? After 3 days of grace, you blew up the manor's fish pond. Jingyuan's smile froze. That was an accident. From today on, there are no accidents. Nianqing's tone left no room for negotiation. Anyone who disagrees can come and talk to me privately. No one said a word. Nian Shuang and Jingyuan exchanged a glance and simultaneously retreated back into the line. Throughout the rest of the day, Nianqing enforced her rules with swift efficiency. At breakfast, everyone had to sit upright. If anyone held their chopsticks poorly, she corrected them hand over hand. No talking while eating, no dropping rice grains. When Nianyu accidentally dropped a grain on the table, Nianqing's glare sent her scurrying to pick it up and put it back in her bowl. She looked pitiful as she did so. During literacy lessons, Nianqing was stricter than any hired tutor. Sheng Zai's handwriting was crooked, and she made him rewrite it 5 times. Eldest sister, my hand is sore. If your hand is sore, write with your left hand. My left hand is even worse. Then keep using your right hand. Write until it's neat. Sheng Zai was on the verge of tears. During the afternoon modern common knowledge lesson, Nian Shuang tried to sneak out to climb a tree when Nian Xing wasn't looking. Just as she reached the door, Nian Xing's voice came from behind. Sixth sister, come back. Nian Shuang turned around wearing a fawning smile. Eldest sister, I just wanted to go out and see. Come back and sit down. But I've been sitting all morning. My butt is flat. Come back. Nian Shuang surrendered. She hung her head and walked back to her seat, muttering under her breath. Eldest sister was like this in ancient times, and she's still like this here. Nian Xing pretended not to hear. After dinner, Jingyuan and Nian Shuang got together, crouching in the corner of the stairs to conspire. I can't take it anymore. Nian Shuang clenched her teeth. Eldest sister is way too strict. Me neither. Jingyuan rubbed his sore wrist from writing. Got any ideas? Rebellion. You'll chicken out the moment eldest sister gives you a look. What about you? You chickened out too, didn't you? They looked at each other and simultaneously slumped in defeat. How about complaining to father? Nian Shuang's eyes lit up. Useless. Jingyuan shook his head. Father clearly tacitly approved of eldest sister this morning. Didn't you see his expression? He was grinning like a sly fox. Then what do we do? Jingyuan thought for a moment and flashed a sinister smile. Tomorrow when eldest sister makes me recite something, I'll deliberately get it wrong. If she tells me to write something, I'll write it backwards. She can't keep an eye on just me forever, can she? Nian Shuang's eyes sparkled. Great idea. Me too. If she tells me to sit, I'll sit halfway and stand halfway. They grew more and more excited, completely unaware of a quiet gaze from above the stairs. Nian Xing stood in the second-floor hallway, arms crossed, expressionless, as she watched the 2 conspiring siblings below. A faint smile tugged at the corner of her mouth, then she turned and went back to her room. Meanwhile, Lu Jingyuan stood by the study window listening to the faint sounds from downstairs. Uncle Zhao entered and reported in a low voice. Young master, the eldest young lady has been managing things all day. The little ones are complaining, but they are much more disciplined than the past 2 days. But the eldest young lady hardly rested herself. While the other children napped at noon, she was still writing tomorrow's lesson plans. Lu Jingyuan tapped his fingers lightly on the windowsill. He was silent for a long time. Uncle Zhao discreetly withdrew. Lu Jingyuan opened the study door and went upstairs. Nian Xing's door was ajar, and the light was still on inside. He pushed the door open and saw Nian Xing slumped over the desk, pen in hand, already fast asleep. Several sheets of paper covered with writing lay on the desk. All were modern calligraphy and arithmetic exercises she had compiled for her younger siblings. The handwriting was neat and beautiful, every stroke brimming with earnestness. Lu Jingyuan stood there watching for a long time. Finally, he walked over gently, pulled the pen from her hand, and lifted her onto the bed. Nian Xing half opened her eyes drowsily. Father, I have to get up early tomorrow. No need to get up early. Lu Jingyuan covered her with a blanket, his voice low and tender. Starting tomorrow, father will hire a tutor. You don't have to bear the burden alone. Nian Xing's eyes were half closed, her lips moving slightly. But the younger ones only listen to me. From now on they will have to listen to the tutor too. Lu Jingyuan ruffled her hair. My eldest daughter, in this world you just need to be a 14-year-old girl. Leave the managing to your father. Nian Xing did not reply. She was already fast asleep. Lu Jingyuan tucked the blanket around her and stood up. At the door a small figure had appeared unnoticed. Chengwan, wearing his bunny slippers, stood outside, holding a pillow. He looked up with his childish face and asked in a baby voice, Father, is eldest sister exhausted? Lu Jingyuan crouched down and scooped the little one up. Your eldest sister has always worried too much ever since she was young. Chengwan buried his face in his father's shoulder and mumbled. Then can you tell eldest sister tomorrow to let her be a child too? Eldest sister never got to be a child in ancient times. Lu Jingyuan held the youngest in the hallway, his gaze fixed on Nian Xing's closed door. His voice was as soft as a sigh. Your father is working on it, so that every one of you can truly be a child for once. Your father is finding a way so that each of you can properly experience being a child. Lu Jingyuan did exactly as he said. The next morning he arranged for old Zhao to handle the tutoring matters, temporarily lifting the burden from Yinxing. As for himself, he took all 11 kids out to watch a movie. Dad, what's a movie? Chingza began asking as soon as they were in the car. It's the pictures inside that big box, but 100 times bigger than the one at home. Chingza's eyes instantly went wide. 100 times. Does that mean it's as big as a wall? Bigger than a wall? Then do the people inside get bigger too? Yes. What if those people walk out? Could they step on us? Lu Jingyuan rubbed his temples. They can't come out. You'll see when you watch. Ask less, look more. Chingza shut up, but his eyeballs kept rolling around, clearly 100 new questions already bubbling up in his mind. Half an hour later, Haisheng City Cinema. Lu Jingyuan had old Zhao book an entire screening hall in advance. He knew his bunch of kids all too well. If they sat with strangers, Chingza would blow the whole theater apart with questions, and Nianshuang could climb right onto the screen. The 11 children filed into the screening hall one after another. It was pitch dark. Lights had been dimmed with only faint glows from the floor lamps on either side. Nianqing was the first to stop, her small hand gripping Lu Jingyuan's clothes tightly. Dad, it's so dark here. It's fine, it'll light up soon. Sit down. The children felt their way to the seats. Nianqing led several younger sisters to sit in one row. Chang'an took the younger brothers to the row behind, with Lu Jingyuan sitting in the middle, Xingyuan on his left, and Nianqing on his right. Just as everyone had settled in, the lights in the screening hall went out completely. Darkness swallowed everything. Aunt! Xingyuan's cry of fright erupted suddenly. The 4-year-old sprang straight from his seat and threw himself into Lu Jingyuan's arms, his tiny body shaking like a sieve. Dad! The sky has gone dark. There are monsters. His voice cracked with tears as both small hands gripped Lu Jingyuan's neck tightly. At the same moment, a hushed voice came from the back row. Chang'an, brothers and sisters, don't move. I'm here. Lu Jingyuan glanced back in the dim light, and his eyes widened. 12-year-old Chang'an had leapt to his feet, fists clenched tight, crouched low, ready to face whatever threat might appear. Chang'an, sit down. Dad, what if there's an ambush? There's no ambush. This is just turning off the lights before the show starts. Sit. Chang'an hesitated for 2 seconds before slowly sinking back into his seat, though his fists remained locked tight. Lu Jingyuan bent down and patted Chang'an's back. Don't be afraid, father is here. It will brighten soon enough. Chang'an sniffled, his voice muffled. Really? I'd be a puppy if I were lying. Before the words had even finished echoing, the screen illuminated. A massive image exploded into view before them, colors so vivid they seemed ready to burst, accompanied by a joyous soundtrack that vibrated through the air. Chang'an jerked his head up from Lu Jingyuan's embrace, tears still clinging to his cheeks, but his eyes now wide with wonder. Every child simultaneously let out an audible gasp. It's so big. Dad didn't lie, it really is bigger than a wall. That rabbit is moving. Cheng's voice rang out theatist as he launched himself from his seat, nearly poking Nianyao's head in the row ahead with his finger. Dad, how did that rabbit get in there? How big is it inside that wall? Does it live in there? Sit down and watch. But Dad, ask one more question and we're leaving. Chengza pouted but obediently sank back into his seat, though his lips kept moving silently, clearly talking to himself. The film was a children's animation about a little rabbit's adventure. 15 minutes later, every single child fell completely silent. They were all utterly absorbed by the story unfolding on screen. Nianyue forgot about the snacks in her hand, holding potato chips suspended in midair without moving. Nianshuang sat quietly for once, her eyes fixed without wavering. Even Nianshue's usually cold expression showed a trace of focused attention. And 5-year-old Nianxing was the most emotionally expressive of them all. When the little rabbit encountered danger, she covered her eyes. What will it die, Dad? No, look. The little rabbit was rescued by its friends. Nianxing immediately lowered her hands, her tears giving way to a smile. Great. It didn't die. But then the little rabbit got separated from its mother. Nianxing's tears fell again. Dad, it's so pitiful it can't find its mother. Lu Jingyuan's hand rested on her small head, gently rubbing it. In the end, the little rabbit reunited with its mother. Nianxing's eyes curved into crescents as she clapped her tiny hands enthusiastically. Awesome. It found its mother. Jingyuan leaned over from behind, muttering under his breath. Can fifth sister stop crying and laughing all at once? It's so noisy. Nianxing whirled around to glare at him, her eyes still red. I'm not crying. Sand just got in my eyes. Where would sand come from in here? There was... Lu Jingyuan reached out and flicked Jingyuan's forehead. Don't bully your younger sister. Jingyuan shrank back. Throughout the entire movie, Chingza was the only one who couldn't stay quiet. Even though Lu Jingyuan had warned him not to speak, he was struggling terribly to hold back. Every 3 minutes, he'd lean close to Lu Jingyuan's ear and whisper, Dad, how did that bad fox appear? Dad, where does the sound of their voices come from? Dad, is there a whole bunch of people acting behind that wall? Lu Jingyuan's scalp tingled from all the questions. Finally, he simply shoved a bucket of popcorn into his arms. Eat. Keep your mouth busy. With his mouth stuffed full of popcorn, Chingza finally kept quiet. When the movie ended and the lights came on, all 11 children were still lost in the story they'd just watched, taking several moments to snap back to reality. Dad, can we come back tomorrow? Nianxing asked first. We'll come back in a few days. But I still want to watch The Little Rabbit. We'll watch something else next time. Let's go. Lu Jingyuan led his group of thoroughly satisfied kids out. As soon as they stepped out of the screening hall, another group was approaching in the corridor. A young mother with 4 or 5 children of roughly similar ages appeared, seemingly having just finished watching a movie as well. The two groups encountered each other head-on in the corridor. The children curiously eyed Lu Jingyuan's impressive procession. One robust little boy about 5 or 6 years old stared fixedly at Nianxing for several seconds. Then he suddenly dashed over and grabbed Nianxing's hand. You're so cute. What's your name? Nianxing froze, her little face instantly flushing red. Before she could react, a small figure had already darted out from behind her. Jingyuan stepped in front of Nianxing, staring at the boy with fierce determination, both small hands planted on his hips. Don't touch my sister. Which family do you belong to? State your name. Don't you dare touch my sister. Whose little brat are you? State your name. Jingyuan's babyish voice exploded in the hallway, tender yet brimming with authority. The boy, sturdy and bold, was startled into withdrawing his hand, staring wide-eyed at the little one who was even shorter than himself. I was just talking to her. Talking doesn't mean you can hold her hand. Jingyuan stepped forward, puffing out his small chest. My sister's hand is off limits to outsiders. The boy's lips quivered, and he turned and ran back to his mother. The young mother smiled, awkwardly pulling her child away quickly. Jingyuan stood behind, watching his youngest child, hands on hips, beaming with pride. A smile tugged at his lips. He scooped up Jingyuan and flicked his nose. Why so fierce? He was just complimenting your sister's beauty. Still not allowed. Jingyuan declared with righteous indignation. Dad said the girls of the Lu family must not be approached by any outside boys. Jingyuan froze. He had indeed said that. But that was back in ancient times when Jingyuan was 3 and the young master of the Wang family next door had chased Nianxing for 3 whole streets. He never expected this little rascal to have such a good memory. Nianxing shrank behind. Nianxing, her face flushed, her voice as faint as a mosquito's. Little brother is so fierce. Jingyuan glanced at her and let out a babyish snort. Jingyuan is protecting his sister. Elder sister, don't be afraid. Nianxing looked down at the scene, a smile curving her lips as she reached out to rub Jingyuan's little head. All right, little guard. Let's go home. They returned to the villa at around 3 in the afternoon. Just as Jingyuan settled the children in the living room, Uncle Zhao came over and reported in a low voice. Young master, madam is here. She's waiting for you in the small sitting room on the 2nd floor. Jingyuan raised an eyebrow. Song Wanqing had been coming more and more frequently these days. From the initial furious visits to sending gifts daily, and now she was practically staying over. He went upstairs and pushed open the door of the small sitting room. Song Wanqing sat on the sofa, surrounded by a full row of shopping bags, big and small, colorful, and scattered across half the room. Mom, what did you buy this time? Clothes for the children. Song Wanqing didn't even look up, pulling out a pink dress from a bag and holding it up. This dress suits Nianxing. The color complements her fair skin. Jingyuan leaned against the doorframe, not rushing in. He watched his mother carefully selecting children's clothes, a warmth stirring in his heart. Mom, you've been coming here every day these days. What about Big Brother's place? Song Wanqing shot him a glare. Your big brother is 35. Does he still need me to look after him? But you have 11 children here, and just a useless father like you to take care of them. If I don't keep an eye on things, what would happen? I'm doing a decent job. Decent? Song Wanqing stood up, hands on her hips. Yesterday Uncle Zhao told me Chengze blew up a light bulb and Nian Shuang clogged the toilet. Did you handle it? I did. And still these things happened. Jingyuan smiled and didn't argue. Arguing with an old mother was the most pointless thing in the world. Even more pointless than arguing with Big Brother. As they were speaking, footsteps sounded from downstairs. Then a sweet, milky voice drifted up from the stairway. Grandma. Nianxing. The 5-year-old girl, somehow realizing Grandma had arrived, scrambled up the stairs in a flurry. She threw herself against Song Wanqing's legs, tilting her face up, eyes sparkling. Grandma, Nianxing missed you. Song Wanqing's expression instantly switched from lecturing son mode to affectionate grandma mode. She bent down and scooped up Nianxing. A little star is here. Missed Grandma. Nianxing wrapped her arms around her neck, nuzzling her cheek against Song Wanqing's shoulder. Grandma smells so nice, like a flower. Song Wanqing's smile was unstoppable. This child has such a sweet tongue. Jingyuan watched his mother, who looked ready to tuck Nianxing into her pocket, and chuckled inwardly. Nianxing, this little girl, had been the best at coaxing in ancient times. From the Empress Dowager to the street vendors, there was no one she couldn't charm. Grandma, today Dad took us to see a movie. Nianxing chattered away, nestled in Song Wanqing's arms. There was a little bunny that lost its mother and then found her again. Nianxing was so happy. Really? Was it good? Good, but a little scary. When it was dark, Nianxing was scared. Then Grandma will go with you next time, so you won't be scared, okay? Okay. Nianxing nodded vigorously and kissed Song Wanqing on the cheek. Grandma is the best. Song Wanqing's heart melted at that kiss. Jingyuan coughed. Mom, you've never treated me like this. Are you as adorable as her? Song Wanqing glanced at him. When you were little, you cried like a pig being slaughtered. Just seeing you gave me a headache. Jingyuan's lips twitched, but he said nothing. It was evening. Song Wanqing actually tied on an apron and walked into the kitchen. Uncle Zhao's jaw nearly dropped when he saw this. The last time Madam had cooked was 15 years ago, on the 30th birthday of the eldest son, Jinxing. Madam, you are. Move aside. I'm going to cook for the children. Song Wanqing rolled up her sleeves and took ingredients from the fridge. What have those chefs you hired been making? Yesterday, Nian, you said the soup was too salty. Today I'll do it myself. Jingyuan leaned against the kitchen doorway, watching in silence. 40 minutes later, Song Wanqing emerged carrying a large pot of pork rib and lotus root soup. There was also a bowl of steamed egg custard specially made for Jingyuan with a smiley face drawn in ketchup. Time to eat, she called out toward the living room. The 11 children drawn by the aroma rushed over like a swarm. Nianyu ran the fastest, leaning in to take a deep breath of the steam. So fragrant. 100 times better than the last few days. Song Wanqing tapped her on the head with the ladle as she leaned in. Sit down properly before you eat. Don't crowd around like a little kitten. Nianyu obediently sat down, but her eyes never left the pot of soup. Jingyuan washed his mother ladle soup for each child from the oldest to the youngest, ensuring every bowl had nearly the same number of ribs. He raised his own bowl to drink. Song Wanqing slapped his hand. Children first. You're last. I'm your son too. You're 25, and you're competing with a 4-year-old. Where's your face? Jingyuan, holding his steamed egg custard, looked up at Song Wanqing and said in a babyish voice, Grandma, Jingyuan's egg is so yummy. Song Wanqing's expression softened like cotton. Eat up then. Grandma will steam another bowl for you when you're done. Jingyuan smiled with narrowed eyes, scooping up the custard quickly. After the meal, the children were led upstairs by Nianqing to wash up. Only Jingyuan and Song Wanqing remained in the living room. Song Wanqing sat on the sofa holding a cup of tea, her gaze fixed on the staircase. From there came the sounds of children playing. Chengze shouting, Big sister, I ate the toothpaste again, and Nian Shuang yelling, I want to bathe first. Fourth son, my. Song Wanqing's voice was very soft, carrying a tone Jingyuan had never heard from her before. These children, their upbringing is truly good. Nianqing's demeanor is more composed than your sister-in-law's was back then. Though Jingyuan is young, he knows how to protect others and isn't selfish. Even the most mischievous one, Nian Shuang. She's rowdy, but she knows right from wrong. Jingyuan didn't answer, waiting for her to continue. Song Wanqing took a sip of tea and fell silent for a long time. That dream of yours, whether it's real or not. If you've raised 11 children like this, it means you never wronged them in this life. No, in that life. Jingyuan's throat tightened slightly. This was probably the closest thing to recognition Song Wanqing had ever given him, her useless youngest son. He leaned back on the sofa, his voice calm. Mom, I promise you I won't wrong them in this life either. Song Wanqing hummed and didn't reply. But she set down her teacup, stood up, and walked toward the staircase. After a few steps, she suddenly stopped. Without turning around, her voice was very soft, as if talking to herself. Your father sat in the study all last night. Do you know what he was looking at? Jingyuan looked up. Song Wanqing's silhouette paused for a moment. He took out your childhood photos and compared them one by one with Jingyuan's face. After comparing, he sat there laughing for half an hour. She paused, her voice carrying a softness she herself didn't notice. Your father asked me to check if you could bring the children back to the old mansion for a meal this weekend. He said the big desk in the study is just right for 11 children to sit around. Your father asked me to check if you can bring the kids back to the old house for dinner this weekend. That sentence echoed in Jingyuan's mind all evening. The next morning, before he had even pondered the trip to the old house, his eldest sister, Jingwei, called. Laosi, I'll come to your place at 3 this afternoon. I have something to give you. Her tone was crisp and decisive. She hung up before he could reply. Jingyuan glanced at the time. 8:30 in the morning. From upstairs came the sounds of Nian Shuang and Chengze squabbling over the bathroom, followed by Nianqing's firm voice, line up, which silenced them both. He pocketed his phone and went upstairs to handle the little rascals. At 3 o'clock sharp, a black Maybach pulled up at the villa's entrance. Jingwei stepped out holding a black briefcase in one hand and a phone in the other, still on a call. All right, that's settled. Settle the remaining payment before Monday. She hung up, stepped inside on her high heels, and swept a glance at the children watching cartoons in the living room. The corner of her mouth twitched slightly. She didn't linger. She walked straight to the study. Jingyuan was already waiting inside. Got it done. Obviously. Jingwei placed the briefcase on the desk and unzipped it. I said 3 days, and it's 3 days. She pulled out a stack of documents and laid them neatly on the table. 11 household registers. 11 ID cards. 11 passports. All brand new with crisp edges and the lingering scent of fresh ink. Jingyuan picked up the top household register and opened it. Head of household Jingyuan. Relationship to head of household, eldest daughter. Name Nianqing. The date of birth was clearly printed 14 years ago. Place of origin Haisheng. He flipped to another. Jingyuan. Relationship to head of household, fourth son. Date of birth 4 years ago. 11 registers, every single one present. What channel did you use? Jingyuan asked. Jingwei leaned against the desk, arms crossed. Overseas adoption. Nominally, they're orphans you legally adopted abroad. All paperwork is complete with the consulate stamp. They entered the country through a special channel and are registered under your name. Won't the consulate investigate? Investigate what? Jingwei's lips curled. The documents are real, the process is real, the official seals are real. Just the timeline was compressed a bit. Jingyuan didn't press further. His eldest sister never left loose ends. He flipped through the 11 household registers one by one. On every page his name stood alongside those of the children. Lu Nianxing, Lu Nianyao, Lu Qingyan, Lu Nianru, Lu Jingyuan, Lu Nianxua, Lu Nianyue, Lu Qingze, Lu Nianshuang, Lu Nianxing, Lu Qingwan. In ancient times they were his blood. In the modern world from today onward in the eyes of the law, they were also his children. Black ink on white paper, official seals in red. No one could touch them. Lu Jingyuan closed the last register, his thumb brushing over the words Resident Household Register on the cover. He said nothing, but the curve of his lips was deep. Seen enough. Lu Jingwei's voice came from the side. Then put them away. She pulled out another file from the briefcase. This contains the templates for school enrollment records. The 11 children span a wide age range from kindergarten to junior high. Setting up the records requires cooperation from the schools, but I've prepared all the preliminary materials. Lu Jingyuan took the file without opening it. Eldest sister, you've been working on this for 3 days and nights, haven't you? Lu Jingwei paused. What's it to you? I mean, thank you for your hard work. Lu Jingwei lifted her chin and looked at him. Then she pulled another folded piece of paper from her pocket and slapped it on the table. Don't give me that. Look at this. Lu Jingyuan unfolded the paper. It was a printed list of 5 schools, each with a brief remark. Star Private Academy, Haicheng's top private school, K-12 full coverage. Haicheng Foreign Language School, focus on languages, international track. Jingyuan Academy, new style education, highest tuition. Mingda Affiliated Primary School, prestigious old school, more traditional. Hanlin Experimental Middle School, strong in science. Lu Jingwei pointed to the top one. Big Brother has already spoken to Star Academy. This school covers kindergarten through high school, so all 11 kids can go there without being split across different schools. Convenient for drop-offs and pickups and centralized management. But she shifted her tone. Star Academy isn't a place you can buy your way into. The entrance interview is a hard barrier. The principal is a stubborn old scholar who doesn't bend for anyone. Lu Jingyuan put away the list and leaned back in his chair. I know. Big Brother said to bring 3 for the interview next Monday. 3 isn't enough. Lu Jingwei shook her head. My suggestion is to handle all of them at once. The longer we drag it out, the more rumors spread outside. Get the kids enrolled before the buzz spirals out of control. Once they're in school, they have an official identity. That's more effective than any explanation. Lu Jingyuan was silent for a few seconds. 11 at once. Can Star handle that? The slots aren't an issue. I'll coordinate. The question is whether your kids can pass the interview. Lu Jingwei looked at him. Are you confident? Lu Jingyuan didn't answer immediately. He thought for a moment, then slowly curved his lips. Eldest sister, have you seen Nianxing's calligraphy? No. I'll have her write a piece for you someday. Lu Jingyuan's voice was calm. My eldest daughter practiced calligraphy for 10 years in ancient times. Her delicate Zanhua Shaokai script is top tier, even in today's calligraphy circles. Lu Jingwei raised an eyebrow. Are you sure? Have I ever bragged about the kids, eh? Lu Jingwei stared at him for a few seconds, then suddenly smiled. That smile carried a hint of admiration she herself didn't quite notice. All right, then sort it out yourself before Monday. She straightened up and picked up her briefcase. 11 kids, 11 interviews. Time, materials, logistics, all on you. She stopped at the study door and turned her head. One more thing. Father wants you to bring the kids to the old house for dinner this weekend. Don't forget. The old man has been fussing with that big table at home these days, and he even had the servants add 6 extra chairs. A slight smile played on her lips. If you don't go, he'll blow up your phone. With that, Lu Jingwei left. Lu Jingyuan sat in the study facing the 11 household registers and the school list. He picked up the top register, flipped to Lu Qingwan's page, and stared at it for a long time. 4 years old. In ancient times, he had watched this child grow from birth to adulthood, and now he would witness it all over again. The study door cracked open, and a little head poked in. It was Qingwan. Dad has that Anne in black with the spiky shoes gone. She's gone. Come here. Qingwan pattered over, and Lu Jingyuan scooped him onto his lap. The little guy spotted the household registers spread on the table and reached out curiously. Dad, what's this? This is your identity. Lu Jingyuan opened Qingwan's register for him to see. From today in this world, you are officially Dad's son. Qingwan tilted his head and stared for a long time. Though he couldn't read a single character, he understood the phrase, Dad's son. He looked up and said in a childish voice. But Qingwan was always Dad's son. Lu Jingyuan smiled. Yes, always was. He held Qingwan against his chest, leaning back in the chair, his gaze falling on the school list. Star Academy. Next Monday. 11 kids, all at once for the entrance interview. He tapped his fingers on the desk, his voice low, as if speaking to himself. Time to show you what a modern school is like. Qingwan looked up from his arms and suddenly asked, Dad, what if bad people bully us at school? Lu Jingyuan looked down at those jet black eyes, a slow smile spreading across his lips. Then Dad will buy the school. Then Father will buy the academy. This was of course a jest to soothe his child. But Lu Jingyuan never spoke idly. Whether he would buy it or not was another matter, but whoever dared to bully his children, he had plenty of ways to make them regret it. After dinner, the 11 children were herded upstairs by Nianqing to wash up. Lu Jingyuan sat alone in his study, spreading the school list across the desk. Starlight Private Academy. It was the undisputed top private school in Haisheng, covering kindergarten through high school. Its student body came from the wealthy and powerful. Academic quality was unmatched, and its annual advancement rate crushed all public schools. More importantly, all 11 children could be enrolled in the same school. No need to split them up or shuttle between multiple locations. He pulled out his phone and scrolled through the materials Uncle Zhao had sent earlier that day. Starlight Academy's admission interviews were divided into 3 tiers. Kindergarten simple cognitive tests and behavior observation. Primary school basic Chinese and math tests plus a talent showcase. Middle school written exam plus interview assessing overall competence. Lu Jingyuan set down his phone and mentally reviewed the situation of all 11 children. Only Changwan was in kindergarten age 4. Cognitive tests were no problem for him. Though young, he had learned a lot from his elder siblings in the ancient world and was sharp-minded. 6 were in primary school. Chengzhe 7, Nianshuang 6, and Nianxing 5. These 3 gave him the most headaches. Chengzhe asked endless questions, Nianshuang couldn't sit still, and Nianxing cried at the slightest tension. Nianyue 8, Nianxue 9, and Chengyuan 10. These 3 were manageable. Nianxue was sharp-tongued, but clever. Chengyuan had many tricks and learned fast, and Nianyu's only flaw was her obsession with food. 3 were in middle school. Nianxing 14, Nianyao 13, and Chengyan 12. These 3 worried him the least. Nianxing had been a polymath in the ancient world, handling accounts, managing people, and running the household. Her mind worked faster than anyone's. Nianyao had exceptional social skills and could get along anywhere. Chengyan was steady and diligent, able to focus on any subject. The problem was that all they had learned was ancient knowledge. They could recite the 4 books and 5 classics backward, but when asked what 1 + 1 equals, they would reach for an abacus. Modern mathematics and English were completely foreign territory to them. 1 week, was it enough? Lu Jingyuan tapped the desk, lost in thought, when a soft knock came at the study door. Father, it's me. Nianxing's voice. Come in. The door opened, and Nianxing stepped in. Behind her followed Chengyan. The 2 had clearly come together by prior agreement. Nianxing stopped before the desk, her gaze falling on the school list. She paused. Father, are we going to school? Interview next Monday. Chengyan walked to the side, hands clasped behind his back, expression serious. Father, what kind of interview? Lu Jingyuan handed the phone with the materials to Nianxing. Nianxing took it and read it carefully. Her brows slowly furrowed. Father, I can roughly understand the Chinese part here. But what is mathematics and English? Mathematics is arithmetic, but much more complex than the abacus. English is another language what the foreigners speak. Nianxing bit her lip. We don't know any of it. So we'll have to cram these few days. Lu Jingyuan's tone was calm. But don't be too nervous. The interview isn't just about textbook knowledge. It also assesses overall competence. What you learned in the ancient world is still useful here. For example, Chengyan asked. For example, Nianxing's calligraphy. In the interview, that's a talent showcase. A single stroke of her delicate floral script would make the examiners drop their jaws. Or Cheng, in your martial arts foundation. Modern schools value athletic talent. Or Nian Yao's eloquence. During the interview, she could charm the examiner into delight. Nianxing nodded thoughtfully. But Chengyan still frowned. Father, I'm not worried about myself. I'm worried about the younger ones. His voice lowered. Chengzhe can't sit still for 5 minutes without asking questions. Nianshuang will probably climb the desks in the exam room, and Nianxing cries at the sight of strangers. What do we do about them? Lu Jingyuan looked at his eldest son's worried little face and smiled. Why are you worrying so much? Father is here. But Father can't follow us into the exam room, can he? I can't go in, but I can train them beforehand. Lu Jingyuan stood up and patted Cheng and shoulder. These few days you and Nianxing help me keep an eye on things. The older ones lead the younger ones. No one gets left behind. Cheng An's brow relaxed slightly. Yes, Father. Nianxing returned the phone to Lu Jingyuan, hesitated, then spoke. Father, there's one more thing. Speak. After we go to school, we'll meet many outsiders. Nianxing's voice was soft. If someone asks about our background, where we studied before, what our family is like, what should we say? Lu Jingyuan looked at his eldest daughter's cautious eyes, and his gaze softened. This girl always thought further than anyone else. You all lived abroad before, and Father brought you back. His tone was firm. You grew up overseas, so you're not familiar with domestic things. Just say that. No need to explain further. What if someone keeps pressing? Then don't answer. Lu Jingyuan's lips curled. Remember this, the children of the Lu family owe no one an explanation. A trace of reassurance flickered in Nianxing's eyes, and she softly said, Chengyan nodded too, his fists unconsciously clenching. Father, I will protect the younger ones. Even at school. I know. Lu Jingyuan ruffled his hair. But don't be too tense. You're going to school, not to war. Cheng An's lips twitched, but he didn't reply. The expression on his little face was unmistakably that of one about to march into battle. Lu Jingyuan shook his head and said no more. After the two older ones left, he sat back down at the desk. He picked up his phone, scrolled to the contacts, and found a number. Starlight Academy Principal's office. He pressed the dial button. It rang twice before being answered. A female voice came through, polite and professional. Hello, Starlight Academy Principal's office. I am Lu Jingyuan. There was a 1-second pause on the other end. Mr. Lu, how may I assist you? The tone shifted from polite to respectful. There were many Lus in Haisheng, but only one Lu Jingyuan could call the principal's office directly. I'd like to schedule an admission interview for next Monday. Certainly, Mr. Lu. May I ask how many children? Lu Jingyuan leaned back in his chair, his voice calm. 11. Silence on the line. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. When the voice spoke again, there was a clear note of uncertainty. Mr. Lu, did you say 11? Yes. 11 children from kindergarten to middle school. Arrange interviews, all at once Monday morning. Another silence of several seconds. Then the voice took a deep breath, struggling to maintain professionalism. Mr. Lu, this situation is quite unusual. I need to consult the principal. May I put you on hold? I'll wait 5 minutes. The call was transferred. During the wait, Lu Jingyuan could imagine the chaos erupting in that office. In less than 3 minutes, the line reconnected. This time a male voice spoke, aged but vigorous. Mr. Lu Jingyuan. I am Zhou Hengyuan, principal of Starlight Academy. Principal Zhou, I've heard much about you. You flatter me. Zhou Hengyuan paused. Mr. Lu, I'm an old friend of your elder brother. He mentioned earlier that you would arrange admission interviews for your children. But I was told just now that 11 children would be interviewed simultaneously. That number does exceed our daily capacity. So I'd like to confirm the age distribution and intended grades of these 11 children, so I can allocate interviewers and exam rooms in advance. Lu Jingyuan listed the children's ages and corresponding grades. The sound of pen scratching paper came from the other end. After listening, Zhou Hengyuan was silent for a few seconds. Mr. Lu, I'll speak frankly. Please do. Starlight Academy is not a place you can buy your way into. The interview is a respect for every child and a responsibility to the other students. No matter which Lu family you belong to, the standards will not be lowered. Lu Jingyuan smiled. Principal Zhou, what I want is precisely that the standards not be lowered. His voice was soft, but carried an undeniable certainty. Next Monday, just have your examiners ready. My children need no one to lower the standards for them. At 7 o'clock on Monday morning, Lu Jingyuan woke all 11 of his children. Nianqing had risen even earlier. At 6:30, she was already up, checking each sibling's clothes, shoes, and hair. When Lu Jingyuan came downstairs, he saw his eldest daughter crouching on the floor, braiding Nianqing's hair while murmuring something softly. Big girl, nervous. Nianqing looked up at him and shook her head. Not nervous. I just want my brothers and sisters to look their best. Lu Jingyuan smiled and said nothing more. At 8 o'clock sharp, 2 cars departed from the villa, a stretch business van and a family car. 20 minutes later, the vehicles stopped at the main gate of Haisheng Academy. The academy occupied a vast area with European-style buildings scattered in an orderly fashion, and several century-old ginkgo trees cast dappled shadows across the fountain plaza. It was the morning rush hour, and many parents were dropping off their children. Luxury cars were nothing unusual here. They were everywhere. But what happened after Lu Jingyuan's stretch business van came to a halt left everyone stunned. The door opened. The first to step out was Nianqing, a 14-year-old girl with a tall, upright posture, her long hair tied back, with a ribbon, her gaze calm and steady. The second was Nianyao, hopping and skipping, looking left and right. The third Qingyan. The fourth Nianru. The fifth Jingyuan. The sixth. The seventh. The eighth. Parents at the school gate began whispering among themselves. Still coming out. How many children are there? Oh my God, did you count? That's 8 already. Who is that man? He looks way too young. The 9th Nianshuang. The 10th Nianqing. The 11th Lu Jingyuan carried out in his arms. Chengwan. The 4-year-old little bundle clung to his father's shoulder, his eyes scanning the unfamiliar surroundings with wariness. The entire school gate fell into dead silence. Then it erupted. 11. No way, one father with 11 children. Wait, I know that man. He's the 4th son of the Lu family. The one Zhou Wenhao posted on his moments. Lu Jingyuan paid no heed to the murmurs. Holding Chengwan with one hand, the other hanging naturally, he led the 11 children arranged in an orderly line through the school gate. Nianqing walked at the very front, leading the group, while Chengyan brought up the rear. The children in the middle lined up by age, their steps neat, their expressions varied, but all with straight backs. Several passing parents gaped for a moment. One well-dressed lady in a mink coat couldn't help grabbing the person beside her. What a spectacle! And how do all these children carry themselves so elegantly? Look at that girl in front. The poise she has. My daughter at 18 doesn't have that kind of presence. The security guard at the gate glanced at the name on the pass and immediately snapped to attention. Welcome, Mr. Lu. The principal is waiting for you in the administration building. Lu Jingyuan nodded and led the group straight inside. On the 2nd floor of the administration building in the principal's office, Zhou Hengyuan was already waiting at the door. He was in his 60s with graying hair, but a vigorous spirit, wearing a dark gray mouse suit that exuded the old-school scholar's uprightness. The moment he saw Lu Jingyuan leading the children around the corridor, Zhou Hengyuan's expression changed. First came surprise. 11 children, though he had mentally prepared for it, still struck him when he saw them in person. Then came scrutiny. His gaze swept from the eldest Nianqing to the youngest Jingyuan one by one. Finally his brow relaxed, and a glimmer of undisguised brightness surfaced in his eyes. These children were not only strikingly handsome, their bearing alone set them apart from ordinary kids. Nianqing's eyes were as calm as still water, steadier than many adults. Jingyuan stood there like a little pine tree, his back ramrod straight. Even the youngest Jingyuan, though curled up in his father's arms, had a look in his eyes that radiated a wisdom far beyond his age. Zhou Hengyuan cleared his throat and extended his hand. Mr. Lu, welcome. Lu Jingyuan shifted Jingyuan to his left arm and shook hands with his right. Principal Zhou, sorry for the trouble. Please come in. Zhou Hengyuan stepped aside, his eyes sweeping over the children, once more the corners of his mouth twitching. He did a quick calculation in his mind. The fourth son of the Lu family, bringing 11 children at once. If even 3 or 4 of them performed well academically, they would be a living advertisement for Shinshin Academy. Besides, judging by their demeanor, these kids were definitely not the kind of spoiled brats raised by money. Mr. Lu, I've already arranged all the interview schedules for the children. Zhou Hengyuan sat down behind his desk and adjusted his glasses. 2 exam rooms for the middle school division, 3 for the elementary school division, and 1 for the kindergarten. The interviewers are the grade directors and senior teachers. Thank you for your trouble, Principal. It's my pleasure. Zhou Hengyuan smiled, his gaze settling on Nianqing. This is your eldest daughter. Yes. Young lady, what is your name? Nianqing stepped forward and gave a slight bow. Principal, my name is Lu Nianqing. Zhou Hengyuan's eyes lit up. Such manners, such poise. She could be called a refined young lady from a noble family. He was about to say something more when the office door was knocked twice. A middle-aged woman in glasses entered holding a stack of forms. Principal, I need your confirmation on the class placement. She glanced at the room full of children, froze for a moment, then quickly averted her eyes. These 11 students range from 4 to 14 years old, covering kindergarten, 1st to 5th grade of elementary school, and 1st and 2nd year of middle school. But according to the enrollment records, some of the students have no formal school registration history. They came from overseas. Lu Jingyuan interjected, his tone calm. I have complete overseas study certificates for the registration issue. I'll have my secretary contact your academic affairs office. The woman glanced at Zhou Hengyuan, who nodded, and she asked no further questions. All right, then we'll assign classes based on interview results. However, there's a small issue. She flipped through the forms. The youngest, Lu Jingyuan, 4 years old, belongs to the kindergarten class. But our kindergarten has arranged an adaptive interview today. The child needs to stay alone with the teacher in the classroom for half an hour. Parents cannot be present. Jingyuan had been quietly lying on his father's shoulder, but upon hearing this, his entire little body tensed up. He lifted his head and gripped Lu Jingyuan's collar tightly with both hands. Dad. Lu Jingyuan looked down at him. Jingyuan's eyes were already reddening. Jingyuan won't go. Jingyuan wants to stay with Dad. Zhou Hengyuan waved his hand with a smile. Don't be afraid, little one. The kindergarten teachers are very gentle. Jingyuan suddenly turned his head and glared at him, a fierce, adorable expression, like a little wolf guarding its food. No. Jingyuan won't go. His voice was already tinged with tears, and his small hands clutched Lu Jingyuan's neck tighter and tighter. The woman from the academic affairs office looked troubled. Mr. Lu, this. Lu Jingyuan patted Jingyuan's back and was about to speak when a light, quick footstep sounded at the entrance to the principal's office. A young woman in a light blue apron with a ponytail walked in cheerfully. Principal, I'm teacher Zhou from the kindergarten class. I heard there's a new little friend coming for an interview today. She saw Jingyuan, her eyes brightening, and bent down to approach. Oh, this little one is so adorable. What's your name? Will you come with teacher Zhou? I have lots of toy cars in my classroom. Jingyuan buried his face into Lu Jingyuan's neck and mumbled a reply. No. Jingyuan is not going anywhere. No one can separate Jingyuan from Dad. No. Jingyuan is not going anywhere. No one is going to separate Jingyuan from his father. Jingyuan's tearful voice exploded in the principal's office, his 4-year-old body trembling like a leaf in the wind. He clung to Lu Jingyuan's neck, tightly burying his face in his father's shoulder, tears and snot all smeared onto it. Teacher Zhou's smile froze on her face, her hand hovering in midair, unsure whether to reach out. Zhou Hengyuan coughed, looking at Lu Jingyuan. Mr. Lu, perhaps you could comfort him first. Lu Jingyuan looked down at the little bundle in his arms, sobbing and sniffling, and a string in his heart trembled with a low hum. He knew Jingyuan all too well. This child was most attached to him in ancient times, barely leaving his side before the age of 3. Later, when Lu Jingyuan was ill for those years, Jingyuan stayed by his bedside every day, refusing to leave. Until the day Lu Jingyuan breathed his last, Jingyuan cried until he fainted 3 times. This fear was etched into his bones. What Jingyuan feared was not an unfamiliar environment or strangers. What he feared was being separated from his father. Jingyuan. Lu Jingyuan's voice was low and tender. Look at Dad. Jingyuan refused to lift his head, sobbing into his father's shoulder. Lu Jingyuan, Dad is talking to you. Jingyuan choked and slowly raised his face. His little face was flushed red from crying. A bead of water hung from his nose, his eyelashes stuck together wetly, and his lips trembled incessantly. Dad. His voice was hoarse. Jingyuan doesn't want to leave, Dad. You aren't leaving, Dad. Lu Jingyuan wiped the tears from his face with his thumb. You are going to school, just like your brothers and sisters, to study in the classroom. But Jingyuan doesn't want to go. Why? Jingyuan's little mouth pouted and tears welled up again. Jingyuan is afraid. Afraid that if he goes he won't be able to see Dad. These words pierced Lu Jingyuan's heart like a needle. He closed his eyes for a moment, and when he opened them again the corners of his mouth curved upward, his voice firm. Jingyuan, Dad has a question for you. When has Dad ever lied to you? Jingyuan sniffled thought for a moment. Never. Then Dad is telling you now you go to that classroom for half an hour. When the half hour is up, Dad will be waiting for you at the door. Do you trust Dad? Jingyuan stared at him for several seconds, tears still flowing, but his sobbing gradually quieted. Really? Really? Dad swears. Then, what if half an hour passes and Dad hasn't come? That won't happen. Lu Jingyuan flicked his nose. If Dad is even a single breath late, you can punish him however you like. Jingyuan sniffled thought for a moment. Then Jingyuan will punish Dad by carrying him on his back for a whole day. Deal. Nianqing, who had been silent all along, stepped forward and bent down to meet Jingyuan's eyes. Little brother, big sister has a word for you. Jingyuan looked at her with reddened eyes. Nianqing's voice was calm and gentle. You are a man of the Lu family, aren't you? Jingyuan nodded vigorously. A man of the Lu family can protect Dad and also hold his own for half an hour. If you can't even endure half an hour, how will you ever shield Dad from those villains in the future? These words struck Jingyuan's core with precision. A flicker of conflict crossed the little one's eyes, and he pursed his lips, falling silent. Lu Jingyuan gave a silent thumbs up to his eldest daughter. You really are the one. He saw the wavering in Jingyuan's eyes and seized the moment. Jingyuan, look, your brothers and sisters are all going to take exams. You are the youngest. Are you going to let them laugh at you? Jingyuan shook his head violently. Jingyuan won't let anyone laugh at him. Then do you dare to go in by yourself? Jingyuan bit his lower lip, his little fists clenched tight. Several seconds of silence. Then he took a deep breath and wiped his face roughly with his sleeve. Jingyuan will go. His voice still trembled, but his jaw was clenched tight. Lu Jingyuan set him down on the ground. Jingyuan stood steady, looked up at his father, his little face taut as a stone. Dad, half an hour. Half an hour. Dad must not be late. Absolutely not. Jingyuan turned around and took a step with his short legs. Then he stopped. He looked back at Lu Jingyuan. His face was still streaked with tears, his little nose red, his lips still trembling slightly. But he forced all his sobs back down, clenched his little fists, and walked step by step toward the teacher in the blue apron. Teacher Zhou quickly came forward and gently took his hand. Come along, little one, the teacher will take you to the classroom. Jingyuan didn't answer, nor did he look back. But the knuckles of his clenched fist shone white. Only when that small figure turned the corner at the end of the corridor and disappeared did Lu Jingyuan withdraw his gaze. His face was calm, but his hand in his pocket tightened slightly. Zhou Hongyuan had watched the whole scene and now stroked his chin, sighing with emotion. Mr. Lu, your son is young, but his backbone is extraordinary. Lu Jingyuan smiled, but didn't respond. He turned to look at the other 10 children. All right, it's time for all of you to go to your respective exam rooms. Nianqing stepped forward first. Dad, rest assured I will take care of my younger siblings. Just take care of yourself. Lu Jingyuan looked at her. Today you are a student taking an exam, not the eldest sister managing the household. Nianqing was taken aback for a moment, then a faint smile curved at the corners of her mouth. Yes. Nian Yao came over grinning. Dad, when I finish the exam, treat me to hot pot. We'll talk about that after you do well. Chengyan nodded silently and led the younger boys away with the admissions staff. Nianru followed quietly behind her sisters. When Cheng Yuan passed by Lu Jingyuan, he patted his chest. Dad, don't worry. Anything that can be solved with words, leave it to your son. Lu Jingyuan flicked his forehead. Don't try to be clever. Nian Shuang stopped at the door and turned back to shout. Dad, if the examiner asks what talents I have, can I say tree climbing? No. Oh. The children were dispersed one by one to their respective exam rooms. The vast principal's office suddenly fell silent. Lu Jingyuan stood by the window watching the small figures being led in different directions downstairs, his gaze calm. Zhou Hongyuan walked over to him, holding a cup of tea. Mr. Lu, the interview results should be out by this afternoon at the earliest. Would you like to wait at the school, or shall I send someone to inform you later? I'll wait. Good. Zhou Hongyuan took a sip of tea. To be honest, in 30 years of education, this is the first time I've seen a parent bring 11 children for interviews at the same time. Lu Jingyuan leaned against the windowsill, a slight smile on his lips. You flatter me, Dean. Not flattery. Zhou Hongyuan put down his teacup, his gaze turning serious. It's curiosity. These children are the most well-mannered I've ever seen among their peers. Even the youngest, though he cried and didn't want to leave, finally gritted his teeth and went on his own. Such a temperament cannot be cultivated by an ordinary family. Lu Jingyuan didn't respond, just smiled. Ordinary family. His family was indeed not quite ordinary. On the playground outside the window, a small figure was being led by a teacher toward the kindergarten building. It was Jingyuan. His steps were small, but every step was steady without looking back. Lu Jingyuan watched for a long time until the figure disappeared into the building. He pulled out his phone to check the time. 8:45. Half an hour, which is 1 hour. By 9:45 he would be standing exactly at the door of the kindergarten classroom. Dean Zhou. He suddenly spoke. Moi. Lu Jingyuan turned around, a strange seriousness in his eyes. Which direction is the kindergarten classroom for the junior class? Zhou Hingyuan was startled for a moment, then pointed at the low building with pink exterior walls on the left side of the window. Over there at the very end of the first floor. What's the matter? Lu Jingyuan didn't answer. His gaze fell on that building, lingered for 2 seconds, then he suddenly said, Dean Zhou, I have an unusual request. Please go ahead. Could you give me access to the kindergarten surveillance camera feed? Zhou Hingyuan was taken aback, then laughed. Mr. Lu, you are the first parent to make such a request among all I've seen. Lu Jingyuan remained expressionless. First times are many. My youngest son is leaving my side for the first time. I'll feel more at ease watching him. Zhou Hingyuan shook his head, picked up the walkie-talkie on the desk, and pressed a button. Xiao Wang, transfer the surveillance feed from the kindergarten junior class classroom to my office. When the image appeared, Lu Jingyuan's gaze instantly locked onto it. On the screen, Jingyuan was sitting on a small chair. Around him, 7 or 8 children of the same age were gathered, all looking at him with curiosity. Jingyuan was not crying, but his 2 little hands were tightly gripping the pants on his knees, his whole body taut like a drawn bowstring. His lips were pressed into a thin line, his chin held slightly up. That posture was exactly how he looked when he used to sit in on the court sessions with Lu Jingyuan in ancient times. A little 4-year-old radish, somehow carrying the aura of an adult. The other children were intimidated by him, staying far away, not daring to approach. Only one chubby boy came over and reached out to touch Jingyuan's sleeve. Jingyuan turned his head sharply. There was no sound from the surveillance, but from the movement of his lips, it was clear he said something. The chubby boy was stunned for a moment, then ran off with a wah. Lu Jingyuan's mouth twitched. He didn't need to read lips to guess what Jingyuan had said. Do you know who my father is? Zhou Hingyuan also saw this, seeing his expression strange as he turned to look at Lu Jingyuan. Mr. Lu, your son's aura. It's not common for a 4-year-old. Lu Jingyuan shifted his gaze from the monitor and leaned back into his chair. Dean Zhou, right now I'm less worried about whether my son can adapt to this place. He paused, a slight curve at the corner of his mouth. I'm more worried about whether the children here can adapt to my son. The middle school building of Xingqian Academy featured white walls and gray tiles with glass facades casting a pale golden gleam in the morning light. Lu Jingyuan's car came to a stop at the school gate. Nianqing sat in the passenger seat, her spine straight as a rod, hands folded neatly on her lap, her gaze calm as she watched students come and go outside the car window. The school uniform was a navy blue blazer over a white shirt with a slender ribbon tied at the collar. Worn by Nianqing, it carried an air of dignified elegance reminiscent of courtesans in classical paintings. Lu Jingyuan glanced at her from the corner of his eye. Are you nervous? Father, I am not, Nianqing replied, then paused briefly before adding softly. I'm simply not yet accustomed to it. Lu Jingyuan smiled and reached out to ruffle her hair. Remember what I told you. Don't draw too much attention, but don't deliberately hide your abilities either. Just be yourself. I've noted it, Father. And there's one more thing. Do not kneel or perform bows to others. A faint blush touched Nianqing's cheeks. Father, you've said it 800 times already. I'm afraid you'll forget. A smile curved Lu Jingyuan's lips. Go on now, I'll come pick you up at noon. Nianqing nodded, pushed open the car door, and stepped out. Standing at the school gate, she took a deep breath. Students passed by her, boys and girls in pairs and small groups, their laughter ringing out continuously. Everyone appeared relaxed and at ease. Only she knew that beneath her feet lay an entirely unfamiliar battlefield. The classroom of Grade 8, Class 3 was located on the east side of the 3rd floor. When Nianqing stepped inside, the classroom was already more than half full. The moment her foot crossed the threshold, the din dropped sharply. All eyes turned to look at her in unison. Nianqing's expression remained unchanged. She walked straight to the empty seat in the last row without so much as a glance to the side, her movements fluid and natural, her posture so proper it seemed measured with a ruler. Holy shit, who's that? A transfer student, a boy in the front row whispered to his classmate. Never seen her before. She's incredibly beautiful. A girl leaned over and lowered her voice. Which family is she from? No idea, but look at her demeanor. She definitely doesn't come from an ordinary family. Whispers spread through the classroom like a tide. Nianqing heard every word clearly but offered no response. She simply sat quietly, her gaze fixed straight ahead, hands folded neatly on the desk. The homeroom teacher entered the room. She was a woman in her early 30s with a sharp short haircut, wearing rimless glasses and carrying a folder under her arm. Quiet. She tapped the podium. We have a new student joining our class today. Lu Nianqing, please come to the front and introduce yourself. Nianqing rose to her feet. She walked to the front of the classroom and turned to face all her classmates. Over 40 pairs of eyes fixed upon her. Any ordinary 14-year-old girl might have felt some unease in such a moment. But Nianqing would not. In the ancient era, she had already stood in the main hall of the Lu mansion at 10 years old, mediating disputes among clan members. Before her had been dozens of eyes filled with calculation and scrutiny. By comparison, the curious gazes of these young people were as gentle as a spring breeze. She stood tall and straight, her hands hanging naturally at her sides, her voice clear and resonant. I am Lu Nianqing. I look forward to your guidance. 8 words. No unnecessary elaboration, no ingratiating smile, no stumbling from stage fright. Clean and decisive. The classroom fell silent for 2 seconds. Then several girls in the front row let out simultaneous hushed gasps. So cool. Her aura is absolutely remarkable. She must be from a distinguished family, isn't she? The boys, however, remained mostly silent. Not because they didn't want to speak, but because they didn't dare. The presence Nianqing commanded from the podium naturally compelled everyone to suppress their mischief. The homeroom teacher adjusted her glasses and gave Nianqing a nod of approval. Very well, welcome student Lu Nianqing. Please return to your seat. Nianqing inclined her head slightly and turned to walk back to the last row. As she passed through the middle rows, a bold boy smiled at her and murmured a quiet hello. Nianqing nodded, once her expression unreadable. The boy hesitated for a moment before shrinking back to mutter to his deskmate. This new girl is so aloof. Aloof. That's called being well-mannered, you know. The girl beside him shot him a disapproving look. Nianqing settled back into her seat and opened the textbook that had been placed on her desk in advance. The teacher walked in, chalk in hand, scribbling a row of numbers and symbols across the blackboard. Yesterday's lesson, quadratic equations. Today we'll continue with the discriminate. Nianqing's gaze fell upon the blackboard. Those crooked, winding symbols resembled some kind of cryptic script she had never encountered before. X superscript 2 delta, B superscript 2 minus 4 AC. She recognized each individual letter and symbol, yet together they formed an impenetrable code. Her fingers tightened imperceptibly around the edge of her textbook. In the past life, she had studied arithmetic abacus calculations and even helped her father balance the household accounts several times. But what stood on the blackboard belonged to an entirely different system. The teacher spoke rapidly from the podium. When the discriminate is greater than 0, the equation has 2 distinct real roots. Nianqing's pen hovered above her notebook, yet she wrote nothing. It was not that she refused to take notes. She simply could not understand. Classmates around her were all bent over their desks, some whispering to their deskmates in low voices. She alone was completely lost in this classroom. Yet her face betrayed no disturbance. Her expression remained calm, her posture proper, her eyes fixed steadily on the blackboard. No one could tell that the new transfer student of Class 3 Grade 8 at Haisheng Academy had her inner strings pulled tighter than those of a lute. A single class lasted 45 minutes. To Nianqing it felt like an entire epic. When the dismissal bell rang, her knuckles had gone slightly white from gripping the pen. The girl in the adjacent seat leaned over proactively, her smile friendly. Hey new student, where did you study before? Have you covered this material beforehand? Nianqing turned to look at her, paused for half a second, then the corners of her mouth lifted slightly. Abroad. The curriculum pace is rather different. I need some time to adjust. Oh, you're returning from overseas. No wonder you carry yourself so elegantly. The girl's face lit up with understanding. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask me. I'm quite good at math. Thank you. Nianqing nodded politely. The girl darted back and exchanged a few murmured words with the others, then glanced over and smiled at her again. Nianqing lowered her head and gazed at the blank notebook before her. Her fingers absently rubbed the edge of her textbook. She recalled the words Lu Jingyuan had spoken to her in the car that morning. Just be yourself. But this very self, who had once managed the livelihood of 300 souls back then, could not even comprehend a single math problem in this classroom. Nianqing drew a deep breath and turned her textbook to the first page. She would start from the very beginning, reading word by word. She would not allow herself to lose face here. Nor would she let those people return and tell her father that his eldest daughter had made a fool of herself at school. Nianqing straightened her posture and redirected her gaze toward the podium. Her expression was as tranquil as still water, bearing a striking resemblance to the unflinching composure Lu Jingyuan displayed when confronting business rivals. The friendly girl seated nearby stole a subtle glance at her and murmured to herself, "What a remarkably composed newcomer." During the lunch break, Nianqing walked to the far end of the corridor, leaned against the railing, and took out her phone. She hesitated for a few seconds before dialing Lu Jingyuan's number. "Father, what is it, my eldest? How are you settling in on your first day?" Nianqing fell silent for a moment. She had meant to say everything was fine, but she did not. "Father, I do not understand a single word of the mathematics lesson." Her voice was faint. I would like to ask you to find a tutor for me, father, so I can receive extra lessons after school. On the other end of the line, Jingyuan chuckled. There was not a trace of disappointment in his tone, only warmth. Very well. I shall make arrangements tonight. There is no rush. Proceed one step at a time. Nianqing clenched her phone, her lips pressing into a thin line. Father, I will never bring shame upon you. You foolish girl. Lu Jingyuan's voice was calm. Even if you were to score 0, I would never consider it a loss of face. But I know you would never allow yourself to score 0. Nianqing's eyes grew slightly warm. She lowered her head, her voice growing even softer. Father, how is my second sister faring? Lu Jingyuan's tone shifted with a hint of subtle meaning. Your second sister? That Nianyao of yours has likely memorized every single student in the entire first year of junior high by now. Your second sister? That girl Nianyao has probably already gotten to know everyone in the entire first grade. Lu Jingyuan's words were no exaggeration. In the classroom of Class 5, Grade 7. The moment Lu Nianyao stepped inside, it was like a fish diving into water. She did not possess the intimidating aura that kept others at a distance like Nianqing did. The 13-year-old second daughter with a round face and almond-shaped eyes, her lips perpetually curved in a smile, exuded an innate warmth that made people instinctively want to get close. Before she even set down her school bag, she flashed a smile at the girl sitting next to her. Hi, I'm Nianyao. What's your name? The girl was taken aback, clearly not expecting the new transfer student to be so outgoing. Hi, I'm Lin Xiaoman. Xiaoman, that's a lovely name. Nianyao plopped down onto her seat and turned to the other side. And you? The girl on the other side, also infected by her warmth, smiled back. I'm Zhao Yutong. Yutong's such an elegant name. Nianyao rested her chin on her hand and blinked. It sounds like a name from a storybook. A storybook? Zhao Yutong was momentarily puzzled. You mean a novel? Yes, a novel. Nianyao quickly corrected herself, her smile unwavering. I used to live abroad, so some of my words might be a bit different. Please don't mind. Why you came from overseas? Lin Xiaoman suddenly became intrigued. Which country were you in? Well, somewhere very, very far from here. Nianyao glossed over it. By the way, Xiaoman, that hairband of yours is really pretty. Where did you buy it? With a shift in topic, Lin Xiaoman was immediately sidetracked. The three girls chattered away in a lively huddle. In ancient times, Nianyao had been renowned as a social butterfly in the Lu mansion. By the age of 10, she could navigate effortlessly among the ladies of various households, charming the matriarchs into giving her all their private snacks. Compared to the noble women of ancient times, modern 13-year-old girls were far easier to get along with. There were no hidden calculations, no veiled traps lurking beneath the surface. It was pure curiosity and goodwill. Nianyao thrived like a fish in water. Before the bell rang for class, she had already become acquainted with 6 people around her. Even a girl from the next group leaned over to exchange a few words with her. When it was her turn for self-introduction, Nianyao stood up and smiled with easy grace. Hello everyone, I'm Lu Nianyao. I've just returned to the country not long ago, and there's still a lot I don't understand. I hope you'll all take good care of me. She gave a playful wink. The whole class laughed. This new classmate is so cute, someone whispered. Her voice is so soft and pleasant. And she's pretty too, like a celebrity. After Nianyao sat down, Lin Xiaoman leaned in. Nianyao, come eat with us at the cafeteria at noon. Sure. Nianyao agreed with a smile. She thought to herself, big sister said to keep a low profile at school. But keeping a low profile doesn't mean you can't make friends. In ancient times, father always said that without connections you couldn't get anywhere. So she was simply doing something perfectly reasonable. The teacher was explaining an ancient poem. Nianyao sat at her desk, barely holding back her smile. She had memorized this very poem at the age of 5. When the teacher asked someone to read it aloud, no one raised a hand. Nianyao simply stood up on her own. The spring river's tide swells level with the sea. Above the ocean the bright moon is born of the tide. Its shimmering light rides the waves for miles. Where on the spring river does the moon not shine? Her voice was clear and melodious, carrying an indescribable rhythm. This was no ordinary student's flat mechanical recitation. It was more like chanting. Between every character lay pauses, rises, and falls emotion. The entire class fell silent. Even the teacher hesitated, momentarily stunned. Very good. The teacher adjusted his glasses. Beautifully rendered. You have an excellent sense of rhythm and emotional control. Have you studied recitation formally? Nianyao smiled faintly. No, I have simply loved reading poetry since childhood. It was not a lie. She had never studied recitation. What she had studied was the art of reciting poetry in the ancient style. Ancient poetic recitation inherently carried melody and emotion. In the modern context, it translated seamlessly into what people called recitation technique, a triumph of an entirely different caliber. After class, more students gathered around her. Nianyao, you're amazing. Why don't you be our class representative for Chinese? Your voice sounds so beautiful. Have you ever studied singing? Did you attend a prestigious international school when you were abroad? Nianyao chuckled and deflected effortlessly, occasionally letting slip a phrase that left them bewildered. This is hardly difficult. Merely a matter of taking what comes naturally. Ah, Nianyao, you speak so elegantly. A matter of taking what comes naturally. Lin Xiaoman laughed until she nearly toppled over. Exactly, especially that line about how refined from earlier. You sound like someone from a historical drama. Zhao Yutong laughed as well. Nian Yao scratched the back of her head, her eyes darting thoughtfully. Perhaps because I spent so long abroad that when I learned Chinese I studied from classical literature textbooks. So my way of speaking might seem a bit odd. Odd? Are you kidding? It's full of charm, like a lady from a wealthy family. Do you really think so? Nian Yao tilted her head. Absolutely. Nian Yao exhaled softly within. Good. Her ancient manner of speaking hadn't aroused suspicion here. Instead it had been taken as a distinctive charm. She was happily chatting with a few girls when the classroom's rear door suddenly swung open. A boy walked in. He was tall, fully half a head taller than the other boys in the class. His hair was slightly long, bangs partially covering one eye. He tossed his school bag carelessly onto a desk and slumped into a seat with an air of unbothered arrogance. The chair legs scraped sharply across the floor. The chatter in the classroom dipped for a fleeting moment. Lin Xiaoman tugged Nian Yao's sleeve and lowered her voice. That's Qian Haoyu, a troublemaker from the first-year grade. His father is in real estate in Haisheng. The family has money. He doesn't answer to anyone at this school. Don't provoke him. Nian Yao glanced at the boy, then casually turned her gaze away. I understand. However, her turning her head was precisely what caught his attention. He had clearly noticed the new face in the classroom. His gaze lingered on Nian Yao for 2 seconds, then he lazily rose from his seat and made his way over. A new kid here. Hands buried deep in his pockets, chin tilted upward, a 13-year-old boy's clumsy swagger playing across his lips. Not bad looking. What's your name? Nian Yao was in the middle of discussing with Lin Xiaoman which cafeteria window served the best food. She didn't even turn her head, as though that voice didn't exist at all. Qian Haoyu froze. In his entire semester of ruling the first-year grade, no one had ever dared to ignore him so blatantly. Hey, I'm talking to you. He took a step closer, his voice raising slightly. Deaf or something? Nian Yao finally turned her head and looked at him. That look was neither cold nor warm, laced with just a touch of bewilderment, like someone observing a noisy frog that had suddenly hopped right in front of them. Are you talking to me? Otherwise, there's only one new person in this room. Qian Haoyu lifted his chin. What's the matter? Don't new students know the rules around here? What rules? Nian Yao tilted her head, her expression wide-eyed and innocent. In our class. Sorry. Nian Yao suddenly turned back, her tone bright and breezy. Xiaoman, go on. Was the beef noodles on the second floor better, or the pork ribs on the third? Lin Xiaoman's mouth opened and closed, her eyes darting back and forth between Nian Yao and Qian Haoyu. The classroom went quiet for 2 seconds. Someone was stifling laughter. Qian Haoyu's expression darkened visibly. In all his life, no girl had ever dismissed him so publicly, especially not in front of so many people. He stared at the back of Nian Yao's head for 3 seconds, his lip twitching. Fine. He turned and walked back to his seat, the chair scraping loudly behind him. Lin Xiaoman grabbed Nian Yao's sleeve, her face draining of color. Nian Yao, are you crazy? Do you have any idea who you just offended? Last semester he threw a boy's backpack into the trash. Nian Yao blinked, her smile radiant. Then let's see if he dares to throw my backpack. Aren't you scared of him? Scared of him? Nian Yao's lips curved into a subtle, knowing smile. Xiaoman, back home I've encountered people 10 times fiercer than him. What does he amount to? Lin Xiaoman gaped at her in astonishment. Meanwhile, in the back row, Qian Haoyu leaned back in his chair, his expression unreadable as he stared ahead. His lackey leaned over and whispered, Brother Yu, who is this new transfer student anyway? Qian Haoyu didn't answer. He pulled out his phone and scrolled through a WeChat moment that had been circulated in the class group chat the day before. Haisheng Lu family. 11 children. He set his phone down, his lips curling into a faint sneer. Oh, the Lu family. His lackey shrank back slightly. Shouldn't we avoid provoking them then? Qian Haoyu slapped the desk. A sharp, not too loud impact, but the few around him fell silent instantly. He snorted, his expression radiating the blind arrogance of youth. What's so special about the Lu family? My dad's development projects are everywhere. A clueless transfer student thinking she's some kind of princess. The primary school building of Xingchen Academy stood 2 stories shorter than the junior high division, its exterior walls painted in a warm golden hue and the corridors adorned with vibrant handmade artwork. Lu Jingyuan stood at the doorway of Class 2 Grade 4, hands tucked into his pockets, tilting his head to cast a glance inside. The classroom was filled with children seated in neat rows, all roughly his height. A faint smirk tugged at the corner of his lips as he mused inwardly. These students seemed considerably more sharp-witted than the foolish young masters he had encountered in ancient private academies. But that was about it. The homeroom teacher was a man in his 40s, surnamed Wu, with a round face and a smile as radiantly benign as that of Mithra Buddha. Come, this is our new student. Teacher Wu patted Jingyuan on the shoulder and gently nudged him forward. Introduce yourself. Jingyuan stepped to the center of the platform and swept his gaze across the room. His smile bloomed as bright and boyish as sunlight. Hello everyone, I'm Lu Jingyuan. We'll be classmates from now on, so let's look out for one another. He thoughtfully winked at a girl in the front row. A few girls covered their mouths and giggled while the boys exchanged puzzled glances, sensing this newcomer was somewhat unusual. Teacher Wu nodded with satisfaction. Very well, student Lu, please take the window seat in the third row. Jingyuan scampered over and settled into his seat. The moment his bottom touched the chair, he began looking around restlessly. He glanced left toward the playground outside the window, then right at the eraser on his deskmate's desk. Then he flipped through the textbooks in his drawer, Chinese, mathematics, English, science. He couldn't understand a single one. But Jingyuan never panicked. In his previous life at the age of 10, he had already been deceiving shop managers into handing him extra silver taels. What was not understanding some books? He would simply make do for now. The teacher wrote a series of numbers on the blackboard explaining two-digit multiplication. Jingyuan lay on his desk and listened for 5 minutes. He recognized the digits. But those twisted operation symbols made his head spin. Propping his chin on his hand, he spaced out for a while, his fingers unconsciously folding the scratch paper on his desk. 3 folds here, 2 folds there, and a paper airplane took shape. Jingyuan held it up to his eyes and studied it. Symmetrical wings, pointed nose. Perfect. A couple of days ago, he and Chang Zhe had studied airplanes on TV in the villa, and he had figured out this folding method on his own. He flicked his wrist. The paper airplane shot off at a delightfully tricky angle. It traced a graceful arc, sailed over 3 rows of classmates' heads, and landed squarely on Teacher Wu's forehead as she wrote on the blackboard. The whole class erupted in laughter. Teacher Wu turned around, her smile freezing in place. She plucked the paper airplane from the back of her head and swept her gaze across the classroom. All eyes unconsciously drifted to the third row by the window. Jingyuan sat upright, his expression pure and innocent, both hands neatly placed on the desk. But the slight smirk he couldn't quite suppress betrayed him. Lu Jingyuan. Teacher Wu took a deep breath. On the first day, and you're already flying paper airplanes at the teacher. Don't you think that's a bit much? Teacher, I didn't mean to. Jingyuan looked utterly sincere. I was just studying aerodynamics. I didn't expect it to fly so far. Studying aerodynamics. Exactly. The folding technique of this paper airplane is quite particular. Look at the wing angle. I calculated it. If it had deviated by 2 degrees, it wouldn't have flown so far. He spoke with convincing logic, his face earnest, as if engaged in an academic discussion. The class burst into laughter again. Teacher Wu's lip twitched. In 20 years of teaching, this was the first time she'd encountered a student who could justify throwing a paper airplane with such unshakable confidence. Go stand in the corridor for half a lesson. Huh. What how about it? Go. Jingyuan pouted, got up reluctantly, and ambled slowly toward the door. As he passed the first row, he turned and made a face at a few girls. In the corridor, Jingyuan leaned against the wall with his arms crossed, not feeling ashamed in the slightest. Puffed back in the old days, burning a tutor's beard would have only meant copying books twice more, he muttered. This punishment is pretty light, honestly. Meanwhile, in classroom 3-1, the atmosphere was entirely different. Lu Nianxua sat in the second-to-last row, her spine straight, her expression unreadable. Her desk was immaculate, her textbooks aligned in a perfect straight line, her pencil case placed at the upper right corner. Her classmates chattered and whispered around her, but she didn't spare them a single glance. During self-introductions, she stood up and said 4 characters. Lu Nianxua. Then she sat down. She hadn't even bothered with a polite closing remark. The homeroom teacher smiled awkwardly. Student Nianxua, would you like to say a bit more? Perhaps your hobbies? No. 2 words delivered with the flat tone of someone commenting on pleasant weather. The whole class fell silent. The teacher rubbed his nose and dropped it. Nianxua sat there like an ice sculpture all day. During class, she kept her gaze fixed straight ahead. Between classes, she didn't move either. While others walked around chatting and laughing, she seemed isolated in another world. Her deskmate was a girl with a ponytail, a round face, big eyes, and a lively personality. From the start of class to the end, she had stolen glances at Nianxua no less than 10 times. Finally, during the second break, she couldn't hold back anymore. Deskmate, why aren't you talking to anyone? She came over with a bright smile. I'm Zhou Xiaomi. Are you nervous? It's fine, I'm really nice. Nianxua turned her head. Her 9-year-old face was delicate as porcelain, but those eyes were as cold as winter well water. She looked at Zhou Xiaomi for 2 seconds, her lips parting slightly. Flattery without reason is never a good sign. Zhou Xiaomi froze. Her mouth hung open and her big eyes filled with tears instantly. Why are you talking like that? I just want to be friends with you. Nianxua had already turned back, continuing to stare ahead. Tears streamed down Zhou Xiaomi's face. Sniffling, she stood up and ran to the girls in the front row. Wah, the new girl insulted me. Several girls gathered around to comfort her, occasionally casting wary glances at Nianxua. Nianxua's expression remained unchanged. In the Lu mansion of her past life, she had been exactly this way. If she didn't want to speak, she stayed silent. If she didn't want to socialize, she didn't. Father used to say she was just like him when he was young. She considered that a compliment. By the end of the day, the students of class 3-1 had automatically drawn a 3-meter safety zone around Nianxua. No one dared to approach her. When the dismissal bell rang, the sunlight was just right. Jingyuan bounced out of the fourth grade building and immediately spotted Nianxue waiting by the flower bed at the school gate. Fourth sister. He ran over. How was your day? Nianxue shot him a glance. Normal. Mine was awesome. Jingyuan grinned. I threw a paper airplane right onto the teacher's head and got detention for half a lesson. Childish. Hey, don't say that. My paper airplane flew beautifully, you know. Just then several shadows closed in from the side. 3 older boys a full head taller than Jingyuan, their uniforms marked them as 5th graders. The leader, sporting a buzz cut and a lollipop stick jutting from his mouth, shifted his gaze between Jingyuan and Nianxue. Them right. He tilted his head to ask someone beside him. Yeah, the bunch that transferred today, 11 in one go. The buzzcut boy grunted and pulled the lollipop stick from his mouth. Hey. He stepped in front of Jingyuan, tilting his chin up. You two are from today's transfer group, huh? Showing up in such numbers. Sounds like you came straight from an orphanage. Afraid you're from the orphanage? Those words pierced Jingyuan's ears. The playful expression on his face vanished in an instant. Jingyuan looked up at the crew-cut boy who stood a head taller than him. His gaze shifted. From a mischievous 10-year-old boy, he transformed into a wolf cub whose reverse scale had been stepped on. Say that again. Jingyuan's voice was soft, but Nianxue standing nearby could hear the gritting of his back teeth. The crew-cut boy clearly didn't take a small 4th grader seriously. He sneered and repeated himself. I said, are you from the orphanage? 11 kids TSK. Either you're adopted or your dad's been messing around. Before he could finish, a black school bag swung through the air with a sharp whistle and slammed into his face. The crew-cut boy let out a cry of pain, and his lollipop flew 3 meters away. The one who struck wasn't Jingyuan. It was Nianxue. The 9-year-old girl stood there expressionless, the strap of her school bag still swaying slightly. Her movements were swift and clean, a stark contrast to the cold, ice-like demeanor she had shown in the classroom just moments ago. Shut up. Nianshue's voice was icy. The crew-cut boy covered his nose, tears streaming from the pain. His 2 sidekicks stood frozen for 2 seconds before their embarrassment turned to fury. You crazy little girl. How dare you hit someone? One of them reached out to grab Nianshue's arm. Before his hand could touch her, Jingyuan charged forward. Though short, he was incredibly fast. He sidestepped, got in front of the boy, and shoved him with both hands. The boy stumbled, nearly falling. Sis, I've got this. Jingyuan stood in front of Nianxue, adopting a stance he had learned from a guard in ancient times. Though his posture was a bit comical, his spirit was unyielding. The crew-cut boy came to his senses. His nose was red and swollen, tears still in his eyes. His pride was shattered. You've crossed the line. Brothers, attack. All 3 charged at once. Nianxue didn't retreat. She moved her school bag to her left hand and clenched her right fist. Jingyuan showed no sign of fear. The 10-year-old kid tilted his head, facing 3 5th-grade giants, a smile curling at the corners of his lips. Bring it on. His voice was low but clear. In our family, 3 against 2 is nothing. I've been fighting with my 6th sister since we were kids. You think I'm scared of you? The crew-cut boy swung a punch. Jingyuan dodged the fist, grazing his ear. He ducked low and drove his shoulder into the boy's stomach. The crew-cut boy let out an oof and doubled over. Meanwhile, another boy tried to circle around to grab Nianxue. She gave him a cold glance and kicked out. The kick landed squarely on his shin, precise and vicious. The boy hopped on one leg, clutching his leg. You're a girl. So what if I'm a girl? Nianshue's face remained impassive. The 3rd boy hesitated. He looked at their leader, bent over from the blow, then at his hopping companion, and finally at the cold-faced girl whose gaze was more intimidating than a teacher's. He took a step back. Jingyuan pulled away from the crew-cut boy and casually brushed off his clothes. Listen up. He grinned, looking nothing like someone who had just been in a fight. Next time, watch your mouth. We have 11 siblings. If you get my 6th sister involved, she'll chase you 3 blocks. The crew-cut boy straightened up, his eyes red. He wanted to fight back, but Jingyuan's blow had left his stomach churning. Plus, the little girl beside him was still gripping her school bag, her expression shouting, if you move, I'll hit you again. Just wait. The crew-cut boy gritted his teeth, his voice trembling. My dad's a businessman. I'll tell him, and he'll have your whole family kicked out of this school. Jingyuan shoved his hands into his pockets and tilted his head. Go ahead. He smiled brightly. My surname is Liu. The Liu family of Hai City. Ask your old man if he knows them. The crew-cut boy's expression froze. Everyone in Hai City's business circle knew the Liu family. He opened his mouth but couldn't utter a word. He grabbed his 2 friends and ran off. Nianxue relaxed her fists and straightened her collar without a trace of emotion. Jingyuan turned to her, grinning. 4th sis, that school bag hit was spot on. He deserved it. I told you not to always wear that stiff face. Turns out you've been saving all that strength for moments like this. Nianxue shot him a glance. You talk too much. Heh. The 2 stood at the school gate, their shadows stretching long in the sunset. Jingyuan stretched and muttered, I wonder when Dad will pick us up. 4th sis, do you think Dad will be mad if he finds out we fought? Nianxue thought for a moment. No. How do you know? Dad said the Lu family's children are never to be bullied. All right. Jingyuan clapped his hands. If Dad knew someone called us orphans, he'd probably be angrier than us. Just then Lu Jingyuan's family van approached in the distance. At the same time, Lu Jingyuan was sitting in the lounge area on the first floor of the Haisheng Academy administration building. A latte sat before him. He habitually lifted it, blew on it 3 times, and was about to take a sip. His phone rang. It was the school's landline number. He answered. Mr. Lu, this is the elementary school office. The voice on the other end was clearly uncomfortable. I need to inform you of something. Your 2 students, Lu Jingyuan and Lu Nianxue, were involved in a physical altercation with 5th grade students at the school gate after class. Lu Jingyuan paused his coffee-drinking motion. The other parents have already called, quite emotional, demanding an explanation. Lu Jingyuan set the coffee cup back on the table, his movements gentle. Let me ask one thing. His tone was calm, as if discussing the weather. Did they win or lose? The person on the line was clearly taken aback. Well, according to the scene, the 3 students on the other side sustained more injuries. A faint smile curled at the corner of Lu Jingyuan's mouth. They won. Then it's no big deal. He paused, stood up, and grabbed the car keys from the table. But I still need to come over. Is the other parent at the school? Tell them to wait. I'll be there in 10 minutes. Lu Jingyuan had arrived wearing flip-flops. A bright blue Lamborghini roared to a halt at the entrance of Haisheng Academy's elementary school division, its engine loud enough to reverberate half a street away. The car door swung open, and one leg stepped out. Black casual pants, a white t-shirt, and on his feet, a pair of orange flip-flops. Set against this multi-million yuan supercar, the contrast was as jarring as performance art. But it was the expression on his face that stopped everyone in their tracks. No anger, no impatience. Just an unsettling calm. Calm enough to send a chill down one's spine. The dean's office was on the first floor of the elementary school's administration building. When Lu Jingyuan pushed the door open, 3 people were already seated inside. Director Fong, the dean, was a woman in her 40s with sharp, calculating eyes behind round-framed glasses. Across from her sat a parent, a middle-aged man in a plaid shirt with a round belly, slamming his palm on the desk as he spoke. Beside him stood a boy with a buzz cut, his nose still red, his eyes puffy. Director Fong, you have to give me an explanation. My son was beaten to near unrecognizable, his nose almost broken. The middle-aged man's voice boomed. Attacking someone on their first day of transfer. What kind of school is this? Director Fong was about to speak when footsteps approached the doorway. She looked up and her expression shifted slightly. Mr. Lu, you've arrived. Please take a seat. The middle-aged man turned his head. He saw that face. Young, handsome, carrying a composure that belied his years. Then his eyes dropped to the flip-flops. And then they drifted past the window to the blue Lamborghini parked outside. Slowly his mouth closed. In Haisheng, young men driving Lamborghinis weren't uncommon. But there was only one surname that mattered. Lu, Mr. Lu. The middle-aged man's voice dropped at least 3 degrees. You are Lu Jingyuan. He settled casually into the chair, crossed his legs, and let his flip-flop dangle from his toes. The children's father. The middle-aged man swallowed hard. His name was Zhao Dazhuang, a building materials businessman, a small-time operator by Haisheng standards. At an ordinary school he might have strutted with confidence, but in the circles of Haisheng Academy, he was nothing. The Lu family, on the other hand, were whales. Director Fong cleared her throat, attempting to steer the situation back on course. Mr. Lu, here's what happened. Today after school, your children Lu Jingyuan and Lu Nianxue were involved in a physical altercation with a 5th grade student, Zhao Zishuan. Based on the surveillance footage and accounts from students present, Zhao Zishuan initiated with verbal provocation, though it was Lu Nianxue who struck first, hitting Zhao Zishuan in the face with her backpack. Lu Jingyuan gave a slight nod, his tone even. I see. And then, we were hoping to mediate between both parties and resolve this amicably. Zhao Dazhuang's mouth opened and closed, every carefully prepared line of argument dissolving in his throat. He stole a glance at Lu Jingyuan, who merely sat there in flip-flops, yet radiated an almost suffocating presence. Silence stretched for several seconds. Then Zhao Dazhuang suddenly rose to his feet and slapped his son soundly on the back of the head. You good-for-nothing kid. Zhao Zishuan was stunned. Daddy, why did you go insulting someone? Got a smart mouth, don't you? Some girl hits you with a backpack and you have the nerve to cry, eh? Tears welled up again. But Dad, they were the ones who... Shut up. Zhao Dazhuang spun around, his face breaking into an obsequious smile as he nodded repeatedly at Lu Jingyuan. Mr. Lu, I'm so sorry, it was my son who was inappropriate. Children don't know any better. I'll educate him properly. Please don't take it to heart. Director Fong watched the 180 turn around, her lips twitching. Lu Jingyuan didn't even look at Zhao Dazhuang. His gaze settled on the buzz-cut boy, lingering for 2 seconds. Then he spoke. Mr. Zhao, correct. Yes, my surname is Zhao. You don't need to hit your son. Zhao Dazhuang froze. Lu Jingyuan's tone was flat, as though discussing something entirely inconsequential. My 2 kids got into a fight. That's on me. I'll discipline them when we get home. He paused, his gaze shifting from Zhao Zishuan to Zhao Dazhuang. Those eyes held no anger. Yet Zhao Dazhuang felt as though a bucket of ice water had been poured over his head. However, Mr. Zhao, Lu Jingyuan's voice carried neither threat nor weakness. Your son called my children orphans today. Zhao Dazhuang's face drained of color instantly. I can overlook that as childish ignorance and let it pass. But I'm putting this on the record. Lu Jingyuan rose to his feet, his flip-flop striking the floor with a soft slap. From now on, if anyone dares insult my children's origins again, I, Lu Jingyuan, won't hesitate to pay a personal visit. The words were spoken softly. Yet the temperature in the entire dean's office seemed to drop several degrees. Zhao Dazhuang nodded frantically, a fine sheen of sweat beading on his forehead. It won't happen again, I swear it never again. I'll discipline him properly. Lu Jingyuan didn't spare him another glance, turning instead to nod at Director Fong. Thank you for your time, Director Fong. Not at all, not at all. Director Fong rose quickly. Safe travels, Mr. Lu. As Lu Jingyuan stepped out of the administration building, the setting sun painted everything in golden light. Jingyuan and Nianxue stood beside the Lamborghini, escorted by Uncle Zhao. From a distance, Jingyuan spotted him and immediately straightened his posture, his expression caught between tension and restraint. Nianxue stood motionless, her face unreadable. Lu Jingyuan walked over without speaking first. He examined the faint red mark on Jingyuan's face, then the small scrape on Nianxue's knuckles. Then he crouched down to meet their eyes. Are you hurt? Jingyuan shook his head. No, just a scratch. Nianxue shook hers as well. Lu Jingyuan nodded, reached out, and ruffled both their hair. Neither child moved, their eyes locked onto him. Let's go. The three of them climbed into the car. As the Lamborghini fired up, Jingyuan twisted around in the back seat. Dad, are you angry? Lu Jingyuan glanced at him through the rearview mirror. What do you think? Jingyuan shrank back slightly. I think you're not angry, but I'm not sure. Nianxue spoke from beside him, her voice calm and even. I was the one who struck first. Punish me if needed. Lu Jingyuan didn't respond immediately. The car pulled out of the school gate and merged onto the main road. A silence settled inside the cabin. It wasn't until they waited at a red light that Lu Jingyuan finally spoke. Jingyuan and Nianxue. Yes, Dad. In the future, avoid physical confrontations whenever you can. Both children nodded in unison. The light turned green, and the car glided forward. Lu Jingyuan's voice drifted back from the front seat, laced with an unshakable certainty. But if someone throws the first punch, you hit back. If you can't win it, you come home and tell your dad. If you can't win, come tell Daddy. Cheng Yuan chuckled from the back seat. Nianshue's lips curved slightly, albeit for only a fleeting moment. But Lu Jingyuan did not pursue the matter further. He glanced at the time, 9:38. 7 minutes remained. His promise to Cheng Yuan had been within half an hour, which meant before 9:45. Uncle Zhao, he pressed his Bluetooth earpiece. Who's keeping watch at the kindergarten? I've had Xiao Lu waiting at the entrance, young master. You have my word. Tell him to hold his post. I'm arriving shortly. The car executed a U-turn and sped toward the Xingqian Academy kindergarten building. And at that very moment, inside the kindergarten classroom at Xingqian Academy, sunlight streamed through floor-to-ceiling windows, casting warm patterns across the colorful floor mats. Over 20 children were scattered throughout the room. Some were drawing, others building with blocks, a few chasing each other in playful scuffles. Only one child remained perfectly still, seated on the smallest chair nearest the doorway. Lu Jingyuan. His posture was remarkably upright for a 4-year-old. Back straight, small hands resting on his knees, head slightly turned toward the door. He was watching the door. It had been nearly an hour since he entered the classroom, and not a single word had passed his lips. Teacher Zhou observed him from nearby for quite some time, growing increasingly convinced that this child was extraordinary. He didn't cry or throw tantrums, nor did he interact with anyone. It wasn't fear that defined him. His expression showed no cowering. Rather, it was an extraordinary composure, a patient vigilance. He resembled a tiny sentinel standing guard at his post. Teacher Zhou attempted to approach and engage him. Little Chengwan, wouldn't you like to play with the other children? There are so many wonderful toys over there. Chengwan looked up at her and shook his head with serious determination. No, Chengwan is waiting for Daddy. But Daddy won't be here for another while. Why don't you go play first? Time passes more quickly that way. Chengwan isn't going to play. Chengwan will wait right here. After speaking, he turned his head back toward the door. His tone was calm, and even leaving no room for negotiation. Teacher Zhou opened her mouth, but found herself at a loss for words. In her 20 years of early childhood education, she had encountered children who cried incessantly, others who bit their fingers in anxiety, and those who hid in corners refusing to emerge. She had never before witnessed a 4-year-old reject all social interaction with such unwavering composure. Reluctantly, she set aside her concerns and turned to attend to the other children. In the center of the classroom, near the block area, a chubby little boy was building a castle, but kept knocking it down despite his efforts. He glanced up at the storage bin beside Chengwan's small chair, where several large blocks sat untouched. Those blocks had been given to Chengwan by the teacher earlier, yet he hadn't touched a single one. The chubby boy hesitated for a moment before standing and walking over. He reached out to grab a block from the bin, but the moment his hand brushed against it, a small hand shot out from beside him and gripped his wrist. Jingyuan stirred. Without rising, he turned his head to face the chubby boy. Despite his round cherubic face, at just 4 years old, something in those eyes froze the other child in place. These belonged to Jingyuan. His voice carried the softness of a toddler, yet his tone was icily cold. The chubby boy staggered back, his lip trembling. But you're not even playing with them. I'll just take one. Jingyuan rose slowly. Though he stood nearly a head shorter than the chubby boy, the way he tilted his chin upward created an uncanny impression of superiority. Even if I'm not playing, they're still mine. He released the boy's wrist, but made no move to step back. Leave. The chubby boy stared at his stern little face, his lips quivering. He couldn't explain why, but fear gripped him. The other child was smaller, showed no aggression, yet that look in his eyes and the tone of his voice left him completely paralyzed. Then Jingyuan spoke once more. His articulation precise, his voice sweet and childish, yet carrying undeniable force. Do you know who my father is? Tears welled up and spilled down the chubby boy's cheeks. Wah, teacher. He's bullying me. He bolted away, wailing as he ran straight to Teacher Zhou. Teacher Zhou hurriedly crouched down to soothe him. What's wrong? He's so fierce. He asked me if I know who his dad is. The chubby boy sobbed through his tears. Teacher Zhou turned to look at Jingyuan. He had already settled back into his small chair, assuming the same posture as before. Back straight, hands resting on his knees, gaze fixed on the door, as though nothing had transpired. Teacher Zhou took a deep breath. What manner of child was this? From that day forward, every child in the classroom gave Jingyuan a wide berth. No one dared venture within a meter of him anymore. Jingyuan paid it no mind. He simply sat there, occasionally glancing at the clock on the wall. Though he couldn't read the numbers on the clock, he counted anyway, counting his own heartbeats. Daddy had said half an hour. When he tallied roughly enough, footsteps sounded from outside the door. The sound of leather shoes. No, these were slippers. Slap, slap. Jingyuan's eyes lit up instantly. He launched himself from the chair, his short legs carrying him toward the door in a hurry. The door pushed open from the outside. Lu Jingyuan stood in the doorway, his flip-flops clicking against the colorful kindergarten floor, one hand tucked into his pocket. Before he could even speak, a tiny projectile had collided into his arms. Daddy. Jingyuan buried his face firmly against his stomach, his small arms wrapping tightly around his legs. He held on with desperate urgency, as if anchoring himself to his father. Lu Jingyuan bent down and scooped him up in one motion. Jingyuan looped his arms around his neck, pressing his face into his shoulder. He didn't cry, yet his little body trembled ever so slightly. Lu Jingyuan patted his back, gently speaking in a hushed tone. Daddy's here. Did I keep you waiting? Jingyuan lifted his face from his father's shoulder. His eyes were red-rimmed, but dry. His small mouth pressed into a thin line as he nodded vigorously. You weren't late. Jingyuan counted. Lu Jingyuan smiled and pressed his nose against Jingyuan's forehead. Good job. Only then did Jingyuan reveal his first smile of the day, small yet radiant as the sun. Teacher Zhou approached, observing the father and son with a complex tangle of emotions. After a moment's hesitation, she leaned close to Lu Jingyuan and lowered her voice. Mr. Lu, there's something I'd like to discuss with you. Please go ahead. Teacher Zhou glanced at Jingyuan to ensure he wasn't listening before continuing. Your son hasn't spoken a single word today, nor has he interacted with any of the other children. He's been sitting in that chair by the door the entire time, watching it, waiting for you. Lu Jingyuan's expression barely shifted. He merely offered a soft acknowledgement. Teacher Zhou added another thought. There's something else. Her expression grew complicated. One of the children tried to touch his blocks. With just 2 sentences, he had the boy crying. Lu Jingyuan raised an eyebrow. What did he say? He asked, do you know who my father is? A brief silence fell between them. The corner of Lu Jingyuan's mouth twitched involuntarily. Teacher Zhou continued, her tone carrying both admiration and bewilderment. Mr. Lu, I've spent 20 years in early childhood education, and this is the first time I've encountered anything like this. Your son didn't say a word beyond what he needed to, yet none of the 23 children in the class dared approach him. Looking at Jingyuan, now nestled obediently against Lu Jingyuan's shoulder, she couldn't reconcile this sweet image with the stern miniature general she'd witnessed throughout the day. Lu Jingyuan glanced down at Jingyuan in his arms. The little one was tugging at his collar, nuzzling his shoulder, radiating a sense of complete contentment, as though the rest of the world had nothing to do with him. He smiled. Teacher Zhou, I apologize. His voice carried a hint of helplessness, but also an unmistakable pride. My son takes after me in temperament. Teacher Zhou's lips moved, but she couldn't find words to respond. Lu Jingyuan carried Jingyuan toward the door, pausing just before reaching it. He turned back, his tone gentle. By the way, Teacher Zhou, could you arrange a different seat for him tomorrow? Please don't let him sit by the door anymore. Why? If he keeps sitting by the door waiting for me every day, he'll never learn to play with others. Lu Jingyuan glanced sideways at Jingyuan. The child immediately buried his face deeper, mumbling. Jingyuan doesn't want to change seats. No, we must change it. Jingyuan won't. Am I the boss, or are you? Chungwan fell silent for 2 seconds. You are daddy. Then we're changing it. Chungwan pressed his face firmly into his father's neck, his voice growing fainter. Will daddy come to pick Chungwan up tomorrow too? Lu Jingyuan stepped outside in his flip-flops, the setting sun stretching their father and son shadows long behind them. Every day, rain or shine. Chungwan was quiet for a moment before murmuring in his soft childish voice. Then Chungwan will try playing with others tomorrow. But if they make Chungwan angry, Chungwan will still tell them who my father is. Let Chungwan try playing with others tomorrow. But if they make Chungwan angry, Chungwan should still tell them who my father is. That remark kept Lu Jingyuan smiling all the way. He placed Chungwan into the car seat, and the little one immediately quieted down, clutching the hem of his shirt without letting go. The next phase was the long journey of picking up children. The business van departed from the kindergarten building, first collecting Nianxing Nianyao and Cheng-un from the junior high division, then the remaining 7 from the elementary section. After one full loop, all 11 children were accounted for. The rear seat of the extended business van instantly turned into a bustling marketplace. Dad, just listen to me. Chungza was the first to explode with excitement. The 7-year-old chatterbox bounced up from his seat, waving his hands animatedly. Dad, do you know what? There's an iron box in the school with a button on top. Press it, and water comes out automatically. That's called a water dispenser. Nianxing remarked casually from beside him, but Chungza didn't catch it at all. It's hot. No firewood needed. No waiting. It heats the water all by itself. He gestured with both hands, his eyes shining like light bulbs. Dad, does a little fire god live inside it? There's no fire god. Lu Jingyuan said gently as he drove. That's electricity. Dad will explain when we get back. What's electricity? It's just an invisible force. An invisible force. Doesn't that sound like inner energy? The car erupted in laughter. Chungza continued speaking nonstop. And there's something else. In the hallway there's a device that lights up when someone walks by and turns off when they leave. An induction lamp, Chung'an mumbled. Yes, an induction lamp. Can that thing see people? Does it have eyes? Lu Jingyuan glanced at him through the rearview mirror. Chungza had already stood up completely from his seat, like a small monkey bursting with energy. He was about to tell him to sit down when crying came from the other side. It was Nianxing. The 5-year-old girl nestled in Nianru's arms, her eyes red and swollen, her mouth pouted so severely it could hang 3 oil bottles. What's wrong with Nianxing? Lu Jingyuan asked. Nianru gently patted her younger sister's back, her voice soft. 7th sister was laughed at school. Laughed at for what? Nianxing lifted her head from her sister's embrace, hiccuping as she spoke. They laughed because Nianxing talks like someone from ancient times. Lu Jingyuan's eyebrows twitched slightly. What did Nianxing say? Nianxing greeted a little girl nearby and said Xinhui. Her voice grew increasingly aggrieved. And then they all laughed. So many people laughed. I didn't say anything wrong. Why are they laughing at me? Tears streamed down again. Lu Jingyuan's heart tightened. Nianxing. From now on, just say hello to the other children. The word Xinhui is too formal. Oh, children don't speak like that. But everyone says it like that at home. This place is different. Lu Jingyuan's voice was patient. Dad will teach you. From now on, when you meet someone, just say hi or hello. Hi. Right, hi? It's very simple. Nianxing sniffled and curled back into Nianru's arms, looking wronged. Before Lu Jingyuan could comfort her further, another voice chimed in. It was Nianyua. The 8-year-old 5th daughter sat in the back row, her chubby cheeks filled with seriousness. Dad, what's wrong? The food at school tastes terrible. Lu Jingyuan's lips twitched. How does it taste bad? Not enough meat. Nianyua counted on her fingers. There were only 2 slices of meat in that lunchbox at noon. 2 slices. Smaller than Chungwan's palm. Chungwan spoke up from the front in a grumble. Chungwan's palm is quite large. That tiny palm of yours can't even grip a steamed bun. Jingyuan chuckled beside him. Nianyua ignored him and continued her complaint. And that soup was watery, not a single drop of oil. I ate 2 bowls, and I'm still not full. 2 bowls, and you're still not full. Nianxuang leaned over from the other side. You normally eat 3 bowls at home, so you've only cut down by 1. That's still not enough. Nianyua looked earnestly at Lu Jingyuan. Dad, can you bring me lunch every day? Like Uncle Zhao's braised pork. Before Lu Jingyuan could answer, Nianxua spoke up out of nowhere. If you keep eating like that, your school uniform will burst. What did 4th sister say? Telling the truth. I eat more so I grow faster. Dad said so. Nianyua turned to Lu Jingyuan with puffed cheeks. Dad, did you say I eat more so I grow faster? I did. Lu Jingyuan suppressed a smile. I'll have Uncle Zhao bring you an extra box of meat tomorrow. Yay. Nianyua clapped her hands together in delight. Nianxua rolled her eyes. The entire van was in chaos, everyone talking over each other. Chengyuan was recounting his glorious feat of hitting the teacher with a paper airplane. Nianxuang was complaining that the trees at school were too short to climb, and Chungza was still pestering about whether a little fire god lived in the water dispenser. Only one person hadn't said a single word since getting in the car. Nianxing. She sat behind the passenger seat, her body slightly turned toward the window, her gaze fixed on the streets rushing past outside. She was unconsciously twisting the straps of her school bag in her hands. There was no smile on her face. Lu Jingyuan raised his eyes and glanced at the rearview mirror. He took in his eldest daughter's expression. Her lips were slightly pursed, her brows drawn into a faint furrow. Though her gaze was fixed on the window, her focus was nowhere in particular. She was lost in thought, and it was troubling her. Lu Jingyuan did not ask in front of everyone. He understood Nianqing. This girl valued her pride, especially in front of her younger brothers and sisters. The car turned onto the road back to the villa, and the setting sun poured through the windshield, casting a warm golden glow on the children's smiling faces. The chatter gradually subsided. Nianyue had fallen asleep leaning against Nianru, while Chengze finally quieted down and dozed with his head resting on Chengyuan's legs. Nianqing still gazed out the window silent. Lu Jingyuan's fingers tapped twice lightly on the steering wheel. The academic issue needed to be resolved as soon as possible. He recalled the voice Nianqing had used when she called that day, soft and restrained. I completely don't understand anything in math class. It wasn't any other child. It was Nianqing. That eldest daughter, who could manage 300 people in ancient times, sat in a classroom all day and couldn't understand a single word. Lu Jingyuan understood that feeling all too well. He had gone through the same thing when he first entered the imperial court in ancient times. The business van stopped at the villa entrance. The children got off one by one and ran inside. Nianqing walked at the very back, her steps half a beat slower than usual. Lu Jingyuan called out to her. Eldest daughter. Nianqing stopped and turned around. The evening sun fell on her face, revealing the refined features of a 14-year-old girl, but a faint shadow lingered in her eyes. Lu Jingyuan looked at her, his voice soft. After they've all fallen asleep tonight, come find me in the study. Nianqing pressed her lips together and nodded once. Bring Cheng'an along too. Something flickered in Nianqing's eyes, and she softly agreed. Yes, Dad. Lu Jingyuan ruffled her hair. Don't worry. The sky won't fall. Nianqing's shoulders relaxed slightly, and she lowered her head, following her younger siblings into the house. Lu Jingyuan stood at the villa entrance, watching the series of figures large and small disappear into the porch. He took out his phone, opened his contacts, and found a name. Uncle Zhao helped me contact the best private tutoring agency in Haisheng. I want the top-tier teaching team covering all subjects from elementary to junior high. Have them come to discuss tomorrow. Yes, young master. How many teachers? Lu Jingyuan leaned against the car door, his voice calm. Start with 10. If that's not enough, we'll add more. Let me have 10 first. If it's not enough, I'll order more. Uncle Zhao paused for a moment on the other end of the phone, then agreed. Lu Jingyuan hung up and glanced up at the darkening sky. It was already completely dark. He walked into the house in his flip-flops. Dinner had been prepared ahead of time by the auntie at Uncle Zhao's request. Braised spare ribs, tomato, and egg stir-fry, steamed sea bass, 3 vegetable dishes, and a pot of bone soup. At the dining table, 11 pairs of chopsticks clattered away in lively succession. Nianyu buried her head in her bowl, eating voraciously, with barely a pause between bites. Chengze asked Uncle Zhao between chewing. How did you steam this fish? Did you keep the fire low? Nian Shuang poked at the broccoli in her bowl with her chopsticks, her expression full of distaste. Chengwan sat on a high chair beside Lu Jingyuan, his short arms unable to reach the ribs across the table, yet stubbornly refusing any help. A single swipe sent the ribs sliding halfway across the table. Lu Jingyuan reached out, retrieved it, and placed it back in Chengwan's bowl. Chengwan kept a straight face and muttered in his babyish voice. Chengwan can pick up food by himself. MMI no. Lu Jingyuan remained expressionless. I was merely passing by. Chengwan snorted and went back to gnawing on his rib. After dinner came the evening wash-up. This was the most chaotic time of day. Both bathrooms were running simultaneously, while Nianqing directed traffic from the hallway outside. Chengze and Nian Shuang nearly came to blows over who got to use the towel, with the yellow duck printed on it first. Nianqing stood at the bathroom doorway in tears, frightened by the powerful spray of the showerhead. Chengyuan chased Nianyu down the hallway, brandishing a fake snake. Nianyu screamed and circled the living room twice. Lu Jingyuan sat on the sofa listening to the clattering noises upstairs, his expression calm and composed. He had endured this kind of clamor for over 70 years in ancient times. Familiar as breathing. 9:30. The little ones were tucked into bed one by one. Lu Jingyuan checked each room, tucking in the edges of their blankets and ensuring all of them had their eyes closed. The last room was Chengwan's. The little one lay in bed with the covers pulled up to his chin, both hands gripping the edge, round eyes fixed on him. Sleep. Will Daddy really come pick up Chengwan tomorrow? Yes. Then Chengwan is sleeping now. Chengwan closed his eyes. Within 3 seconds, even breathing filled the room. He fell asleep faster than anyone else. Lu Jingyuan closed the door softly and descended the stairs. The study light was on. Pushing the door open, he found Nianqing and Cheng'an already inside. Nianqing sat in the chair beside the desk, her hands neatly placed on her knees. Cheng'an stood by the window, hands clasped behind his back, his expression grave. Both of them called out, "Dad," as Lu Jingyuan entered. Sit down. Lu Jingyuan took his seat behind the desk and looked at them. Don't stand there, this isn't a courtroom. Chang'an walked over and sat down, though his back remained perfectly straight. Jingyuan leaned back in his chair and began to speak. Tell me how today felt. Nianqing spoke first. Her voice was deeper and more measured than it had been on the phone earlier. That I sat through an entire day. I could barely follow 60 or 70% of the Chinese lessons, but in math and English I understood absolutely nothing. She looked up at Jingyuan. I have never felt this way before. Back home managing over 300 people in the manor, I was always capable and at ease. But sitting in that classroom, everyone around me was writing and calculating while I could only sit there frozen. Her voice tightened slightly. It's unbearable. Jingyuan did not interrupt her. Chang'an also spoke up. Dad, I feel the same way. In physics class, I couldn't make sense of forces or motion at all. Those classmates solved problems as easily as drinking water, while I couldn't even understand the questions. His fist clenched briefly. In ancient times, I was never afraid of anything. But sitting in that classroom today for the first time, I felt like a complete nobody. Those two words carried enormous weight coming from a 12-year-old boy. Jingyuan was silent for a few seconds. Then he rose and walked over to the two children, delivering a light tap to each of their heads. Neither too hard nor too soft. Nianqing looked up. Chang'an did the same. Jingyuan regarded them, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Listen to me for a moment. Both of them nodded. First, not understanding is completely normal. His tone was calm, stating a simple fact. The knowledge you learned over more than a decade in ancient times is entirely different from the modern curriculum. It's like starting from scratch. Not grasping it in one day doesn't mean you'll catch up within a week either. There's no shame in that. Nianqing's eyelashes fluttered slightly. Second, you are not stupid. Jingyuan turned his gaze to Chang'an. You passed the military examination at 14, in ancient times excelling in horsemanship, archery, and strategy. Nianqing managed accounts for her father at 9, her abacus skills surpassing even the professional accountants. Your minds work better than anyone else's. What you lack is only time. Chang'an's fist loosened slightly. Third, I will not let you carry this burden alone. Jingyuan walked back and sat down behind the desk. I have arranged for the finest private tutoring team who will come tomorrow. We'll start from the very basics with one-on-one sessions. Math, English, physics, chemistry. Whatever is lacking will be filled in. During the day, you'll attend school classes to familiarize yourselves, and at night you'll return home to truly learn. Nianqing's eyes lit up. Dad, how long will this take? Until you catch up. Jingyuan's tone was resolute. It may take a month, or it may take 3. Speed is unimportant. What matters is building a solid foundation. He looked at both of them, his voice slowing. In ancient times, you mastered everything. Starting as young students, you climbed step by step to the very top. This era will be no different. It simply requires time. I have all the patience in the world to wait. Nianqing took a deep breath and nodded. I understand, father. Her shoulders finally relaxed. The anxiety that had weighed on her since morning lifted significantly in that moment. Chang'an fell silent for a long while. Then he suddenly rose to his feet, clasping his hands in a traditional martial salute. This was the gesture of honor used by warriors of ancient times. Dad, in my time, I was the top scholar in the military examinations. His voice was quiet, yet every word carried weight and conviction. In the modern era, I will not bring disgrace upon us either. Jingyuan looked at his 12-year-old eldest son, his lips curving slightly. That unyielding spirit was exactly like his own. Good. I will await your results. Chang'an nodded firmly. Nianqing also stood up. Dad, I will not lose to anyone either. Just give me time. I will give you time. Jingyuan smiled. But don't push yourselves too hard. You are still children. Nianqing pressed her lips together in a small smile, momentarily revealing the gentle softness of a 14-year-old girl. Dad, shall we go back to sleep now? Go ahead. As they reached the doorway, Jingyuan suddenly called out to them. Oh, by the way, both Nianqing and Chang'an turned their heads. Keep an eye on the younger ones for me. If any of them have the same trouble as Chengze and Nianshuang, unable to sit still in class, tell me when they return. I will handle each one individually. Yes, father. The door closed. Silence settled once more in the study. Jingyuan leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes. He ran through every piece of information from today in his mind. Jingyuan had gotten into a fight. Nian Shui had gotten into a fight. Chengwan had frightened a classmate to tears. Nian Xing had been ridiculed. Nian Xing couldn't keep up with the lessons. Cheng'an couldn't keep up with the lessons. The first day, only the first day, he rubbed his temples and let out a bitter smile. His phone vibrated on the desk. He picked it up and glanced at the screen. It was a message from his third brother, Jingyuan. Fourth brother, your 11 kids started at Xingchen Academy today. Word travels fast. Jingyuan typed 2 characters in reply. 3 seconds later, Jingyuan sent another message. Someone's asking around. Not just anyone. It's a journalist. That woman Sun Xiaowei found out your children got into Xingchen Academy. She's trying to set up a gathering with your old friends to dig for information. Jingyuan's eyes narrowed slightly. He set down his phone and tapped his fingers twice on the desktop. Sun Xiaowei. That gossip journalist had finally lost her patience. He picked up his phone and sent a reply to his third brother. Who did she manage to set up? Lu Jingyuan replied almost instantly. Zhou Wenhao. Tomorrow night's gathering. That guy can't keep a secret to save his life. Fourth brother, you'd better warn him beforehand, or everything about you will be splashed across the newspapers by tomorrow. Lu Jingyuan put down his phone and stared at the ceiling for 2 seconds. Sun Xiaorui. That name was no stranger to him. A notorious paparazzo in Haicheng's entertainment circle, making a living by digging up gossip on the wealthy. When he was still a playboy, this woman had already written a few articles about his visits to nightclubs. But back then he didn't care. Now things were different. Now he had 11 children. He rubbed his brow about to call Zhou Wenhao when the study door was gently knocked twice. Young master. Uncle Zhao pushed the door open, his eyes behind the gold-rimmed glasses carrying a hint of unease. Speak. Young master, for the past 3 days a black van has been parked on the road east of the villa. I had Xiao Lu check it out. The windows are tinted, but you can see someone inside holding a camera. Lu Jingyuan picked up the cold latte on the table and out of habit blew on it 3 times. How many days? At least 3. The first day I thought it was a passerby. The second day, it was still there. Today I had the security guard ask about it, and the car drove off directly. But it came back an hour later parked in a different spot. Uncle Zhao took out his phone from his pocket, pulled up a photo, and handed it over. I took a picture of the license plate. Checked it. It's registered under a media company. Lu Jingyuan glanced at it and smiled. A media company? Which one? Haisheng Xingyao Media. Uncle Zhao adjusted his glasses. That's the self-media company run by Sun Xiaorui. They're quite fast. Lu Jingyuan put down the phone, his tone as if commenting on the nice weather. Uncle Zhao grew anxious. Young master, if these people take photos of the children coming and going from school and upload them online, let them take pictures. Lu Jingyuan leaned back in his chair. The 11 kids aren't ugly. Having their photos out there would even bring face to the Lu family. Young master. Uncle Zhao wore a look of exasperation. This isn't about face. Some tabloids are already writing about it. This afternoon I saw 2 posts online with titles like, Fourth young master of Haicheng Lu family suddenly has 11 children, and the comments section exploded. Lu Jingyuan raised an eyebrow. What did they write? All sorts of nonsense. Uncle Zhao shook his head. Some say you've been keeping several women outside, some say the children were bought, and some say they were from surrogacy. Basically anything absurd you can imagine. Lu Jingyuan responded with a calm expression. In ancient times, he had heard rumors 100 times more ridiculous than this. Things like him being a wife killer, colluding with the enemy, or secretly training assassins. The last person who spread such rumors, the grass on his grave was already 3 feet tall. But this was the modern era. He couldn't bury people. He had to change his approach. As he was thinking, his phone rang again. The caller ID, big sister. Lu Jingyuan answered. Lao Si. Lu Jingwei's voice came through the phone, crisp and decisive. You know about the situation on your end, right? Just found out. Not just found out. I had someone pass you a message 3 days ago. Did you not check your messages again? Lu Jingyuan scrolled through WeChat. Indeed, there was a message from his big sister from 3 days ago that he hadn't opened. I looked. Your lying skills have regressed. Lu Jingwei snorted coldly. Listen to me, this can't be left unattended. You know Sun Xiaorui's methods. She never cares about truth, only traffic. If you don't take the initiative to control the narrative, she can fabricate 18 girlfriends and 3 secret marriages for you. Lu Jingyuan laughed. 18. She thinks highly of me. You're still laughing. Lu Jingwei's voice rose 2 octaves. Lao Si, you're not alone now. You have 11 children. Those kids go to Star Academy, and their classmates' parents can all see the news. Do you want your children to be pointed at and called bastards? Those words made Lu Jingyuan's smile fade. He was silent for 2 seconds. Big sister, what do you have in mind? My idea is to take the initiative. Find a reliable media outlet for a positive interview and unify the narrative. The story of overseas adoption has already been established. Now we need to get the public to accept this version. An interview, eh? Yes. I know a producer at BBC Chinese in London. Oh, I can make the connection. But if you think foreign media is too high profile, there are also a few domestic platforms with some integrity that we can work with. Lu Jingyuan didn't answer immediately. His fingers tapped lightly on the desk twice. An interview was one way, but he had a better idea. In ancient times, he never explained himself in the face of rumors. Because explaining meant being passive. He only ever did one thing, let everyone see the truth. Big sister. Moi. Let's not rush the interview. Give me 2 days to think. Lu Jingwei was silent for a moment on the other end. Lao Si, do you have another plan? What plan? Haven't figured it out yet. I'll tell you when I do. Spit it out. Big sister, trust me this once. Lu Jingyuan's tone suddenly turned serious. I won't let anyone hurt them. Lu Jingwei didn't speak again. She knew her 4th brother. This brother had always been unreliable, but since those children appeared, he had become a different person. That calmness and certainty made even her, the eldest sister, feel at ease. Fine. She finally agreed. 2 days. If you don't act within 2 days, I'll make arrangements myself. Okay. He hung up. Lu Jingyuan leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes, and thought for a while. Then he picked up his phone and sent a message to Zhou Wenhao. Wenhao, cancel the gathering tomorrow night. The reply came quickly. What gathering? The one Sun Xiaorui invited you to. The other side was silent for over 10 seconds. Then a series of messages popped up. Damn, fourth brother, how did you know? I haven't agreed yet. She said it was just a casual dinner, and chat I figured it was nothing. Lu Jingyuan typed a few words back. If you go, don't call me fourth brother anymore. The other side went silent again. I'm not going. I swear I won't go. Fourth brother, don't be angry. Lu Jingyuan tossed his phone onto the table, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Zhou Wenhao was blocked. But Sun Xiaorui wouldn't back off just because she lost one Zhou Wenhao. As he was pondering what to do next, Uncle Zhao poked his head in at the door. Young master, come take a look at this. Uncle Zhao handed over the tablet. On the screen was a trending list on a news app. Number 17. The title glaringly read, Hidden Scandal of Haicheng's Richest Family. Lu family's fourth young master's 11 illegitimate children exposed. Read count 1. 2 million. Still rising. Uncle Zhao's face had turned pale. Young master, this has already made the trending list. Lu Jingyuan looked at the title, his expression unchanged. He put down the tablet, picked up the cold coffee on the table, blew on it 3 times, and took a sip. Uncle Zhao, yes. Tomorrow have the maid make more breakfast. Make sure the children eat well before school. Uncle Zhao was taken aback. Young master, I was talking about the trending list. Lu Jingyuan stood up and stretched. The trending list is the trending list. Breakfast is breakfast. My kids need to be full to have energy for school. As for what those people outside write. He walked to the study door and paused. He turned back, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. The same smile he used in ancient times when dealing with the officials who impeached him. Let them write. The more absurd they write, the louder the slap in the face in a couple of days. Uncle Zhao opened his mouth about to say something else. His phone rang again. Lu Jingyuan looked down and saw it was his eldest brother calling. He answered. Lu Jingxing's voice was as heavy as an iron plate. Laosi, come back to the old mansion tomorrow at 10 in the morning. Dad has called a family meeting everyone must attend. We'll handle the matter of that article together as a family. Lu Jingyuan raised an eyebrow. Brother, isn't this a bit too much? Lu Jingxing's tone didn't relent. 1. 2 million reads, 3000 comments, of which 2000 are calling you a scumbag and a degenerate. You think it's not necessary? Lu Jingyuan laughed. Those 2000 people aren't wrong. I was indeed quite the degenerate before. Lu Jingyuan. Fine, 10 tomorrow. He hung up and yawned. He looked down at the time. It was 11. Time to go tuck Jingyuan in. He padded upstairs in his slippers. As he passed the second-floor hallway, he suddenly saw a light seeping through the crack of Nianqing's door. He knocked. Big girl still not asleep. The door opened a crack and Nianqing's face appeared behind it. She was holding her phone, her expression somewhat displeased. Father, I've seen those articles online. Lu Jingyuan's brow furrowed. Who told you to look? Chang'an sent them to me. Nianqing's voice was soft, but carried a chill. Father, they are insulting you. Lu Jingyuan looked at the barely concealed anger in his eldest daughter's eyes and sighed inwardly. This girl had been like this in ancient times. If anyone said a single bad word about her father, she would hold a grudge for 3 years. Go to sleep. He reached out and took the phone from her hand. Father will handle it tomorrow. But father, Nianqing. His voice was not heavy but steady. Your father has lived for 78 years. Oh, what kind of situations haven't I seen? Can a few lousy articles do anything to your father? Nianqing pressed her lips together and looked at him for several seconds. Finally, she lowered her head. Daughter understands. But father, if they dare to insult you again, I won't hold back. Lu Jingyuan smiled and stuffed the phone back into her hand. Fine, but sleep first tonight. Tomorrow father will show you what it means to subdue the enemy without fighting. What does it mean to subdue the enemy without fighting? Nianqing remembered this phrase. But early the next morning, when she opened her phone and saw the screen full of new messages, that surge of anger almost overwhelmed her. The trending topic had risen from 17th to 6th place. The comment section was in an uproar. So that's the kind of person the fourth young master of the Lu family is. 11 illegitimate children. How many women must he have been with? Is this the upbringing of Haicheng's richest family? Can money really allow anything? Poor children, no one knows who their mothers are. I bet those children aren't from the same mother. Just look at that Playboy's scandalous news before. What was even more disgusting was that someone dug up old photos of Lu Jingyuan entering nightclubs and added them to the mix. The headlines were more disgusting than one another. Digging into the ceiling of Haicheng's Playboys, the absurd love history behind the 11 children. Insider leaks inside story of the fourth young master of the Lu family's illegitimate children. Nianqing turned her phone screen face down on the table, her fingertips turning white. In ancient times, anyone who dared to slander her father like this would be beaten to death by clan law. She took a deep breath, changed into her school uniform, and went downstairs. At the dining table, Uncle Zhao was busy setting out bowls and chopsticks. The children were already seated. Cheng Zhe was still asking about yesterday's water dispenser problem, while Nian Yu was counting if there were enough meat slices in her bowl. Only Cheng An sat in the corner silent. He was also clutching his phone, his face ashen. Nian Xing walked over and sat down beside him. You saw it, eh? Cheng An nodded. Big sister, they're insulting Dad. I know. Dad said not to worry. Cheng An clenched his fist. But I can't suppress the anger in my heart. I can't suppress it either, Nian Xing said softly. But Dad said he'll handle it today. We'll wait. Cheng An took a deep breath and shoved his phone into his pocket. At exactly 8 o'clock, 2 cars set off as usual to take the children to school. Lu Jingyuan stood at the villa entrance watching the cars drive away, then changed into a dark gray casual suit. Today he unusually wasn't wearing flip-flops. Leather shoes black. Uncle Zhao looked at his attire and felt a pang of alarm. Days when the young master wore leather shoes were usually days for serious business. At 9:45, Lu Jingyuan's Lamborghini stopped at the entrance of the Lu family's old mansion. The old mansion was located on Haisheng City, occupying the entire hilltop. The layered Chinese-style courtyards were equipped with modern security systems, understated yet imposing. When he walked in, the living room was already full of people. The eldest brother Lu Jingxing sat to the left of the main seat, dressed in a suit and tie, his face as dark as the sky before a storm. The second brother Lu Jingshuan stood by the window with his arms crossed. His military habit made him unable to sit still. The eldest sister Lu Jingwei sat on the sofa with a tablet on her lap, scrolling through data. The third brother Lu Jingyan crossed his legs and twirled a pen in his hand, his expression gloomy. The second sister Lu Jingyu sat in a corner, unusually not smiling. The father Lu Hongyuan sat on the central armchair with a freshly brewed cup of Tiguanyin tea on the coffee table before him. He didn't speak, but his expression was grimmer than anyone else's. Song Wanqing sat next to her husband, her lips pressed into a thin line. As Lu Jingyuan walked in, everyone's eyes turned to him in unison. Oh, everyone's here. He smiled, sat down in an empty seat, and poured himself a cup of tea. No one laughed. Lu Jingxing spoke first. You've all seen it. That article has already surpassed 3 million reads. Combined comments and shares are nearly 100,000. His voice sounded like he was chairing a board meeting. It's not just that one article. At least 7 or 8 self-media accounts are now jumping on the bandwagon. The topic has spread to Weibo short video platforms. Someone has started digging up all the fourth brother's past social media records, trying to piece together who the biological mother of those children is. The second brother Lu Jingshuan directly slapped the windowsill. Delete. Delete them all. Let the PR department contact the platforms. Delete every single one. The third brother Lu Jingyan shook his head. It can't be cleaned up. This level of dissemination can't be solved by deleting posts. You delete the original and screenshots fly everywhere. The more you delete, the more guilty you look. Then what do you suggest, eh? Go through legal channels. Lu Jingyan put the pen down on the table. That article uses the term illegitimate children without any supporting evidence. I can sue the poster and the platform for defamation. Sue. The second brother rolled his eyes. By the time you finish the lawsuit, public opinion will have already convicted the fourth brother. The eldest sister Lu Jingwei spoke up, her tone crisp. My suggestion is to respond directly. Choose a top-tier media outlet for an exclusive and tell the story of overseas adoption clearly, along with a DNA report and adoption documents. Close off all room for speculation. DNA report. Song Wanqing frowned. Wouldn't that prove they are biological? Wouldn't that contradict the overseas adoption story? So we only release partial information. The eldest sister glanced at Lu Jingyuan. Fourth brother, your previous explanation was that they were adopted through an overseas institution as distant relatives with special blood ties. Can we still maintain that narrative? Lu Jingyuan leaned back on the sofa, holding his teacup and blowing on it 3 times. He didn't answer his eldest sister's question. Everyone was watching him. Lu Hongyuan finally spoke. Fourth brother, what do you have to say? His voice was not loud, but the entire living room immediately fell silent. Lu Jingyuan set down his teacup and looked around. The eldest brother was analyzing the situation. The second brother wanted to use brute force. The third brother wanted to use the law. The eldest sister wanted to use the media. Everyone's plan had merit, but he wasn't going to use any of them. In ancient times, when facing impeachment, he never defended himself. He only did one thing: make those people see the truth with their own eyes, and then slap themselves in the face. Deleting posts is useless. Lawsuits are too slow. Exclusive interviews are too deliberate. He summarized everyone's plans in one sentence. The eldest brother frowned. Then what do you plan to do? Lu Jingyuan stood up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window in the middle of the living room. Outside the window was the scenery of Banshan, with the entire Haisheng City in full view. He clasped his hands behind his back, his posture exactly like when he stood on the city wall in ancient times, looking at the army before him. They want to see my children, so let them see. Song Wanqing was startled. What do you mean, eh? Lu Jingyuan turned around. Aren't they curious? Aren't they guessing? Aren't they making up stories? A faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth. In a couple of days, I'll take the children out for a stroll. A mall, a park, anywhere. Go out openly. Let all the reporters take as many pictures as they want. Are you crazy, eh? The second brother's eyes widened. The third brother was also stunned. You're voluntarily exposing the children to the cameras. Lu Jingyuan looked at them with a certainty in his eyes that no one could understand. Third brother, think about it. Why do people believe those articles? Lu Jingyan frowned and thought. Because there's no hard evidence, everyone is guessing. The more room for speculation, the more outrageous the fabrications. Exactly. Lu Jingyuan nodded. So, I don't need to explain. I just need to let everyone see with their own eyes what my children are like. His gaze swept over everyone present. They call me a playboy, and the children illegitimate. But just let those people see the bearing of my 11 kids when they stand together, see how I treat them, see the look in their eyes when they call me dad. His voice was not loud, but every word was clear. All the rumors will collapse on their own. The living room was silent for several seconds. Lu Hanyuan picked up his teacup, took a sip, and said nothing. But when he looked at his youngest son, there was something new in his scrutinizing gaze. As if he was getting to know this person anew. The eldest sister was the first to snap out of it. You want to use image to overwhelm public opinion. Let the public overturn their previous judgments themselves. Hey, something like that. But how can you guarantee the effect? What if the photos are maliciously edited? Lu Jingyuan smiled slightly. Eldest sister, you've seen my kids. Do you think anyone could take an ugly picture of them standing there? Lu Jingwei fell silent. She remembered the bearing of Nianqing standing at the airport and the fierce yet adorable face of Chengwan. Indeed, those children just standing there without saying a word were already the best public relations. The third brother Lu Jingyan leaned back in his chair, tapping the armrest with his fingers. The idea is correct. But there's a problem. Taking the children out to be photographed is passive exposure. What you need is to actively guide the direction of public opinion. So I need you. Lu Jingyuan looked at him. Me, eh? Didn't you say Sun Xiaorui is organizing a gathering to invite people, eh? A cryptic smile curved at the corner of Lu Jingyuan's mouth. Let her arrange it. But not to invite Zhou Wenhao. He paused, his tone like making an extremely precise move in chess. Let her invite me. Let her come ask me out. After the words fell, the living room fell silent for several seconds. Third brother was the first to snap back. Are you going to confront Sun Xiaorui head-on? Not a head-on confrontation. Lu Jingyuan smiled lightly, his tone casual. I want her to see with her own eyes whether my child is worth her changing her tune. Lu Hanyuan held his teacup and studied his youngest son for a long moment before finally nodding. Very well. You handle it. The whole family has your back. After the family meeting dispersed, Lu Jingyuan spent 2 days preparing. Saturday, 10 o'clock in the morning. Haisheng Wanxiang International Plaza. 11 black vans parked in the underground garage, and the 11 children stepped out one by one. Uncle Zhao had prepared full sets of high-end custom children's outfits for each of them a day in advance. Nianqing wore a light blue shirt dress, her long hair tied in a low ponytail, her cold and elegant aura resembling a court lady stepping out from a traditional painting. Nian Yao wore a pale yellow floral dress with a round face and almond-shaped eyes, her smile like peach blossoms in March. Cheng'an was dressed in a little black suit. The 12-year-old kept a serious expression, his gaze sweeping the surroundings with natural alertness. Nian Ro in a white skirt, quiet and serene. Nian Shuang in sporty attire, neat and sharp. Cheng Yuan in a plaid shirt, grinning freely. Nian Shui in black and white, her face as cold as frost. Nian Yu in a pink t-shirt, her round little face beaming with laughter. Cheng Zhe bounced around, looking left and right with curiosity. Nian Xing held tightly onto her third sister's hand, wearing a pink princess dress like a porcelain doll. And finally there was Cheng Wan. Lu Jingyuan lifted him from the car and held him close. Dressed in a white shirt and suspenders, the 4-year-old's face was so stern it looked like he was attending court. I'll put you down soon and you can walk on your own. Cheng Wan wants Daddy to carry him. If I keep holding you the whole time, Daddy's arms will break. Cheng Wan thought about it, then nodded extremely reluctantly. Then Cheng Wan walks. But I'm holding Daddy's hand. Deal. Lu Jingyuan set him down, his large hand enveloping that tiny paw. The 11 children lined up behind him in a neat row. The older ones held the younger ones' hands perfectly organized. 3 rules before we head out. 11 pairs of eyes turned toward him. First, no fighting. Cheng Yuan shifted his gaze away. Nian Shui stared blankly at the sky with a stone-faced expression. Second, if someone raises their phone to take pictures, just ignore it. Pretend you don't see them. Cheng'an frowned. Daddy, what does it mean when people point those things at us? It means they think you all look nice and want to take a photo. It's not a bad thing. Third, Lu Jingyuan's gaze softened. Today is just about having fun. If you want to eat anything, buy it. Daddy's treating. Nian Yu was the first to jump up. Daddy, I want ice cream. All right. And fried chicken. Sure. And milk tea. Anything you want. Let's go. The 12 of them marched majestically toward the elevator. The moment the elevator doors opened on the first floor, the air in the mall lobby seemed to freeze like someone had hit pause. The first thing that caught everyone's attention was the young man at the front. Dark gray suit, white t-shirt, sunglasses pushed up on his forehead, his long legs striding forward with an effortless breeze. Then everyone saw what was behind him. 11 children, each more striking than the last. They followed in perfect formation, the older ones holding the younger ones' hands, quiet and orderly. Lord, how many children is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 11. Count to 11. Isn't that the fourth young master of the Liu family from the trending search? The buzz rose like a tide. Phones were raised, one after another, then 10, then 20. Lu Jingyuan's expression remained completely calm, his pace steady and unhurried. Nianxing shrank back in fear from those intense stares. He reached out and wrapped an arm around her shoulders, whispering softly, "Don't be afraid." Chengze glanced back curiously. "Daddy, why is everyone looking at us?" "Because you're all so handsome and pretty." "Really? Really? Come on, I'll take you to get food." They walked into the dessert shop on the first floor. Nianyu leaned against the counter, her eyes wide with astonishment. "Daddy, that chocolate one, and that strawberry one, and that huge one. Are you sure you can finish all that?" Jingyuan leaned in. "Last time you ate 6 pieces of cake and threw up all over the floor. You were the one who threw up. I didn't." "Enough." Lu Jingyuan patted Nianyu on the head. "Take whatever you want. If you can't finish it, we'll pack the rest to take home." Nian Shui glanced at the counter and pointed accurately at the smallest dark chocolate cake. "Just this one." Chengwan, held in Lu Jingyuan's arms, turned his little face toward the window. Outside, at least 7 or 8 people were holding up their phones, aiming at them. 2 or 3 people with professional cameras mixed into the crowd. Lu Jingyuan recognized the work badge around one person's neck. Xingyao Media, Sun Showerway's people had arrived. He smiled faintly and lifted his latte, blowing gently on the surface 3 times. Chengwan stared at those people outside, his little face turning serious. "Daddy, those people are watching us." Chengwan doesn't like it. "It's fine. They can't photograph your cake away. Eat yours." Chengwan huffed and looked down to continue munching on his strawberry cake, but his little head kept darting toward the window every now and then like a wary little wolf cub. They spent a full 2 hours wandering around the mall. From the dessert shop to the toy city, from the bookstore to the play area. At every spot the crowd gathered like a tide. Lu Jingyuan remained composed throughout, as if strolling through his own backyard garden. Nian Yao adapted the fastest. She began smiling and making heart gestures at the cameras, drawing delighted gasps from the onlookers. Cheng'an climbed to first place on the rock wall and grinned mischievously at the crowd when he came down. Nianxing maintained her cold and dignified demeanor the entire time, her pace steady and unhurried, until she paused for just a moment as she passed a stationery store. Lu Jingyuan noticed. He wordlessly walked inside and came out with a wolf hair brush, handing it to her. Nianxing took it, a flicker of something passing through her eyes, the corner of her lips curving ever so slightly. "Thank you, Daddy. Let's go." Every scene was captured by lenses. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The convoy departed the mall. Inside the car, Chengze was still excitedly tugging at Cheng and recounting the glass elevator that rose automatically. Nianyu clutched her takeout cake box, her face radiant with happiness. Lu Jingyuan leaned against the seat with his eyes closed. His phone vibrated. His eldest sister had sent a message: "Receive the video footage. The edited version goes out tonight. The effect will exceed your expectations." He replied with a single word: "Good." That evening at 9 o'clock, a 3-minute video appeared across all major platforms. The title contained only one line: a chance encounter on the streets of Haisheng, a young father and his 11 children. No narration, no explanation. Just a good-looking young man strolling with a group of beautiful children, shopping, eating, and laughing together. The final shot showed 4-year-old Chengwan sitting on his lap, looking up and saying something. He tilted his head down and smiled, his nose gently brushing against the child's forehead. Within 1 hour, the view count broke 3 million. The comment section had completely shifted direction. "Oh my God, these children are too handsome. What kind of aura does that eldest daughter have? She's only 14 and already like this. I'm dying. That little dumpling at the end is too cute, woo woo. The way this dad looks at his children. Call me a scumbag and I'll deny it. To those who called him trash earlier, aren't you blushing?" Nianxing stood at the doorway of Lu Jingyuan's study, phone in hand, her eyes unblinking as comments scrolled across the screen. She looked up, her voice carrying a hint of disbelief. "Daddy, they're not cursing anymore. They're praising you." Lu Jingyuan held his teacup, a faint smile playing on his lips. "Eldest daughter, let me teach you something. The thing rumors fear most is never an explanation. It's the truth standing up and speaking for itself." Nianxing nodded firmly. Her phone rang again. He glanced down and saw his eldest sister calling. He answered. Lu Jingwei's voice came through the other intertone, carrying a rare note of appreciation. "First time I think your brain is actually working. But this is only the beginning. Next Friday's Lu Group Charity Gala. Father requires you to bring the children. Are you ready?" The question hung in the air. Lu Jingyuan's fingers tapped lightly against his teacup. Outside the study window, the city lights of Haisheng twinkled like scattered stars. "I'm ready," he said simply. On the other end, Lu Jingwei exhaled softly. "Good. That's my brother. Sleep well tonight. You'll need it. Are you ready?" Lu Jingyuan shifted the phone to his other hand, leaning back into his chair. Big sister, do you think there's any problem with me taking 11 kids to the mall? Shopping is shopping. Lu Jingwei's voice was calm. A charity gala is a charity gala. All the top-tier figures of Haisheng will be there. Entrepreneurs, politicians, academics. Anyone could come up to talk to you. Your children will be appearing in a formal setting for the first time. Every word and action will be scrutinized under a magnifying glass. Lu Jingyuan chuckled. Big sister, do you think I need to worry about my kids' manners and etiquette? Lu Jingwei was silent for 2 seconds. She recalled the fluid grace of Nianqing's conduct during her first visit to the old mansion and the composed, unyielding dignity Jingyuan displayed when facing a room full of adults. Fine. Arrange it yourself. But I'll handle the attire for the gala. Deal. He hung up and tossed the phone onto the table. Nianqing was still standing at the study door, not leaving. Father, what is a charity gala? It's a bunch of rich people getting together for dinner and incidentally donating some money for good causes. Then why do we need to go? Lu Jingyuan looked at her, a hint of seriousness in his gaze. Because I want everyone to formally know that you are my children, Lu Jingyuan's children. Not some illegitimate offspring of unknown origin, not some shameful secret. Openly with dignity. Nianqing's eyes reddened slightly. She took a deep breath and nodded. Daughter understands. Go to sleep. You have school tomorrow. Yes, father. Nianqing turned and left. Lu Jingyuan stretched, scrolling through the data on his phone. The video views had already exceeded 5 million. Still climbing. The comments section had shifted from initial scolding to unanimous praise. The tag, Lu family's adorable kids, had automatically landed in the 3rd spot on the trending list. He scrolled through a few highly upvoted comments. I beg to ask, what are these 11 kids fed on? Their genes are too good. The eldest daughter's aura. She could debut directly in the entertainment industry, you know. After watching the video, I think all those previous articles were trash. This dad clearly adores his children. With this handsome dad's looks, I'd stan 11 more, let alone 11. There was also a screenshot of Jingyuan sitting on his lap in the dessert shop, captioned, the 4-year-old dumpling protecting her dad at the scene. The reposts had already exceeded 10,000. Lu Jingyuan put down his phone, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. First step secured. The next day, the shift in public opinion exceeded everyone's expectations. The articles from the self-media outlets that had previously written negatively were all quietly deleted. In their place, a wave of positive reports emerged. Haicheng's young master Lu, the heartwarming story of a single father raising 11 special children. Unveiling the Lu family's adorable kids, the philanthropic intent behind overseas adoptions. Lu Jingyuan saw these headlines while tying Jingyuan's shoelaces. He let out a laugh. The term adoption wasn't something he had released. It was the PR team arranged by his elder sister who went with the flow and planted a series of soft articles across various platforms. They pushed the narrative of overseas adoption of orphans with blood ties, once more. Not entirely the truth, but sufficient. A message popped up from third brother. Sun Xiaowei has completely quieted down. Her assistant came to probe, saying she wants to do a positive, exclusive interview. Lu Jingyuan replied with 4 words. Tell her to take a number. Third brother sent a thumbs-up emoji. Then another message followed. Oh, by the way, your video now has a total of over 80 million views across all platforms. I've received more than a dozen calls about business collaborations. A maternal and baby brand wants to sign you as their spokesperson. Lu Jingyuan almost burst out laughing. Me, the young master of Haicheng's wealthiest family, becoming someone's spokesperson. Don't dismiss it. The offer is pretty high. Not taking it. I know you won't. Just letting you know so you can feel good about it. Lu Jingyuan pocketed his phone and led Jingyuan downstairs. The dining table was already full. Jingyuan was confirming with Uncle Zhao how many ribs were in today's lunchbox. Qingzi was asking about the principle behind the self-moving escalator they saw at the mall yesterday. Nianquang poked at her egg with chopsticks, saying she hadn't climbed enough and wanted to go again. Only Chengyan sat in the corner looking down at his phone, a rare smile touching his lips. Lu Jingyuan walked over and glanced at the screen. It displayed a comment. The eldest son's aura is just too proper. At such a young age, standing there, he already has the bearing of a future entrepreneur. Sensing Lu Jingyuan's gaze, Chengyan quickly flipped his phone over. The tips of his ears reddened slightly. What are you looking at? Lu Jingyuan asked, knowing the answer. Nothing. They're praising you. If you're happy, just smile. I'm not happy. Lu Jingyuan patted his head and didn't tease him further. Breakfast finished, and the children went to school as usual. This time the atmosphere at the school gate was noticeably different. The security guard's attitude was 3 degrees more respectful. Eyes from passing parents were no longer scrutinizing and speculative, but filled with curiosity and goodwill. A mother picking up her child even came over to strike up a conversation with Lu Jingyuan. Mr. Lu, right? I saw your video yesterday. Your children are really beautiful and well-raised. Lu Jingyuan smiled politely. Thank you. After the woman left, Chengyan looked up from his arms, her little face displeased. Father, why was that woman talking to you? She was just being polite and saying hello. Chengyan doesn't like her smile. You're even controlling people's smiles. Lu Jingyuan suppressed a laugh, put her down, and handed her to teacher Zhou waiting at the kindergarten gate. Chengwan looked back at him, confirming that her father was still there, then walked inside with a stiff face. Much better than the first day. At least she didn't cling to him and refuse to let go. Lu Jingyuan watched the small figure disappear into the classroom, a faint smile tugging at his lips. He turned and got into the car, checking today's trending list on his phone. Lu family's adorable kids was still at number 5. Lu family fourth young master's daily dad life was at number 12. And the earlier article, 11 illegitimate children exposed, had been labeled by the platform as content unverified. Although the views were still there, the top comments were all rebuttals and mockery. Public opinion. It comes fast, and it goes fast. 3 days ago, people cursed him as a scumbag. Now, beneath the comments, they hailed him as the most handsome dad on the internet. Lu Jingyuan felt nothing about this. He had seen far more absurd things in ancient times. Today they impeach you for treason, tomorrow they praise you as the pillar of the state. It was the same group of people doing it. He didn't want their approval. He just wanted a stable, peaceful environment to raise his children. Now that environment was here. He leaned back in the car seat, closed his eyes, and thought about what came next. The private tutoring team had been coming for 3 days, and the progress was good. Although Nianxing and Cheng'an's foundations were weak, they had quick minds and learned fast. The younger ones were adapting more smoothly than anticipated. The charity gala on Friday was the next milestone. That occasion was different from the mall. The mall was for ordinary people. The gala was for the inner circle. 2 different things. But he wasn't worried. His children, the qualities innate in them, were more upright than anything taught in modern aristocratic schools. The phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID and raised an eyebrow. It was Big Sister. He picked up. "Fourth brother, I've sent the attire plan to your email. Zhao sent the measurements for the 11 children. I'll have them custom made. They'll be delivered to you before Thursday." "Okay. And one more thing." Lu Jingwei's tone suddenly grew more serious. "What?" "This morning someone forwarded an interview invitation through the group's PR department. Not Sun Xiaowei. It's from CCTV's social channel." Lu Jingyuan sat up straight. "CCTV? They want to do a special feature on non-traditional family structures, and they happen to see your video. They want to schedule a personal interview with you." Lu Jingyuan was silent for 2 seconds. "Big Sister, what do you think?" "I think it's worth considering. CCTV's endorsement is on a completely different level from self-media. If it goes well, your overseas adoption persona will be firmly cemented. If anyone tries to dig up doubts later, one sentence. CCTV already covered it. We'll shut them up." Lu Jingyuan tapped his fingers against the car window. "Let me think about it. Let's get through the charity gala first." "Fine. But don't take too long. The window for this kind of opportunity is short." "Got it." He was about to hang up when Lu Jingwei suddenly called him back. "Fourth brother." "Moi." There was a faint trace of amusement in his elder sister's voice. "I've been holding this in for 2 days. In your video, the shot where Changwan rubs her nose against your face, someone captured it and made it into a meme. It's now all over the internet. Do you know what caption it has?" "What?" "The world's coolest dad." Lu Jingyuan was stunned for a second. Then he laughed. Leaning back in the seat, he laughed softly with deep satisfaction. "Big Sister, let's talk about other things next week. I need to go prepare for a lesson now." "What lesson?" "Tonight the private tutor is teaching Chengza to recognize characters. Last time he split the character for electric into the head of the thunder god, and the teacher almost resigned. I need to supervise." Lu Jingwei was silent for 3 seconds on the other end of the line. "Lu Jingyuan, are you sure you're not someone who time-traveled from a parallel universe?" Lu Jingyuan's hand paused for a moment. He smiled, his voice unhurried. "Big Sister, I just grew up all of a sudden. By the way, keep an eye on the formal wear for the gala. There's something I need to tell you in advance." "What?" Lu Jingyuan's gaze fell on the view outside the window, a slight smile curling at the corner of his lips. "Don't tie Chingwan's bow tie too tight. Last time putting a bib on her took half an hour of struggle. If she pulls the bow tie off and throws it in someone's face, you can imagine the scene." Thursday afternoon on the top floor of the Haisheng International Center. The entire floor had been booked. 2 chief designers, each from the children's couture departments of Valentino DIY and Chanel, were present. 3 rows of floor-to-ceiling mirrors formed a wall. Clothes racks hung with over 100 custom-made sample outfits arranged in colors from pure white to deep black. Lu Jingyuan sat on the middle leather sofa, legs crossed, holding a cup of latte in his hand, blowing 3 mouthfuls habitually. 11 young ones stood before him with various expressions. Nyue's 2 eyes had already stuck to a pink puffy dress, and the saliva at the corner of her mouth almost couldn't be contained. Chengzi was pulling a tie from the clothes rack nearby, curiously wrapping it around his head. Chengwan stood beside Lu Jingyuan's feet, his small hand clutching his pant leg, warily looking at the shop assistants with professional smiles around. "All right, let me go over the rules once more." Lu Jingyuan spoke up. 11 pairs of eyes turned to look at him. "Today we're trying on clothes, pick whatever you like. But there's one bottom line: for formal occasions you need to look presentable." "What does presentable mean?" Chengzi raised his hand. Just don't make people think your father has no money. Jingyuan chuckled. Dad, are you sure anyone would think that? Shut up and go try on clothes. The 11 people scattered. Chief designer Miss Li smiled and approached holding a booklet in her hand. Mr. Lu, this is the plan we prepared in advance according to each child's measurements. The girls mainly have formal dresses, and the boys have three-piece suits. Please take a look and see if any adjustments are needed. Lu Jingyuan flipped through 2 pages and nodded. The general direction is fine, but there are a few special situations you need to note. Please speak. My 6th child. He nodded toward Nin Shuang's direction. That one wearing sweatpants with a ponytail. Don't prepare a dress for her. Ms. Li paused for a moment. But for the banquet occasion, girls wearing dresses would be more. Before she finished speaking, Nian Shuang had already walked to a row of formal dresses. The 6-year-old girl put her hands in her pockets, tilted her head back, and scanned those dresses from top to bottom. Then she turned around with a disgusted expression as if she had seen a dish of cabbage without chili peppers. Dad, I don't wear dresses. I know. Dresses can't run fast. I know. If there are bad guys, I can't even kick them. I know. So I prepared a little suit for you. Nin Shuang's eyes suddenly lit up. Really? Really? Go and pick black, white, or gray as you like. Nian Shuang ran off in a flash. Ms. Li watched from the side, her mouth twitched twice, and she looked down and crossed out the skirt design on Nin Shuang's page in the notebook. On the other side, Nian Xue stood in the farthest corner of the fitting area. The clothes rack in front of her hung with 3 outfits. A black little dress, a dark blue pleated skirt, and a white princess dress. The hem of the white dress was adorned with small silver sequins, and the neckline was a circle of delicate lace. The light hit it like it was covered with a thin layer of frost. Nian Xue stood there looking without expression, but her fingers unconsciously reached out. Her fingertips gently touched the sequins on the hem of the dress, and quickly withdrew again. The movement was very light, as if afraid of being seen by others. Lu Jingyuan saw it. He stood up and walked over. Which one do you like? Nian Xue immediately withdrew her hand, her face as stiff as ice. Any is fine. What do you mean any is fine? It just means casual. Lu Jingyuan looked at her. Then he reached out and took that white princess dress from the clothes rack, handing it to her in front. Go try this one on. Nian Xue looked up at him. There wasn't much expression on her 9-year-old face, but her eyelashes trembled slightly. I didn't say I liked it. Yeah, Dad knows. Dad thinks this one suits you. Nian Xue pursed her lips, took the dress, and turned to enter the fitting room. The moment the door closed, Lu Jingyuan saw the corner of her mouth seem to curve a little. A commotion came from the other side of the fitting room. No, Chengwan won't wear this. It was the voice of the youngest one, Milk Fierce and Milk Fierce. Lu Jingyuan walked over and saw 2 shop assistant sisters squatting in front of Cheng Wan, holding up a gray little vest in their hands. Chengwan crossed his arms, his little face tight as a drum, his chin raised. What's wrong with Chengwan? Lu Jingyuan squatted down. Chengwan immediately turned his head to look at him, his little finger pointing at the clothes rack. What color does Dad wear? Dad wears black. Then Chengwan also wants black. Why? Chengwan's expression was as serious as discussing national affairs. Chengwan wants to wear the same as Dad. This way others will know that Chengwan is Dad's son. Lu Jingyuan paused for a second and smiled. All right, change him into black, he said to the shop assistant. The style should follow mine, just a mini version. The shop assistant's sister nodded repeatedly, holding back her laughter, and went to change. Chengwan was satisfied. He looked up at Lu Jingyuan with his little face rarely showing a smile. Dad, should the bow tie also be the same? Are you sure you want to wear a bow tie? Last time you wore a bib, you struggled for half an hour. A bow tie is not a bib. Chengwan got anxious, responding in a childish voice. A bow tie is worn by adults. Chengwan is an adult. All right, you're an adult. Lu Jingyuan reached out and pinched his cheek. The same bow tie. Chengwan huffed, hands on his hips, as if he had won a battle. Just as this matter was settled, over here on the other side, Nian Shuang had already rushed out of the fitting room, wearing a silver gray little suit. The 6-year-old girl wore Western pants and a vest with a white shirt underneath, and the cuffs were rolled up a bit. She rushed to the front of the mirror, looking left and right, then suddenly did a side kick. Can kick legs. Dad, look. Wearing this can kick legs. Is being able to kick legs important? Of course it's important. What if there are bad guys? Lu Jingyuan couldn't help but laugh. All right, this outfit it is. Nian Shuang was so happy she bounced 3 times on the spot. Time passed bit by bit. The 11 people tried on clothes one after another and changed back into casual wear. Jingyuan chose a dark blue set, saying it made him look energetic. Cheng chose a black 3-piece set, steady like a little gentleman. Nian Huayo picked a goose yellow formal dress, spun around 3 times, asking Lu Jingyuan if it looked good. Nian Rou chose light purple, quietly tried it on, and quietly changed out of it. Nian Yue chose pink, with the only requirement being that the waist shouldn't be too tight, otherwise it would be inconvenient to eat. Nianxing chose a dress in the same color scheme as her third sister, Ninrou, because she wanted to hold her third sister's hand. Cheng Ziyi chose a plaid set, and was told by Jingyuan that he looked like a little accountant. Everyone had finished trying on. Only Nianxing was left. She was the last one to enter the fitting room. The eldest sister was never in a hurry about anything. This was the pace cultivated in ancient times. After waiting for a few minutes, the door of the fitting room opened. Nianxing stood at the doorway. A light blue floor-length formal dress with a cinched waist and a long skirt like water. The neckline was a circle of fine beads highlighting her collarbones that were white almost to transparency. Long hair cascaded down black as silk. The 14-year-old girl stood under the light, her waist and back straight, her gaze calm. Not smiling, but looking better than smiling. The entire fitting area fell silent. The shop assistants stopped their movements. Jingyuan's mouth hung open and couldn't close. Nian Huiyo blinked several times. Even Nian Xui looked twice. Chengwan slid down from Liu Jingyuan's legs, looked up at his eldest sister, and said in a childish voice, "Eldest sister looks good." Nianxing lowered her head, rarely blushing at the tips of her ears. Liu Jingyuan sat on the sofa, his hand holding the coffee cup paused in midair. He looked at Nianxing. What he remembered was from ancient times. Back then Nianxing was only 7 or 8 years old, wearing patched coarse cloth clothes following behind him. Later, when the mansion improved, she changed into silk, managed the household for him, worried about him. Still later she married, had children, and her hair turned white. Now she stood in front of him again. 14 years old. A brand new beginning. Liu Jingyuan's nose felt slightly sour. He lifted the cup and took a sip, suppressing that bit of emotion. Big girl. Nianxing looked up. Dad, this one it is. Let no one think they look better than you. Nianxing smiled. It wasn't that dignified and restrained smile. It was the genuine, happy smile of a 14-year-old girl. Eyes curved, showing a bit of teeth. Ms. Li watched from the side for a long time, then leaned over and said something in a low voice. Mr. Liu, your eldest daughter wearing this dress looks better than the styling we did for those celebrities. This temperament is innate. Liu Jingyuan smiled and nodded without responding. It wasn't innate. It was polished out by decades of rules and upbringing in ancient times. However, he couldn't tell others this. After tidying up, the group headed towards the elevator. Chengwan was held in his arms, his small hand clutching Liu Jingyuan's collar. Dad, my eldest sister looks good in blue. Chengwan looks good in black too. Both look good, but Chengwan looks the best. Alright, you look the best. Chengwan satisfactorily buried his face back into his shoulder. When the elevator door closed, Liu Jingyuan's phone rang. It was a call from Mother Liu. He picked up. Old, for tomorrow afternoon, I'll come to your place. About the banquet matters, I need to personally check the children's etiquette. About those brats of yours, I'm not worried about anything else, just afraid that the little ones won't be able to control their mouths when they arrive at the occasion. Liu Jingyuan smiled. Mom, if you come, I guarantee you'll be more effective than me. Song Wanqing's voice came from the other end, carrying a bit of concern. Liu Jingyuan, I'm saying this in advance. At this banquet, all the prominent people in the entire Haisheng will be there. If your youngest son says, "Do you know who my father is?" again at that time, let's see how I deal with you. Just watch me deal with you. Liu Jingyuan moved the phone 2 inches from his ear and chuckled. Mom, Chengwan has been quite restrained lately. Restrained? Song Wanqing's voice rose a notch. Uncle Zhao told me the day before yesterday a kid at kindergarten stepped on his shoe and he stood up on the spot and said, "Presumptuous subject. You call that restrained?" Liu Jingyuan glanced down at Chengwan in his arms. The little guy shrank his neck, pretending to sleep with great effort, but his eyelids were clearly trembling. Alright, come tomorrow afternoon. I'll get them in order beforehand. No need. I'll handle it. He hung up. At exactly 3 o'clock the next afternoon, Song Wanqing's black Mercedes parked precisely at the villa entrance. She wore a beige knit set, her hair coiled immaculately, her high heels clicking sharply on the marble floor. Following behind her was a woman in her 40s with short, neat hair, carrying a black leather bag. This is Ms. Qian, the best etiquette trainer in Haisheng. Song Wanqing introduced. She's trained several wives of listed company chairmen. Ms. Qian smiled and nodded. Liu Jingyuan had already gathered the 11 children in the large living room on the first floor. All the sofas were pushed against the walls, leaving a large, empty space in the middle. Chengyan and Nianxing stood at the front, the younger ones lined up unevenly behind. Chengze was still whispering to Nianshuang beside him. Nianyue secretly pulled out a cookie and stuffed it into her mouth. Chengwan stood at the very end of the line, hands behind his back, his little face taut. Song Wanqing walked in, her gaze sweeping over them. The 11 instantly fell silent. Liu Jingyuan leaned against the wall, watching, secretly marveling. The old lady's aura was indeed more effective than his. Alright, everyone, look at me. Song Wanqing stood at the front, her tone light, but carrying weight. The day after tomorrow evening is your father's company charity gala. The guests attending, I assume your father has told you who they are. Nianxing nodded. Father said they are the esteemed elders of Haisheng. Correct. Song Wanqing glanced at her. So Grandma came today to see how prepared you all are. She turned and nodded to Ms. Qian. Ms. Qian opened the leather bag and took out a few cards. All right, let's start with the basics. Posture and greeting etiquette in social settings. She demonstrated. Like this, feet together slightly, turn, smile, extend your hand. Then say, hello, nice to meet you, I am. Before she could finish, Nianqing stepped forward. Her hands naturally crossed in front of her chin slightly tucked, her spine straight as bamboo. She turned slightly, her gaze calm, and composed, a hint of a perfectly measured smile at the corner of her lips. Hello, nice to meet you. I am Lu Nianqing. Her voice was neither high nor low, her articulation clear, her rhythm unhurried. Combined with that angle and posture, it was at least 3 times more polished than Ms. Qian's demonstration. Ms. Qian was stunned. Song Wanqing's eyebrow arched. Nianqing stepped back to her place and asked softly, Grandma, is this correct? Song Wanqing looked at her silent for 2 seconds. Who taught you this? Nianqing paused, glanced at Lu Jingyuan. Lu Jingyuan's lips twitched, but he said nothing. To answer Grandma, Nianqing's voice was very soft. At home the rules were strict when I was young. There was nothing wrong with that statement. The rules of ancient aristocratic households were indeed stricter than any modern etiquette class. Song Wanqing's lips moved, but she ultimately didn't press further. She turned to Jingyuan. The eldest, you come. Jingyuan stepped forward. The 12-year-old boy stood still, then made a fist and palm salute. A perfect ancient warrior's greeting. Song Wanqing's face darkened. What's with the fist salute? This isn't a period drama. Jingyuan's hand froze mid-air, his ears turning red. Lu Jingyuan coughed from the side. Jingyuan, a handshake. Modern people shake hands. Jingyuan lowered his fist, extended his right hand, and shook Ms. Qian's with a solemn expression. His grip was clearly too strong. Ms. Qian's fingers turned white, her expression slightly twisted. Gently, Lu Jingyuan reminded. Jingyuan quickly let go, his face even redder. Sorry. Song Wanqing rubbed her temples. All right, the older ones are fine. Now the younger ones. She looked at Qingza. The 7-year-old chatterbox was staring intently at the recording pen in Ms. Qian's bag, his mouth already open. What's that silver thing? Does a little person live inside? Can it talk? Why is there a red light blinking? Qingza. Song Wanqing called out. Qingza jolted, stood at attention. Grandma. At the gala the day after tomorrow, if someone talks to you, you answer within 3 sentences. 3 sentences, understand? Qingza counted on his fingers. 3 sentences. Is that like this much? He gestured. Then what do I do after I've said 3 sentences? Then shut up. But what if they ask me lots of questions? Just smile. Qingza's face was a picture of agony. Having to say only 3 sentences was more painful than skipping a meal. Song Wanqing ignored him, her gaze shifting to Nianquan. The 6-year-old girl was sitting on a low stool nearby, one leg crossed over the other, hands propping herself on the stool's surface, her posture even more unbridled than her second uncle's. Nianquan. Grandma, put your legs down. Nianquan put them down. 3 seconds later she crossed them back. Song Wanqing took a deep breath. Nianquan, the day after tomorrow you'll be wearing a suit, not sportswear. When you sit down, keep your legs together and your hands on your knees. Why, oi? Because it's the rule. But at home I don't have to. At home it's fine. Outside no. Nianquan tilted her head, thinking. Then can I stand? Standing means I don't have to keep my legs together. Song Wanqing looked at Lu Jingyuan. Lu Jingyuan spread his hands. Mom, see, this is how I deal with it every day. Song Wanqing suppressed the urge to roll her eyes. Finally, it was Qingwan's turn. The 4-year-old had stood at the very end of the line the whole time, not saying a word. Song Wanqing walked over and crouched down. Jingyuan. Grandma. Qingwan's voice was sweetly childish, but his face was very tight. At the gala the day after tomorrow, many grandpas, grandmas, uncles, and aunties will talk to you. How will you answer? Jingyuan thought. Hello. Very good. And then nothing. Song Wanqing nodded. If they ask your name. Lu Jingyuan. If they ask how old you are. 4. If they ask who your father is. Jingyuan's eyes suddenly lit up. He thrust out his chest full of vigor. My father is. Stop. Song Wanqing and Lu Jingyuan said simultaneously. Jingyuan closed his mouth, looking aggrieved. Song Wanqing stood up, turning to look at Lu Jingyuan. Lao, see this youngest one of yours. Whenever anyone asks who his father is, he goes into that mode. How exactly did you teach him? Lu Jingyuan rubbed the bridge of his nose. Mom, this really isn't my fault. It's his own quirk. Jingyuan muttered softly behind him. Jingyuan is telling the truth. Song Wanqing closed her eyes. The training lasted an hour and a half. The results were as follows: Nianqing, Nianyao, Chengyan, and Nianru. No worries at all. These 4 had better poise and social skills than anyone present. Especially Nianqing. Even Ms. Qian couldn't help stealing extra glances and quietly said to Song Wanqing, this child doesn't need teaching. Nianxue, though cold, had impeccable manners. She didn't smile, but her standing and sitting postures were flawless. As long as no one provoked her, there would be no trouble. Jingyuan had a sweet-tongued smile at everyone and could chat. The problem was he tended to veer off topic. Song Wanqing set a boundary for him: no initiating stories. Nianyue's only risk was eating. Song Wanqing repeatedly emphasized that at the gala she must eat in small bites and not hold the plate to eat. Jingyuan agreed, but her face said, "This is torture." Nianqing was no concern. She would hold third sister's hand throughout, not speaking or causing trouble. But if frightened, she would cry. Song Wanqing arranged for her to stay by Lu Jingyuan's side the entire time. The real concerns were just three. Qingze couldn't control his mouth. Nianshuang couldn't sit still. Chengwan's archaic speech and mannerisms could detonate at any moment. Song Wanqing reported these three names to Lu Jingyuan. "These three must follow you the whole day after tomorrow. Not a single step out of your sight." Lu Jingyuan stood up and clapped his hands. "All right." Everyone looked at him. "The rule for the day after tomorrow is simple. The little ones don't need to socialize, all stay with Dad. If anyone talks to you and you can't answer, just look at Dad. I'll handle it." He looked around at the 11 faces, his gaze warm and steady. "You don't need to perform. You don't need to please anyone. Just be yourselves." Chengyan stood up straight. "Dad, what if someone says something unpleasant?" Lu Jingyuan looked at him, a hint of a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. "Someone says something unpleasant." His tone suddenly changed, carrying a certainty and ease that belonged to the ancient court. "Don't worry. At that event the day after tomorrow, no one will dare say a single bad word about my children in front of me." Chengwan at his feet looked up and added in a babyish voice, "If anyone dares, Chengwan will bite them." Song Wanqing pressed her forehead, then smiled wryly at Lu Jingyuan. "Laosi, are you sure you can keep order at that gala? Your grandfather's old friends, your father's business partners, and several matriarchs from influential families who don't look kindly on you will all be there." Lu Jingyuan scooped Chengwan up into his arms and smiled. "Mom, your son may not have many talents, but when it comes to taking charge, I've never lost. But there's something I need to tell you in advance." Song Wanqing raised an eyebrow. "What is it?" Lu Jingyuan's gaze fell on Nianqing, who was quietly straightening Nianqing's skirt, her profile soft and composed. He looked away and said to Song Wanqing a sentence that left her stunned. "Mom, at the gala the day after tomorrow, Nianqing will deliver a speech on behalf of the children. I haven't told her yet, but I need you to review the draft for me. Mother, at the banquet the day after tomorrow, Nianqing will give a speech on behalf of the children." When these words were spoken, Song Wanqing froze for several seconds. She glanced at Nianqing, who was quietly adjusting Nianqing's skirt in the living room, then looked at Lu Jingyuan. "Are you sure?" "I'm sure." Lu Jingyuan's tone held no hesitation. "She's the eldest sister, so it's most fitting for her to speak. Don't worry, no need for a lengthy speech. Just 3 to 5 sentences will do." Song Wanqing opened her mouth, but in the end only said, "Show me the draft when you've written it." "All right." 2 days later, Friday 6 in the evening, the 38th floor banquet hall of the Haisheng Peninsula Hotel. The entire floor was booked by the Lu Group. Crystal chandeliers hung from the 30-foot-high dome, casting warm yellow light over the long tables draped in white cloth. Beyond the floor-to-ceiling windows lay the entire nightscape of Haisheng, thousands of lights glittering like a sea of stars. Guests arrived one after another. Tycoons of commerce, elites of the financial world, luminaries of culture, and familiar faces from the political and business circles. Every person who walked in, from the watches on their wrists to the jewels on their necks and the subtle patterns on their suits, silently declared their status. At 6:45, the crowd at the entrance of the banquet hall suddenly fell silent. Lu Hongyuan led the way, dressed in a dark gray zhongshan suit, his silver hair meticulously combed. The 60-year-old richest man of Haisheng stood there, exuding an air of unspoken authority. Song Wanqing held his arm, wearing a beige cheongsam and pearl earrings, dignified and elegant. Following closely were Lu Jingxing, Lu Jingwei, Lu Jingshuan, Lu Jingyu, and Lu Jingyan. The entire direct line of the Lu family was present, but everyone's gaze froze when they saw the last group. Lu Jingyuan wore a sharply tailored black suit, his white shirt collar slightly open, no tie. Standing among the stiff, formal businessmen, he was like an unsheathed blade. Handsome, yet with a hint of wildness. Behind him, 11 children. The older ones led the way, the younger ones followed, each holding hands in an orderly line. Nianqing wore a floor-length light blue gown, her hair as smooth as silk, her gaze calm as she swept her eyes across the hall. The 14-year-old girl walked at the front, her pace unhurried, her poise flawless, even compared to any socialite present. Nian Yao, in a goose-yellow dress, smiled brightly, her round face and almond eyes resembling a freshly bloomed flower. Chengyan, in a black three-piece suit, the 12-year-old boy, kept a straight face, his hands slightly clasped in front of him, his gaze steady. Nian Ro, in a light purple gown, was quiet and gentle. Nian Shui, in black and white, was as cold as frost. Cheng Yuan, in a dark blue suit, grinned cheerfully. Nian Yue, in a pink dress, was chubby and adorable. Cheng Zhe, in a plaid little suit, looked left and right, his mouth moving, but he forcefully held back from speaking. Nian Shuang, in a silver-gray suit, walked with a brisk stride like a little secret agent. Nian Xing, in a light purple princess dress, tightly held the hand of her third sister. Nian Ro, her head lowered, afraid to look at anyone. Last came Cheng Wan, in a black suit with a black bow tie identical in style to Lu Jingyuan's. The 4-year-old stood straight, one hand clutching Lu Jingyuan's pant leg, the other behind his back. His small face was taut, his chin slightly lifted. He looked like a miniature little general. The entire hall fell silent. Then murmurs surged like a tidal wave. Are those fourth young Master Lu's children? Heavens, there really are 11. It's not just online gossip. Look at the eldest daughter, that demeanor. My daughter studied at a noble school in England for 3 years and still doesn't have that presence. The youngest one is dressed just like his father. Where did all these children come from? Lu Jingyuan's expression remained unchanged as he led Jingyuan into the banquet hall. Wherever they passed, the crowd parted automatically. The first to approach was Lu Hongyuan's old friend Master Wang, who ran a shipping business. The 70-something old man grinned, his face full of wrinkles. Hongyuan, your grandchildren are truly a fine bunch. Your fourth son has quite the skill having so many at once. Lu Hongyuan held his wine glass, his expression extremely subtle, a mix of pride and guilt. Not bad, he replied lightly. Master Wang stepped up to Lu Jingyuan, sized him up, then glanced at the line behind him. Little fourth, are these all your children? Lu Jingyuan, holding a champagne flute, smiled. My children. And the mother of these children. Master Wang, the children just arrived and haven't eaten yet. Let's talk later. Master Wang opened his mouth, but was cut off. He looked at Lu Jingyuan's smiling face. The young man was smiling, but his eyes held no intention of explaining. Master Wang nodded understanding. All right, talk later, talk later. Similar conversations repeated at least 7 or 8 times over the next half hour. Every person who came to probe received the same answer. My children. 3 words. No more, no less. No explanation of where they came from. No mention of who the mother was. No story of adoption overseas. Just 3 words. Then a gentle but unyielding smile. That was the confidence of the richest family in Haisheng. They didn't need to explain themselves to anyone. Jingyuan was held by Lu Jingyuan the whole time. The little boy's eyes darted around, scanning the entire banquet hall. Several aunties reached out to touch his face, but he tilted his head and dodged. He didn't snap at anyone though, because before leaving, Lu Jingyuan had made a pact with him. Tonight you are not allowed to say, do you know who my father is? Why, oi? Because everyone here knows who your father is. You don't need to say it. Jingyuan thought about it and found it reasonable. So tonight he did only one thing: stand by Lu Jingyuan's feet and glare at anyone who came close. He didn't speak, just glared. The effect was surprisingly good. Several people trying to cozy up were forced back half a step by the 4-year-old's stare. Song Wanqing watched from afar, the corners of her mouth twitching. Well, at least he didn't talk. When the banquet officially began, the 11 children were seated at Lu Jingyuan's table. The round table was large enough after adding extra chairs. Nian Yu stared at the dishes with sparkling eyes, but remembering her grandmother's words, she ate in small bites, though her small bite was as big as 3 normal mouthfuls. Cheng Zhe's mouth moved several times, but after a glare from Cheng'an, he forced it shut. Nian Shuang sat with her legs together, maintaining perfect posture for exactly 3 minutes, then her feet started swinging under the table. But overall nothing went wrong. Lu Jingyuan breathed a half sigh of relief. Until halfway through the banquet, a middle-aged woman in a deep red cheongsam walked over with a wine glass. She was in her early 50s, well-preserved, with a string of jadeite necklace around her neck. A smile played on her lips, but the shrewd glint in her eyes was like a snake flicking its tongue. Mrs. Zhang, the madam of Zhang's real estate, known in Haicheng's high society circles for her venomous tongue and black heart. She had been at odds with Song Wanqing for 20 years. She didn't approach Lu Jingyuan directly. Instead, she bent down and walked up to Nian Xing. Nian Xing was holding her third sister Nian Ro's hand, sitting quietly on her chair. Her pink princess dress complemented her fair porcelain-like face. Mrs. Zhang crouched down and reached out to touch Nian Xing's cheek. Oh my, this little girl is so delicate and pretty. Nian Xing, touched by a stranger, shrank back a little, her eyes bewildered. Mrs. Zhang wore a kindly smile, but her next words chilled the surrounding air by 3 degrees. With so many children, who is their mother? Where is your mommy, little one? Nurse, where is your mother, little one? The words landed like a needle, piercing precisely into the softest part of her heart. Nian Xing's small face immediately crumpled. Her lips trembled and her eyes quickly reddened. Mother. Her mother. In her past life, her mother had not survived childbirth. She remembered the feeling of her mother holding her, warm, soft. Later, her mother had left. Father said she had gone to a place far, far away. Nian Xing had never forgotten it. She had thought that in this new world no one would bring it up again. But this lady had asked. Tears fell one after another. Silently, the 5-year-old girl did not burst into loud wails. She simply wept quietly, her lips pressed tight together as though fighting to hold them back. This sight was far more heartbreaking to those around than any loud crying could be. Nian Ro immediately pulled her sister into her arms and gently patted her back. As for Lu Jingyuan, he had moved the moment Mrs. Zhang opened her mouth, but he was a step too late. By the time he rose from his seat and reached Nian Xing's side, his daughter's tears had already begun to fall. He saw the quiet trails of tears on that little face. A heavy pressure clamped around his chest. He bent down and lifted Nian Xing from the chair in one swift motion. The little girl buried her face in the crook of his shoulder, both hands gripping his neck tightly. Her body trembled softly. Lu Jingyuan supported her steady with one hand while gently patting her back with the other. Then he turned his head looking toward Mrs. Zhang. His expression held no anger. A faint smile still lingered at the corners of his lips, but the warmth in his eyes dropped to below zero in an instant. Uncle Zhang. He spoke, his voice neither loud nor soft, just clear enough for everyone within a 3-meter radius to hear. Mrs. Zhang's smile froze in place. The matters of my child are none of your concern. 8 words. The tone was flat, and even as casual as remarking on the weather. Yet everyone present could hear the underlying meaning. It was not that he could not answer. It was that she did not deserve to ask. Mrs. Zhang's expression flickered for an instant before she forced her smile back into place. Oh, I was only asking casually. Why is a child so sensitive? I meant no harm. She clapped her hands lightly, wearing an innocent expression. Jingyuan auntie is only concerned about you. A man raising so many children alone must have it so hard. Would you like Annie to introduce you to some suitable candidates? No need. Lu Jingyuan interrupted her, clean and decisive. Mrs. Zhang's words caught in her throat. At that moment a figure approached at a quick pace. Yanqing. The 14-year-old girl wore a pale blue evening gown, her steps unhurried yet purposeful. She came to stand beside Lu Jingyuan and spoke softly. Father, let me take care of 7th sister. Lu Jingyuan glanced down at her. Yanqing's face was calm, but he could see the thin veil of coldness beneath her eyes. He handed Yanqing over. Yanqing took her younger sister, holding her steady with one arm, while gently wiping the tears from Yanqing's face with the other. It's all right now, 7th sister. Big sister is here. Yanqing buried her face in her elder sister's embrace, sniffing softly. Yanqing carried her and turned toward the rest area. As they passed Mrs. Zhang, her steps faltered briefly. She tilted her head, her gaze sweeping over the woman with quiet indifference. Without a word. But that look was colder than any words could be. The 14-year-old girl regarded the 50-year-old wealthy matron with the same disdainful gaze an ancient mansion's head maid might give a servant. Mrs. Zhang felt deeply uncomfortable under that stare. Yanqing walked away. Lu Jingyuan watched his daughter's figure disappear through the entrance to the rest area. Then he withdrew his gaze. He looked down and adjusted his cuffs. His movements were slow and deliberate, as if granting both himself and the other person time to compose themselves. When he raised his head again, the smile returned to his lips. Yet those nearby felt a chill run down their spines. Uncle Zhang. He called out, his tone carrying an almost affectionate quality. Mrs. Zhang's smile was barely holding. What is it? Lu Jingyuan took half a step forward. Their distance closed to within comfortable social range. He tilted his head slightly, looking down at the middle-aged woman who stood half a head shorter than him. His voice was low, meant only for the two of them to hear. Uncle Zhang, we are both people who understand the ways of the world. There are certain things I would rather not bring up. Mrs. Zhang's smile froze. What are you saying? I remember what happened with your esteemed son last year. Lu Jingyuan's tone was as casual as if discussing daily affairs. Drunk driving, hit someone. Settled privately with 3 million yuan. Though the traffic police records were apparently cleared, the hospital documents seemed to still exist. Mrs. Zhang's face drained of color instantly. She stood frozen as though struck by a paralyzing technique. Lu Jingyuan smiled and patted her shoulder. His gesture was warm, like greeting an elder. Rest assured, Uncle Zhang. I am not one who gossips. We all have our own lives to live, don't we? He withdrew his hand and picked up a glass of champagne from a nearby server's tray. Please enjoy your drink. I will go check on the children. With that he turned and walked away. His steps were light and his posture composed. Mrs. Zhang remained where she stood, her complexion cycling through pallor, then blueness, then redness. The wine glass in her hand trembled slightly. Several elegant ladies nearby approached. Sister Zhang, are you all right? I'm fine. Mrs. Zhang forced a strained smile. I'm fine. She lowered her head and took a sip of wine, her hand still shaking. When Lu Jingyuan entered the rest area, Yanqing was seated on the sofa, holding Yanqing. The little girl had stopped crying, but her eyes were red with tear tracks still visible on her cheeks, making her look particularly pitiful. Upon seeing Lu Jingyuan enter, Yanqing immediately wriggled free from her eldest sister's arms and reached out toward him. Father! Lu Jingyuan crouched down and gathered her into his arms. Not crying anymore. Yanqing shook her head, her small hand clutching at his collar. Father, that lady asked where Yanqing's mother is. Lu Jingyuan's hand gently patted her back. Yanqing's mother is gone. Father knows. Yanqing looked up at him. Her 5-year-old eyes glistened with unshed tears, but none fell. Father, Yanqing misses mother. Lu Jingyuan's Adam's apple bobbed. He lowered his head and pressed his forehead against his daughter's. Then miss her? It's all right. Though mother is gone, father is here. Yanqing's lips trembled. Will father always be here? Always. Yanqing buried her face back into his embrace and mumbled softly. Then Yanqing won't cry anymore. Having father is enough. Lu Jingyuan felt a sting in his nose. He held his daughter a little tighter. Yanqing stood nearby, watching her own eyes slightly reddening. But she quickly composed herself and walked over speaking softly. Father, is the matter outside handled? It's handled. That woman won't come back, will she? Lu Jingyuan rose to his feet, one arm cradling Nianxing. She won't. Nianxing nodded. Father, I am prepared for the speech later. Lu Jingyuan glanced at her. His eldest daughter stood beneath the lights, the pale blue fabric of her gown cascading to her ankles. Her spine was straight, her gaze calm and composed. Moments ago she had been tenderly comforting her younger sister, but now she had seamlessly transformed back into the elder sister who could steady the entire room. He smiled. Very well. I will open the proceedings, and you can continue from there. Nianxing acknowledged with a soft response. Then she glanced toward the banquet hall outside, her voice dropping to a whisper. Father, there is something I would like to add. Something not in the script. Lu Jingyuan raised his eyebrows. What is it? Nianxing lifted her gaze, her eyes carrying a resoluteness that transcended her 14 years. I want to tell everyone that we do not pity. We have father, and that is enough. Lu Jingyuan looked at her silent for 2 seconds. Then he reached out and ruffled his eldest daughter's hair. My dear girl, whatever you wish to say on stage is fine. I will have your back. Nianxing's eyes lit up. She drew in a deep breath and nodded. Yes, father. Nianxing held in his arms, also tilted her head upward, and added in a childish voice. Cheer for big sister. Nianxing will applaud for big sister. Lu Jingyuan looked down at his youngest daughter in his arms, then turned his gaze to his eldest daughter standing before him. He smiled, his voice quiet yet as steady as a mountain. Let us go. Let those outside see that my child born of Lu Jingyuan shines brightest wherever we stand. Lu Jingyuan carried Nianxing out of the rest area. Nianxing followed half a step behind him, her footsteps as steady as though measured by a ruler. The atmosphere in the banquet hall had shifted, or rather it had grown quieter. That silence was not emptiness, but a subtle restraint. Like a crowd suddenly realizing some things should not be said, some curiosity should not be displayed so openly. Lu Jingyuan set Nianxing back in her seat. The little girl's eyes were still red, but she had stopped crying and sat obediently, leaning against her third sister Nianru's shoulder. Shengwan came running from across the table and stood beside Nianxing's chair, craning his neck to look up at her. Seventh sister isn't crying anymore. Nianxing sniffled and shook her head. Shengwan hummed in satisfaction and scampered back to crouch at Lu Jingyuan's feet. Lu Jingyuan sat down again and lifted the glass of flat champagne before him. Uncle Zhao appeared behind him unannounced and spoke in a low voice. Young Master Madame Zhang has left. She told Chairman Zhang she had a headache and departed early. Lu Jingyuan acknowledged in a tone as flat as a weather report. But the news spread through the banquet hall faster than he had anticipated. At the neighboring table, 2 enterprise directors in their 40s huddled together, speaking in low voices. Did you see that? Madame Zhang went to provoke the youngest daughter of the Lu family. And then, Then the 4th young master of the Lu family shut her down with a single sentence. That look of his. I felt the chill from 3 tables away. You mean that usually frivolous playboy? Do you really think he's just a playboy? Watch how he handled the children tonight. That steadiness doesn't come until well past 25. Meanwhile, a group of wealthy matrons gathered nearby, their voices pressed even lower. Sister Zhang's face was deathly pale when she left. I asked her about it, but she wouldn't say a word. I overheard something. Lu Jingyuan apparently mentioned that incident involving her son from last year. What incident? The drunk driving matter. Good heavens, that was buried at tremendous expense. How could he possibly know? He bears the Lu surname. In Haisheng, is there anything the Lu family doesn't know? These conversations spread on their own, reaching nearly every corner of the banquet hall within 10 minutes. The effect was immediate. From that point onward, no one dared approach Lu Jingyuan's children with probing questions. A few people came over to exchange greetings, polite in manner, complimenting, "What excellent parenting," before moving on. Never once mentioning where the children came from, never asking about their mothers. Lu Jingyuan sat there, one hand resting on Shengwan's chair back, occasionally nodding to passing acquaintances. Effortless, as if hosting guests in his own living room. 7:40. The banquet reached its formal address segment. Lu Honyuan took the stage as the host and spoke for 5 minutes, a standard business address, concise and authoritative. Then he delivered a remark that caught everyone completely off guard. Tonight we have a special young guest who would like to say a few words on behalf of the youngest generation of our Lu family. The lights descended. Nianxing rose from her seat. Her pale blue gown swept across the floor, her long hair gleaming like silk. The 14-year-old girl stepped onto the stage, her gait as measured and even as though calculated. The entire venue fell silent. She stood on stage without notes, without a teleprompter. Her gaze calmly swept over the hundreds of faces below. Then she spoke. Good evening, elders. I am Lu Nianxing, the eldest daughter of Lu Jingyuan. Her voice was neither loud nor soft, perfectly clear. Today marks our first formal appearance before so many people. I know there is much speculation and discussion about us out there. She paused briefly. I only wish to say one thing. The entire audience held their breath. We do not need anyone's pity because we have a father. Her gaze settled on Lu Jingyuan in the audience, the corners of her mouth curving slightly. With him here we lack nothing. She finished. Clean and decisive, not a single unnecessary word. The room stayed silent for 2 seconds. Then applause broke out. Not the perfunctory scattered clapping, but genuine spontaneous appreciation. That applause carried both surprise and admiration. A 14-year-old girl standing before hundreds, speaking without a hint of timidity or ingratiating charm. That breeding and confidence radiating from the very core of who she was proved far more persuasive than any explanation. Lu Jingyuan sat in the audience, his glass held still. The corners of his mouth curved slightly, very faint, very light. But his eyes held a gleam. At the head table, Lu Hongyuan set down his teacup. He did not applaud, but his gaze lingered on the girl walking down from the stage, then shifted to his youngest son, sitting there with an air of nonchalance. His stare held for a long while. Song Wanqing leaned over and whispered softly, "That girl is extraordinary." Lu Hongyuan did not reply, merely acknowledging with a single sound. But his fingers tapped twice against his teacup. It was his habit when lost in thought. What occupied his mind was not Yanqing. He was thinking of Lu Jingyuan. From the moment they entered tonight until now, this youngest son had not once lost composure. Meeting each probe with measured poise, handling Madame Zhang's matter swiftly and decisively, without leaving any handle. Guiding 11 children through such an elite gathering with unshaken calm throughout. This was not something a 25-year-old playboy could accomplish. Lu Hongyuan had lived 60 years and had never misjudged a person. He was growing increasingly certain of one thing. His youngest son had changed. Not by a little. Completely transformed as Sorn. The banquet concluded at 9:30. The convoy emerged from the underground garage of Peninsula Hotel, in orderly procession, heading up the road to the villa. Inside the extended business, the younger ones were already growing drowsy. Nianyue had fallen asleep, leaning against Nianru, a trace of cake crumbs still clinging to the corner of her mouth. Chengze dozed on Chengyuan's lap, murmuring incoherently in his dreams. Nianshuang had taken off her blazer and draped it over her face, sprawled recklessly across the seat. Chengyuan sat in the car seat beside Lu Jingyuan, his small head nodding rhythmically, his eyelids fighting heavily. Yet he was still stubbornly resisting sleep. "If you're sleepy, just sleep." Lu Jingyuan reached over and untied his bow tie. Chengyuan shook his head sleepily. Jingyuan isn't sleepy. The moment he finished speaking, his head dipped forward again. Lu Jingyuan smiled, lifting him from the car seat and settling him against his shoulder. Jingyuan's small hand instinctively gripped his collar. Eyes closed, he murmured in a childish voice, "Daddy looked so handsome today." Then his breathing evened out. Lu Jingyuan glanced down at the sleeping face against his shoulder. His mouth curved slightly, but his eyes darkened gradually. The sight of Nianqing crying tonight still lingered in his mind. Nianqing's mother is gone. That sentence remained lodged in his heart like a thorn. 11 children each from different mothers. Some departed early, others later. But in the end, none of the women from ancient times had accompanied them into the modern era. What these children carried in their hearts was far heavier than he had imagined. They may have played and laughed, but some wounds hid beneath those smiling faces. Tonight, Madame Zhang's single remark had torn open Nianqing's wound once more. What about next time? Even if others did not ask, wouldn't the children wonder on their own? He leaned back against the seat and closed his eyes, his hand gently patting Chengyuan's back. This was a question he could not evade for long. As the car turned onto the driveway to the villa, the phone on the passenger seat lit up. It was a message from Nianqing. Just one sentence. "Daddy, now that tonight is over, daughter has something she'd like to say to you." "Father, I'm done for the evening. I have something I'd like to say to you." Lu Jingyuan read the message, but did not reply right away. First, he got all 11 children back into their rooms one by one. The little ones were mostly asleep, already carried or hoisted on his shoulders as they were hauled upstairs. Chengyuan stumbled along drowsily for 2 steps before leaning against the wall and nodding off, whereupon Uncle Zhao had to carry him up. Nianyu was led along by Nianro, her footsteps unsteady as though navigating a maze. Chengyuan did not wake at all. Lu Jingyuan laid him on the bed, removed his little leather shoes and miniature suit, pulled the covers over him, and tucked in the corners neatly. The 4-year-old turned over in his sleep, muttering something unintelligible. "Where's Chengyuan's bow tie? He'll wear it tomorrow." Then complete silence. Lu Jingyuan made his rounds through every room. Finally, he returned to the first-floor study and pushed the door open. Nianqing was already there. She had changed into pajamas, her hair loose and cascading over her shoulders. Without the formal gown, she finally looked like a 14-year-old girl. But the way she sat in the chair remained perfectly straight. Her hands rested on her knees, her gaze heavy. "Can't sleep." Lu Jingyuan came and sat down and poured himself a glass of water. "I can't. You worked hard tonight. You spoke well on stage." Nianqing shook her head. "It was not hard for me, father. You were the one who worked hard." Lu Jingyuan smiled faintly and did not press the matter. "Speak. What is it?" Nianqing fell silent for a moment. Her fingers clenched on her knee, then relaxed. He knew that gesture too well. It was the same habit she had always had in ancient times whenever she wanted to speak, but feared saying the wrong thing. Father, I am asking on behalf of the younger ones. Asking what? Nianqing lifted her head and looked at him. Will our mothers come back? The study fell quiet. Those 5 words carried more weight than all the toasting and feasting at tonight's banquet combined. Lu Jingyuan's hand froze over his cup. He did not answer immediately. Nianqing's eyes reddened at the edges, but she held herself together. Her voice remained steady. When Nianqing cried tonight, Chengze was also secretly wiping his eyes. Nianyu pretended to be eating, but her eyes were red too. She took a deep breath. The younger ones don't speak of it often, but I know they are all thinking about it. What are they thinking about? Whether their mothers are still somewhere. Whether there is still a place for their mothers in this new world. Nianqing's voice grew softer. Chengwan is the youngest, he may not fully understand yet. But Nianqing remembers. Nianro remembers too. Their mothers were right beside them when they passed. Lu Jingyuan set his cup down. He leaned back against the chair and closed his eyes for a moment. Faces floated up in his mind. From ancient times. Main wife concubines. Some were women he had truly cared for, others were marriages arranged by family duty. But regardless, they had each given him these children. And then they left one by one. Some died of illness, some in childbirth, some had already closed their eyes long before him. When he lived to 78, only these children remained by his side. Now he had returned to the modern era. The children had come with him. But they had not come. He had thought about this fact himself. It had caused him pain too. It was just that he had grown accustomed to bearing it alone. The greatest lesson 78 years had taught him was that no matter how much the heart ached, the face must not collapse. Because if he fell, his 11 children would lose their sky. He opened his eyes. Nianqing. I am here, father. Let me tell you the truth. Nianqing's spine straightened a little more. Lu Jingyuan looked at her, his gaze unwavering. I do not know whether they will come. 6 words spoken lightly. But even as he said them, his throat tightened. Nianqing's eyes reddened further. Father also does not know why we children were able to come to this world, nor why our mothers did not come with us. No one can give us an answer to this. He paused. But there is one thing I can promise you. What? In this world, father, is your sky. His voice was not loud, but every word was as firm as a foundation. If you miss your mothers, you may miss them at any time. If you wish to cry, cry. If you wish to remember, remember. It is not shameful. Nianqing's lips trembled. But you will never be without someone to care for you. You will never be without someone to love you. Lu Jingyuan looked at her, his gaze carrying the depth of an entire lifetime. Father will be both father and mother to you. Whatever you lack, I will provide. This promise will not change until the day I die. Nianqing drew in a deep breath. Tears finally slipped from the corners of her eyes. Silently, drip by drip. But she did not make a sound. She was the eldest. Eldest since ancient times. She had cried in front of her younger siblings, but never in front of her father. Today was the first time. Lu Jingyuan rose and walked over to her. He reached out and ruffled the top of her head. Cry? There is no one else here. Nianqing's shoulders finally slumped. She buried her face in her hands and wept silently for a long while. Lu Jingyuan stood beside her, neither urging her nor saying more. When she finally lifted her head, her eyes were swollen, but her expression had calmed. Father, I lost composure. There is no such thing as losing composure in front of your father. Nianqing pressed her lips together and rose from the chair. She wiped her face and straightened her disheveled hair. Father, I will return now. I have school tomorrow. Go ahead. Nianqing walked to the door. Her hand rested on the doorknob. She stopped, did not turn around, but her voice drifted softly from that direction. Father, there is something I have never told you before. What? Nianqing turned around. The lamplight fell upon her face, her tear tracks still damp, but those eyes held something Lu Jingyuan knew all too well. It was responsibility. A promise spanning over a decade. In ancient times, before the second madam passed, she called me to her bedside. Lu Jingyuan's breath caught for a moment. The second madam, his principal wife. Nianqing was her legitimate eldest daughter. That woman had died while he was not by her side. When he rushed back, it was already too late. That moment remained one of the greatest regrets of his 78 years. He had never known what his principal wife had whispered at her final breath. Nianqing's voice was as light as a feather. She said to ask me to take good care of father and the younger ones. She said she was not worried about anything else, only worried that father would grow too tired bearing everything alone. The study went utterly silent. Lu Jingyuan stood there motionless. His Adam's apple bobbed. Once more. His eyes grew hot. After all these years, he had thought he had let go of those old memories. Having lived to 78, he had experienced everything, surrendered to everything. But this single sentence, crossing time, crossing life, and death, crossing 2 worlds, reached him only today. He did not speak, because he could not. Nianqing looked at him, her nose also tinged with sourness. But she held herself together. She drew a deep breath, her voice trembling ever so slightly. Father, the words of the second madam, I have carried them for over a decade. Even in this new world, I will continue to fulfill them. She lowered her head slightly. It was the angle of an ancient bow. To take good care of father and the younger ones. I will certainly accomplish this. Lu Jingyuan looked at his eldest daughter. A 14-year-old girl in soft pajamas, her hair loose, her eyes red. Yet that steadiness, that bearing like a towering tree. Exactly as her mother had been. He walked over and drew Nianqing into his arms. No extra words. Just one embrace. Then he let go. His voice was slightly hoarse. Go to sleep. Tomorrow I will make breakfast for you. Nianqing paused. Father, you can cook. Lu Jingyuan smiled. His voice carried a hint of nasal warmth, but the corners of his mouth were curved. In ancient times when you were born, your mother complained that the kitchen maid's food was terrible. I slipped into the kitchen at midnight and learned for 3 days straight. Nianqing's tears welled up again. Do not cry again. Lu Jingyuan patted her shoulder. Keep crying, and your eyes will be swollen tomorrow. The other students will laugh at you. Nianqing managed a watery smile. She wiped her face forcefully. Father, then I will really go now. Go. She opened the door. She stepped out 2 paces and paused again. Did not turn around, but her voice came through. Soft, steady. Father, make an extra portion of the egg custard Nianqing loves tomorrow morning. She felt wrong tonight. You will need to comfort her tomorrow. Lu Jingyuan leaned against the desk, watching that figure disappear down the corridor. He lowered his eyes and the corner of his mouth curved. Bitter yet warm. He raised his hand and rubbed between his brows, murmuring to himself softly. Rest assured, the things you entrusted to me, our daughter, is doing better than you ever imagined. Lu Jingyuan was a man of his word. At 6:30 the next morning, the lights in the villa's kitchen flickered on. When butler Zhao returned from his night patrol, he saw his young master standing at the stove in an apron and nearly thought he was still dreaming. Young master, what are you? Making breakfast. Don't just stand there. Find me the steamer. Lu Jingyuan cracked eggs with swift, practiced movements, nothing like a novice. Butler Zhao opened his mouth, then silently went to fetch the steamer. Half an hour later, the dining table was laden with 4 dishes, 1 soup, and 11 bowls of rice porridge. In front of Nianqing sat a bowl of silky egg custard drizzled with sesame oil and sprinkled with scallions. Nianqing sat down and stared at the egg custard for a couple of seconds. Then she looked up at Lu Jingyuan. Lu Jingyuan was fastening a bib around Jingyuan, not even raising his head. Go ahead, it's specially made for you. Nianqing lowered her head, scooped up a spoonful. The corners of her mouth curved upward. Nianqing, watching from the side, had eyes soft, as if bathed in light. She said nothing more, finished her breakfast, quietly shouldered her backpack, and headed out. On the way to Starfall Academy, she opened her phone's memo and reviewed today's tutoring schedule. The private tutoring team had been here for nearly 2 weeks. 10 teachers were assigned to different subjects, starting from the basics, with progress tailored to each child's situation. Nianqing's progress had begun to diverge from the others since the 3rd day. Her math teacher, surnamed Fong, was in his 30s, a Tsinghua master's graduate who had taught countless top students. On the first day of class, he had prepared 5th grade material based on a 0 foundation expectation. But Nianqing listened for 10 minutes, flipped to the 3 pages of exercises at the end, and solved them all correctly. Teacher Fong was stunned. Have you studied this before? Nianqing shook her head. No, but the pattern you explained, I deduced it through reasoning. Teacher Fong raised the difficulty level by 1 notch. Then another. By the 5th day, Nianqing was already working on 1st semester 8th grade material. When Teacher Fong reported to Lu Jingyuan, his tone had changed. Mr. Lu, your eldest daughter is the most logically gifted student I have ever taught. No exceptions. Oh. Lu Jingyuan lounged on the sofa, his tone indifferent. Her knowledge base is indeed nearly 0, but her comprehension and deductive ability are innate. In mathematics, concepts are grasped instantly, and she can extrapolate from 1 example to 10. I've taught for 12 years, and such talent is extremely rare. Lu Jingyuan smiled faintly, saying nothing. Talent? Not entirely. His eldest daughter had managed the household accounts in ancient times for over 20 years. Accounts, land deeds, taxes, grain prices. None of these were simpler than middle school math. That mind was honed over decades. It was just a matter of adapting to a new symbol system. In the 2nd week of school, on Wednesday, Class 3 of Grade 8 in Math Pop Quiz. The test paper was distributed 45 minutes, full score 120. Nianqing sat in the 3rd row by the window, took the paper, and scanned it. The basic questions at the front no longer posed any difficulty. Teacher Fong's tutoring over the past 2 weeks had been thorough, and she had absorbed about 70 to 80% of the 1st semester Grade 8 content. She lingered a moment longer on the last problem. It differed from the textbook. She picked up her pen and drew several auxiliary lines on the scratch paper. Her thinking was clear. In ancient times, she had encountered more convoluted arithmetic problems. Those tax conversions and land measurements were far more circuitous than this problem. She took 6 minutes to finish the last problem, reviewed the entire paper, and set down her pen. Glancing up at the clock on the classroom wall, only 32 minutes had passed. Homeroom teacher Lin, proctoring from the podium, noticed Nianqing had stopped writing. She frowned, walked over, and glanced at the paper. The page was neat, the handwriting clean and print-like. Every step was clearly laid out. Teacher Lin's expression shifted slightly, but she said nothing and returned to the podium. The next day the results came out. When Teacher Lin announced the scores from the podium, the classroom gradually fell silent. Lu Nianqing 120. Full marks. The class fell silent for 2 seconds. Then a buzz of chatter erupted. Full marks. Isn't she a transfer student? I heard her foundation was very weak. She barely raised her hand in math class a few days ago. I didn't even understand the last problem okay. Nianqing sat in her seat, expression unchanged. She flipped the paper over and placed it on the desk, showing no interest in looking at it again. In ancient times, she had managed the entire inner household accounts of the Lu family, handling tens of thousands of silver taels. Scoring full marks on a math test was as natural as breathing to her. But she couldn't appear too nonchalant. So she lowered her head slightly, putting on a faintly surprised expression. The bell rang. Teacher Lin gathered her things and left the classroom, casting one more glance at Nianqing on her way out. Her gaze was both scrutinizing and mildly surprised. This transfer student had weak foundations in all subjects at enrollment. She could barely understand English class, and physics and chemistry were a complete blank. But math, suddenly perfect score. And she was the only one in the entire grade to solve the last extra problem. In the hallway, Teacher Lin flipped through her phone and sent a message to the grade-level math teaching leader. In the classroom, Nianqing was packing her bag. Her deskmate leaned over, face exaggerated. Nianqing, you're amazing. How did you do the last problem? I didn't even finish reading it. Nianqing smiled faintly. Just draw a few more auxiliary lines, and it clicks. That's simple. Her deskmate walked away, looking utterly disillusioned. Nianqing was about to stand up when a figure stopped beside her desk from the corner of her eye. She looked up. A boy stood before her. Tall and lean, neatly dressed in uniform, black-rimmed glasses, meticulously combed hair. In his hand was a test paper identical to hers, marked with a red 118. Nianqing recognized him. Shen Mingzhi, the top student in grade 8. It was said he had never dropped out of the top 3 since enrollment and had won first prize in city-level math competitions. The boy pushed up his glasses, his gaze fixed directly on her face. Not a hostile stare, but pure curiosity and puzzlement. Classmate Lu Nianqing. Hello. Shen Mingzhi flipped to the last page of his paper and pointed to the extra problem. How did you solve the third problem? That question was beyond the syllabus, and you were the only one in the whole grade to get it right. How did you solve problem 3? That was beyond the syllabus. Only you in the entire grade got it right. Nianqing glanced at the problem he was pointing to. She thought for a moment, her tone deliberately plain. Started from the given conditions and worked backward to find the intermediate values needed for the conclusion. Drew 2 auxiliary lines to split the triangle into 2 similar ones, then just substituted and calculated. Shen Mingzhi frowned. I tried that approach too, but I couldn't get the auxiliary lines right. How did you know to draw it from that point? Nianqing paused. She couldn't exactly say it mirrored the triangular division method used for measuring fields back in ancient times. Intuition, she said simply. Shen Mingzhi studied her for several seconds. Intuition. Yeah, you just get a feel for it after doing enough problems. Coming from a transfer student who'd only been enrolled for 2 weeks, it sounded almost unbelievable. But Nianqing's expression remained unfazed, calm enough that Shen Mingzhi couldn't find a way to push further. He adjusted his glasses and collected his paper. Let's see how you do on the next monthly exam. I'm looking forward to it. With that, he turned and walked away. Nianqing watched him go, one eyebrow lifting slightly. A competition. Back in her previous life, when she'd raced the accountants under her father's employ, the elderly men had been so flustered their beards nearly crooked from frustration. She packed her bag and stepped out of the classroom at a leisurely pace. Her phone vibrated. A message from Nian Yao came through with 3 smug emojis attached. Big sister, I heard you scored a perfect math test. The whole grade's talking about it. That's amazing. Nianqing replied with just 2 characters, not bad. Then Nian Yao sent another message. I did something huge today too. I'll tell you when I get home. Nianqing's lips curved slightly, but she didn't reply further. Downstairs in the first-year building inside class 5, Nian Yao sat at her desk, surrounded by 3 or 4 girls. It wasn't surprising. At barely 3 weeks into the school term, she'd already gathered quite a circle around her. Nian Yao had always been skilled at navigating social dynamics, even back in ancient times. From the elderly matrons down to the young maids and servants, there was no one she couldn't strike up a conversation with. In modern times, it was even easier. What did 13-year-old girls care about? Beautiful stationery, tasty snacks, gossip about which classmate had fallen out with another. Nian Yao handled it all with ease. Yao, that pencil case of yours is so cute. Where'd you get it? The shop my sister took me to last time. I'll send you the address later. Hey Yao, want to catch a movie this weekend? That new animated film just came out. Of course. Let's invite Tong and Xiaoman too. When she smiled, her round face and apricot-shaped eyes lit up, her voice sweet and bright, the kind of warmth that made people naturally drawn to her. But what truly cemented her standing among her peers wasn't this. It was what happened at noon today. During lunch break, an argument erupted in the hallway. As Nian Yao passed by, she spotted 2 girls standing face to face, both flushed with anger. One was Zhou Xiaoyu from their class, a ponytail, quick-tempered. The other was Cheng Sini from the neighboring class 4, tall, sharp-tongued. They'd gotten into a heated dispute over something, their voices rising with each passing moment. You had the audacity to speak ill of me behind my back. When did I say anything about you? Don't accuse me falsely. Zhang Jia from class 3 heard it with her own ears. Then go ask Zhang Jia yourself. It's none of my business. A crowd had gathered to watch the spectacle, but no one stepped in. Nian Yao stood on the periphery listening intently and quickly pieced together what was happening. Someone had twisted the message. Classic telephone game gone wrong. In the inner quarters back in ancient times, she'd encountered situations like this 3 times a day. She walked into the middle of them wearing a bright smile. What's all this commotion about? Aren't you tired of arguing at noon when it's so hot? Zhou Xiaoyu's tone softened when she spotted Nian Yao. Nian Yao, she's been bad-mouthing me behind my back. Nian Yao turned to Cheng Sini. Did you say it? Cheng Sini grew flustered. I didn't. It was that gossip monger Zhang Jia spreading rumors. Nian Yao patted Zhou Xiaoyu's shoulder. Xiaoyu, think about it. Xin, he has no quarrel with you. Why would she speak ill of you behind your back? Zhou Xiaoyu paused, taken aback. But Zhang Jia said. Did Zhang Jia hear it directly, or did she hear it from someone else? Nian Yao's pace was unhurried, yet every word landed precisely where it needed to. Zhou Xiaoyu considered this. She said she heard it from someone else. There you have it. Nian Yao smiled. When it comes to relaying messages, you pass it to me, I pass it to someone else. And by the third person, it's no longer the original words. Just stop arguing and call Zhang Jia over to clear this up face to face. Won't that settle it? The two girls exchanged glances, their anger visibly dissipating. Seizing the moment, Nian Yao pressed on. How about this? I'll treat you both to milk tea after school. Let's talk it out, and not let a misheard message damage your friendship. It's not worth it. Neither Zhou Xiaoyu nor Cheng Sini said anything further. The tension eased. The onlookers dispersed. From behind the office window, homeroom teacher Ms. Liu had watched the entire exchange unfold. She adjusted her glasses and allowed herself a small smile. That second daughter of the Liu family, setting aside everything else, her finesse with interpersonal matters surpassed even 8 years of teaching experience. 13 years old. She didn't look it. That afternoon after school, Nian Yao indeed treated the two of them to milk tea. Half a cup, and Zhou Xiaoyu and Cheng Sini were already chatting and laughing together. Lin Xiaoman leaned over, giving a thumbs up. Yao Yao, you're amazing. Those two were about to come to blows, and you settled it in no time. Nian Yao took a sip of her milk tea, grinning brightly. It's nothing special. Just make sure nobody gets stuck in their own head about it. She spoke casually, but inwardly she knew exactly what she was doing. In ancient times, the open and covert struggles within the inner quarters were 100 times more perilous than this. The sharp tongues between older servants and young maids, the subtle testing between the principal wife and concubines. Any of those alone could fill an entire book. For her, this petty squabble among modern middle schoolers was as simple as calming a child. As she stepped out of the milk tea shop, Zhao Yutong came running over. Her expression was troubled. Yao Yao, there's something you need to know. Nian Yao raised an eyebrow. What is it? Zhao Yutong hesitated for a moment before lowering her voice. That guy Qian Haoyu. You remember him, right? The one who tried hitting on you, and you completely ignored him. Nian Yao remembered. The tall boy with bangs covering his eyes from the first day of school. Yeah, I remember. What about it? Zhao Yutong pressed her lips together. He was on the playground today telling a group of boys all sorts of nasty things about your Liu family. His voice was loud. Lots of people heard him. Nian Yao's smile faded slightly. What did he say? Zhao Yutong glanced around before speaking even quieter. He said all the Liu children are bastards of unknown origin, that you weren't born into the family properly, that you were bought to embellish their reputation. And he also said. She hesitated. Nian Yao's eyes narrowed. The warmth in her apricot-shaped gaze vanished, replaced by a sharpness that felt unfamiliar to Zhao Yutong. What else did he say? Zhao Yutong gritted her teeth. He said anyone who befriends you is just sucking up to wealthy people, that all your friends are only around for your family's money. Lin Xiaoman, standing nearby, blushed with anger. That guy is way too much. What gives him the right to say that? Nian Yao didn't respond immediately. She lowered her head and took a sip of milk tea, her expression so calm that it was impossible to read her emotions. But her fingers tapped lightly against the cup wall twice. This was a habit of hers from back in ancient times. A telltale sign she was formulating a plan. After a moment, she lifted her head and her mouth curved into a smile once more. But this smile was different from before. Zhao Yutong looked into those smiling eyes and felt an involuntary shiver run down her spine. Tongtong, I need you to do me a favor. What favor? Nian Yao tossed her milk tea cup into the trash and clapped her hands lightly. Her tone was as casual as if she were commenting on the weather. Help me find out tomorrow who exactly heard those words from Qian Haoyu. Every single person. Lin Xiaoman paused. Why do you need to know that? Nian Yao smiled and began walking toward the school gate at a leisurely pace. Big sister once said something. When it comes to dealing with gossips, the best approach isn't to gag them. She paused and turned back to look at them. Her eyes held a certainty and composure far beyond what one would expect from a 13-year-old girl. It's making them sew their own mouths shut. Let him sew his own mouth shut. Nian Yao spoke in a light, airy tone. Lin Xiaoman and Zhao Yutong exchanged glances, each seeing something indescribable in the other's eyes. That smile did not belong to a 13-year-old girl. But Nian Yao had already turned and walked away. Her steps were brisk, backpack slung over her shoulder, humming a tune as though nothing had happened at all. The next day at noon, Zhao Yutong posted what she had gathered in the group chat. When Qian Haoyu was talking on the playground yesterday, there were Li Chao from Class 3, Wang Panyuan from Class 5, and Shen Ziheo from Class 2 standing nearby. Also 2 girls from Class 6 overheard, but they don't know us. Nian Yao read the message and slipped her phone into her pocket. The corners of her mouth curved slightly. That was enough. The last period that afternoon was self-study. Nian Yao packed her bag 5 minutes early, told her homeroom teacher Mr. Lu she was going to the restroom, and left the classroom. She did not go to the restroom. She went to the playground. Every afternoon during self-study, Qian Haoyu skipped class to play basketball on the track. She had figured out that pattern in her very first week. As expected, beside the row of benches along the playground, Qian Haoyu leaned against the railing surrounded by 4 or 5 boys. He spun a basketball on his right hand, his bangs partially covering one eye as he chatted with those beside him. His voice was loud enough to carry. I told you someone like her is all packaging. That video online definitely bought trending status. Brother, how you keep it down? A shorter boy beside him warned. What's there to be afraid of? Qian Haoyu snorted. Think her family's money makes her special. My dad's company brings in hundreds of millions in revenue a year. From the moment I laid eyes on her, I knew she was putting on airs. Student Qian Haoyu. A clear voice rang out from behind him. Qian Haoyu turned his head. Nian Yao stood 3 paces away. She wore her pale yellow school uniform jacket, her round face framed by almond-shaped eyes, her expression bright and smiling. Not a trace of anger in sight. Qian Haoyu's expression froze for a split second. But he quickly recovered his careless demeanor. Leaning against the railing, he bounced the basketball once with one hand. Well, the second miss of the Liu family graces us with her presence. What can I do for you? Nian Yao stepped 2 paces closer. She was not angry. She did not accuse. Her expression did not flicker. That was the kind of smile that left no fault to find. Nothing important. I just heard you've been bringing up our family quite often lately, so I wanted to come and have a word in person. Qian Haoyu raised an eyebrow. About what? About why you care so much about our business. Nian Yao tilted her head slightly, her tone as casual as if she were chatting with a friend. You said we were purchased just to boost our face, didn't you? Qian Haoyu paused, taken aback. He had not expected her to be so direct. The boys beside him shifted their glances back and forth between the two. I was just saying it off the cuff. Qian Haoyu held his ground. What can I say it? Of course you can. Nian Yao nodded, her tone utterly sincere. Say whatever you wish. But I'm curious about one thing. What? Nian Yao smiled. That smile was as sweet as honey, yet to Qian Haoyu's eyes it sent an inexplicable chill down his spine. You care so much about our family. Why is that? I've never spoken to you, and I've never wronged you. How is it that we're always on your lips? Qian Haoyu's hand hesitated. I don't talk about it every day. Li Chao, Wang Pingyuan, Shen Ziheo. Nian Yao counted on her fingers. Over the past few days you've mentioned it in front of them. On the playground, in the cafeteria. When my classmates repeated it to me, I was genuinely surprised. She widened her eyes in apparent bewilderment. Student Qian Haoyu, our family's affairs seem to preoccupy you more than your midterm exams. A few of the boys could not hold back their laughter. Qian Haoyu's face began to redden. You're slandering me. I just can't stand the way you people pretend. Pretend what? Nian Yao blinked. We never initiated a single word with you. Yet you bring us up with everyone you meet. She let out a sudden sigh, her tone shifting into something unervingly sincere and pitying. In my hometown, we have a saying, those who chatter most about others are usually unhappy with their own lives. Qian Haoyu's expression changed. What do you mean by that? Nian Yao looked at him, her gaze as gentle as if she were regarding a wounded puppy. Are you being neglected at home? That's quite pitiful. The area by the playground fell silent. All those boys stood dumbfounded. Not a single filthy word had been spoken. Her tone was sweet, her expression genuine. Yet the impact was 10 times more devastating than outright cursing. Qian Haoyu's face cycled from red to purple, from purple to pale. He opened his mouth, but not a single syllable came out. Because he had no way to refute it. She had not cursed him. She was caring for him. Using a tone gentler than even his mother's, she was sorrowful for him. And that felt far worse than being publicly berated. You're making things up. He strained for a long moment before spitting out those words. Nian Yao spread her hands. I haven't said anything harsh. You don't need to get so worked up. If you ever feel upset, you can come talk to me. I may not be able to help, but I can certainly listen. Qian Haoyu slammed the basketball onto the ground and strode away. His steps were fast and uneven. The roots of his ears burned as though ready to bleed. Behind him the boys exchanged bewildered looks. 2 of them could no longer contain themselves and burst out laughing. Nian Yao stood where she was, smiling sweetly and waving at Qian Haoyu's retreating figure. Take care on your way. Don't trip. By then a small crowd had gathered. Some of the girls began to applaud. Bravo. Nian Yao is incredible. Not a single swear word, and she completely broke him. Lin Xiaoman squeezed through the crowd, her face full of admiration as she looked at her. Yao, you're amazing. Nian Yao smiled and took her hand. Let's go. It was nothing. Class is starting. Her tone was as relaxed as if she had simply gone for a stroll. But a few steps later her smile softened. A flash of sharp acuity, forged in the inner chambers of ancient households, glimmered in her eyes. Someone like Qian Haoyu would not accept a humiliation like this and walk away. The more a person values faith, the more deeply they will harbor resentment after being publicly undermined. She would need to mention this to father. At 7:30 that evening in the villa's first floor, Nian Yao lay sprawled on the living room sofa and recounted the day's events from beginning to end. Lu Jingyuan sat across from her, his teacup resting on his knee. After listening, the corner of his mouth lifted slightly. Well done. Nian Yao chuckled. Father, I didn't curse at him. I know. You didn't need to. Those words of yours were far more effective than any curse. Nian Yao rolled over and sat up, her expression suddenly serious. Father, there is one thing I must tell you. Go on. Nian Yao hugged a cushion, her fingers tracing circles on its surface. That Qian Haoyu. I drove him off today, but he doesn't seem like the type who can swallow this insult. Lu Jingyuan nodded silently. And Tong Tong mentioned that his father seems to run a real estate company. It's not insignificant here in Haisheng either. Nian Yao looked up, a hint of inquiry in her almond-shaped eyes. Father, he won't let this drop. What exactly is his father's real estate company? That was the last line provided. His father is from a real estate company. Lu Jingyuan set down his teacup and leaned back into the sofa. The Qian family. In real estate. He pondered for a moment. Third brother had sent him a directory of Haisheng Enterprises a few days ago, and there did seem to be a surname Qian among them. I'll have your third uncle look into it tomorrow. Nian Yao nodded. Then should I stay away from him from now on? Lu Jingyuan glanced at her. What's there to fear? His tone was calm. You did nothing wrong today. A first-year middle school brat. What trouble can he stir up? Nian Yao smiled. Father says not to be afraid, so I won't be. But there's one rule. Lu Jingyuan raised a finger. Next time if he uses words, handle it as you see fit. If he uses force, come to me. Understood. Go do your homework. Yes, sir. Nian Yao bounced off the sofa, humming a tune as she went upstairs. Lu Jingyuan picked up his phone and sent a message to his third brother. Check someone for me. Qian Haoyu, first-year middle school student, his father's in real estate. Third brother replied instantly. What's wrong? One of the nieces being bullied. Not bullied. Just getting a heads up. All right. I'll have it for you tomorrow. Lu Jingyuan put his phone down, picked up his tea, and blew on it 3 times. His second daughter had handled it beautifully. But he knew better than anyone that a young man humiliated in public would likely go home and complain to his parents. And if the Qian family really was in real estate in Haisheng, they weren't an ordinary household. A check was just to be aware. No rush. The next day, Xingqian Academy Primary School Division. First grade class 2 PE class. A row of 6- and 7-year-old little beans stood on the playground clad in matching white sportswear, their queue crooked under the sun. The PE teacher, surnamed Ma, was in his early 30s with a dark face and a booming voice. Today we're testing the sprint. 50 meters. 2 by 2. The children chattered as they shuffled to the starting line. Nian Shuang stood at the back of the line. She wore her sportswear, her ponytail tied high, both hands in her pockets. A little boy next to her nudged her. Are you fast? Nian Shuang glanced at him sideways. What do you think? The boy shrank back, intimidated by her gaze, and said nothing more. One group after another ran. 4, 6, and 7-year-olds 50 meters usually took 11 or 12 seconds. A few ran 13 or 14 seconds, and teacher Ma yelled encouragement until his voice went hoarse. It was Nian Shuang's turn. Her partner was a chubby little boy who was already panting before he was steady. Teacher Ma raised the stopwatch. Ready, go. Nian Shuang shot forward. No wasted movement. An explosive start, high stride frequency, her short legs pushing off the ground with power far beyond her peers. Teacher Ma's eyes widened. By the time he pressed the stopwatch, Nian Shuang had already crossed the finish line. 8, 6 seconds. Teacher Ma looked down at the stopwatch, then looked again, confirming he hadn't misread. 8, 6 seconds. 50 meters. 6 years old. First grade. Teacher Ma stood frozen. That time would rank in the top 3 even in 3rd grade. In 1st grade it was simply ridiculous. Nian Shuang finished barely winded. She walked back, hands back in her pockets, her expression as if she'd just strolled around. Did you run the wrong way, eh? A little girl next to her stared wide-eyed. No, I didn't. Nian Shuang replied flatly. Teacher Ma strode over quickly. Lu Nian Shuang. My, have you practiced running before? Nian Shuang thought for a moment. No. Then how did you run so fast? Nian Shuang tilted her head. In ancient times, she would go up the mountain to chop firewood every day before dawn with the estate's laborers. The mountain paths were steep, and she had to run to claim the best spots. If she ran slow, the good wood would be taken by others. But she couldn't say that. Long legs, she said. Teacher Ma looked at her legs. Standard height for a 1st grade girl. The legs weren't particularly long. Teacher Ma hesitated. Later we'll test the pole climb and the long jump. You should join in. Nian Shuang's eyes lit up. I can do all of them. All of them. Great. 20 minutes later. Pole climb. 3 5-meter bamboo poles stood at the edge of the playground meant for upper grade students. First graders were supposed to climb the rope net. But Teacher Ma wanted to see this little girl's limits. Try this pole. Climb as high as you can, come down when you can't go any further. Nian Shuang looked up at the bamboo pole. 5 meters. In ancient times, she had climbed trees 3 times that height. She exhaled, grabbed the pole with both hands, and clamped it with her legs. Whoosh. Whoosh whoosh. Like a little monkey. The entire class looked up, necks craned. Teacher Ma's jaw nearly dropped. In less than 20 seconds, Nian Shuang was already at the top. She held the pole with one hand and waved the other below. Teacher, I'm at the top. Should I go higher? No need. Come down. Slowly. Teacher Ma's voice cracked. Nian Shuang slid down in a few quick moves, landing steady, without even a stumble. She brushed the dust off her hands. What's next? The class was silent for 2 seconds, then erupted in a roar. Amazing. Is she Spider-Man? I want to climb too. Teacher Ma had given up on maintaining order. He pulled out his phone, scrolled through his contacts, and found a name. Sun Yong, the school track and field coach. During the long jump, Nian Shuang blew everyone away again. The standard for first grade standing long jump was 1.2 meters. The excellence line was 1.4 meters. Nian Shuang jumped 1.7 meters. Teacher Ma's hands trembled as he measured. After landing, Nian Shuang turned to her stunned classmates and said expressionless, "Is that all?" The bell rang. Teacher Ma called Nian Shuang aside. "Student Lu Nian Shuang." "Teacher, just call me Nian Shuang." Teacher Ma crouched down, eyes burning with intensity. "Have you been practicing gymnastics since you were little? Or martial arts? Have your parents signed you up for any sports training classes?" Nian Shuang thought for a moment. She wasn't sure what gymnastics was. Martial arts. In ancient times, she had learned some boxing and kicking from the estate guards. But that didn't count as a training class. No, she shook her head. Teacher Ma wouldn't give up. "Then what sports do you usually do at home?" Nian Shuang answered very seriously. "Before, I used to go up the mountain to chop firewood." Teacher Ma was stunned. "Chop firewood? I had to go up the mountain before dawn, carry a bundle of wood back, and run for about 2 hours. Teacher Ma thought she was joking. A 6-year-old city girl living in a top-tier villa in Haisheng. Where would she go to chop firewood? He chuckled. "You're quite the joker." Nian Shuang's face remained blank. "I'm not joking." Teacher Ma decided not to dwell on it. No matter what she had done before, the data in front of him didn't lie. This child's explosive power, coordination, and physical fitness were far beyond her peers. Not just a little beyond. Ridiculously beyond. That afternoon, Lu Jingyuan was flipping through the Qian family dossier sent by third brother in his study. His phone rang. An unfamiliar number. He answered. "Hello, is this the parent of Lu Nian Shuang?" "Speaking." "Hello, I'm Coach Sun Yong from the Xingqian Academy Primary School track and field team. Today Teacher Ma reported Nian Shuang's performance in PE class, and I'm absolutely blown away." Lu Jingyuan raised an eyebrow. "What happened?" The voice on the other end was clearly excited. "Mr. Lu, I'd like to meet with you in person. We want to invite Nian Shuang to join the school track and field team. Her sprint and long jump results today, without exaggeration, are at the level of top third-grade students. If she trains systematically with the team, her potential is limitless." Lu Jingyuan leaned back in his chair, a faint smile curving his lips. That sixth daughter of his had been a wild monkey in ancient times, climbing walls, roofs, trees, fighting. Nothing she didn't do. Transplanted to the modern world, she was still the same. "Coach Sun, I'll think about it." "Of course, take your time. But there's something I'd like to mention beforehand." "What is it?" Coach Sun's voice grew even more excited. "If Nian Shuang officially joins, she will be the youngest member in the history of the Xingqian Academy children's track and field team. 6 years old, first grade. Mr. Lu, this child is the most talented prospect I've ever seen, bar none." Lu Jingyuan smiled, but didn't respond. Talent. That was the legwork his sixth daughter had honed over 7 or 8 years running through the ancient mountains. But that too he couldn't tell anyone. After hanging up, he opened his chat with Nian Shuang and typed a line. "Sixth girl, I heard you scared your PE teacher today." Nian Shuang replied instantly. A smug emoji, then a voice message. The 6-year-old's voice was full of energy. "Father, that pole climb was too short. It's not even as tall as the old locust tree I used to climb." Lu Jingyuan laughed out loud. He was about to reply when the study door opened. Nian Qing stood at the doorway holding a piece of paper. "Father, my math teacher spoke with me today." Lu Jingyuan looked up. "What about?" Nian Qing stepped in and placed the paper on the desk. It was a notice. "The grade-level math teaching team said they want to recommend me for next month's citywide middle school math competition." Lu Jingyuan glanced at the notice. "Do you want to go?" Nian Qing nodded. "I want to try." Lu Jingyuan leaned back, looking at his eldest daughter's calm, yet expectant eyes. He smiled. "All right, but there's something I need to tell you first." Nian Qing was slightly taken aback. "What is it?" Lu Jingyuan flipped the dossier third brother had sent to the first page and pushed it toward her. Your second sister had a run-in with a boy surnamed Qian at school. This is the family's background. Nianqing looked down at it for a moment, her brow furrowing slightly. Father, do you need me to do something? Lu Jingyuan shook his head. Not for now, but keep an eye on Nian Yao for me. That Qian boy's father has some connection to an old rival of our family. He tapped his fingers lightly on the desk twice. This matter might not be so simple. Nianqing nodded and carefully read through the document, committing it to memory. Don't worry, father. I'll keep an eye on our second sister. Lu Jingyuan grunted in acknowledgement. Just as he was about to say something else, his phone vibrated again. This time it wasn't a call. It was a notification from the Haisheng Academy parents group chat. He opened the message and his brow furrowed slightly. Teacher Zhou from the science class had sent a lengthy message, and the very first line read, Mr. Lu. Before he could finish reading it, Nianqing had leaned over to glance at the screen. Chengza caused trouble again. Not certain yet. Let's take a look. Lu Jingyuan read the message from beginning to end. Then he fell silent for 3 seconds, placed his phone face down on the table, and pressed his fingertips against his brow. What happened? Nianqing asked. Your brother has driven the science teacher mad. The scene shifted back to that morning. Haisheng Academy Primary Division, Grade 2, Class 1. 30 or so 7 and 8-year-old children sat in the classroom, most of them flipping through books, staring blankly, or sneaking bites of rubber candy. Only one boy sat perfectly upright, his eyes shining as bright as searchlights. Lu Qingze, 7 years old, wearing a checkered waistcoat with neatly combed hair. On his desk sat textbooks, a pencil case, and a well-worn copy of 100,000 Ys. The science teacher, Ms. Wu, was in her early 30s with a round face and a gentle disposition. She had been teaching elementary science for 5 years and had never stumbled before. Today's lesson was on the 3 states of water. Ms. Wu drew a kettle of water on the blackboard with a fire underneath it. Classmates, what happens when water is heated? The whole class shouted in unison, steam. Qingze raised his hand. Ms. Wu smiled. Student Lu Qingze, please go ahead. Teacher, why does water turn into steam when heated? Because when the temperature rises, water evaporates and becomes water vapor. Why does evaporation happen when the temperature rises? Ms. Wu nodded, thinking the child's curiosity was a good thing. Because when water is heated, the tiny particles inside move faster and faster until they fly out of the water surface, becoming steam. Qingze's eyes grew even brighter. What are those tiny particles? They are the components of water, extremely small and visible to the naked eye. How do we know they exist if we can't see them? Ms. Wu paused. This was discovered by scientists through experiments. What experiment? This is quite complex. You'll learn about it when you're older. Qingze was not satisfied. His little mouth pouted. Teacher, you said they move fast and fly out. Then where do they fly to? Into the air. How much can the air hold? Will it ever be fully? No, the air flows. Why does air flow? Because gas has no fixed shape and spreads everywhere. Why doesn't gas have a fixed shape? Ms. Wu's smile began to stiffen. Because the particles of gas are far apart, unlike solids that are pressed tightly together. Why does having large distances between particles mean no fixed shape? Is it because they don't want to be close? Do they not like each other? A few children in the class laughed. Ms. Wu took a deep breath. It's not that they dislike each other. It's that their energy is greater, so they can run farther apart. What is energy? Energy is the force that makes things move. What is force? Force is what causes objects to move or change their state. Then where did the original force come from? Ms. Wu opened her mouth, but said nothing. Even her advisor in graduate school had never clearly explained this to her. The classroom fell silent for 2 seconds. A little girl beside him raised her hand. Teacher, may I answer a question? Ms. Wu felt as though she had been granted a reprieve. Tell us. Before the girl could speak, Qingze raised his hand again. Teacher, I have another question. Ms. Wu's smile completely cracked. Wait a moment. Let other students have a chance to speak too. Qingze put his hand down, but his mouth was moving. He was muttering under his breath. But whatever she says will be wrong. She didn't even know why ice is hard in the last class. The boy sitting next to him could no longer contain himself. Can you stop asking questions? The teacher is about to cry. Qingze turned to look at him, his expression very serious. But how can I know if I don't ask? If I don't understand something and don't ask clearly, what's the difference between knowing and not knowing? The boy was bewildered. The 40-minute class flew by. Qingze raised his hand 32 times. Every single time it was a follow-up question. From the evaporation of water, he asked about particle motion. From particle motion, he asked about the source of energy. From the source of energy, he asked about the initial state of the universe. The final question was, Teacher, if everything is made of particles, then are people also made of particles? Which particle produces my thoughts? Ms. Wu stood at the podium, her lips trembling slightly. She had been teaching for 5 years. Never had a 7-year-old child taken her from physics all the way to philosophy in a single class. The bell rang. As Ms. Wu gathered her textbooks and walked out of the classroom, her steps were somewhat unsteady. She returned to the office, sat down, poured a glass of water, and drank 3 sips. Then she picked up her phone and typed a long message in the parents' group chat. Hello, Mr. Lu. I am teacher Wu Qing's science class instructor. First, I want to say that your son Qingze is very curious and eager to learn, which is an incredibly rare quality. However, there is a small issue I would like to discuss with you. Qingze raises his hand more than 30 times per class, and each question leads to a chain of follow-ups. So far this semester, other students have basically had no opportunity to answer questions. Last class, a child told me she felt like she was attending Qingze's personal QA session rather than a science class. So I would like to ask you to communicate with Qingze at home and see if he can limit his questions to 5 per class. The rest of the questions can be written in a notebook and asked to me individually after class. Thank you for your understanding. After sending the message, Ms. Wu added another one. By the way, Qingze's last question today, that's one I still haven't figured out how to answer. At 7 o'clock in the evening. In the living room of the villa, Lu Jingyuan sat on the sofa, holding his phone in one hand with Qingze, who had been called over, sitting beside him. The 7-year-old sat properly, his short legs dangling off the edge of the sofa, swinging back and forth. Qingze, Dad, you raised your hand 32 times in science class today. Qingze thought for a moment. I didn't count, but I feel like it should be about right. The teacher says the other students haven't had a chance to answer questions all semester. Qingze blinked, his expression innocent. But they don't raise their hands. When I raise mine, they don't. Isn't that not my problem? Lu Jingyuan looked at him. Have you ever thought that after you keep asking follow-up questions and the teacher can't answer, the other children might feel like they can't keep up with the lesson? Qingze's lips pursed. But I really want to know the answers to those questions. Dad knows. Lu Jingyuan's tone was gentle. Wanting to know is not wrong, but you need to learn one thing. What? Save your questions and ask after class. In class, leave some opportunities for others. Qingze looked down and thought for a long time. Then what if I can't hold back? Bring a small notebook. Write down what you want to ask first. Ask the teacher after class. Writing is so slow. Then practice writing faster. Qingze sighed. A 7-year-old sighing looked exactly like a retired old cadre. All right. Then Dad, can you answer my last question today? Which one? Qingze sat up straight, his eyes brightening again. If people are made of particles, then which particle produced my thoughts? Lu Jingyuan looked at him. This was a question he had lived 78 years without figuring out. There is no standard answer to this question. But Dad can tell you one thing. What? Lu Jingyuan patted his head. No matter where your thoughts come from, the fact that you can ask this question shows you are smarter than most people. Smart people are not afraid of lacking answers. They are afraid of being too timid to ask. Qingze's eyes shone like 2 stars. Can I still keep asking questions in the future? Yes. Ask after class, ask in your notebook, ask Dad at home. In class, keep it to 5 or fewer. 5 is too few. Just 5. One more, and your allowance gets cut. Qingze clutched his pocket in pain. Then okay. 5. He jumped off the sofa and ran a few steps before turning back. Dad, about the allowance, can it go up a bit? I want to buy new encyclopedias. The old one is worn out from being flipped through. Lu Jingyuan smiled. Of course. I'll have Uncle Zhao take you to the bookstore later. Qingze let out a joyous shout and ran upstairs. Lu Jingyuan shook his head and replied to Teacher Wu's message. Teacher Wu, thank you for your hard work. I have already spoken with Qingze. From now on, he will limit his hand raising in class to 5 times. Extra questions will be written in his notebook and asked to you after class. Also, I cannot answer his last question either. Thank you for your patience. After sending the message, he leaned back on the sofa just as Nianyu came running down the stairs. The 8-year-old girl was wearing pink lounge clothes, her round cheeks usually always smiling. But not today. She ran up to Lu Jingyuan and stopped, head bowed, her 2 hands twisting together. Lu Jingyuan set down his teacup and looked at her. Nianyu. Nianyu looked up. Her eyes were red. Dad, my classmate said I eat too much and don't look good. Should I eat less? Dad, my classmate said I eat too much and it's not good looking. Should I eat less? Nianyu's voice was soft with a hint of nasality. Lu Jingyuan's brow furrowed slightly. He patted the sofa beside him. Come sit with me, tell Dad all about it. Nianyu climbed onto the sofa and sat next to him. She tucked her short legs in her round face, still carrying a trace of grievance. What happened at school today? Nianyu twisted her fingers. At lunch, a boy called me a rice bucket. Who said that? The kid at the next table. I don't know him. Lu Jingyuan didn't respond immediately. He looked at his daughter's lowered brows and reached out to hold her chubby little hand. And then, oi. Then a few people laughed. Nianyu's lips flattened. They said girls shouldn't eat so much. What did you say back? Nianyu thought for a moment. I said you need strength when you're full. In my hometown, it's the people without food who are pitiful. A faint smile curved at the corner of Lu Jingyuan's mouth. That was a truthful statement. In ancient times, Nianyu had experienced famine as a child. Back then, the entire household had to ration supplies, and the children were gaunt from hunger. Later, when the household's fortunes improved, Nianyu treasured every meal that filled her stomach. This habit had carried over to the modern era. You're right. Lu Jingyuan's voice was steady. There's no shame in eating your fill. Nianyu looked up at him. But they also said eating too much makes you fat, and being fat isn't pretty. Who made that rule? Nianyu was taken aback. Lu Jingyuan looked down at her round chubby cheeks and reached out to pinch them gently. Nianyu, let me ask you something. Moi. Does eating your fill make you happy? Nianyu thought for a moment, then nodded vigorously. Yes. Then that's enough. Nianyu blinked. You don't think I'm fat, Dad? Whether you're fat or not has nothing to do with being pretty. Lu Jingyuan's tone was serious. My daughter is beautiful no matter what. What others say is their business. Your own happiness is what matters. Nianyu's lips moved slightly. But that boy said it so loudly and so many people heard. So what if they heard? He called you a rice bucket. Are you one? No. Nianyu said, her voice a little louder. Then there's nothing to it. Lu Jingyuan patted her head. What others say doesn't matter. As long as you know who you are. Nianyu leaned into his embrace and nuzzled against him. Dad, I didn't really enjoy my meal today. After he said that I didn't finish my third bowl, Lu Jingyuan's brow furrowed. His fifth daughter had always finished her meals with a smile. Today she had skipped a bowl because of someone's words. Are you hungry? Nianyu whispered a little. Lu Jingyuan stood up. Come on, I'll make you some noodles. Nianyu's eyes lit up instantly. Really? Really? What kind of noodles do you want? Egg noodles. With 2 eggs. Make it 3. Nianyu jumped off the sofa in one fluid motion and followed Lu Jingyuan to the kitchen. After a couple of steps, she turned back. Dad, can I add a sausage too? Sure. And some greens. Sure. And half a corn on the cob. Lu Jingyuan glanced back at her. Nianyu shrank her neck. Just half. You can have a whole one if you want. This is home. Eat as much as you like. Nianyu giggled. The gloom on her chubby little face had mostly dissipated. The kitchen light was on. Lu Jingyuan tied an apron and skillfully boiled water and cracked eggs. Nianyu dragged a small stool over and sat watching. Dad, when did you learn to cook noodles? A long time ago. Before I was born. Lu Jingyuan smiled. Much earlier than you. Nianyu rested her chin on her hands. Dad is amazing. You can make both egg custard and noodles. Your dad knows plenty. Can you make pancakes tomorrow morning? Aren't you afraid of being teased for eating too much? Nianyu thought it over and shook her head. No. Dad said my own happiness is what matters. Lu Jingyuan dropped the noodles into the pot, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. That's the spirit. 10 minutes later, a steaming bowl of egg noodles was set on the dining table. 3 sunny-side eggs, a sausage cut into flower shapes, half a corn cob, and a few green vegetable leaves floating on the broth. Nianyu sat at the table, her eyes sparkling as if she had spotted a mountain of gold and silver. She picked up her chopsticks and took a big slurping mouthful. Delicious. Lu Jingyuan sat across from her holding a cup of tea, habitually blowing on it 3 times. Eat slowly. There's more in the pot. No need, this bowl is enough. Nianyu's cheeks were stuffed, and she mumbled indistinctly. Dad's noodles are the best in the world. Lu Jingyuan shook his head with a smile. Watching his daughter eat with such contentment, the tightness in his chest eased. But another thought surfaced. He knew that Nianyu ate 3 servings at school. The cafeteria aunt had even praised her in the parent group for having a good appetite and a strong body. Yet today someone had mocked her publicly, and she had even skipped a bowl. The 8-year-old girl's mind was already being influenced by outside voices. This matter was neither trivial nor grave. He didn't want Nianyu to start worrying about others' opinions and become timid about eating. He had to address the root cause. After finishing her noodles, Nianyu let out a satisfied little burp. Dad, I'm done. Go brush your teeth and go to bed. Okay. Nianyu jumped off her chair, ran to the door, then turned back. Dad, can I eat 3 bowls at lunch tomorrow? Eat as many as you want. What if they say something again? Lu Jingyuan looked at her. Then you just keep eating. Being able to eat happily is a skill. People who can't even dare to eat well are the pitiful ones. Nianyu nodded firmly. Okay, then I'll eat 4 bowls tomorrow. Don't overdo it. I won't. Nianyu pattered up the stairs. Lu Jingyuan cleared the dishes, washed his hands, and returned to the living room to sit down. He picked up his phone and scrolled through the parent group for Nianyu's class. He went back a few days and found the message the cafeteria aunt had posted earlier. Little Nianyu ate 3 servings again today, all clean plates. This child is so adorable. She always smiles and says thank you to me. Below, a bunch of parents had liked and commented on how cute she was. No one said anything bad. So who was it that shouted in the cafeteria today? Lu Jingyuan thought for a moment and sent a message to Nianyu's homeroom teacher, Miss. Hello, Miss. This is Nianyu's dad. Nianyu seemed to have been teased by a classmate in the cafeteria today and came home in a bad mood. I've already talked to her about it. I'd appreciate it if you could keep an eye on it. If anyone publicly mocks others for eating, a gentle reminder in class would be enough. No need to make a big deal. After sending the message, he put down his phone. Some things didn't need to be blown out of proportion. Children's thoughtless remarks are usually without malice. But if left unchecked, Nianyu's mindset would eventually suffer. Nip it in the bud. Just shift the underlying atmosphere. As he was thinking, footsteps came from the study. Jingyuan walked over holding a piece of paper. Dad, there's a notice about the school's parent open day tomorrow. Lu Jingyuan took it and glanced at it. Next Wednesday, parent open day for all grades, inviting parents to observe a class and attend a discussion session. He looked at the grades involved. grades 1 through 6 all covered. That meant he had 6 children in the elementary school division, and he would need to visit 6 classes. Dad, can you handle it alone? Chungin's voice carried a hint of concern. Lu Jingyuan placed the notice on the coffee table and leaned back into the sofa. I really can't manage it alone. He thought for a moment, then picked up his phone. I'll ask for help. Who? Lu Jingyuan scrolled to the contact labeled sarcastic third brother and curved his lips. Your third uncle said he wanted to be a good uncle, didn't he? Here's his chance. Chungin's expression was subtle. Dad, last time third uncle came over, Jingyuan bit him. Won't he hold a grudge? Lu Jingyuan laughed. Don't worry. Your third uncle has a sharp tongue, but a soft heart. Besides, it's not just him. Your first and second uncles and your grandmother. None of them will escape. 6 classes, 1 person per class, more than enough. Chungin thought it over and said nothing more. Lu Jingyuan had already started editing a group message. The Lu family group was named Lu Family Council. He typed a line and sent it. Next Wednesday is Star Elementary's parent open day. I have 6 kids in 6 classes and need some help. Any brothers or sisters free? The message was sent less than 10 seconds ago. Third brother replied instantly. Your own kids, you handle it. Don't drag me into this. Then came a second message. Which class? What time? I'll reschedule my court hearing. Lu Jingyuan chuckled at the contradictory messages from his third brother. One by one, others began to pop up in the group chat. His eldest sister posted, I'm free after 3 o'clock on Wednesday. Assign me 1 class. Don't assign me to Chungze's class. Last time that kid followed me around asking why soldiers need to shave their heads. He wouldn't stop for an entire hour. Lu Jingyuan replied, Chungze is mine. You take Nian Shuang's class. His second brother responded instantly, the one who climbs to the top of the pole. Sure, that'll suit her personality. Song Wanqing appeared last. I'll handle both Nian Yu and Nian Xing's classes. The schedules don't conflict. 1 person is enough. Lu Jingyuan replied, thanks mom, and exited the group chat. The parent open day arrangements were settled. He leaned back into the sofa and closed his eyes for a moment. But his thoughts kept circling back to Nian Yu. A bowl of noodles could fill a stomach, but not a heart. Those disappointed eyes required a different remedy. He opened his eyes and pulled out his phone memo. He kept track of each child's preferences. Nian Yu's section was the longest, densely packed across half a page. Braised pork ribs, sweet and sour fish, garlic shrimp, corn and rib soup, fried chicken legs, braised pork, egg fried rice, sweet tofu pudding. He glanced at the list for a moment, then rose and walked toward the kitchen. Old Zhao was wiping the stove. Young master, are you? Again. I'll cook tomorrow evening. Buy everything on this list early in the morning. Old Zhao took the phone, scanned the list, and swallowed hard. 12 dishes. We'll need to start preparing around noon. Yes. You'll help me. Old Zhao nodded silently. Fine. Whatever the young master says goes. The next afternoon at 4 o'clock, Lu Jingyuan had been busy in the kitchen for most of the day. He had cooked for over 20 years in his past life, starting with nursing soup for his principal wife, and later handling New Year's Eve dinners for families of more than a dozen, all on his own. With his skills in the modern era, he could easily run a private restaurant. At 4:30, the cars began to arrive one after another. The moment the front door was pushed open, the rich aroma of food washed over them. Nian Yu was the first to dash inside. Her little nose wriggled as she sniffed deeply, her eyes lighting up instantly. What's that smell? It smells so good. So good. So good. She ran into the dining room and froze. The large round table was laden with dishes. The braised pork ribs steamed fragrant. The sweet and sour fish glistened with glossy sauce. The garlic shrimp were arranged neatly. A mountain of golden crispy fried chicken legs sat on a large platter. And there was a bowl of sweet tofu pudding generously drizzled with brown sugar and sprinkled with crushed peanuts. Everything she loved. The entire table was devoted to her. Nian Yu turned her head. Lu Jingyuan was just emerging from the kitchen, untying the knots of his apron. Daddy, were all of these made for me? Tonight the whole family eats together. He hung up the apron, his tone calm and even. Your favorites. Nian Yu's lips trembled. With a little cry, she threw her arms around his legs and clung tightly. Daddy, you're the best. The other children filed in one by one. Jingyuan peeked at the spread, then let out a low whistle. Dad, what's the special occasion today? Is it Chinese New Year? Nothing special. Lu Jingyuan stroked Nian Yu's head with one hand. Your 5th sister wanted to eat this, so I made it. Nian Shui stood off to the side, with an impassive expression, her gaze sweeping over the table from start to finish. All 5th sister's favorites. How unfair. Despite her words, she had already pulled out a chair and sat down. Lu Jingyuan glanced at her. The plate of sweet and sour ribs on the far right. Less spice, made specially for you. Nian Shui's ear tips flushed pink. Who needs you to make something special for me? But her hand was already reaching for it. The whole family gathered around the table. 12 people plus old Zhao serving soup and refilling rice. The atmosphere was as lively as a festival. Nian Yu sat beside Lu Jingyuan, her bowl piled high to the brim. She ate with her eyes shining, her cheeks puffed out like 2 round dumplings. Chungze suddenly spoke up. 5th sister, didn't you say some classmates teased you for eating too much? The table went quiet for a moment. Nianyu's chopsticks paused. Lu Jingyuan didn't look at Xingzhe. He simply picked up a rib and placed it in Nianyu's bowl. Being able to eat well is a blessing. We can afford it. He added another chicken leg. Eat what you like. Whoever says you're not pretty, Daddy thinks you're the cutest. Nianyu kept her head down, but the corners of her mouth slowly curved upward. Nianqing set down her chopsticks and shot Xingzhe a look. That look Xingzhe knew all too well. His eldest sister's message was clear: shut up. He immediately bowed his head and focused on his rice, daring not to speak again. The liveliness returned to the table. Nian Yao gave Nianyu a helping of fish with her chopsticks. Fifth sister, this fish is so tender. I picked out all the bones for you, try it. From across the table, Nian Shuang stretched out her arm and pushed her chicken leg toward Nianyu. Here, I don't really like this. Shengwan also raised his small spoon, struggling to scoop half a spoonful of egg fried rice from his bowl and wobbly extending it toward Nianyu. Fifth sister, eat. Rice spilled all over the table. But the sentiment was clear. Nianyu looked from one face to another. Her bowl had become a little mountain. She lifted her head, her face scrunching into a wide smile, her eyes curving into two crescent moons. Thank you, everyone. Lu Jingyuan took a sip from his soup bowl, the faintest smile touching his lips. That was right. His daughter ought to eat like this, with a smile on her face. Dinner lasted over an hour. Nianyu finished 3 bowls of rice, the last half being egg fried rice. Leaning back in her chair and rubbing her little belly, she let out a satisfied sigh. Daddy's cooking is the best in the whole world. 100 times better than the cafeteria. Nian Shuang chimed in. 8,000 times better. Xingzhe followed quickly. 10,000 times better. Shengwan popped his little head up from his high chair, holding up a finger. He wasn't entirely sure what 10,000 times meant, but it was definitely bigger than anything anyone else had said. Lu Jingyuan rose with a smile to clear the bowls and chopsticks. 9 o'clock. The children went upstairs one by one to wash up. The living room grew quiet. Lu Jingyuan was wiping the table when footsteps sounded at the foot of the stairs. Jingyuan. The 10-year-old boy wore pajamas, his hair still damp, bare feet padding across the floor. His expression was nothing like his usual carefree grin. Rarely was he this serious. Dad. Lu Jingyuan turned to look at him. What's wrong? Can't sleep. Jingyuan stepped closer, lowering his voice. I know about what happened to fifth sister at the cafeteria. Lu Jingyuan showed no surprise. This child was well informed with his own network at school. Who told you? A guy in 4th grade told me. His name is Lu Tao, 3rd grade class 2. Short but loud. Jingyuan's fist tightened. Dad, I'm going to find him tomorrow. Lu Jingyuan set down the cloth and looked at him. How do you plan to find him? Make him apologize to fifth sister in front of the entire cafeteria. If you want, don't blame me. Lu Jingyuan neither agreed nor disagreed. He walked over and leaned against the sofa armrest. Protecting your sister is the right thing to do. I appreciate your heart. Jingyuan's eyes lit up. But you don't need to go. Jingyuan froze. Why, oi? Lu Jingyuan picked up his teacup and blew on it out of habit. Your eldest brother already went this noon. Your eldest brother has already gone there this noon. Jingyuan parted his lips. Eldest brother? How did he get word of it? Your eldest brother's news travels faster than your own steps. Lu Jingyuan took a sip of tea. It was settled by noon. Jingyuan's expression grew complicated, a reluctant admiration tempered by a measure of relief. He didn't tell me a word. Your eldest brother keeps his actions quiet. He's not like you. Jingyuan pouted. Then how did he handle it? Did he make a move? Lu Jingyuan chuckled. Do you think your eldest brother needs to make a move? Jingyuan pondered for a moment and smiled. You're right. Just his standing there is enough to give anyone a run for their money. Enough. Go upstairs and sleep. Jingyuan turned toward the stairs, but after a few steps he looked back. Father, eldest brother is indeed steadier than me. Good that you know. But next time if eldest brother isn't there, I'll step in. Lu Jingyuan waved his hand. Go on. Jingyuan grunted, bouncing up the stairs. Time rewinds to that same noon. Xingchen Academy's elementary school cafeteria. At lunchtime, hundreds of children carried trays, scanning for seats in a clamorous throng. Lu Tao of class 2 grade 3 sat by the window at a long table, gnawing on a chicken leg. 9 years old, round-faced, loud-voiced. The kind of boy who could never sit still. The one who had called Jingyuan a rice bucket yesterday hadn't given it a second thought. To him, a careless remark was as insignificant as a puff of wind. As he ate, a shadow fell across his periphery. A long, looming shadow. He looked up. A boy stood before him. Uniform, crisp cuffs fastened, hands resting naturally at his sides. Exceptionally tall. Remarkably tall. 12-year-old Lu Qingyan towered over most of the 6th graders in the elementary division, his height well above 1.70 meters. He simply stood there. Expression unreadable. Neither stern nor lenient. Yet the poise that seemed rooted in his very bones caused Lu Tao's chicken leg to hang suspended in midair. Who are you? Qingyan did not answer immediately. He drew out the chair opposite and sat down, his movements unhurried as though he were in his own parlor. Lu Tao's deskmate recognized the newcomer, his face paling, and tugged urgently at Lu Tao's sleeve. Lu Tao, it's Lu Qingyan. 6th grade. Lu Tao's chewing halted. Lu. In Xingchen Academy, the weight of that surname was not lost on any third grader. Chengyan regarded him steadily. Your name is Lu Tao? Why yes. Class 2, grade 3. Yes. Chengyan gave a single nod. Yesterday at noon you addressed my fifth sister with an unseemly remark in the cafeteria. Lu Tao's face drained of color. His mind raced, piecing together the fragments until memory clicked into place. The round-faced girl who had devoured 3 bowls of rice, surnamed Lu. I was only jesting. I am aware. Chengyan's voice remained utterly level. A jest nonetheless spoken. Lu Tao set the chicken leg down. His palms grew damp. Chengyan studied him for 2 seconds, then leaned forward slightly. It was not an overtly threatening gesture. Yet when someone a full head taller inclines toward you, the pressure becomes palpable, almost physical. My fifth sister bears no ill will, she will not hold it against you. Chengyan's voice was quiet. But I will. Lu Tao's lips quivered. Tomorrow at noon, you will find her. And you will offer an apology. Chengyan's gaze pinned itself to Lu Tao's face. One sentence will suffice. Lu Tao nodded frantically like a chick pecking grain. I apologize. I will apologize tomorrow. Chengyan acknowledged with a nod and rose. There will be no next time. 3 words. With that he turned and departed, his pace identical to its arrival, measured unhurried, spine straight. Lu Tao remained seated motionless for a long while. The chicken leg had grown cold. His deskmate swallowed hard. That round-faced girl is his own sister. Likely so. They share the same surname. He didn't strike you. Lu Tao shook his head vehemently. No strike. But I find his restraint far more daunting than a blow would have been. By that afternoon the incident had already rippled through the school. Not by Lu Tao's own telling, but by the eyes of other students at nearby tables. A towering 6th grader had taken a seat beside a 3rd grader's table, spoken for less than 2 minutes, and left Lu Tao too breathless to gasp. During the afternoon break, the rumor spread from grade 3 to the entire elementary division. Did you hear? Lu Tao mocked a member of the Lu family, and Lu Chengyan confronted him in person. Did he lay a hand on him? No. He merely said, no next time, and Lu Tao nearly wept. Just how many Lu children are there exactly? 11. 1 in every grade. Blimey. Does that mean provoking 1 is tantamount to provoking 11? By dismissal time the essence of the story had echoed through every corridor. The Lu children were untouchable. No matter your grade, wrong 1, and another would come seeking you. An invisible thread bound them together. Tug one strand, and the entire net trembles. The following noon in the cafeteria, Jingyuan carried her tray to her usual seat. Today's menu featured sweet and sour chicken cutlet and tomato egg soup. Just as she prepared to eat, a figure materialized before her. A round-faced boy, eyes fixed pointedly away. Lu Tao. Jingyuan blinked. Who are you? Lu Tao drew a deep breath. Classmate Lu. Jingyuan, yesterday I behaved improperly and spoke without thinking. I apologize. He bowed deeply. Jingyuan paused for a moment. Oh, it's quite all right. Her tone was bright and untroubled. Just don't say such things in the future. Lu Tao straightened, nodding incessantly. I swear I never will. He turned and fled as though pursued. He ran as if shadows pursued his heels. Jingyuan tilted her head, puzzled, though the matter quickly lost its significance. She looked down at the sweet and sour chicken cutlet, a golden crust sheathed in glossy sauce. She lifted her chopsticks, smiling, and pinched off a generous piece. At dismissal, Chengyan and Jingyuan met at the school gate. Jingyuan trotted over, face lifted to his. Big brother. A boy apologized to me today. Chengyan looked down at her. I see. He called me a rice bucket before. Today he bowed to me. Noted. Jingyuan cocked her head. Big brother, did you send him? Chengyan offered no direct reply. Instead, he reached out and straightened a crooked pendant on Jingyuan's school bag. If anyone troubles you, henceforth you tell your brother. Jingyuan giggled. All right. She linked her arm with Chengyan's, an 8-year-old chubby girl walking beside a 12-year-old boy of steady demeanor, heading together toward the black sedan awaiting them at the gate. The car turned onto the homeward route. Jingyuan chattered endlessly from the back seat. Chengyan leafed through his workbook, offering the occasional murmured acknowledgement. Upon arrival, Jingyuan slipped into the house, calling for their father. Chengyan exchanged his shoes at the entrance and entered the living room. Lu Jingyuan sat upon the sofa, poring over a document. He lifted his gaze. Is it handled? Chengyan nodded. He apologized today. Jingyuan has not let it weigh on her mind. Lu Jingyuan asked no further. Chengyan set down his bag, hesitated, then stepped closer. Father, what progress has been made regarding Qian Haoyu? Lu Jingyuan's fingers stilled on the document. You are monitoring him as well. Second sister informed me. I have been observing that boy at school these past days. Lu Jingyuan settled deeper into the sofa, his gaze sharpening with assessment. What have you disowned? Chengyan considered his words, choosing them slowly yet precisely. He does not operate alone. Several older students associate with him. Moreover, he spends lavishly treating others to meals, funds unlikely to come from a first-year middle schooler's own purse. A faint curve touched Lu Jingyuan's lips. His eldest son, in eras past the child who required the least concern. Keen-eyed, composed, never impulsive. Your third uncle sent over some documents yesterday. Take a look. He slid the folder forward. Chang'an accepted it, scanned 2 pages, and his brow furrowed. The Qian family's real estate enterprise holds partnerships with the Lin Group. Precisely. Lu Jingyuan's fingers tapped twice upon the sofa armrest. The Lin family and our Lu family carry old grievances. This Qian Haoyu's antics at school may well extend beyond childish squabbles. Chang'an raised his head. What would you have me do, father? Lu Jingyuan shook his head. Overseas school matters ensure Ninyao suffers no harm. Beyond these walls I will act. He paused. Yet bear this in mind, should Qian Haoyu merely utter offensive words, let your second sister handle him herself. But if figures behind him reach their hands into the school, you inform me without delay. Chang'an nodded. Observing his eldest son's resolute features, Lu Jingyuan's voice dropped slightly. This matter, I fear, runs far deeper than the tantrums of a growing boy. Lu Jingyuan leaned back in the study sofa watching Chang'an's retreating figure. The eldest son's footsteps faded around the corner of the stairs. He picked up his phone and scrolled through it. The dossier on the Qian family that third brother had sent still lay spread on the coffee table. This matter couldn't be rushed, it needed to be sorted out slowly. His phone suddenly vibrated again. It was a message from Teacher Zhou at Haisheng Kindergarten. Mr. Lu, I'd like to share some good news with you. Chengwan made a friend at kindergarten today. Attached was a photo. 2 small figures sat side by side on little mats in the corner of the classroom. One was Chengwan wearing a dark blue uniform with a stern face, and beside him sat a little girl with twin ponytails laughing and showing the gap where her 2 front teeth were missing. Between them lay a picture book. Lu Jingyuan raised an eyebrow. His youngest child had made a friend at kindergarten. That 4-year-old who maintained a stern demeanor even while watching Peppa Pig had actually made a friend. He replied, which family's child is this? Teacher Zhou responded instantly. Her name is Tang Tiantian, nicknamed Tang Tang. Her father is in the catering business running a chain of bakeries in Haisheng. She's a particularly lively little girl, the complete opposite of Chengwan's personality. Lu Jingyuan let out a chuckle. Birds of a feather flocked together. Not at all. His youngest had been latched onto. 3 days earlier during nap time at the kindergarten's small class, Chengwan sat on his little chair, his water bottle and handkerchief neatly arranged on the small table in front of him. Other children were gathered in small groups playing with blocks or pretend house. Only he sat alone. It wasn't that no one approached him. It was that the few times someone had come close, he scared them off with a "go away, I won't play with you." Or his more classic line, "Do you know who my father is?" Over time, the entire class reached an unspoken understanding. The boy in the dark blue uniform with a round face but fierce expression was a weirdo, best left alone. Chengwan was happy to be left alone. He had no intention of playing with these toddlers who could barely walk steadily. He was a son of the Lu family. In ancient times, at his age, he would have already memorized the 3-character classic. Just as he was thinking, a shadow blocked the light before him. He looked up. A little girl stood in front of him. Twin ponytails, 2 missing front teeth, eyes curved into crescents with a smile. In her hand, she held an animal-shaped cookie. "For you to eat." Chengwan stared expressionlessly at the cookie. It was shaped like a rabbit. "No. It's delicious." I said no. The little girl didn't get angry. She placed the cookie on Chengwan's table and scurried away. Chengwan stared at the cookie for 3 seconds. He didn't touch it. The next day at the same time, the same little girl appeared again. This time she held 2 cookies, one shaped like a rabbit and one like a bear. "There are 2 kinds today. Pick one." Chengwan furrowed his little brow. "I don't eat things from others." "Why, oi? My father said I can't accept things from strangers." The little girl tilted her head. "But we're not strangers. We're in the same class. My name is Tang Tang." Chengwan didn't respond. Tang Tang placed both cookies on his table. "I'll leave them here. Eat them when you're hungry." Then she ran off again. Chengwan looked at the 2 cookies on the table. After a long moment, he reached out and picked up the bear-shaped one. He took a bite. Not bad. On the 3rd day, Tang Tang came again. But this time she didn't bring cookies. Instead, she dragged a small chair over and sat beside Chengwan. She pulled a picture book from her backpack and opened it. "Can I read with you?" Chengwan glanced at her sideways. "Can you read?" "A little. If I don't know the words, I just look at the pictures." The corner of Chengwan's mouth twitched. Barely perceptibly. "Humph. You don't even know characters." Tang Tang wasn't offended. She flipped through the book with a grin. "What's this word?" "Do you know? That's big. And this one? Mountain. You don't even know that. Hey, you're so smart. Then teach me." Chengwan's little chin lifted slightly. "Humph. Fine. Since your cookies were decent." From that day on, Tang Tang came to find Chengwan every nap time. When Chengwan ignored her, she read her book. When he scowled, she smiled. The whole class was stunned. Why does Tang Tang keep going to that fierce boy? "I don't know. Isn't she afraid of him? Will Chengwan make her cry, eh?" But Chengwan didn't scold her. On the 5th day during nap time, Chengwan silently poured half a cup of juice from his water bottle. Then he pushed the little cup in front of Tang Tang. He didn't say a word, his face still stern. Tang Tang looked down at the juice. "Is this for me? Thank you. Don't be so loud." Tang Tang held the cup and took a sip. Her smile reached her eyes, which disappeared into crescents. Chengwan turned his face away, the tips of his ears flushed pink. Teacher Zhou watched the whole scene. She nearly excitedly took a photo and posted it in the parents' group. She restrained herself. She only took a picture of the two of them later reading the picture book from behind. Today at 4:30 p.m., Lu Jingyuan appeared punctually at the kindergarten gate. He wore a black casual jacket carrying Chungwan's little backpack and a bag of cut fruit. The classroom door opened. He saw that scene. In the corner, Chungwan and a little girl with twin ponytails sat side by side on the mat. A picture book lay open before them. The little girl pointed at the words on the page and asked. Chungwan, with his small face, stern, read each word aloud to her in a serious manner. The whole scene was like a little tutor in a private school teaching a student to read. Lu Jingyuan leaned against the doorframe, the corners of his mouth curling up. His youngest in ancient times had always been surrounded by siblings and never initiated closeness with outsiders. For him to voluntarily pour juice for someone was remarkable. He gave a soft cough. Chungwan's head whipped around. Dad. The little dumpling bounced up from the mat and ran over on short legs. Halfway there he stopped. He turned back to glance at Tang Tang still sitting on the mat. Then he looked at Lu Jingyuan again. His expression suddenly changed. It became that familiar, protective face Lu Jingyuan knew so well. His little mouth pouted, and he glared at him with a fierce, babyish look. Dad, this is my friend. Don't bully her. Lu Jingyuan was taken aback. Then he laughed. I haven't said anything yet. I saw you smile. When you smile, you're going to say something bad. Dad smiled because he's happy. Chungwan stared at him suspiciously. Tang Tang ran over from behind and peeked at Lu Jingyuan. Wow, your dad is so tall. Chungwan immediately stepped in front, spreading his little arms wide. Don't look too close. This is my dad. Lu Jingyuan crouched down. Tong Tong, right. Thank you for being friends with Chungwan. Tang Tang smiled, showing her missing teeth. Chungwan is really nice. He teaches me to read. And he gives me juice. Chungwan's face turned bright red. Don't say everything. Lu Jingyuan reached out and scooped his youngest into his arms. Chungwan struggled twice, but couldn't break free. Do you want to play with Tang Tang again tomorrow? Chungwan's struggle stopped. He hesitated for a second, then said stubbornly, It's not that I want to play with her. She's too dumb to read, so I have to teach her. Lu Jingyuan smiled, stood up, and carried Chungwan out with one arm. Fine. Then tomorrow Dad will bring you more juice. Chungwan leaned against his shoulder, his voice as soft as a mosquito. Bring 2 boxes. She likes apple flavor. Lu Jingyuan looked down at the little face on his shoulder. The ears were completely red. The mouth still stubbornly pressed together. He laughed. His youngest in ancient times had always had the hardest mouth, but the softest heart. He carried Chungwan into the car, fastened the safety seat, and handed him a cookie. Chungwan took it, and took a bite. Suddenly he spoke. Dad, moi, what can I bring for Tang Tang to eat tomorrow? She shares cookies with me every day, but I only gave her juice. It's too little. Lu Jingyuan turned to look at him. The 4-year-old face was full of seriousness. What do you want to bring? Chungwan thought for a long time. The egg custard Dad makes. The 1/5 sister likes. It's delicious. Egg custard isn't easy to carry. It spills easily. Chungwan frowned in distress. Then what? Dad will bake you some cookies tomorrow. You can share them with her. Chungwan's eyes lit up. Then he quickly put on a stern face. Then make them look nice. They can't be uglier than hers. Lu Jingyuan was amused. The car drove toward the villa. In the rearview mirror, the 4-year-old sat in the safety seat, clutching half a cookie in his hand, staring out the window in a daze. The corners of his mouth were curved. Very faintly, but curved. Lu Jingyuan gripped the steering wheel, relieved. This kid was finally willing to interact with peers. It wasn't easy. His phone vibrated again. It was a message from third brother. The investigation on the Qian family is done. More complicated than I thought. Let's talk tomorrow. Lu Jingyuan glanced at it and grunted in acknowledgement. First take care of the kids' matters. Outside affairs would be handled one by one. At the villa gate, Chungwan got out of the car. Lu Jingyuan bent down to help him with his backpack. Chungwan suddenly tugged at his sleeve. Dad, what now? Chungwan looked up with a fierce baby expression but serious eyes. Tang Tang said she doesn't have a dad to accompany her. Her dad runs a shop and never picks her up. Lu Jingyuan crouched down to his level. So, Chungwan clenched his little fists. So I have to be nice to her. People without a dad are pitiful. I have a dad, so I have to be nice to her. Lu Jingyuan was stunned. Then he reached out and ruffled his youngest's head. Come on, let's go home and Dad will teach you to bake cookies. Chungwan gave a little yelp and grabbed his father's finger, running toward the house. Dad, can we draw a rabbit on the cookie? Tang Tang likes rabbits. Can you draw a bunny on the cookie? Tang Tang likes bunnies. Chungwan's voice echoed in the living room. Nian Shui happened to be coming down the stairs. Hearing this, her steps faltered for a moment. She gave Chungwan a blank look. The little brat has made a friend. Chungwan snorted. I have plenty of friends. Didn't you ignore everyone in kindergarten? I'm talking to them now. None of your business. The corner of Nian Shui's mouth twitched. Ignoring him, she walked straight to the dining room. Lu Jingyuan carried Chungwan into the kitchen. He took out flour, butter, and eggs, and found a bunny-shaped cookie cutter. Chungwan dragged a small stool to the counter, his eyes fixed unblinkingly on the process. Throughout the entire time, he asked no fewer than 20 questions. But Lu Jingyuan didn't find any of them annoying. In ancient times, he had taught Nian Yu to make pastries, taught Nian Ro to knead dough, and taught Cheng Zhe to distinguish the 5 grains. Teaching his kids, he always had infinite patience. When the little bunny cookies came out of the oven, the kitchen was filled with the aroma of butter. Cheng Wan held a small tin box containing 6 cookies and nodded with satisfaction. I'll give these to Tang Tang tomorrow. All right, now go take a bath and sleep. Cheng Wan hugged the tin box and went upstairs. Lu Jingyuan leaned against the kitchen doorframe and chuckled. His youngest had grown up. Saturday, the Lu family's old mansion. It had been exactly 1 month since they arrived in the modern world. Lu Honyuan made the decision of family dinner. The old mansion's round table was replaced with a long table that could seat 20 people. 11 children plus Lu Jingyuan plus his parents' 3 older brothers and 2 older sisters. It was packed, lively as Chinese New Year. Halfway through the meal, Lu Honyuan put down his chopsticks. He swept his gaze across the table, pausing on each of the 11 children's faces. Then he spoke. It's been a month. Grandpa wants to hear one thing from each of you. The table fell silent for a moment. Cheng Zhe raised his hand first. Grandpa, I'll go first. Go ahead. Cheng Zhe stood up excitedly. This month I've asked 327 questions, and 103 of them no one can answer yet. The whole table laughed. Third brother covered his face. Is this kid reporting his KPI? Lu Honyuan smiled and nodded. Good, ambitious. Nian Yu raised her hand. Grandpa, what made me happiest was the meal Dad cooked for me. The whole table was full of my favorite dishes. Song Wanxing glanced at Lu Jingyuan, her gaze complex but tinged with relief. Nian Shuang patted the table. What made me happiest was PE class. The teacher said I could join the school team. Second brother gave a thumbs up beside him. Nice, just like me. Uncle, you can't outrun me. I dare you to race me right now. Bring it on. Lu Jingyuan tapped Nian Shuang's hand with his chopsticks. Eat. Nian Shuang pulled back his hand and sat obediently. Cheng Yuan stood up. The 10-year-old boy grinned. What made me happiest is making a lot of buddies. Some from 4th grade, some from 5th. Third brother sneered. You call that making friends. You call that forming a gang. Uncle, what do you know? This is called networking. Third brother was left speechless. Who taught you that? Cheng Yuan said confidently. Dad taught me. He said networking is the primary productive force. Lu Jingyuan held his cup without saying anything. He didn't recall saying that, but he didn't deny it either. Nian Xing spoke softly. What made me happiest is that Dad picks me up every day. I get to see Dad every day. The whole table fell silent. Song Wanqing's eyes reddened. Lu Honyuan cleared his throat. Cheng Wan spoke last. He poked his little head out from his safety seat. I made a friend. Her name is Tang Tang. Third brother suddenly perked up. A little one, a girlfriend. Cheng Wan got angry. What girlfriend? She's a friend. All right, friend. Uncle, if you keep teasing me, I'll bite you. Third brother instinctively pulled his legs back. The scar from the last bite hadn't healed yet. Lu Honyuan finished listening, picked up his teacup, and looked at the 11 faces. The older ones were composed and steady. The younger ones were lively and innocent. A month ago, he had been furious. 11 children of unknown origin. Now he carried 3 white rabbit creamy candies in his pocket every day. Always ready for a granddaughter to run over and act spoiled. It's all good, he said. His tone was calm, but the curve of his mouth was unmistakable. After the meal, the adults sat in the living room drinking tea. The children were sent to the garden. Song Wanqing sat in a corner of the sofa. She watched the figures chasing and playing outside the window, then suddenly set down her teacup. She wiped the corner of her eye. Eldest sister Lu Jingwei handed her a tissue. Mom, what's wrong? Song Wanqing shook her head. She shook her head with a smile. Nothing. I just feel these kids are wonderful. She sniffled. A month ago I said I wanted to send them away. Now if anyone tried to send them away, I'd fight tooth and nail. Lu Jingwei laughed. Whoever tries, I'll be the first to go after them. Nianyu video called me last week and called me Big Ant. My heart melted. Second sister Lu Jingyu leaned over from the side. Nianyu drew a picture of the family meal last time. She included me too. A chubby little figure holding chopsticks. Third brother walked by with a teacup and snorted. Don't all of you act like you're competing for favor. Cheng Yuan and I are like old friends. He tells me everything. Eldest brother didn't even look up. You're a lawyer who's been refuted 3 times by a 10-year-old using classical Chinese. Lu Jingxing shut up. The living room erupted in laughter. Lu Jingyuan sat in the corner, holding a coffee cup. He habitually blew on it 3 times. He looked at the 11 figures in the garden outside the window. Nian Qing was reading under the pavilion. Cheng'an leaned against a tree watching his younger siblings run. Nian Yao and Nian Ro walked hand in hand, taking photos among the flowers. Cheng Yuan led Cheng Zhe and Nian Shuang in a wild run across the lawn. Nian Shui swayed on the swing, her face cold, but a smile at the corner of her mouth. Nian Yu sat on a picnic mat eating snacks. Nian Xing sat on the steps with Cheng Wan basking in the sun. 1 month. From the moment the surveillance went black at 4 in the morning until now. His little ones had survived. They had found their footing in this strange world. And they were doing well. The corner of his mouth curved up. A very faint curve, but there was light in his eyes. The meal ended at 4 in the afternoon. Eldest brother's car left first. Second brother sped away on his motorcycle with a roar. Second sister's sports car made a sharp turn and left the mansion gates. Third brother was the last to leave. He stood at the door, hands in his pockets, watching Jingyuan load the children into the van. Fourth, my. Third brother hesitated. About the Qian family's matter, I'll come to your place tomorrow morning. Let's talk face to face. Jingyuan finished loading the last child, Chengze. What's so serious that we can't talk over the phone? Third brother shook his head. It's not clear over the phone. This is more complicated than we thought. The Lin family behind the Qians has been making moves recently. Jingyuan closed the car door, leaned against the vehicle, and looked at him. What kind of moves, eh? Third brother's expression was unusually serious. Still confirming. But there's one thing I can tell you. Go on. Third brother pulled out his phone, scrolled to a message, and handed it over. Jingyuan took it and glanced at it. It was from a security friend of third brother's. Someone is investigating the entry records and birth certificates of Lu Fourth's children. Not journalists, a professional investigation firm. Jingyuan's expression didn't change, but his fingers holding the phone tightened slightly. Third brother took back his phone, lowering his voice. Fourth, this isn't just picking a fight. Someone is digging at your roots. Jingyuan placed his coffee cup on the car roof. He didn't respond. Instead, he turned to look at the sleeping little faces inside the car window. Then he turned back. His gaze grew heavy. Not anger. It was something that sent a chill down your spine more than anger. He spoke, his voice very light and calm. Third brother, help me find out one thing. What? Who paid that investigation firm? Third brother nodded and turned to walk toward his own car. After 2 steps he stopped. Fourth, no matter who's causing trouble, remember one thing. What? Third brother turned back. No one can touch the Lu family. Whoever reaches out, we cut off their hand. Jingyuan smiled. That smile. Even third brother shuddered. Don't worry, third brother. He opened the car door. Those 11 of mine. Anyone tries to touch them, just try. As night descended, the businessmen had already entered the driveway of the villa. The children in the back seat were sprawled in disarray, fast asleep. Chengwan nestled in the safety seat, a trail of drool still hanging from the corner of his mouth. Nianxing leaned against Nianxing's shoulder, breathing deeply and evenly. Jingyuan parked the car steadily, but did not rush to get out. He gazed at the quiet little faces in the rearview mirror, tapping his fingers twice on the steering wheel. The words of his third brother still echoed in his ears. Someone was investigating the children's entry records and birth certificates. Not journalists. A professional investigation firm. He took a deep breath, pushed open the door, and stepped out. Uncle Zhao was already waiting at the entrance. Together they carried the children inside one by one. Cheng'an woke up on his own and helped carry Nianyu upstairs. By the time everyone was settled, it was nearly 9 o'clock. Jingyuan sat in the study, pulling out his phone's contact list. He found a name: Zhao Su, his third brother's friend in security. They had met once at a charity gala and had a few drinks privately afterward. He sent a message, free tomorrow morning. Let's meet and talk somewhere. 10 minutes later a reply came, Fourth Master Lu, anytime. The usual place? Yeah, 10 o'clock. The next morning at a private club in Haicheng's western district. Jingyuan arrived in a black hoodie, driving a low-key black sedan. Not a sports car. In the private room, Zhao Su was already there. Around 35 or 36, with a crew cut and an old scar on his neck. After leaving the military, he had started a security company and had extensive connections in Haicheng circles. When Jingyuan entered, he stood up. Fourth Master, have a seat. The tea is ready. Jingyuan pulled out a chair and sat down, foregoing pleasantries. My third brother told me someone is investigating those children of mine. Did that information come from your end? Zhao Su nodded, his expression turning serious. Yes. One of my subordinates has connections in the industry. He mentioned it to me last week. He said a certain investigation firm accepted a commission targeting the entry records and birth registrations of your 11 children. Jingyuan picked up the teacup and blew on it 3 times. What level of investigation firm? Zhao Su pondered. Not small. It's called Dingxing Information Consulting, been operating in Haicheng for 7 or 8 years. Most of their jobs are commercial due diligence, marital infidelity evidence, and occasionally some gray area commissions. Who commissioned them? Zhao Su shook his head. Haven't found out yet. Their confidentiality is solid, the client's information is encrypted. My subordinate only knows that such a commission exists. The actual payer is still under investigation. Jingyuan set down the teacup, tapping his fingers lightly on the table twice. How far have they gotten? Zhao Su leaned forward and lowered his voice. Fourth Master, to be honest, this whole thing has me uneasy. What do you mean? Normally when business rivals dig into someone's background, they check assets, equity, marital status, things like that. But this time is different. Zhao Su looked at him. The direction of their investigation is strange. It's not aimed at commercial information. Jingyuan's brows twitched slightly. How is it strange? Zhao Su pulled out his phone and scrolled to a record. My subordinate said that the order they received includes a very specific item. They were asked to investigate the entry records of these 11 children in any immigration system, not just Haisheng, but nationwide. He paused. Fourth master investigating entry records is typically done to find evidence of human smuggling or illegal immigration. But your children clearly don't fall into that category. The way they're digging it feels like they're looking for an answer. What answer? Zhao Su stared at him. Where these children actually came from. The room fell silent for a few seconds. Lu Jingyuan said nothing. His mind was racing. 11 children had appeared out of nowhere in the villa at 4 in the morning. 3 seconds of blackout on the surveillance cameras. No vehicle, no entry records, no hospital birth files. His eldest sister had managed to obtain identification documents at lightning speed. But it was through a special channel. The household registration system had records, and the birth certificates and adoption papers were all in order. On the surface, it was watertight. But what if someone dug deeper? Those documents could withstand a routine check, but could they hold up under the magnifying glass of a professional investigation firm? Lu Jingyuan knew the answer. Zhao Su, does this feel like a business rival's doing? Zhao Su was silent for a moment. Honestly, it doesn't feel like it. Why? Business competition is about cost-effectiveness. Spending a fortune to hire a top investigation firm just to find out the background of a few kids. The investment doesn't match the return. Zhao Su shook his head. Unless the client's goal isn't a commercial attack, but simply to understand one thing. Lu Jingyuan leaned back in his chair. One thing. 11 children appearing simultaneously. The same father. Perfect genetic match. But no trace of origin. To ordinary people it was gossip. To those with a discerning eye it was an unexplainable anomaly. Fourth master, forgive me for speaking out of turn. Zhao Su hesitated. Your children's story is all over the internet. Many people are paying attention. If some organization interested in paranormal phenomena has taken notice. Lu Jingyuan raised a hand to stop him. You mean it might not be a business rival, but people of a different nature? Zhao Su nodded. I've seen this before. Some civilian organizations specialize in collecting inexplicable cases. They have money and time, and they're extremely persistent. Lu Jingyuan's fingers stopped moving. He had lived for 78 years in ancient times. He had seen all kinds of monsters and demons. But this kind of threat in modern society was something he hadn't anticipated. He wasn't afraid of business rivals. The Lu family scale was formidable. He could face any confrontation head-on. But if a group of people studying anomalous phenomena had set their sights on his children, that was a different matter. Because he couldn't explain it. The true truth was something he could never reveal to outsiders. Keep investigating. Lu Jingyuan stood up. I want the client's identity within 3 days. Zhao Su also stood up. Understood, fourth master. I'll have more manpower today. Lu Jingyuan took 2 steps toward the door, then suddenly turned back. One more thing. Please go ahead. If during the investigation you find that they've already obtained any substantive information, tell me immediately. Don't wait until it's confirmed. Zhao Su nodded firmly. Understood. Lu Jingyuan left the club and got into his car. He sat in the driver's seat, not starting the engine immediately. His fingers rested on the steering wheel, his gaze growing heavy. 11 children. Appearing from nowhere. No origin. He had been relying on the Lu family's influence to suppress this matter. In front of outsiders, the unified story was overseas adoption. All documents were in order. The public opinion had already died down. He thought the hardest part was over. But now it seemed someone wasn't buying it. Someone was determined to get to the bottom of it. He took a deep breath and started the engine. The car had barely traveled 200 meters when his phone rang. It was his eldest sister, Lu Jingwei. He answered. Elder sister. Lao Si, I need to tell you something. Her voice was slightly faster than usual. What is it? Today someone contacted the intermediary agency that helped us process the adoption papers. They were inquiring about the children's adoption procedures and original files. Lu Jingyuan's grip on the steering wheel tightened. Are the documents okay? The documents themselves are fine. I made them watertight. All the information in the system matches. His elder sister paused. But she was silent for 2 seconds. But if they keep digging deeper, Lao Si, there's one link I couldn't perfectly cover. Lu Jingyuan's voice dropped. Which link? The children's traces of life overseas. School registrations, medical records, neighbor testimonies. I didn't have time to forge all of that. If someone flies there to investigate in person. The line went silent. Wind whistled through the crack in the car window. His elder sister's voice came again, carrying a rare weight. Lao Si, the documents can withstand superficial scrutiny. But if the other side is professional and determined to dig to the bottom, our defenses can hold at most 2 weeks. Our defenses can hold for no more than 2 weeks. Elder sister's words were like a bucket of cold water. Lu Jingyuan fell silent for 3 seconds. Elder sister, you hold the middleman steady on your end for now. Tell them not to say too much. If anyone asks, stick to the original story. I've already made it clear. But that middleman is timid. If the other side presses harder, I'm not sure he can hold out. If he can't hold out, find another way. Lu Jingyuan's tone dropped a degree colder. If necessary, send him abroad for a while. There was a response from elder sister's end. Fine. I'll arrange it. Also help me set up a meeting with eldest brother. This afternoon as soon as possible. Elder sister paused. You want eldest brother to get involved? This can't be delayed any longer. Lu Jingyuan turned the car onto the main road. 2 weeks is too short. We have to cut it off at the source. All right, I'll tell eldest brother. He hung up the phone. Lu Jingyuan stepped on the accelerator. A thought was turning in his mind. In ancient times when faced with being secretly investigated, his first step was always to figure out who the opponent was, and his second step was to cut off their foundation. Step 1, Zhao Su was already on it. Step 2 required eldest brother. The Lu family had built their presence in Haisheng over decades. Eldest brother Lu Jingxing ran the Lu Group, and his connections and influence throughout the business world were beyond what most could imagine. No matter how capable the investigative firm was, they still had to operate within this city. 3 in the afternoon. At the Lu Group headquarters on the top floor office. When Lu Jingyuan pushed open the door, eldest brother was sitting behind the desk. A 35-year-old man in a sharp suit with cold, striking features. A document lay spread before him, a fountain pen held in hand. Looking up at Lu Jingyuan, he said, "Sit." Lu Jingyuan pulled up a chair and laid out everything from beginning to end. Everything Zhao Su had told him, everything elder sister had relayed. He laid it all bare. After listening, eldest brother set down his pen. Dingxing Information Consulting. MHM. Eldest brother rose and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, hands in his pockets, his back turned. I know that firm. They've been around for 7 or 8 years with a solid reputation in the industry. They've handled quite a few major cases. Do you know anyone there? Not directly, but I can find someone who does. Eldest brother turned around, his gaze sharp. Fourth brother, are you certain the children's documents have no fatal flaws? Lu Jingyuan leaned back in his chair. The documents themselves are fine. Elder sister used a special channel back then, and everything in the system checks out. But the overseas living records are incomplete. If they do an on-site investigation, they'll find those so-called adoption agencies and biological families don't exist at all. Eldest brother's brow furrowed. So as long as they don't go abroad to investigate, we're fine. But if they're serious enough to fly over and verify, we'd be exposed. The office fell silent for a few seconds. Eldest brother walked back over. He didn't sit, but leaned against the edge of the desk with his arms crossed. I'll have someone look into Dingxing's client information this afternoon. My channels are faster than Zhao Su's. How long until we get results? No later than tomorrow night. Lu Jingyuan nodded. Eldest brother studied him. Do you have a sense of who it might be? Third brother mentioned the Lin family has been quite active lately. The Qian family cooperates with them. But Zhao Su suspects this doesn't quite fit the pattern of commercial competition. Then what do you think it is? Lu Jingyuan thought for a moment. There's a possibility. It could be some civilian organization interested in anomalous events. 11 children appearing simultaneously with no traceable origin. Once word gets out, if someone with an agenda takes notice, they might treat it as a case to study. Eldest brother's eyes narrowed slightly. A civilian organization. Zhao Su mentioned that possibility. Eldest brother fell quiet for a moment. He walked behind the desk and sat down, opening his computer. I'll have people look into it. Whether it's the Lin family or some organization, let's get to the bottom of this. He tapped a few keys on the keyboard, then looked up. Fourth brother, you should head back. I'll give you an update tonight. Lu Jingyuan stood up. Eldest brother. Yes. Don't tell father about this yet. Eldest brother looked at him. Why not? Father is getting on in years. I don't want him worrying about something like this. Once we have results, we'll decide if it's necessary to tell him. Eldest brother didn't respond immediately. He stared at him for several seconds. All right. We'll keep it quiet for now. Lu Jingyuan turned to leave. Fourth brother. He paused. What is it? Eldest brother's voice came from behind. Where did those 11 children of yours actually come from? Lu Jingyuan's spine tensed for a moment. He didn't turn around. Eldest brother, there are things you don't need to know. Just know that they are my flesh and blood, the DNA matches, and there's no issue with their lineage. Eldest brother fell silent. Lu Jingyuan pushed the door open and left. Footsteps faded down the hallway. Eldest brother leaned back in his chair, fingers lightly tapping the desk. 11 children appeared out of thin air. The surveillance cameras went black for 3 seconds. No records of their entry into the country. He was the eldest brother of the Lu family, the helmsman of the group. Some things he could choose not to ask, but that didn't mean he wasn't thinking about them. That evening at 9:30, Lu Jingyuan had just finished checking on the rooms. As he emerged from Chingwan's room, he still held the Ultraman card he'd casually picked up when tucking the youngest in. His phone rang. It was eldest brother. He stepped into the study and closed the door. Did you find out? We did. Eldest brother's voice was darker than it had been this afternoon. The client, ISN Lin family. Then who is it? A civilian organization called the Qiming Research Society. Registered in Beijing, established 4 years ago. On the surface, they claim to conduct sociological field research. In reality, they specialize in collecting cases of inexplicable anomalous events. Lu Jingyuan remained silent. Eldest brother continued. I had people look into their past records. The organization isn't large, but they're well funded with several investment backers behind them. The cases they've collected span a wide range, and so far there's no evidence they've shared any information with official agencies. So they're operating independently. That appears to be the case. But the issue is, eldest brother paused. What is it? After they collect cases, they produce internal analysis reports. Some of these reports circulate within limited circles. If your family situation gets written up in one and reaches more people. He didn't need to finish. Jingyuan understood. Once the fact that 11 children appeared out of nowhere was documented in a report, even if it only circulated on a small scale, it would be like a nail driven deep. A permanent record that couldn't be ignored. Today it reaches 10 people, tomorrow 100, in the day after it could land in the media's ears. By then no amount of talk about overseas adoption would hold up. Brother, how far have we gotten on this organization? From what my people have gathered, they've just received Dingxing's initial report. It already contains a key piece of information. What information? Eldest brother's voice dropped half a degree. In all the entry and exit systems, no records were found for any of the children. Zero. Not a single one. Jingyuan closed his eyes for a moment. The thing he'd feared most had indeed come to pass. How long can you keep this buried, brother? I've already sent someone to make contact with Dingxing under the guise of a business partnership. As long as Dingxing stops digging further, the Qiming Research Society loses its source of information. Can it be done? Yes. Dingxing does business in Haisheng. They wouldn't dare refuse me when I put in a word. But fourth brother. Eldest brother paused. Jingyuan waited. This time it's Dingxing. What about next time? If I cut off one investigative channel, what happens when they switch to another company? Now that the Qiming Research Society has taken notice of your family situation, they won't let go easily. Jingyuan said nothing. He leaned back in his study chair. Outside the window, the night hung thick and dark. His brother's voice came through the phone, unusually grave. Fourth brother, I can help you keep this hidden for now, but I can't shield you forever. There was a pause. You'd best think carefully. If one day someone insists on getting to the bottom of this, what will you do? Jingyuan did not answer his eldest brother's question. A few seconds of silence passed on the other end of the line before his brother sighed. Tell me once you've made up your mind. Whatever you decide, I'll support you. Thank you, big brother. We're family. No need for such words. Get some rest. The call ended. The study was as still as stagnant water. Only the old-fashioned wall clock on the wall went tick-tock. Jingyuan placed his phone face down on the desk and leaned back into his chair. He hadn't turned on the light. The entire study was lit only by moonlight filtering through the window, stretching a pale, white patch across the floor. What if one day someone insists on getting to the bottom of it? What will you do? His eldest brother's words circled repeatedly in his mind. What to do? Tell the truth. That his son transmigrated to ancient times, lived for 78 years there, closed his eyes on the day of his death, and opened them back in the modern era. And then at 4 o'clock the next morning, the 11 children he'd fathered in ancient times appeared out of thin air in the living room. If he said that out loud, the only reason he wouldn't end up in a psychiatric hospital would be if the listener had an exceptionally thick skull. Jingyuan raised his hand and pressed against his brow. In ancient times he had seen too many such situations. Someone probing your foundations is trying to strike at your most vulnerable point. To handle this, the best strategy is to make your foundations so solid that the opponent finds nothing. The middle strategy is to cut off the source entirely, stripping your opponent of their investigative capacity. The worst strategy is to run. The best strategy no longer works fully. The documents sister produced can't withstand a real field investigation. The middle strategy is already underway. Big brother is cutting off the Dingxing connection. But as his eldest brother had said, sever that line, and another takes its place. What about the worst strategy? Jingyuan's gaze fell upon the wall in the corner of the study. That wall looked no different from the rest. Beige wallpaper, a decorative painting hanging on it. But behind the painting was a hidden door. He rose and walked over. He removed the painting, revealing a safe embedded in the wall. Fingerprint and password. A beep and the cabinet door opened. It wasn't large inside. 3 shelves. The top shelf held a stack of cash. Not much, but all large denominations. The middle shelf held several passports. Different colors. Red, blue, green. His own and his 11 children's. Beside the passport sat a USB drive and several bank cards. The USB drive contained his backup identities in 3 countries. The bank cards connected to overseas accounts, the balances inside enough for a family of 12 to live comfortably for the rest of their lives in any nation. He had prepared all of this during the 2nd week after returning to the modern era, even before his 11 children appeared. A spoiled playboy he may have seemed, but a person who had lived 78 years in ancient times, who had witnessed countless purges, raids, and clan annihilations, would never leave himself without an escape route. In his past life as clan leader, he had personally inspected every hidden passage, every secret chamber, every escape route within the estate. His first act upon returning to the modern era hadn't been indulgence, but determining how many resources he could access at any moment. The monthly allowance Lu Honyuan gave him, he only spent the portion on the surface. What he had quietly accumulated and invested, combined with several investment opportunities seized with the help of his past life business instincts, made the numbers on paper far greater than anyone imagined. He crouched before the safe, his fingers gently brushing over those passports. What was the worst-case scenario? Simply taking the children and leaving Haisheng. The world was vast. There would always be a place to find shelter. In ancient times, he had led his entire household through 3 military disasters. The first was when the northern barbarians breached the passes, forcing the whole family to relocate 800 li southward. The second came when the former emperor passed away and the new ruler moved to purge dissenters. He fled the capital overnight with his entire family. The third was the rebellion. In his later years, at over 70 years old, he still commanded the entire clan to a safe retreat southwest. 11 children. He had protected them in ancient times. Modern times would be even easier. This was his fallback plan. He would not activate it unless absolutely unavoidable. But knowing it existed gave him peace of mind. Jingyuan stood up. They would never reach that point. What storms had he not weathered in ancient times? A small civilian research association and some unknown backer behind it, thinking a single investigation company could corner him. Keep dreaming. He had the Lu family. He had his eldest brother. He had his third brother. He had the great Buddha Lu Hongyuan. More importantly, he had 78 years of experience and wisdom. These people were not dealing with a 25-year-old spoiled heir. They were dealing with an old fox who had survived a lifetime at the center of power. He reached out to close the safe. Just as he was about to press the combination lock, a voice came from behind him, small and babyish. "Papa, why aren't you sleeping?" Jingyuan's hand froze. He turned around. The study door was slightly ajar. Chengwan's little head peeked through the crack. Wearing blue dinosaur pajamas, his hair tousled from sleep. One hand rubbing his eyes, the other clutching his Ultraman plush toy. Barefoot. "How did you wake up?" Jingyuan quickly closed the safe and hung the painting back. His movements were swift and natural. Chengwan finished rubbing his eyes and shuffled in on his short legs. Chengwan woke up. "I saw a light in Papa's room." "What light?" Jingyuan hadn't turned on the lamp. Looking down, he spotted a sensor light inside the safe. It had leaked a faint glow when the door was open. A 4-year-old. Light sleeper. "Papa is handling something. Why didn't you call your sister?" Chengwan tilted his face up to look at him, expression both fierce and sleepy. "I don't want sister. I want Papa." He opened both little arms. "Carry me." Jingyuan chuckled and bent down to scoop him up. The 4-year-old nestled into his embrace, head lolling against his neck. "Papa, are there bad people?" Jingyuan's movements paused for a moment. "What bad people?" Chengwan let out a yawn. His voice was thick and slurred. Chengwan saw Papa wasn't happy. When Papa isn't happy, that means bad people are bullying Papa. Jingyuan looked down at the small head in his arms. This kid. In his past life, it had been the same. When something happened at home, the other children might still be playing, but this youngest one always sensed his emotional shift first. "No bad people. Papa is just thinking about something." "About what?" Jingyuan carried him to the window. Moonlight poured in, illuminating Chengwan's drowsy little face. "Thinking about how to give you all a better life." Chengwan yawned again. His eyes could barely stay open, yet he kept muttering. "Chengwan doesn't need better. Chengwan just needs Papa to be here." Jingyuan's chest felt as though something had struck him hard. He looked down at the nearly asleep child in his arms. 4 years old. In ancient times, the first complete sentence young Chengwan had ever spoken was, "Papa, don't leave." In the modern era, he still said the same words. "Papa is here. Going nowhere." Chengwan gave a mumbled acknowledgement. His small hand gripped a button on Jingyuan's collar, gripping it tightly. Jingyuan looked at that clenched little hand, a complex glint flashing in his eyes. Then he raised his head and gazed out at the night beyond the window. The moonlight was cold and pale. His voice was very soft, as though speaking to himself. "Let no one dare lay a hand on my children." Chengwan shifted in his arms and murmured a sleepy dream word. "Papa, remember to bake cookies tomorrow." "Dad, remember to bake cookies tomorrow." Jingyuan looked down at the little person in his arms. The corners of his mouth twitched, and a smile spread from the depths of his eyes. This little one, almost asleep, yet still thinking about bringing cookies for Tang Tang. "I remember. Go to sleep." Chengwan hummed in response, burrowing his head deeper into the crook of his father's neck. The small hand clutching the button loosened a little, but did not fully let go. Jingyuan carried him out of the study. The motion sensor night lights in the hallway flickered on. Orange-yellow light, one after another, paved a warm path. He did not go directly to Chengwan's room. Instead, he slowly walked along the second-floor corridor, passing by every child's door. First room, Nianqing. The door was slightly ajar. Jingyuan pushed it open a crack. His eldest daughter slept peacefully. A book lay closed beside the pillow, the desk lamp still on. She must have fallen asleep while reading. Jingyuan entered, tiptoed over, and turned off the lamp. He casually tucked the corner of her blanket in. Nianqing turned over, her lips moving slightly. She did not wake. He withdrew. Second room, Nianyao. The door was closed, but not locked. Pushing it open, he saw Nianyao curled up under the covers, her phone emitting a faint glow beneath the pillow. Lu Jingyuan reached out and pulled out the phone. The screen displayed the class group chat. He did not look closely. He turned off the screen and placed it on the nightstand. This girl still looking at her phone while sleeping. He would have to scold her tomorrow. Third room. Chungin. His eldest son slept like a stone slab, flat on his back, hands folded over his chest. His breathing was steady and powerful. The blanket was neatly arranged. No need for any supervision. Lu Jingyuan stood at the door for 2 seconds, a curve forming on his lips. This child from ancient times to modern never changed his sleeping posture. Like a little general. Fourth room. Nian. The 11-year-old daughter curled up under the covers, surrounded by a few paintbrushes and an unfinished sketch paper. It was a cat. The lines were already quite smooth. Lu Jingyuan gathered the paintbrushes and placed them on the bedside. He gently pulled out the sketch paper and arranged it neatly. Nian hugged her pillow and rubbed against it, murmuring a soft "dad." He reached out and stroked her hair. Fifth room. Jingyuan. This room's door was wide open. Jingyuan lay sprawled diagonally across the bed, the blanket kicked to the floor. One foot dangled over the edge. Lu Jingyuan let out a silent sigh. He picked up the blanket and covered him. Within 3 seconds it was kicked off again. Forget it. He draped a thin blanket over his stomach and left. Sixth room. Nian Shui. The door was tightly shut. Lu Jingyuan did not push it open. This girl was a light sleeper, the slightest noise would wake her. He pressed his ear to the gap in the door and listened. The breathing inside was even. That was enough. Seventh room. Nianyu. The chubby little girl hugged a giant rabbit plush toy, her face buried in it. A smile lingered on her lips. She must be dreaming of eating something delicious. Lu Jingyuan wiped the drool from the corner of her mouth. Eighth room. Chungze. The 7-year-old chatterbox had finally fallen silent. Beside the pillow lay the tattered encyclopedia and a newly bought notebook. The notebook was open to a page with a few crooked lines. Today's question: why do fish swim? Why can't humans fly? Why do stars shine? Lu Jingyuan glanced at it and couldn't help but smile. Good thing there were only 3. Ninth room. Nian Shuang. The 6-year-old tomboy didn't sleep properly either. She lay completely face down on the bed, one foot stretched onto a chair beside her, like a little frog lying prone. The blanket was on the floor. Lu Jingyuan turned her over and covered her with the blanket. Nian Shuang grunted, turned over, and lay face down again. He gave up. 10th room. Nian Xing. That most clingy little girl. She must have cried a bit before sleeping tonight. Several crumpled tissues lay by the pillow. She was probably missing her mother. Lu Jingyuan sat by the bed for a while. He reached out and gently patted her back. In her sleep, Nian Xing turned over and mumbled indistinctly. Dad is here, he whispered back. Nian Xing did not wake, but the corners of her mouth curved up. Lu Jingyuan stood up and tiptoed out. 10 rooms. 10 children. All safe and sound. He stood at the end of the corridor holding Changwan, who was now completely dead asleep. The night light stretched his shadow long. 11. In ancient times, he had raised them from helpless infants to adults who had their own families and careers. He watched them marry, watched them have children, watched them stand firm in a chaotic world. In the modern era, they had become children again, starting over from scratch. He was not afraid of starting over. He was afraid that someone would take his children away from him. Lu Jingyuan entered Chengwan's room and placed the little one on the bed. Chengwan curled up under the blanket like a little hedgehog. Lu Jingyuan tucked him in. He took one last look. The 4-year-old face slept carefree and untroubled. He withdrew and gently closed the door, returning to the study. Sitting at the desk, moonlight slanted in through the window, falling on the Qiming Research Institute materials before him. He picked up a pen and opened a blank notebook. He began to write. First, cut off the source of information for Dingxing. Big brother is handling it. Second, arrange for the intermediary manager to go abroad. Big sister is handling it. Third, investigate the backgrounds of the core members and financial backers of Qiming Research Institute. Zhao Su is handling it. Fourth, fill in the gaps in overseas life traces. It requires time and manpower. Fifth, prepare for the worst. Backup identities, funds, and escape routes are already in place. After writing the 5 items, he put down the pen. Looking at this paper. In ancient times, he had once written a similar piece of paper on a rainy night. Back then, the late emperor was gravely ill and the conflict between the old and new factions was at its peak. His family was caught in the middle. Life hung by a thread. He sat in the study all night, eventually writing down 3 escape routes. Relying on those 3 paths, more than 200 lives in the entire family were saved, not one lost. Today was the same. He would not panic. He would not let anyone touch his children. The notebook was closed. He leaned back in his chair and rested with his eyes closed for a while. When he opened his eyes again, the sky outside the window was already faintly bright. 5:40. Lu Jingyuan stood up and stretched. He washed his face, changed clothes, and went downstairs. When he entered the kitchen, Uncle Zhao was already there. Young master, what's for breakfast today? Baozi, cabbage and pork filling. 11 kids, each get 2, 1 for me, 1 for you. 25 in total. Uncle Zhao skillfully began preparing the flour. Lu Jingyuan prepared the filling beside him, his movements swift, as if on fast forward. At 6:30 the baozi were placed on the steamer. At 7 the whole house was filled with the warm aroma of steamed dough. The children came downstairs one by one. Nianqing was first. Her hair was neatly combed, her school uniform worn properly. Dad, good morning. Good morning. Wash your hands and eat baozi. Nian Yao followed, yawning. Dad, what's the filling today? Cabbage and pork. Is there any chive? No. I'll make some for you tomorrow. Great. Sheng Yuan bounded down the stairs, hopping all the way to the dining table. Dad, I want 3. I'll give you 2. If they're not enough, ask for more. Stingy. Around the steaming breakfast table 11 children plus himself. Just like every ordinary morning. Noisy. Loud. Full of laughter and bickering. Lu Jingyuan sat at the head of the table, holding a cup of soy milk, habitually blowing on it 3 times. He looked at the people at the table. The decision in his heart was finally set. Not to hide. Not to flee. Not to run. To face it head-on with the strength of the Lu family. At the same time, accelerate the children's integration into this society. Nianqing's competition must be attended. Nian Shuang's school team must be joined. Cheng Zhe's curiosity must be guided well. Nian Yao's social skills must continue to develop. Cheng An's authority must continue to be solidified. 11 children, each one, must take root in this modern society. The deeper they root, the more stable their foundation. The more unshakable their identities. Until one day, even if the whole world knows these children have unknown origins, no one will dare to touch them. Because by then they will already be an inseparable part of this society. Lu Jingyuan put down the cup. Nianqing. The eldest daughter looked up. Daddy, are you ready for next month's math competition? Nianqing's eyes lit up. Dad, rest assured. Your daughter will definitely bring back an award. Lu Jingyuan smiled. Don't rush to win, but make sure everyone remembers your name. Nianqing was slightly stunned for a moment. Then she understood. She nodded. Your daughter understands. Lu Jingyuan's gaze swept across every face at the table. Finally, it landed on Chang Wan, who was still gnawing on a baozi. The 4-year-old's face was covered in filling. Lu Jingyuan chuckled, picked up a napkin, and handed it over. His phone vibrated in his pocket. He took it out and glanced at it. It was from third brother. Old 4th Qiming Research Institute has made a new move. They sent someone to Haisheng this morning. Lu Jingyuan's smile didn't change, but the light in his eyes dimmed by a degree. He looked up and said to the table full of children, eat well and go to school. Dad has some business to attend to today and needs to go out. Cheng Wan lifted his head from the pile of baozi, his face covered in filling. Dad, where are you going? Lu Jingyuan patted his head. To meet someone. As Lu Jingyuan stepped out, Cheng Wan was still calling after him from behind. Daddy, come back soon. And don't forget the biscuits. He gave a casual wave and pulled the car door shut. Only after the car had passed through the villa gates did he retrieve his phone. He had already read third brother's message twice. The Qiming Research Institute had dispatched someone to Haisheng. Not exactly sluggish were they. He dialed Jiaosu. Keep eyes on the individual who flew into Haisheng. Record everything. What hotel they're staying at, who they meet, where they go. Don't worry, fourth master. It's already been arranged. He hung up. The car merged onto the main road. Haisheng traffic at 9 in the morning was not particularly heavy. He drove with his thoughts. Eldest brother was severing ties with Dingxing. Jiaosu was tracking the movements of the Qiming Research Institute's representative. Eldest sister was arranging for the intermediary to depart the country. 3 fronts were moving simultaneously. But one matter remained untouched. The safety of the children. If the other side merely sought to sift through documents that would be tolerable, his concern was that these individuals, unsatisfied with paper trails alone, might seek contact with living people. Everyday crowds flooded the school gates. 11 children scattered across different grade levels. One man could not watch over them all. His phone vibrated again. Not third brother, it was second brother. Lao Si free tonight. Let's grab a drink. Lu Jingyuan considered it. Replied with a single character, sure. 8 o'clock in the evening. A modest tavern in the western district of Haisheng. Not some exclusive club, just a humble eatery run by a retired veteran. Simple decor, a few wooden tables, and an aged military flag hanging on the wall. Second brother Lu Jingxian sat at a corner table. 31 years old, a crew-cut, broad-shouldered, and stocky. He wore a black short-sleeved shirt that revealed scars along his forearms. 2 beer bottles sat before him, one already opened. Lu Jingyuan pushed the door open. Well, you're quick. Second brother tilted his chin upward. You're the one who called. Lu Jingyuan pulled out a chair and sat. Second brother slid the unopened bottle toward him. Third brother, filled me in. Someone's investigating your brood. Lu Jingyuan took the beer, but did not drink immediately. He told you everything. Could he keep a secret? Second brother wrinkled his nose. Called me yesterday and babbled on for half an hour straight. Lu Jingyuan chuckled. Third brother's tongue was watertight in the courtroom, but leaky as a sieve around family. What do we know? Who are they after? Second brother took a sip of beer, blunt as ever. Lu Jingyuan explained briefly. The Qiming Research Institute. A civilian organization. They had sent someone flying to Haisheng today. Second brother's brows knitted together as he listened. Damn it. What research institute uses research as a pretext to snoop on other people's children? How is that any different from a stalker? The nature of it is somewhat different. I don't care what nature it is. Second brother set his beer bottle down with a thud. Lousy, have you considered the children's routes to and from school? Lu Jingyuan glanced at him. This was a question he had turned over all day. I have, but I cannot manage it alone. 11 children spread across 3 divisions. Second brother leaned back against the chair. His eyes fixed on Lu Jingyuan for a few seconds. Then he spoke. His tone shifted noticeably. I have people under my command. Lu Jingyuan raised his gaze. Retired soldiers. Brothers who stood shoulder to shoulder with me holding rifles. Some now work in security in Haisheng, others run their own companies. I vouch for their character. Their professionalism is beyond question. As he spoke, he held up 3 fingers. 3 teams. 6 men total. Rotating shifts. Every morning drop-off, and every afternoon pick-up they shadow the children discreetly. No uniforms, no exposed identities. Private vehicles maintaining a distance of 2 or 3 car lengths. Lu Jingyuan studied him. Second brother had spoken with such clarity. This was clearly not a spur-of-the-moment idea. When did you conceive of this? The very night, third brother told me. Second brother drained a large gulp of beer. My mind may not work as sharply as his, and I cannot match him in litigation. But protecting people, that is my craft. Lu Jingyuan remained silent, but the corners of his mouth curved. I will cover the expenses, he said. Cover the expenses? Don't be absurd. Second brother shot him a look. These are my own nieces and nephews. Do you think I would let you pay? These brothers need only a word from me. That wouldn't be proper. Proper or not, I decide. Second brother's tone left no room for argument. You are my younger brother. They are my nieces and nephews. That settles it. It was exactly like issuing orders in the military. Lu Jingyuan did not press further. He knew this man's temper. One stubborn bull, Lu had made up his mind 8 oxen could not drag him back. All right. Thank you, second brother. Don't stand on ceremony with me. Second brother took another sip. The two fell silent for a while. Old songs played in the tavern, the tempo languid. Second brother spoke suddenly. His voice dropped several degrees softer. Lousy. Yes. Second brother gazed at the beer bottle in his hand, rolling it between his palms. To be honest, back in the day, I thought you were a complete waste. Lu Jingyuan laughed. You've said that to my face more than once. True. Second brother nodded, making no attempt to deny it. Running around with that gang of misfits day and night, spending money like burning paper. When mother and father scolded you, you talked back. I thought then, this boy is finished. That's just how his life would be. Lu Jingyuan held his beer, offering no reply. Second brother paused. But seeing how you've raised those children now. He pursed his lips, searching for words. It was not something he was accustomed to saying. Not bad. 2 words. Spilling from Lu Jingshuan's mouth. Heavier perhaps than 300 compliments. Lu Jingyuan understood this. This second brother of his since childhood had worn an iron face toward everyone. 8 years in the military had forged a pampered rich kid into a true soldier. Not bad, from his lips was the highest form of praise. Then this worthless young master shall continue being worthless, I suppose. Lu Jingyuan raised his bottle with a smile. Second brother laughed, an uncommon sight. Their bottles clinked together. Clang. Crisp. I'll arrange the security matters tomorrow. Second brother set down his bottle. You need not worry about a thing. Where the men come from, how the shifts are organized, what routes they take. I will handle it all. All right. There is one thing I wish to remind you of. Go on. Do not let the children discover this. Lu Jingyuan looked at him. Especially Cheng En and Cheng Zhe. One is too perceptive. The other is too curious. Second brother nodded. Relax. Those brothers of mine are professionals at this. You wouldn't notice them from 10 meters away. Lu Jingyuan grunted his acknowledgement. The two drank for a while longer. At 9:30, Lu Jingyuan glanced at the time. I should head out. Going back to check on the rooms. Second brother stared at him in disbelief. You check on the rooms every day? 11 children. Not one left unchecked. Second brother opened his mouth, then closed it again, shaking his head. I'm done. You've truly lived yourself into the role of an old father. Lu Jingyuan rose and patted his shoulder. Second brother, thank you. Get lost. Spare me the sentimentality. Lu Jingyuan smiled and walked out. The car headed toward the villa. A certain peace settled within him. Eldest brother handled intelligence and commercial suppression. Third brother managed legal affairs and investigation. Second brother oversaw personal security. The iron triangle. With eldest sister's public relations and execution prowess added, no one would ever shake this family. The next morning, everything proceeded as usual. After breakfast, the children were divided among 3 vehicles and sent to school. Lu Jingyuan personally drove the elementary school group. Cheng Wan went separately in another car to kindergarten. No abnormalities were detected. By afternoon, dismissal time, the business van waited at the school gate. The children boarded one by one. The last to climb in was Cheng Zhe. The 7-year-old's expression was unlike his usual self today. After settling into the car, instead of chattering as he normally did, he furrowed his tiny brows, his face twisted with unease. Back at the villa, everyone had dispersed. But Chengze tugged at Lu Jingyuan's clothing. Daddy, what is it? Chengze looked around. He pulled him toward the study. Daddy, I need to tell you something. Lu Jingyuan followed him into the study. Chengze closed the door. His movements were unusually solemn. Then he turned around. His little face was etched with seriousness. Daddy, someone has been following us. Father, someone's following us. Chengze's expression was extremely serious. His two small hands were clenched together, as if reporting military intelligence. Lu Jingyuan didn't respond immediately. He walked to the desk, pulled out a chair, and sat down. Sit. Tell father about it. Chengze climbed onto the sofa opposite. He sat up straight. On the way to school this morning, I saw a black car following us the whole time. Lu Jingyuan made a non-committal sound. And then, oi. Then after school in the afternoon, I was waiting for the car at the school gate and saw that car again. It was parked by the roadside. Someone was sitting inside. As he spoke, Chengze took out a small piece of paper from his pocket. On it was written a string of numbers in crooked handwriting. The license plate number. Lu Jingyuan took it and glanced at it. He already knew in his heart. It was the people arranged by second uncle. But Chengze's observational skills did surprise him a bit. No, he shouldn't be surprised. This child has always been like this since he was little. His curiosity is as strong as a young calf. He wants to see everything and remember everything. In ancient times when Chengze was 6 years old, he could remember the number and characteristics of the carriages passing by the mansion gate every day. Father, is that person a bad guy? Chengze's little face was tense. There was worry in his eyes, but more excitement. Lu Jingyuan smiled and put the paper on the table. Not a bad guy. Huh. Chengze was stunned. Those are the people your second uncle arranged to protect you on your way to and from school. Chengze blinked. His mouth formed an O shape. Second uncle. Yes. Your second uncle was worried about your safety on the road, so he asked his retired military comrades to follow secretly. Chengze's tense little face instantly relaxed. But only for 3 seconds. Then a new question popped up. Why do we need protection? Is someone going to harm us? Lu Jingyuan leaned back in his chair. He looked at Chengze's sparkling eyes. This child. Give him a thread, and he'll pull out a whole sweater. No one is trying to harm you. Lu Jingyuan thought about his wording. Recently, some people have been quite curious about our family. Father wants you to be safer. Chengze tilted his head and thought. Who is curious about us? Some people who have nothing to do with us. Why are they curious? Because we have many children, others find it unusual. What's so unusual about that? Haven't they seen big families before? When we were in ancient times, the Zheng family next door had 15 children. Lu Jingyuan laughed out loud. This is different from ancient times. Nowadays, families usually have only 1 or 2 children. You 11 appearing together does make people curious. Chengze made a no sound. He seemed to half understand. But immediately the next question came. So father is afraid those curious people will disturb us? Yes. So you let second uncle's people protect us? Yes. Then why not tell us directly? I thought they were bad guys today and got a scare. Lu Jingyuan reached out and patted his head. Because father didn't want you to worry. I originally planned not to let you know. Chengze pouted. But I found out. You found out. So father told you the truth. Does anyone else know? No. You're the only one who found out. Chengze's little chest puffed out slightly. That pride couldn't be hidden. I knew it. Eldest sister didn't even notice, but I did. Lu Jingyuan shook his head with a smile. All right. You knowing about this is enough. Don't tell your younger brothers and sisters. Otherwise they'll get scared. Chengze nodded firmly. Don't worry, father, my mouth is very tight. Lu Jingyuan looked at him. He knew whether this child's mouth was tight or not. Last time Yin Shui had evidence after secretly eating ice cream, and Chengze blabbed it within half a day. This time it really cannot be said. Lu Jingyuan emphasized his tone. Father tells you because I trust you. You are a man. Chengze's expression suddenly became serious. Don't worry, father. Chengze will never tell. Even under threat of death, I won't say. Lu Jingyuan made a sound of acknowledgement. Also, when riding in the car in the future, don't keep staring out the window at other cars. Just sit normally. It's not good if people notice you're observing them. Chengze nodded repeatedly. I know. It's like when we used to ride carriages in ancient times, we couldn't lift the curtain to check the guards. Lu Jingyuan was momentarily stunned. Then he smiled. Roughly the same meaning. Chengze jumped off the sofa. His expression had changed from tense to relaxed just now. But when he reached the door, he turned back. Father, moi. Chengze stood in front of the desk. The 7-year-old looked up at him. His eyes were bright. Father, can I also learn some skills? What skills? Like that kind of. Chengze gestured twice. He clenched his fists and swung them. To hit people. What's that called? Boxing. Lu Jingyuan raised his eyebrows. Why do you want to learn boxing? Chengze clenched his little fists, his expression extremely serious. I want to protect my younger brothers and sisters. He paused. And also protect father. Lu Jingyuan looked at him. 7 years old. In ancient times, Chengze at this age had already started practicing horse stance with the martial arts master. Because he said, I may not excel at studying compared to eldest brother, but in fighting I want to be first. As a result, he later became proficient in both literature and martial arts. Lu Jingyuan smiled. It wasn't a perfunctory smile. It was the kind that felt genuinely amusing and gratifying. Are you sure? Boxing is very tiring. You have to practice every day. Sweat. Endure hardship. Chengze lifted his little chin. I'm not afraid of hardship. I practiced horse stance in ancient times. One stance lasted half a watch. Now it's not just horse stance. Then it's something more powerful than horse stance. Better. I want to learn something more powerful. Lu Jingyuan leaned back in his chair, sizing up the little person before him. Thin. Not tall. A 7-year-old's frame. But that drive emanating from the bone. Exactly the same as his past life. All right. Lu Jingyuan nodded. Chengze's eyes lit up instantly. Really? Really? I'll find you a coach later. 2 classes every weekend. But there's a condition. What condition? The questions in class still must be under 5. You can't think that because you're learning boxing you're superior and can break the rules. Chengze nodded vigorously. Under 5, absolutely not over. He bounced twice on the spot with excitement. Father, can Nian Shuang learn too? She definitely wants to learn. She's so good at running. Lu Jingyuan thought about it. That girl Nian Shuang is indeed a natural for martial arts. In ancient times, she was the best in terms of physical skills among the 11 children. At 6, she could climb walls, yet 8 she could roof jump. Ask her later. If she wants to learn, she can learn together. Chengze let out a whoop and rushed out of the study. Nian Shuang. Nian Shuang. His voice echoed down the hallway, growing fainter. Lu Jingyuan shook his head. He knew relying on him to keep a secret was unreliable. But learning boxing wasn't exactly a secret. If he said it, he said it. He looked down at the note with the license plate number on the desk. Second uncle's people were discovered by a 7-year-old child. Tomorrow he needs to inform second uncle. Tell them to keep a greater distance. He took out his mobile phone. Just about to send a message to second uncle. A new message popped up on the screen first. From Zhao Su. 4th Master, the person from the Qiming Research Association who came to Haisheng, went near Xingchen Academy this afternoon. Sat in the cafe outside the school gate for 2 hours. Lu Jingyuan's fingers paused. He stared at this message for 3 seconds. The warmth in his eyes gradually subsided. Xingchen Academy. School gate. 2 hours. His children pass through that door every day. His fingers tapped on the screen a few times. Send a message to second uncle. Second uncle, double the personnel. Starting tomorrow. Second uncle replied instantly. What happened? Lu Jingyuan didn't type a reply. He directly dialed the phone. Second uncle answered. What's wrong? Lu Jingyuan's voice was very light and calm. Someone squatting at Xingchen Academy's gate for 2 hours today. A second of silence on the other end of the phone. Then second uncle's voice exploded. With suppressed anger. Damn it. Give me the address. I'll have someone stake him out tonight. Lu Jingyuan didn't stop him. Zhao Su has the hotel information where he's staying. I'll have him send it to you. All right. Second uncle. Moi. Lu Jingyuan's voice deepened. If he's just looking, let him look. But if he dares to approach any of the children by half a step, don't hold back. If he only looks, let him look. But if he dares to come within a step of any of the children, don't hold back. The day after this was said, Lu Jingyuan withdrew his attention from the outside world. The matters outside were to be handled by the eldest, second, and third brothers. What he needed to do was to move forward to help the children establish roots in this society. The deeper the roots, the harder it would be for anyone to shake them. He had been mulling over the idea of extracurricular classes for several days. In ancient times, each of the 11 children had their own talents. Zither, chess, calligraphy, painting, horseback, riding, archery, poetry, and song. All were cultivated from a young age. In the modern era, these foundations remained, but they needed a proper outlet. He couldn't let Nianqing's calligraphy remain hidden forever, nor let Nian Shuang's agility go unused. On Saturday morning after breakfast, Lu Jingyuan gathered all 11 children in the living room. The big sofa wasn't enough, so Qingze and Nian Shuang sat directly on the carpet. Jingyuan claimed Lu Jingyuan's lap. Let's have a meeting today. Lu Jingyuan looked around. Father will sign you up for 2 extracurricular classes each. You choose. Nianyao was the first to raise her hand. Father, can I choose anything? Anything. Tell me. Nianyao's eyes lit up like bulbs. I want to learn acting. And dancing. Qingyuan snickered beside her. Second sister, wouldn't learning acting be a waste? You're acting all day long. What did you say? That time you told father you had a stomachache to get out of homework, your acting was no worse than what's on TV. Nianyao grabbed a throw pillow and hurled it at him. Lu Qingyuan, you're asking for it. Qingyuan dodged nimbly. The pillow hit Qingze on the head. Qingze held his head. What does that have to do with me? Lu Jingyuan tapped the coffee table. Quiet down. One at a time. Nianqing, you go first. The eldest daughter sat upright, thought for a moment, and spoke. Calligraphy and piano. Lu Jingyuan nodded. Calligraphy was no surprise. In ancient times, Nianqing had already possessed excellent handwriting. Studying formal calligraphy in modern times would only make her even better. Piano, however, was a fresh choice. Why piano? Nianqing lowered her head slightly. I heard someone playing in the school's music room. It sounded beautiful. Lu Jingyuan smiled. All right, I'll find you the best teacher. Chang'an, the eldest son, leaned against the sofa armrest. His voice was steady. Boxing. Basketball. Concise. 2 words. Just like him. Lu Jingyuan didn't ask why. It was only natural that Chang'an chose boxing. In ancient times at 15, he could single-handedly take down 3 house servants. Basketball was a good way to integrate into the boys' social circle. Nianyao already said it. Acting and dance. Nianyao raised her hand and nodded. Nianru, the 11-year-old third daughter's voice was soft. Painting. And crafts. What kind of crafts? The kind where you make little animals out of clay. There's a club at school. The things they make are really pretty. Lu Jingyuan hummed in acknowledgement. Painting was Nianru's old forte. In ancient times, her meticulous brushwork of flowers and birds was already quite accomplished. Crafts were a new attempt, which was good. Jingyuan, the 10-year-old second son, grinned. Soccer. Rollerblading. Why rollerblading? Because it's cool, Dad. Haven't you seen those kids at school zooming around on rollerblades? So cool. Nianshua snorted beside him. With your coordination, you'll end up falling flat on your face. Fourth sister, don't jinx me. Lu Jingyuan turned to Nianshua. What do you choose? Nianshua's expression was blank. Fencing. Only 1. 2 spots. 1 is enough. Lu Jingyuan looked at her. The 9-year-old girl sat there with her back straight. In ancient times, Nianshua had the toughest personality among the 11 children. Fencing indeed suited her. One-on-one duels. Calm. Precise. With a hint of pride. All right. 1 it is. The tip of Nianshua's ear twitched slightly. She probably hadn't expected it to go so smoothly. Nianyua, the 8-year-old chubby girl, snapped out of her food reverie. Huh. My turn. Your turn. What do you want to learn, eh? Nianyua thought seriously for a long while. Baking. The whole table burst into laughter. Jingyuan slapped his thigh. I knew it. Fifth sister would definitely pick something to eat. Nianyua was indignant. Baking isn't just about eating. It's about making things for everyone to eat. I'll make it so you can eat too. Then I take it back. Fifth sister chose well. Humph. Lu Jingyuan shook his head, smiling. This girl baking was indeed suitable for her. In ancient times, she loved to linger in the kitchen. She had strong hands-on skills and a passion for culinary delights. And the second one? Nianyua tilted her head. Can I just have 1? I'm afraid if I take too many I won't have time to eat. The whole family laughed again. Lu Jingyuan didn't press her. All right, 1 it is. Shengze, the 7-year-old chatterbox, jumped up. Robot programming. Lu Jingyuan raised an eyebrow. Do you know what that is, eh? Yes. It's using those blocks to build a robot, and then making it move on its own. Shengze gestured excitedly with both hands in the air. Dad, that robot can walk. It can turn. It can even raise its hand. How does it do that? What's inside it? Does it have bones like a person? Lu Jingyuan reached out and pressed his head. 5 questions max. You've already asked 3. Shengze immediately shut his mouth, forcing the rest of his questions back down. Nianshuang, the 6-year-old tomboy, sat cross-legged on the carpet and grinned. Taekwondo. Nianshua glanced at her. Aren't you joining the school track team? And you still want to learn Taekwondo? No conflict. Running is running, fighting is fighting. I want both. Lu Jingyuan nodded. Nianshuang's physical foundation was evident. Adding Taekwondo would channel her impulsive energy in the right direction. And the second one? Don't need a second. 1 is enough to fight. All right. Nianxing, the 5-year-old little girl, curled up next to Nianxing. When she heard her name, she looked up, her eyes timid. Ballet. Her voice was softer than a mosquito's. Nianxing gently encouraged her. Speak up. Tell father. Nianxing said it again, a little louder. Nianxing wants to learn ballet. I saw it on TV last time. The sisters in white dresses were so pretty. Lu Jingyuan smiled. All right. I'll find you a gentle teacher. Nianxing's little face flushed pink, and she shrank back into Nianxing's arms. 10 people had chosen. Everyone's gaze fell on the last person. Chengwan. The 4-year-old little one sat on Lu Jingyuan's lap, his short legs dangling over the edge of the sofa, swinging. His expression was extremely conflicted. Baby, what about you? Lu Jingyuan looked down at him. Chengwan lifted his face, looking fierce and cute. His small mouth pursed for 2 seconds. Then with extreme solemnity he spoke. Chengwan won't choose. Why, oi? Chengwan doesn't want any. You don't want to learn anything. Chengwan shook his head vigorously, clutching Lu Jingyuan's clothes with both hands. Chengwan wants to stay with Daddy. Wherever Daddy goes, Chengwan goes. I don't want anything else. The room fell silent for a moment. Then it erupted. Jingyuan was the first to laugh, flopping over the sofa and slapping it. Ha 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 ha, little brat. Nianyao laughed so hard she bent over. Little brother, what kind of interest class is that? Follow Daddy class. Nianshuang rolled on the carpet with glee. Should we sign him up for a bodyguard class? To protect Daddy up close. Even Nianshua's mouth twitched a couple of times, struggling hard to suppress her laughter. Chengwan's face turned red, but he was stubborn. What are you laughing at? I'm protecting Daddy. If all of you go out, then who will protect Daddy at home alone? Lu Jingyuan looked down at the little face, flushed red in his arms. A surge of warmth rose from the depths of his heart. He reached out and pressed Chengwan's head against his chest, rubbing it twice. All right. The baby's interest class is to stay with daddy. Jingyuan buried his face in his clothes, his ears red enough to drip blood. But his little hands clutched even tighter. Jingyuan lifted his head. He looked at the children who were all laughing together. The taut string in his heart relaxed a little. Let them learn. Let them play. Let them shine. The deeper the roots, the more lush the branches. No one would ever be able to shake them. After the laughter died down, Jingyuan suddenly spoke. Father, when do the interest classes start? Next week. You'll go to school as usual and attend classes on weekends. Jingyuan nodded. Then he looked at him. And what about father's own matters? Are those people outside taken care of? The living room fell silent for a moment. The other children all turned to look at Jingyuan. Jingyuan smiled, handling it with ease. Your uncle is taking care of it. Don't worry. In a few more days no one will be able to disturb us. In a few more days no one will be able to disturb us. Even as he spoke these words, Jingyuan felt a sense of confidence welling up within himself. Monday afternoon, his eldest brother called. Jingyuan was in the study researching institutions for robotics programming courses for Chingza. He picked up when he heard the ringtone. Brother, it's done. His eldest brother's voice was crisp and concise. Jingyuan leaned back into his chair. Tell me, I've already spoken with Dingsheng. Their person in charge canceled the Qiming Research Institute contract that very day. The reason given was insufficient resources to continue. Did they press further? They did. But Dingsheng's people were smooth about it, saying they'd taken on another larger project and couldn't accommodate. Qiming had no choice but to find someone else. And about who they found next. His eldest brother's tone carried a hint of amusement. I had my legal team send a formal letter to the Qiming Research Institute in the name of the Liu family group. What did it say, eh? In essence, your organization has recently been collecting personal information pertaining to underage members of the Liu family through third-party institutions without authorization, which may constitute a violation of privacy laws and regulations governing the protection of minors' personal information. Should you fail to immediately cease such activities and destroy all materials obtained, the Liu family group reserves the right to pursue legal liability. Jingyuan grunted in acknowledgement. How did they react? They responded the same afternoon they received the letter. They claimed it was academic research with no malicious intent, stated they had already ceased the relevant projects and destroyed all materials. So quickly, his eldest brother let out a cold snort. That shabby organization of theirs only has 3 million registered capital. Their backers are nothing more than some middle-class hobbyists. Put the name of the Liu family group on the line, and they can easily weigh the consequences. Jingyuan nodded. Indeed. A group of amateur researchers faced with the legal might of Haisheng's wealthiest family had no reasonable alternative but to yield. What about the one who flew into Haisheng? Gone. Yesterday's flight. Zhao Su's people followed him to the airport and confirmed his boarding. Jingyuan tapped his fingers twice against the armrest. Brother, do you think this is truly settled? A brief silence came from the other end of the line. On the surface, yes. The letter carries legal weight. Should they make another move, it would be unlawful. But Lao Si, I need to be honest with you. Go ahead. His eldest brother's voice slowed slightly. We were able to suppress this time because they are small potatoes, just a civilian organization. But this incident has exposed a problem. Your 11 children are far too conspicuous. A young man suddenly appearing with 11 children, all that viral attention online. As long as someone is determined to dig, they'll find an entry point. Jingyuan remained silent. His eldest brother continued. So you must be prepared. No matter who comes asking questions, you need an explanation and evidence chain that can withstand scrutiny at any level. Big sister's documents are the first line of defense. But documents alone won't suffice. You need these children to have deep roots in society. Their school records, participation in social activities, awards from various competitions. The more of these you accumulate, the harder it becomes for anyone to raise doubts. Because the facts will speak for themselves. Living, breathing people. With names and identities. With school records and academic achievements. The longer this continues, the more unassailable it becomes. A faint curve appeared at the corner of Jingyuan's lips. His eldest brother's thinking aligned perfectly with his own. I understand. I've already set things in motion. Good. Interest classes are an excellent idea. Let them excel in their respective fields. Let them gain recognition. By then, even if someone digs up the past, the public won't buy into it. Because everyone will see 11 outstanding children and one responsible father. Brother, you can rest assured on this matter. Jingyuan's voice was calm, but beneath it lay unwavering confidence. I raised them once before in ancient times. I know each child's potential, their direction, and how to guide them, in perfect clarity. His eldest brother was quiet for 2 seconds on the other end. Sometimes I truly don't know how to look at you anymore. What do you mean? I used to think you were an irresponsible spendthrift with no brain. But now, looking at your methods and vision, you surpass most entrepreneurs I've ever encountered. Jingyuan smiled. Brother, just pretend I suddenly came to my senses. Came to your senses, eh? His eldest brother's tone carried a note of scrutiny. That's not coming to your senses. That's being utterly reborn. Just as father said. Jingyuan let that remark pass. Alright, let's leave it at that. Thank you, brother. Family doesn't need thanks. The call ended. Jingyuan put down his phone and exhaled deeply. The Qiming Research Institute lead was temporarily severed, but his eldest brother was right, treating symptoms rather than the root cause. He couldn't possibly block every curious soul. The only real solution was to make the children's existence so natural that no one would dare question it. Natural to the point where doubt becomes unthinkable. Use time. Use achievements. Use irrefutable reality. He rose from his seat and stretched. It was exactly 3:30. The children would be out of school soon. He grabbed his car keys and headed downstairs. Today was his turn to pick up the elementary school group. 4:10 in the afternoon. The luxury van pulled up outside the Xingchen Academy Elementary School entrance. The children emerged in a steady stream. Jingyuan was the first to sprint over, her school bag bouncing behind her. Dad, today's cafeteria had braised pork. I had 2 bowls. Good. Jingyuan followed close behind, chewing on a lollipop he'd somehow acquired. Dad, I scored 2 goals in football today. Impressive. Ninshuang burst out from a group of boys, her hair half undone. Her uniform sleeves were rolled up to her elbows. Dad, I came in first in the 800-meter run today, lapped half a circle ahead of second place. Roll your sleeves down first. Look at yourself. Chengza was the last to come out. A peculiar expression danced across his face, half excitement, half restraint. Jingyuan recognized it immediately. This kid was holding back questions. How many today? 4. Not over the limit. Chengza held up 4 fingers. Good. We'll talk in the car. Everyone accounted for. The van made its way toward the villa. Jingyuan drove. In the rearview mirror, the children chattered and laughed together. His phone vibrated. He glanced at it during a red light. A message from Chengyan. Just one line. Dad, something happened during PE class today. Not serious, but the teacher might call you. Jingyuan replied with a question mark. Chengyan responded immediately. During PE, a classmate fell while running and landed face down on the ground, not moving. When I helped him up, I may have been too casual. I lifted him with one hand. He weighs over 60 kilograms. All the surrounding students and teachers saw it. Jingyuan's brow furrowed slightly. The light turned green. He put his phone away. Continuing to drive, his mind turned to his eldest brother's words. From now on, any unusual display by the children could attract new attention. His eldest son, 12 years old, lifting a classmate weighing over 60 kilograms with a single arm. In ancient times, Chengyan could draw a heavy war bow at 10. This strength was as natural to him as breathing. But in the modern world, a 12-year-old boy performing such a feat, what would the teacher think? What would the other students say? Jingyuan took a deep breath. Making the children appear normal was indeed more difficult than he had imagined. The van turned onto the villa's driveway. He parked the car and looked at the children playing in the rearview mirror. He pulled out his phone and sent Chengyan a message. Come to my study when you get home tonight. Chengyan replied instantly. Okay, Dad. Did I do something wrong? Jingyuan read those 5 characters. He paused for 2 seconds, then typed a response and sent it. What you did was correct. But some abilities must be kept hidden when you're outside. You did nothing wrong. But some abilities must be kept hidden when you are outside. After sending the message, Jingyuan put his phone into his pocket. The children had already gone inside. The living room was as usual filled with noise and commotion. Jingyuan was wrestling with Nian Shuang over the remote control, while Chengze chased after Nian Yue, asking what snacks she had hidden in her school bag. Jingyuan did not go upstairs. He stood at the entryway waiting for Cheng and to return. The junior high school dismissed half an hour later than the elementary school. By the time Chengyan pushed open the door, the living room had mostly quieted down. The younger brothers and sisters had each gone upstairs to do their homework. The moment Chengyan entered, he spotted him. The 12-year-old boy wore a neatly pressed school uniform with a backpack slung over his shoulder. His expression was calm, but there was a trace of unease in his eyes. Father, come upstairs. Let us talk in the study. Chengyan nodded, slightly changed into his house slippers, and followed him up. The study door closed behind them. Jingyuan sat in his chair and did not rush to speak. He first glanced at Chengyan. His eldest son stood before the desk, spine straight, like a young soldier awaiting reprimand. Sit. Chengyan sat down on the sofa. He set his backpack beside his feet and rested his hands on his knees. Tell me what happened. Chengyan's lips moved slightly. During PE today, we ran 800 meters. A classmate named Zhang Lei stumbled on the last lap and fell flat on the ground. He lay face down without moving. And then, the teacher was on the other end and did not see it. The other students around were stunned. I was closest to him, so I went over and helped him up. He was lying still and not moving. I thought he was injured, and in my haste, I simply lifted him up with one hand. One hand. Jingyuan leaned back against the chair. A person weighing over 60 kilograms, and you lifted him with one hand. Chengyan lowered his head. I did not think that much at the time. I only wanted to check quickly if he had any injuries on his face. Jingyuan did not blame him. He knew this eldest son too well. In his past life, Chengyan had begun training in martial arts under a master at the age of 10. By 15, he could draw a heavy bow to its full draw. At 20, he had led troops alone to patrol and defend the Liu family's manors in the northern frontier. Although his body had reverted to that of a 12-year-old, the sense of strength and reaction speed were ingrained in his muscle memory. Did the teacher see it? Chang'an nodded. When Mr. Ma came running over, I had already put Zhang Lei down. But all the students around saw it. What was their reaction? Chang'an fell silent for a moment. Everyone was looking at me. Someone said, Chang'an, you are too fierce. A girl said, oh my God, has he been training? Mr. Ma's expression also changed. He asked me if I had practiced martial arts since childhood. Lu Jingyuan hummed in acknowledgement. How did you answer? I told him I had practiced a bit when I was young. That was a decent answer. The moment he finished speaking, Lu Jingyuan's phone rang. The screen displayed a number from Xingchen Academy. He glanced at Chang'an and picked up the call. Hello, Mr. Lu. This is Ma Dongming Chang'an's PE teacher. Hello, Mr. Ma. There is something that happened during today's PE class that I would like to discuss with you. Lu Jingyuan leaned back in his chair, his tone casual. Chang'an told me about it. The incident where he helped a classmate up, correct? Yes, exactly. Zhang Lei is fine, just some minor scrapes. But Mr. Lu, honestly, I was a bit surprised by Chang'an's strength. Mr. Ma's voice carried obvious curiosity. He lifted a boy weighing over 60 kilograms with just one hand, and the movement was remarkably effortless. I have been teaching PE for over a decade, and I have rarely seen such strength in a 12-year-old. Lu Jingyuan chuckled. Mr. Ma Chang'an has been practicing martial arts since childhood. There is an experienced master on his grandfather's side who started teaching him when he was 6. He has been training for several years, so his foundation is quite solid. Martial arts. What kind? Traditional styles. Things like Tai Chi and Xingyi. There was a 2-second pause on Mr. Ma's end. No wonder. Those styles certainly build strength. Mr. Lu, may I ask if Chang'an would be interested in joining the school's track team or gymnastics team? His physical qualities are truly outstanding. Lu Jingyuan replied calmly and unhurriedly. Mr. Ma, thank you for your kind offer. However, Chang'an is rather introverted and does not particularly like to stand out. Let me discuss it with him and get back to you. Would that be all right? All right, no rush. Please discuss it with your son. Very well. Goodbye, Mr. Ma. He hung up the phone. Lu Jingyuan placed his phone on the desk and looked at Chang'an. Chang'an had been sitting quietly throughout the entire call, his face displaying no particular expression, but his lips were slightly pursed. Father, I did wrong. Lu Jingyuan did not deny it, nor did he reprimand harshly. He stood up, walked over to the sofa, and sat down beside Chang'an, a 12-year-old boy, already tall for his age, but still just a child in Lu Jingyuan's eyes. Chang'an. Yes, father. Helping your classmate was not wrong in itself. Chang'an looked up at him. But you revealed something you should have kept hidden. Lu Jingyuan's tone was even, not scolding, merely stating facts. You practiced martial arts for over a decade in your past life. Although your body has shrunk, your reflexes and control remain. You know your own strength. You should not have exerted yourself fully in that situation. Chang'an was silent for a few seconds. Father, I truly had not thought about it at the time. Seeing him lying motionless on the ground, my first instinct was to quickly get him up and check if he was hurt. That was instinct. Father understands. Lu Jingyuan reached out and patted his shoulder. But from now on, you must learn to control yourself. When you are outside, you are an ordinary 12-year-old boy. Your strength can be slightly greater than your peers, but not so great as to seem abnormal. Chang'an nodded. I understand, father. Those skills of yours are not useless. Lu Jingyuan looked at him. But you must choose the right occasion. At home, you can practice as much as you like. When protecting your younger siblings outside, you may also use them. But in daily life, you need to appear normal. Chang'an kept his head bowed. After a few seconds, he spoke, his voice slightly quieter than before. I was careless for a moment. Lu Jingyuan patted his shoulder. I do not blame you. But remember this, be normal when outside. Your abilities are enough to protect your family. Chang'an's eyes lit up slightly. He looked up at Lu Jingyuan. Father, what about Cheng Yuan and Nian Shuang? They cannot even hide their abilities as well as I can. Last time, Cheng Yuan pinned a 5th-grade boy in an arm wrestling match, and Nian Shuang's PE test scores were already exaggerated. Lu Jingyuan smiled. Indeed. Nian Shuang's 8.6 seconds for 50 meters was already absurd enough. But fortunately, she had the cover of sports talent. Her talent served as a shield. People would at most think she was a genius athlete. Cheng Yuan was different. That lad had a sharp tongue and a showy nature, always drawing attention wherever he went. I will handle Cheng Yuan. Nian Shuang's situation is different, and she has the school team as cover. You and Cheng Yuan are the ones who need the most caution. Chang'an pondered for a moment. What about the combat class I signed up for? I cannot hide my abilities during combat training, can I? Lu Jingyuan leaned back into the sofa, his fingers tapping twice on his knee. Combat class is different. That is a training environment. Coaches are familiar with students who have good foundations. You can perform normally there. But in regular classes and in front of classmates, hold back. Understood? Yes, father. Chang'an stood up. Father, I will go do my homework now. Go ahead. Chang'an walked to the door, his hand on the doorknob. He suddenly turned back. Father, about that track team the teacher mentioned, I will not join it. Lu Jingyuan looked at him. It would draw too much attention. Besides, my duty is to watch over your younger siblings. If I join the school team and train every day, I will not be able to keep an eye on them. Lu Jingyuan smiled. This eldest son, he had always been like this in his past life too. Always putting his family first. Very well. I will respond to Mr. Ma later. Chang'an nodded and left. The study fell quiet. Lu Jingyuan leaned back into the sofa and pressed his fingers against his temples. 11 children. Each possessed extraordinary abilities. In the ancient world, these were advantages. In the modern era, they had become risks that needed to be managed. Nian Qing's maturity. Cheng and strength. Nian Shuang's explosive power. Nian Yao's cunning. Cheng Yuan's agility. These qualities emerging one by one could attract attention with each occurrence. But he could not let fear of exposure paralyze him. He could not shroud his children in perpetual caution. He would have to proceed step by step, finding a reasonable outlet for each child. Nian Shuang would pursue sports. Nian Qing would follow academics. Cheng'an would take up combat sports. Cheng Yuan would play football. He would explain their extraordinary abilities through talent and training. Over time, no one would ask questions anymore. He stood up and stretched. He unlocked his phone and sent a message to his second brother. Cheng Zhe has discovered your people. Tell them to keep a greater distance. His second brother replied instantly with 3 characters. How far? At least 50 meters. My brood have overly sharp eyes. His second brother sent a facepalm emoji, then followed up with another message. Do not worry, I will adjust it tomorrow. By the way, fourth brother, are you free this weekend? We can take the kids out. My estate just finished renovating the lawn. It should be spacious enough for all 11 of them to run around. Lu Jingyuan read the message. The corners of his mouth curved upward. All right. I will come to your place this weekend. All right. I'll come to your place this weekend. Those words were fulfilled 3 days later. At 8 a.m. on Saturday morning, 3 cars departed from the villa. Lu Jingyuan drove the first car, Uncle Zhao drove the second MPV, and the driver sent by the eldest sister drove the third. The trunks were packed to the brim. Picnic mats, barbecue grills, ingredient boxes, soccer balls, badminton rackets, kites. And that extra-large snack bag belonging exclusively to Nianyu. The second brother's estate lay in the western suburbs of Haisheng. A 40-minute drive. It spanned considerable ground with manicured lawns in front and a small forest plus a man-made lake behind. Nian Shuang rushed out first. Wow, it's so big. Jingyuan followed close behind. The moment their feet touched the ground, they took off sprinting across the lawn. The last one to reach the lake is a puppy. Nian Shuang howled and chased after. Chengzhou rushed out as well. All 3 shot forward like wild rabbits, bursting from their burrows, vanishing into the greenery in a flash. Lu Jingyuan stepped out of the car and stretched. The sunlight was perfect. Not too hot, not too cold. The second brother emerged from the estate gates. He wore a black short-sleeved shirt with a toothpick dangling from his lips. You're here early. 11 alarms. Couldn't sleep in even if I wanted to. The second brother chuckled. He glanced toward the back. The MPV door swung open. Nian Qing helped Nian Qing down. Nian Yao supported Nianru. Cheng'an carried Chengwan. Nianyu hopped down on her own, clutching her snack bag. Nian Shui was the last to emerge, scanning the area with an expressionless face. Is everyone here? The second brother counted. Everyone's here. Chengwan wriggled free from Cheng'an's arms. Her little legs carried her to Lu Jingyuan, and she threw her arms around his leg. Daddy, are there rabbits here? Tang Tang said rabbits live on the grass. No rabbits here, but there's a big lawn. No rabbits. Chengwan's mouth trembled. But there's roasted meat. Instantly her expression brightened. All right then. The second brother watched the exchange and shook his head. Brother, for your parenting tactics, or something else. Lu Jingyuan smiled faintly, but said nothing. He bent down, hoisted Chengwan onto his shoulder. Let's go. To the backyard lawn. The group set off in a procession toward the heart of the estate. The lawn stretched wider than anticipated. Its emerald green expanse resembled a thick carpet. Lu Jingyuan and Uncle Zhao spread out the picnic blanket and set up the barbecue grill. Ingredients were arranged one by one. The children had already scattered. Jingyuan and Chengzhe played soccer. Nian Shuang chased after them, her speed leaving both brothers far behind. Nianyu sat on the picnic mat, already unwrapping snacks. Nian Xing pulled Chengwan across the grass to pick wildflowers. Nian Shui sat alone on a stone not far away. She gazed at the distant lake, appearing lost in thought. On the surface, she seemed dazed, but the corners of her mouth curved slightly upward. Lu Jingyuan tended to the chicken wings on the grill, watching these figures before him. Then he noticed one person, Nian Xing. His eldest daughter stood some meters away from the picnic mat. Nian Yao held her hand, pressing small wildflowers picked from the roadside into her hair. Sister, don't move. Let me finish. Nian Yao, that's enough. My hair is already full. Not yet. There's room for 2 more flowers here. Nian Qing gave a slight sigh, but she made no move to pull away. Nian Ro came running over, her hands cupping a bundle of purple wildflowers. Sister, I'll make you a flower crown too. Nian Qing looked at her 2 younger sisters. The 14-year-old girl stood in the sunlight, her hair adorned with an assortment of small flowers. A yellow flower on the left, a white one on the right. She smiled softly. Not the refined smile of a proper noble lady, but a carefree, leisurely smile that belonged to a young girl. Nian Yao cheered. Sister smiled. Quick, Nian Ro, make the crown while she's in such a good mood. Nian Qing smiled again at her sister's enthusiasm. This time it was broader. She knelt down willingly, letting Nian Ro reach her hair. Fine. Go ahead and make it. Lu Jingyuan watched from a distance. So absorbed, he forgot to turn the skewers on the grill. His eldest daughter. In his previous life, Nian Qing had never known such ease. At 14, she was already managing the accounts and household affairs of the entire estate. Even her smiles were calculated, weighed against whether they were appropriate for whoever might be watching. In her past life, she had lived too heavily burdened. But now, here on this grassy field, in the sunlight, she was simply a 14-year-old girl having flower crowns woven into her hair by her younger sisters. The meat was burning. Uncle Zhao coughed anxiously nearby. Young master, the wings are charred. Oh, Lu Jingyuan snapped back to attention, flipping them quickly. By noon, the aroma of roasted meat drifted across the lawn. 11 children gathered with Lu Jingyuan and Uncle Zhao around the picnic mat. Jingyuan stuffed half a chicken wing into his mouth. Dad, these taste better than last time. Last time Uncle Zhao did the cooking. Uncle Zhao adjusted his glasses, looking wronged. Meanwhile, Nian Yu had already devoured 3 skewers of lamb, 2 chicken wings, and a corn on the cob, and was still reaching for more. Chenza lay sprawled on the mat, chewing, his eyes fixed on the distant lake. Dad, are there fish in that lake? Yes. What kind, oi? Koi, your second uncle stocked. Can koi be eaten? They can, but your second uncle would beat you for asking. Chenza swallowed his next question. After the meal, everyone stretched out on the mats. The sun was warm. The air carried the scent of cut grass. Chengwan leaned against Lu Jingyuan. Barbecue sauce smudged on her tiny face. Her eyelids barely staying open. Daddy, I'm not sleepy. Mom, not sleepy. 10 seconds later, the little one slept deeply in his arms. Lu Jingyuan held Chengwan with one arm and sipped from a thermos with the other. Blew on it 3 times. Looking at the children sprawled across the lawn before him. Quiet for a moment. At 3 in the afternoon, the sun began its descent. The wind picked up. Lu Jingyuan rose to his feet, laid Chengwan on the mat, and draped a jacket over her. Let's pack up. Time to head back. The children emerged slowly from wherever they'd been hiding. Jingyuan carried a soccer ball. Cheng's pockets bulged with stones. Nianxing rubbed her eyes, likely just waking. Lu Jingyuan tallied them out of habit. Nianxing, Nianyao, Chengyan, Nianro, Qingyuan, Nianshui, Nianyu, Chengza, Nianxing, Chengwan. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10. He counted again. Still 10. Lu Jingyuan's brow furrowed. One was missing. He quickly swept his gaze across the children before him. Big and small boys and girls, each face passing before his eyes. Nian Shuang. The 6-year-old tomboy had vanished. Where's Nian Shuang? Nian Yao looked left and right. Shook her head. Qingyuan held up his soccer ball. I just saw her running over there. When was that? Qingyuan paused to think. About half an hour ago. Half an hour. Lu Jingyuan's gaze swept toward the heart of the estate. Past the edge of the lawn lay the small grove of trees. Beyond the trees, the man-made lake. His expression changed. Chengyan was the first to notice. Dad, I'll go look. Lu Jingyuan's voice dropped, calm and measured. Chengyan, take Qingyuan and search toward the woods. Nianqing, keep your siblings here. Nobody moves. Nianqing rose immediately. Don't worry, Dad. Lu Jingyuan handed his jacket to Uncle Zhao, striding toward the lake, his pace quickening with each step. He pulled out his phone and dialed his second brother. The line connected. Brother, Nian Shuang is missing. Are there any dangerous areas around the woods and lake behind your estate? The voice of second brother on the phone instantly tightened. There's a wild path through the woods behind the hill leading to a stream. The stones by the stream are slippery. The lakeside is fine. The fence has been repaired, and it's not deep. Lu Jingyuan's pace quickened. Where are you? I'm in the garage in front of the estate. Coming right now? I'll have some people circle around from the north to search. All right. He hung up. Lu Jingyuan had already reached the end of the lawn. Before him lay the entrance to the small woods. Several tall white poplars stood in a row, their undergrowth thick and tangled. He took a deep breath. Steady. This wasn't ancient times. No bandits, no wild beasts. Just a 6-year-old girl who had wandered off. Yet his heart still pounded wildly in his chest. Footsteps approached from behind. Chengyan and Qingyuan caught up. Father will go in from here, Chengyan said, his voice steady. Lu Jingyuan glanced at him. The 12-year-old boy's expression was calm, his breathing even. You two go together, take the right side. I'll take the left. Shout if you find her. Understood. Chengyan pulled Qingyuan along. They quickly turned into the path on the right side of the woods. Lu Jingyuan strode into the left forest trail. Beneath his feet were fallen leaves and gravel. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled shadows. Nian Shuang, he called out. No response. Nian Shuang, shout if you hear me. Still nothing. He quickened his steps. Branches scraped his shoulders, but he didn't notice. His phone rang again. It was one of second brother's men. Fourth master, two of us entered from the north. We're searching toward the lake. Watch the stream area. Lots of rocks. Check for footprints. Understood. Lu Jingyuan put the phone back in his pocket. He continued forward. His mind raced. This girl Ninshuang. She'd always been like this. Back in ancient times at 6, she dared to climb over the mansion wall. At 8, she caught a wild rabbit from the back mountain, trousers covered in mud. At 9, she scaled the tallest locust tree in the house, frightening the entire street. Now in the modern world, with her body reverted to 6 years old, her courage hadn't diminished one bit. Last time on the school playground, she climbed to the top of the jungle gym higher than the third-grade boys. When the teacher called her down, she was still giggling. A child like that wasn't the type to get lost. She must have seen something and followed it. Then lost track of time. Father! Chingyuan's voice came from the right. Not far away. Lu Jingyuan immediately walked toward the sound. He pushed through a thicket. Jingyuan stood beside a large rock, holding something in his hand. What is it? Jingyuan held it up. It was Ninshuang's hair tie, a pink elastic band, covered in mud. Found it under this rock. Jingyuan looked at the ground. There are footprints on the ground. Heading that way. He pointed deeper into the woods. Farther in. Lu Jingyuan glanced at the small footprints. They were indeed a child's size. She went toward the back mountain. Jingyuan muttered beside him. Did Sixth Sister see some animal and follow it? She's done that before. Jingyuan nodded. Sixth Sister has always been bold. She definitely saw something interesting and chased after it. She won't get lost, but she might have forgotten the time. Lu Jingyuan grunted in acknowledgement. His judgment matched Jingyuan's. But judgment was judgment. Every second the child wasn't in sight, his worry grew heavier. Let's go. Keep moving forward. The three of them continued deeper along the direction of the footprints. The woods grew denser. The light dimmed. The path underfoot turned into a wild trail of gravel and mud. They walked for about 5 minutes. A faint sound of flowing water came from ahead. The stream second brother had mentioned. Lu Jingyuan quickened his pace. His phone buzzed. Second brother's man. Fourth master. Found her. Lu Jingyuan's step paused for a moment. Where? By the stream behind the hill. The little girl is fine, perfectly fine. She's just squatting there and won't leave. Lu Jingyuan let out a long breath. His heart settled back down from his throat. Don't move her. I'm on my way. He hung up, glanced at Jingyuan. Found her. By the stream. Jingyuan's shoulders visibly relaxed. Jingyuan let out a whoop beside him. Knew Sixth Sister would be fine. She's got a tough fate. Lu Jingyuan reached out and lightly smacked the back of Jingyuan's head. Not hard. What kind of talk is that? The three hurried through the last stretch of woods. The view suddenly opened up. A narrow stream flowed through the crevices of rocks. The water was shallow and crystal clear. Beside a flat rock by the stream, Ninshuang was crouching there. The 6-year-old girl had her back to them. The sleeves of her school uniform jacket were rolled up to her shoulders. Her hair was mostly loose, tangled with leaves and mud. Something lay on the ground in front of her. Two of second brother's men stood a dozen meters away. They hadn't approached. One of them nodded at Lu Jingyuan. Lu Jingyuan strode over. Ninshuang. The little girl turned around. Her face was smeared with mud, and there was a shallow scratch on her temple. Probably from a branch. But her expression showed no fear at all. Nor did she seem to think she had done anything wrong. Instead, she was excited. Dad, you're just in time. Come look. Lu Jingyuan walked up to her side. Look down. Beside the rock where Ninshuang had been, a tiny figure was curled up. A little dog. With dirty yellow fur so thin its ribs showed. On its hind leg was a wound. Not deep, but still oozing blood. Ninshuang's handkerchief was already wrapped around the dog's wound. The pink handkerchief was mostly soaked through with blood. The dog lifted its head, looking at Ninshuang with wet eyes. Its tail wagged faintly twice. Lu Jingyuan watched the scene. Anger flared up in his heart, then was suppressed by another emotion. Lu Ninshuang. His voice turned stern. Ninshuang finally sensed something. Looked up at him. Blinked. Dad, are you angry? What do you think? Ninshuang tilted her head for a second, then pointed at the dog and said one thing. Dad, its leg is broken. If I don't help it, it will die. Father, its leg is broken. If I don't help it, it will die. Ninshuang's tone was righteous. The 6-year-old girl crouched by the stream, her hands stained with mud and blood. But her eyes were startlingly bright. Lu Jingyuan looked at her. He took a deep breath. Then another. He held himself back. He crouched down, meeting Ninshuang's gaze. When did you come over? Ninshuang counted on her fingers. After I finished eating the grilled meat. I saw something moving by the edge of the woods. Limping. So I followed it. How long did you follow? I don't know. Ninshuang shook her head honestly. But it was quite far. It couldn't run fast, so I kept following behind. Later it stopped here. So I crouched down to help it bandage. Lu Jingyuan's brow was so furrowed it could crush a mosquito. Did you tell anyone before you left? Ninshuang blinked, then shook her head. Very frankly. Lu Jingyuan almost lost his composure. Lu Ninshuang. His voice was very low. Ninshuang finally sensed a hint of danger. but her little chin was still stubbornly raised. Father, I know what you're going to say, but I ran out without saying a word because there was no time. That puppy was bleeding, and I was afraid if I ran back to tell you, and then came back it would be dead. Lu Jingyuan looked at her. The logic of this girl. Flawless. But that wasn't the issue. Nian Shuang, how old are you this year? 6. 6. Running alone into a forest you've never been in. Without telling anyone. Walking for half an hour. Nian Shuang pressed her lips together. Do you know how long your father and siblings have been looking for you? Nian Shuang lowered her head. Lu Jingyuan didn't continue. He knew this child responded better to softness than force. Scolding her wouldn't work. He reached out and gently wiped the mud from the scratch on Nian Shuang's forehead. Does it hurt? Nian Shuang shook her head. It doesn't hurt. Just a scrape. Let me see your hands. Nian Shuang obediently extended both hands. There was a small cut on her little finger. Probably from a rock. Lu Jingyuan held her hand. Gently squeezed it. Nian Shuang. You saved a puppy. Father doesn't blame you for that. Nian Shuang looked up. But you can't run off without saying a word. Lu Jingyuan's tone softened, but it was serious. You were gone for half an hour, and no one knew where you were. What if you fell? What if you fell into the stream? Who would come find you? Nian Shuang opened her mouth. No words came out. Lu Jingyuan looked at her. Waiting. After several seconds, Nian Shuang lowered her head. Her voice was muffled. I'm sorry, father. Next time I'll tell someone first. Lu Jingyuan smiled. He reached out and smoothed her messy hair. Just remember that. Nian Shuang immediately lifted her head. Her temper faded faster than his. Her eyes lit up again. Father, look at it. She pointed to the puppy beside her. The little tin dog was still curled up near the rocks. A pink handkerchief was wrapped around its hind leg. It tilted its head looking at Lu Jingyuan with wet black bean-like eyes. Pitifully thin, covered in mud. But it didn't look like it had been straying for long. Lu Jingyuan crouched down to examine the wound carefully. Not too deep. Probably cut by something sharp. The bandage was crude, but it had stopped the bleeding. Did you tie this handkerchief? Nian Shuang puffed out her little chest. Of course I did. I also bandaged injured horses in ancient times. Lu Jingyuan was caught between laughter and tears. Chengyan and Chengyuan walked over at that moment. Chengyuan's eyes went wide at the sight of the puppy. Wow. A puppy. Sixth sister, where did you get it? I didn't get it. It was here by itself. Injured. Jingyuan crouched down and leaned in. The puppy's tail wagged twice. So small. Looks like a mutt. Nian Shuang's face instantly turned cold. What do you mean by mutt? It's a dog. It's alive just like you. If it's injured it needs help. Jingyuan shrank back. Alright, sixth sister, don't glare at me. I was just saying it offhand. Chengyan stood nearby, glanced at the puppy's wound. Father, the wound isn't deep. A little disinfection and bandaging and it should be fine. Lu Jingyuan nodded. He stood up, looking at Nian Shuang. The 6-year-old girl crouched beside the puppy, one hand gently stroking its head. Her movements were surprisingly gentle. This was Nian Shuang, the most tomboyish of the 11 children, climbing high roughhousing, never knowing what gentleness meant. But at this moment, she crouched there carefully soothing an injured stray dog. Her technique was 100 times more meticulous than tending to her own wounds. Lu Jingyuan's heart softened. This girl, rougher than anyone, but the softness at her core was buried deeper than even Nian Shui's. Alright, let's get it out first. Back to the manor, find a clean place to treat the wound. Nian Shuang shot up, her eyes shining. Father, does that mean we can keep it? Let's treat the wound first. Don't get ahead of yourself. Nian Shuang didn't listen. She bent down and carefully lifted the puppy. The puppy whimpered softly, but didn't struggle. Instead it leaned its head against Nian Shuang's arm. See, it's not afraid of me. Nian Shuang looked up smiling. Lu Jingyuan watched the scene. Let it be. The group headed back. Jingyuan hopped along beside them. Sixth sister, have you named it yet? Not yet. How about Dawang? It's yellow. Nian Shuang shot him a disdainful look. Dawang. That's such an ugly name. Then what would you call it? Nian Shuang looked down at the puppy in her arms. She thought for a moment. Call it Aho. Jingyuan nearly choked with laughter. It's so tiny, and you call it Aho. Isn't that a name for a big build like Dawang? So what if it's small? Can't something small be called Aho? Jingyuan is tiny, but doesn't she always say she wants to protect father? Jingyuan opened his mouth. He couldn't argue. When they reached the lawn of the manor, all the other children gathered around. Nian Yu was the first to spot the puppy. Wow. So pitiful. It's injured. Nian Xing also crowded in. Her little eyes were red, probably from crying earlier. But as soon as she saw the puppy, her attention shifted. So tiny, so tiny. Big sister, where did you find it? Nian Shuang briefly recounted the story. Chengyuan peeked out from behind Nian Xing, looking up at the puppy. Father, this one is bigger than Tong Tong's hamster. This is a dog. Chengyuan knows. Chengyuan's expression was very serious. But it's smaller than Chengyuan, so Chengyuan is the big brother. The whole family laughed. Second brother had come over at some point. He glanced at the puppy in Nian Shuang's arms, then at Nian Shuang's mud-smeared face. Lao, see, this daughter of yours is too bold, venturing alone into such a distant forest. Lu Jingyuan looked at him. Who does she take after? Second brother paused, then grunted. Me. Lu Jingyuan ignored him. Let Uncle Zhao get the first aid kit from the car. They cleaned the puppy's wound briefly. Disinfected, wrapped it with fresh bandages. The puppy was very cooperative. Its black eyes never left Nian Shuang. Nian Shuang crouched beside it the whole time watching, more focused than anyone. After it was done, Lu Jingyuan stood up to wash his hands. Nian Shuang stood before him holding the puppy. The 6-year-old tomboy never asked for anything, never threw a tantrum, never yielded. In ancient times, even when she broke her arm, she didn't cry. But now she looked up at Lu Jingyuan. In those usually stubborn eyes, for the first time, there was a different expression. Not a plea. It was a serious request. For the first time since she was 6, she spoke to him in that tone. Father, can we take it home? Papa, can we take it home? Nian Shuang looked up at him. The 6-year-old girl never begged anyone, never acted coquettishly. She never yielded. Yet in that moment, her stubborn eyes revealed a cautious, fragile hope. Lu Jingyuan looked at the skinny little dog clutched in her arms. He also noticed the dirt smudged on Nian Shuang's face and the shallow scrape on her forehead. Even in ancient times, this girl had once kept vigil over a wounded horse in the stables for an entire night. She possessed an innate compassion for animals. Let's take it home first. Lu Jingyuan spoke up. Find a veterinarian to check the injury. We'll see if it can be raised. Nian Shuang's eyes instantly lit up. Thank you, Papa. Clutching the dog to her chest, she turned and sprinted back. Take it easy. There are lots of stones on the path. Nian Shuang slowed her pace slightly, but the thrill she felt was impossible to suppress. Back on the lawn, they gathered their things and got into the car. Nian Shuang spent the entire ride in the back seat, cradling the little dog. Jingyuan lay beside her watching the whole way. Sixth sister, it's asleep. Shoo, don't wake it. Nian Shuang's voice was as soft as if she were lulling a baby to sleep. Jingyuan stared at his usually loudest sister in utter disbelief. His mouth opened and closed, but wisely he kept quiet. They arrived back at the villa just before 6. Lu Jingyuan had Uncle Zhao contact the veterinary hospital, and a doctor would be making a house call in half an hour. Nian Shuang sat on the living room sofa holding the puppy, motionless, like a little statue. Nian Yu crept over and crouched beside her. Sixth sister, is it hungry? Should we give it something to eat? It's injured. It shouldn't eat anything randomly. Wait for the doctor, Nian Shuang replied. It's so thin. You can see its ribs. Nian Yu's voice was thick with pity. Jingyuan climbed down from Lu Jingyuan's lap, tiptoed over, and peered at the dog. Sixth sister, what's its name? Ahu. Jingyuan tilted his little head, studying the scrawny puppy. He thought about it seriously. It doesn't look like a tiger. It looks like a bug. Nian Shuang glared at him. You were 4 when you swore you'd protect Papa. A name is a hope, understand? Jingyuan was floored for a moment, then nodded vigorously. Understood. Then it'll grow up to be a real tiger someday. That's right. Just then the veterinarian arrived. A woman in her early 30s with round glasses, efficient and brisk. After the examination, she informed Lu Jingyuan that the hind leg had a minor fracture, not serious. She splinted and stabilized it. The only other issues were malnutrition and external parasites. She administered an injection and prescribed some medication. With 2 or 3 weeks of care, it should recover fully. Puppies at this age heal quickly. Nian Shuang had stood beside her the entire time. Her eyes never blinked, fixed intently on the procedure. After the vet left, Uncle Zhao went out and returned with a complete set of supplies. Dog food, a water bowl, a cushion, and a dog bed. Nian Shuang arranged everything one by one in the empty room next to the first floor storage area. Her movements were painstakingly careful, far beyond what you'd expect from a 6-year-old. The puppy curled up inside its new bed. It lifted its head to look at her. Its tail gave 2 slow, tentative wags. Nian Shuang crouched beside it, extending a hand to gently stroke its head. You're part of our family now. Don't be afraid. Lu Jingyuan stood at the doorway watching for a while. This girl, normally she was like a little firecracker, ready to explode at the slightest spark. But now she was crouched beside a stray dog so tender it was unrecognizable. Before dinner, the living room erupted. Papa, I want a pet too. Jingyuan shouted first. I want a cat. An orange one. Round and fluffy. Papa, I want a rabbit, Nian Xing whispered softly. A white one. Super soft. I want a hamster. Cheng Zhe jumped up, raising his hand high. I want to study why they can run in their wheels all day without stopping. Nian Yu also chimed in. Papa, I want a duckling. A fluffy yellow one. Nian Yu, do you want to raise it or eat it? Jingyuan chuckled slyly. Lu Jingyuan, say another word and see what happens. Nian Shuang warned. Lu Jingyuan sat on the sofa, gazing at the chorus of bickering children before him. His head felt as heavy as a cauldron. Everyone quiet. Silence fell instantly. Raising a pet is a responsibility. Right now you can't even keep your own socks in order. Jingyuan immediately shot his hand up. I can. I'll meet with them. You wore your socks inside out this morning, Nian Xing stated calmly from the side. Jingyuan shrank his hand back. Lu Jingyuan thought for a moment. Here's what we'll do. Let's see if Nian Shuang can properly care for this dog first. If she can maintain it for a month, feeding and changing medicine on schedule without reminders, then we'll consider the rest of you. A month. Jingyuan wailed. Too long. 2 months. Jingyuan clammed up immediately, not daring to make a peep. Nian Shui rolled her eyes from the corner. Such a noisy bunch. Lu Jingyuan glanced at her. Don't you want one? Nian Shui kept a poker face. No. She paused. But if that dog wanders into the living room occasionally, I suppose I could tolerate it. The whole family turned to look at her. The tips of Nian Shui's ears flushed red. She stood up and walked away. So stubbornly proud. The next day, Sunday afternoon, Song Wanqing's car pulled up to the villa entrance. She visited at least twice a week. As she stepped inside, Nian Shuang happened to emerge from a room, carrying the puppy. It had been bathed, and its fur looked a bit brighter than the day before. Still thin, but considerably more spirited. Song Wanqing stood by the entrance hall, looking at the dog, then at the deeply satisfied smile on Nian Shuang's face, and then at the circle of children surrounding them. She turned to Lu Jingyuan. Where did this come from too? Nian Shuang found it yesterday behind second brother's estate. It was injured, so we brought it home to nurse it back. Song Wanqing's lips pursed slightly. She walked over and bent down to inspect the puppy. The dog tilted its head. It regarded her with big, glossy black eyes. Its tail gave a couple of wags. What's it called? Jingyuan piped up from the side. Grandma, it's called Xiao Lu. Because Sixth sister found it. Who told you to call it that? Nian Shuang glared at him. It's called a who. Easily everyone at home already calls it Xiao Lu. That's just your nonsense naming. Song Wanqing straightened up. She gazed at the whole house filled with people in chaotic disarray. She let out a sigh. First 11 children. Now a dog. Next, are you going to move the zoo back here too? But as soon as she said it, she had already pulled out her phone. Click. She snapped a photo of the puppy. Grandma, why are you taking a picture of it? Nian Shuang was bewildered. Sending it to your grandfather. Let him know what kind of situation my old Lu family is in now. Song Wanqing tucked her phone back into her bag. Without missing a beat, she headed to the living room. After a chaotic dinner, the children dispersed to their respective rooms. After checking on Cheng Wan's room, Lu Jingyuan passed by Nian Yao's door. It was slightly ajar. Nian Yao sat on her bed scrolling through her phone. The lights were off, only the glow of the phone screen illuminating her face. Her expression was off. Not her usual mischievous quirky self. Lu Jingyuan was about to push the door open when Nian Xing's voice came from inside. What's wrong? Who messaged you? Nian Yao flipped her phone face down. She looked up at her eldest sister. Eldest sister if someone is threatened and grows afraid. Does that count as losing? Sister if someone is threatened and lives in fear, does that count as losing? Nian Xing's footsteps halted. She had only been passing by Nian Yao's room, noticed the light was off, and decided to peek in. She hadn't expected to overhear that remark. Who threatened you? Nian Yao's fingers traced lazy circles on the quilt. The corners of her mouth twitched faintly. It's not me. It's my friend. Nian Xing sat down on the edge of the bed. Spell it out. Nian Yao fell silent for a few seconds. She shook her head. Sister, I want to tell father. I'll talk to him tomorrow. It's too late now. Nian Xing looked at her. Her 13-year-old second sister was always bright-eyed and cheerful, sharp-tongued and quick-witted. In her past life, she could navigate the scheming concubines in the inner quarters with a smile. But this expression right now, it was all wrong. All right, tell father tomorrow. But sleep tonight, don't overthink it. Nian Yao murmured in acknowledgement. She pulled herself into the blanket. Nian Xing tucked the edges neatly around her. She closed the door and stepped out. Lu Jingyuan was still standing in the corridor. Nian Xing glanced at him. He raised a hand, gesturing for her to return to her room first. He made no move to enter either. Some matters needed time for a child to process on her own. If she sought him out proactively tomorrow, it meant this was weighing heavily on her mind. He returned to his study. He opened his phone and scrolled through the school's parent-teacher group chat. Nothing unusual. He then checked the recent chat history in Nian Yao's class group. Everything appeared perfectly normal. But his instinct told him otherwise. This girl never brought troubles home. She would never ask for help if she could handle things on her own. That she had voluntarily said she wanted to talk to father today meant the matter had already surpassed what she could manage by herself. The next day, Monday, Nian Yao woke up as usual, had breakfast, put on her school uniform, greeted her younger siblings with a smile. Everything looked perfectly normal. But Lu Jingyuan noticed a faint shadow of exhaustion beneath her eyes. She hadn't slept well. He did not press the issue. He waited. At school. Xingqian Academy. Class 5, Grade 7. During the break after the second period in the morning, Nian Yao walked out of the classroom toward the water dispenser at the far end of the corridor. As she passed a group of students, someone called out to her. Nian Yao. It was Lin Xiaoman. Nian Yao turned and smiled. Xiaoman, want to get water together? Lin Xiaoman stood among a cluster of girls. Her lips moved slightly as though she wanted to say something. But someone beside her gave her a nudge. Lin Xiaoman lowered her head. I'll go later. Nian Yao's steps faltered for an instant. She glanced at the expressions of the girls nearby. Averted eyes. Bodies subtly turned away, as though avoiding something. Nian Yao did not press further. She offered a smile and went to get water on her own. Back in the classroom, Zhao Yutong was leaning against her desk looking deeply conflicted. Nian Yao, there's something I have to tell you. Go ahead. Zhao Yutong glanced left and right. She lowered her voice. That scumbag Lu Yang. He blocked the school gate after school last Friday and told a bunch of people to stay away from you. He said anyone who hangs out with you will regret it because his father will make sure your families suffer. Nian Yao's fingers gripping the water bottle tightened slightly. Lu Yang. From class 3, grade 7. Last week, he had verbally accosted her in the hallway in front of a crowd, accusing her of using her family's wealth to build cliques everywhere she went. Nian Yao hadn't wasted words on him at the time. She had simply smiled and retorted, "Are you so unused to being heard at home that you come to school to seek attention?" One sentence had left Lu Yang, choking, his face turning purple. The onlookers had all laughed. She had assumed the matter was over. She never expected him to drag his father into it. What does his father do? Nian Yao asked. Zhao Yutong thought for a moment. Something in real estate, I think. A pretty big company. I heard him boasting that his father knows a lot of influential people. Nian Yao's fingers tapped lightly against the cup wall twice. Who exactly did he tell this to? Zhou Xiaoyu's group. Haisheng City. Lin Xiaoman. A few boys from the class next door. Zhao Yutong counted them off on her fingers. He said it publicly in front of about 10 people when school let out on Friday. His exact words were, "Whoever gets too close to Lu Nian Yao can consider their family's business finished. One phone call from my dad, and you're done." Nian Yao's eyes narrowed slightly. So that's why Lin Xiaoman won't talk to me today. Zhao Yutong nodded. Xiaoman didn't mean to. Her mother runs a small business. She's scared. Nian Yao did not feel anger. She leaned back in her chair. In her past life, she had seen such tactics countless times. When they cannot reach your weak point, they strike at the ones around you. To force you into isolation. But back then she had the entire resources of the Lu family's inner quarters at her disposal. What about now? She was merely a 13-year-old middle school student. Noon. The cafeteria. Nian Yao carried her tray searching for a seat. The table where she usually sat with friends had only Zhao Yutong sitting alone. The others had scattered to different tables. Seeing her approach with her tray, some lowered their heads. Others pretended to be absorbed in their phones. Nian Yao's steps did not waver. She walked over and sat down opposite Zhao Yutong. Just us two. Zhao Yutong's face carried both apology and frustration. Nian Yao, it's not that they don't want to sit with you. They're genuinely afraid. Lu Yang's words are poisonous and his father is in business. Everyone here comes from ordinary families. They dare not offend him. Nian Yao smiled faintly. I know. I don't blame them. She bowed her head and began eating. Her movements were exactly as before, elegant and composed. But Zhao Yutong noticed that today she was eating unusually slowly. Her chopsticks picked at the food several times without actually bringing anything to her mouth. In the afternoon, the final period, Nian Yao sat at her desk. Her pen drew idle circles on the paper. A note was passed down from the front row. She unfolded it. It bore a single line of writing. Nian Yao, I'm sorry. My mom says I should stay away from you for now. I don't want to either. It was Zhou Xiaoyu's handwriting. Nian Yao folded the note carefully and tucked it into her pencil case. She raised her head, gazing at the sky beyond the window. She was not angry. She felt sorrow for those girls. In her past life, she had witnessed such things before. A single word from the powerful, and others would retreat 3 paces in fear. It was not that those people were heartless. It was that they were powerless to resist. But on what grounds? By what right could some trifling clown utter a few harsh words and reduce her friends to such terror? School was over. The family van was waiting at the school gate. Nian Yao climbed into the back seat. She did not chatter animatedly with her younger siblings as she usually did. Nian Qing sat in the front and glanced at her through the rearview mirror. Back at the villa, the other children scattered in every direction. Some went to play with the youngest. Others retreated to their rooms for homework. Jingyuan and Zhe quarreled over the remote control in the living room. Nian Yao entered from the doorway. No smile. No fuss. She changed into her slippers and went straight upstairs. She stopped at the study door. It was open. Lu Jingyuan sat inside, a thermos cup in his hand, as though he had been waiting for her. Nian Yao walked in, closed the door behind her. She stood before the desk, a 13-year-old girl, normally mischievous and quick-witted beyond her years. Her tongue sharper than anyone else's. But at this moment her expression was one Lu Jingyuan had never seen before. Not grievance. Not anger. A heavy sinking sense of guilt. She spoke. Her voice was quiet, but every word was clear. Father, someone is bullying my friends. Because of me. Dad, someone is bullying my friend. Because of me. Nian Yao's voice was steady, but Lu Jingyuan could tell it was deliberately steady. He set down the thermos. He didn't rush to speak. He simply looked at his 13-year-old daughter standing before him. Nian Yao stood in front of the desk, her back straight. As if reporting on affairs in the inner courtyard of an ancient palace, she laid out the matter clearly. Lu Yang. Class 3, grade 7. After school he blocked the gate and threatened her friends, saying that anyone who got too close to her would have their family's business ruined by a single phone call from his father. Lin Xiaoman didn't dare talk to her anymore. Zhou Xiaoyu wrote an apology note. In the cafeteria, only Zhao Yutong sat with her. She finished. Nian Yao looked up at him. Dad, I'm not afraid of him. I feel sorry for those girls. They did nothing wrong, yet they're scared out of their wits by a clown just because they're close to me. Lu Jingyuan leaned back in his chair. He tapped his fingers on the armrest twice. You didn't go talk to that Lu Yang. Nian Yao shook her head. I thought about it. But this time is different. Last time with Qian Haoyu it was just talk, and I could handle it with words. Lu Yang brought his family into it. His father is in real estate. I can't handle it alone. Lu Jingyuan hummed in acknowledgement. This girl, she knew when to act on her own and when to ask for help. More mature than last time. Lu Yang's surname is Lu. Do you know his father's name? Nian Yao thought for a moment. Zhao Yutong said it's Lu Jiangwo. In real estate. A pretty big company. Lu Jingyuan nodded. All right, I'll handle this. Go to school as usual tomorrow, act normal. Don't worry about those who are avoiding you. And don't go looking for Lu Yang. Nian Yao looked at him, hesitated for a moment. Dad, you're not going to go argue with him at school, are you? That would be so embarrassing for me. Lu Jingyuan smiled. When have you ever seen your dad argue with anyone? Nian Yao thought about it. True, she hadn't. Her father either did nothing or struck decisively. He never wasted words on bickering. Go to sleep. Within 3 days this will be over. Nian Yao nodded. She turned and walked to the door, then looked back. Dad, thank you. Don't mention it. Go on. The door closed. Lu Jingyuan sat in the study. The smile on his face slowly faded. He took out his phone. First he sent a message to third brother. Third brother, look into someone for me. Lu Jiangwo. Real estate in Haisheng. His son is Lu Yang, class 3, grade 7, Xinchen Academy. Third brother replied instantly. What's wrong now? His son threatened Nian Yao's friends at school. Dragged his parents into it. Said anyone who gets too close to Nian Yao will have their family's business ruined. Third brother was silent for 3 seconds. Then he sent 3 messages in a row. Damn, what the hell? I'll have the results by tomorrow. Lu Jingyuan then scrolled to big brother's number. He thought about it, but didn't call. He'd wait for third brother's info first. The next afternoon, third brother called. Got it. Lu Jiangwo, owner of Haisheng Zhongqing Real Estate. Not a giant upper middle in the real estate circle. Cooperates with government projects in a few districts. But he's currently bidding on a commercial complex project in a new urban area. Bidding. Against whom? 3 parties. One is a local veteran developer. One is from out of town. The third is him. Lu Jingyuan hummed. What does that complex project need? Third brother chuckled. A knowing chuckle. Needs smooth bank loan approval, environmental assessment clearance, and letters of intent from key suppliers. If any link fails, the bid won't be won. Lu Jingyuan leaned back in his chair. He rubbed his chin twice with his fingers. In ancient times, he used to stroke his beard. No beard now, but the habit remained. Third brother sent an official letter from the law firm to Xinchen Academy. State that a minor member of the Lu family was subjected to indirect bullying through commercial threats from a classmate's parent and request the school to handle it according to the regulations. Cite relevant clauses of the Minor Protection Act. Professional wording, restrained attitude. All right, I'll send it this afternoon. Second thing, I don't want to talk to big brother directly. Just mention it to him. Say that if Lu Jiangwo's complex project needs any supplier cooperation within the Lu system, have them postpone it temporarily. Not a refusal. Say the schedule is tight, push it back 2 weeks. Third brother paused for a second, then burst out laughing. Fourth brother, that's a dirty trick. No broken bones, but it's a pain in the neck. If he's smart, he'll get the message. Smart people don't need a second lesson. All right, I'll talk to big brother. He hung up. Lu Jingyuan put his phone on the table, picked up the thermos, blew on it 3 times. Took a small sip. No rush. Let the bullet fly for a while. The next day, Xinchen Academy received the official letter from the Lu family legal team. The school reacted quickly. That afternoon, they called Lu Yang to the disciplinary office. On the 3rd day, Lu Jingyuan's phone rang. An unfamiliar number. He answered. Hello, is this Mr. Lu? I'm Lu Jiangwo, Lu Yang's father. His tone was noticeably ingratiating. Mr. Lu, this is my failure in discipline. The kid was talking nonsense at school. I gave him a harsh lesson when he got home. Rest assured this will never happen again. Lu Jingyuan leaned back in his chair. His voice was calm. President Lu, matters between children shouldn't involve adults. But when your son used his father's name to threaten my daughter's friends, the nature changed. There was 2 seconds of silence on the other end. Yes, my fault. I've already made him apologize to the classmates in person. Mr. Lu, please be magnanimous. Lu Jingyuan didn't say much more. All right, just teach him well. Absolutely. He hung up. Lu Jingyuan tossed the phone onto the table. Resolved. That evening, Nian Yao's expression was completely different when she came back from school. Her eyes were bright. The corners of her mouth were lifted. She swung her backpack into the living room. Dad. Moi. Nian Yao ran up to him. Her eyes curved into crescent moons. Lu Yang apologized in front of the whole class today. He said he was wrong. Then at lunch, Lin Xiaoman and the others came back to sit with me. Zhou Xiaoyu even brought me strawberries. Lu Jingyuan smiled. So, Nian Yao nodded vigorously. So my dad is the best. Sheng Yuan poked his head out from the kitchen. What's the best? Mind your own business. Nian Yao made a face at him. Dinner time. The whole family sat together. Nian Yao talked 3 times more than usual. Jingyuan complained she was too noisy. Cheng Zhe raised his chopsticks and asked why was he apologizing, but was silenced by Nian Yao's glare. Lu Jingyuan picked a dish and put it into Nian Yu's bowl. He glanced up at the lively table before him. The corners of his mouth curved slightly. Such a small fry. Not even worthy of a single finger of his. But he had messed with his cub. After dinner, Nian Xing stopped him in the hallway. Dad, Nian Ro's art teacher sent a message in the parent group today. She wants to talk to you alone. Lu Jingyuan was taken aback. Nian Ro, did something happen at school? Nian Xing shook her head. Not trouble. It's about her painting. The teacher was very impressed. She said she wants to discuss it with you in person. It's not that something went wrong. It seems her paintings have amazed the teacher who wishes to discuss them with you in person. After saying this, Nian Xing went about checking the wards. Lu Jingyuan stood in the corridor and thought for a moment. Nian Ro, the quietest among his 11 children, one who never competed or vied for anything, never cried or threw tantrums. Every day, she would quietly go to school and quietly return to do her homework, then sit on the balcony and paint. Sometimes she would paint for 2 hours at a stretch. She was so absorbed in her art that one had to call her 3 times before meals. In her past life, her meticulous gongbi bird and flower paintings already displayed the grace of a master. At 14, a painting of peonies she had created was acquired by the local prefect and hung prominently in his study. Now her body had reverted to that of an 11-year-old, but the skill and aesthetic sense were carved into her very bones. He pulled out his phone and checked the school parent messaging group. Nian Ro's art teacher was surnamed Sun. The message was brief. Mr. Lu, if convenient, I would like to discuss Nian Ro's paintings with you in person. Please let me know what time works for you. Lu Jingyuan replied with a message. Tomorrow at 3 in the afternoon would work. The following day at 3 o'clock in the afternoon at the art classroom of Haisheng Academy. When Lu Jingyuan pushed open the door and entered, teacher Sun was already waiting beside an easel, a woman in her 40s with short hair. Traces of pigment lingered in her fingernails, a clear sign of someone devoted to art. Mr. Lu, you've arrived. Please do be seated. Teacher Sun's expression showed obvious excitement. There was a gleam of discovery in her eyes as though she had uncovered a treasure. Lu Jingyuan settled into a chair and glanced around. The classroom walls were adorned with various student artworks. Watercolors, sketches, oil paintings. Everything from the amateurish to the competent. Teacher Sun, has Nian Ro caused any trouble at school? No, not at all. Teacher Sun waved her hands repeatedly. This child Nian Ro is extraordinarily well behaved. She never speaks during class, sitting quietly in the corner and working on her own paintings. As she spoke, she walked to a cabinet at the back of the classroom, pulled open a drawer, and brought out a stack of drawing paper. Mr. Lu, I have been teaching art for 15 years. I have taught over 1,000 children from elementary to middle school. But when I first saw Nian Ro's paintings, I must confess I thought they had been done by an adult. She spread the drawings on the table. Lu Jingyuan looked down. The first was a landscape painting. Distant mountains shrouded in misty blue, nearby waters rippling gently. The pine branches were rendered with remarkably masterful brushwork. The ink tones displayed distinct layers of depth and darkness, while the blank spaces radiated an ethereal, spacious quality. This was no ordinary sketch from a modern art class. This was genuine Chinese painting bearing the composition and spirit of Song Dynasty Academy-style works. The second drawing depicted a figure, a woman dressed in ancient attire. She sat by a window embroidering. Her face lacked defined features, yet the way she lowered her head, the lines of her flowing sleeves, it carried an ineffable charm. The third piece was a bird in flower composition. 2 small birds perched on a branch with 3 or 5 plum blossoms in bloom. The brushwork was precise and delicate, clearly the hand of someone who had practiced for decades. Lu Jingyuan studied these paintings, and his heart stirred slightly. He recognized the embroidering woman in the second piece. She was Nian Ro's biological mother. His third concubine, a gentle and quiet woman who had passed away from illness when Nian Ro was 8 years old. Mr. Lu, teacher Sun's voice pulled him back to the present. Lu Jingyuan withdrew his gaze. Yes, please speak, teacher Sun. Teacher Sun took a deep breath as if gathering her thoughts. Mr. Lu, I do not know who taught Nian Ro to paint. But her brushwork composition and understanding of ink tones are far beyond what one would expect from an 11-year-old child. Last week I assigned a free creation exercise. The other children painted scenes from their daily lives, but Nian Ro submitted these instead. She pointed to the landscape painting. This piece employs the Sanfeng Cun brush technique. The proportion and placement of the blank spaces are meticulously calculated. During my graduate studies, I specialized in Song Dynasty landscapes. The artistic conception in Nian Ro's painting is more mature than the graduation works of many undergraduate students at art academies whom I have encountered. Lu Jingyuan leaned back in his chair. His expression remained unchanged. She has been studying with an elderly gentleman at home since she was young. She has studied for several years. Teacher Sun nodded. I suspected as much. It is certain she studied under a renowned master. But Mr. Liu, even with instruction from a famous teacher, I have truly never seen an 11-year-old capable of such work. She paused for a moment. May I ask whether Nian paints often at home? Every day. She paints as soon as she finishes her homework. Sometimes she paints until 9 or 10 at night. Teacher Sun's eyes brightened further. That explains it. This child truly loves painting. It is not forced upon her. She carefully gathered the stack of drawings. She turned to face Lu Jingyuan. Mr. Liu, I have an idea and would like to seek your opinion. Please speak. Next month the city will hold a youth art exhibition. It is co-organized by the Education Bureau and the Artist Association, open to children under 12 years old citywide. Each school has 3 recommendation slots. Teacher Sun's speaking pace quickened. I wish to recommend Nian to participate. Her paintings more than qualify. No, they exceed the requirements. If she exhibits, I am quite confident she can win an award. Lu Jingyuan did not respond immediately. Does Nian know about this herself? Teacher Sun shook her head. Not yet. I wish to consult with you first. After all, participating in the exhibition would require preparing new works, which might take up some of her after-school time. Lu Jingyuan pondered for a moment. Nian had always been uncompetitive in her past life, but regarding painting, she possessed a near-obsessive passion. Let her participate in the exhibition, showcase her talent in a public setting. This aligned perfectly with his eldest brother's advice of helping the child find her place in society. Moreover, Nian differed from Nian Shuang and Cheng'en. Her talent did not need to be hidden. In painting, the better one is the better. It was not something people would find frightening about a child. At most, people would simply say she is gifted. Very well. Lu Jingyuan nodded. I will go back and ask for her opinion. If she is willing, she can participate. Teacher Sun was so delighted, she nearly clapped her hands on the table. Wonderful. Rest assured, Mr. Liu, I will guide the preparation of her works. Nian's foundation is solid. She does not need much additional training. Only the theme selection and canvas size need adjustment. Lu Jingyuan stood up. He shook hands with Teacher Sun. Thank you for your trouble. Not at all, not at all. It is Nian who has given me a pleasant surprise. After 15 years of teaching, meeting a student like her is my good fortune. Leaving the school, Lu Jingyuan drove back to the villa. Before dinner, he found Nian on the balcony. His third daughter at 11 years old sat on a small stool. Before her was an easel, and in her hand, she held a brush, currently painting a cluster of orchids. As the brush tip descended, the lines flowed smoothly. It was as natural as breathing. Nian. She turned her head. Upon seeing Lu Jingyuan, she obediently set down her brush. Father. Lu Jingyuan walked over and squatted beside her, studying the orchids on the easel. With just a few strokes, the curves, intersections, and spacing of the leaves were all meticulously considered. Teacher Sun asked to speak with me today. Nian's fingers tightened slightly. What did the teacher say? Did I not pay attention in class? No. Lu Jingyuan smiled. She said your paintings are excellent and wishes to recommend you for the city's youth art exhibition. Nian was stunned. An art exhibition? Yes. Next month. Children under 12 from across the city can participate. Your teacher Sun says your paintings are worthy of an award. Nian lowered her head. Her two hands twisting together, a faint blush rising to her cheeks. Father, I only painted these casually. Can I really? Lu Jingyuan reached out and patted her head. What do you think? Do you want to go? Nian bit her lip. She raised her head. In her eyes was a glimmer of light, small but certain. I want. Then go. Nian smiled. It was not a loud laugh, but the kind where the corners of her mouth lifted slightly and her eyes curved gently. Yet to Lu Jingyuan this brought him more comfort than any boisterous laughter. This girl, never competing, never vying for anything. But within her heart burned a fire, one that simply did not know where to direct itself. Now at last, she was being given a direction, a chance to let her light shine. He stood up and patted Nian's head. Prepare well. Paint what you most desire to paint. Do not worry about what others are painting. Nian nodded vigorously. Father, I wish to paint a large piece. How large? Nian thought for a moment. She spread both arms wide to indicate the size. This big. Lu Jingyuan raised his eyebrows. That would be at least a full 4-foot sheet. What will you paint? Nian's gaze drifted into the distance. Her voice was soft, yet every word was spoken with certainty. Father, I wish to paint 100 children celebrating spring. Of our family. 11 children playing together in the courtyard. Lu Jingyuan looked at her. 11 children. Playing in the courtyard. Father, do you think this is a good idea? Nian looked up at him. There was anticipation in her eyes mixed with a trace of uncertainty. Lu Jingyuan did not answer immediately. He gazed at his third daughter before him, quiet and still. The 11-year-old girl. Ink stains dotted her fingers. A smudge of paint lingered on her sleeve from when he could not recall. 100 children playing in spring. It depicted their entire family. The scene showed them playing in the rear courtyard of the Lu residence in ancient times. The theme was excellent. Truly excellent. But at the same time, another matter turned over in Lu Jingyuan's mind. Exhibition. Public display. The city's youth art exhibition. It meant judges, awards, press coverage, and exposure. Nian Rou's painting skills were built upon decades of accumulation from her past life. Among 11-year-old children, hers was overwhelmingly superior. Once she exhibited, it would inevitably draw attention. Attention meant spotlights. Spotlights meant people would come asking questions. What is this child's background? Where did she learn to paint? Which teacher did she study under? His fingers instinctively stroked his chin twice. Seeing him silent, Nian Rou's small fingers knotted together. Her voice grew softer. Father, is it not a good idea? I can choose not to participate. Jingyuan snapped back to reality, looking at Nian Rou's slightly lowered eyelashes. That fleeting moment of disappointment was hidden quickly, but he had seen it all. He waited in his heart for 3 seconds. No, one must not abandon eating for fear of choking. Eldest brother was right. Let the children have a presence in society. For Nian Rou, the path of fine arts was the safest outlet. Painting was unlike Chung and strength or Nian Shuang's speed. It would not make people think she was abnormal. At most, they would call her a prodigy. Besides, in this world, child prodigies appear every year. An 11-year-old girl who paints well was far less startling than a 12-year-old boy who could hoist a classmate overhead with one arm. He squatted down. Eye level with Nian Rou. Nian Rou, let me ask you something. Yes. Do you truly want to paint? Not to bring honor to father, nor because you feel you should. Nian Rou paused. Then she slowly nodded. Father, I truly want to paint. Her voice was still soft, but every word was clear. In ancient times, I could paint for 2 hours every day, but mother said a woman should not show herself publicly. None of my paintings were ever shown to outsiders. Only father has seen them. Jingyuan's heart tightened slightly. He remembered. In ancient times, Nian Rou's birth mother was an extremely gentle and strictly disciplined woman. Born into a scholarly family, she adhered to the 3 obediences and 4 virtues. She taught Nian Rou to paint, but also told her that a woman's talents were meant to be nurtured within the inner chambers, not displayed for others to judge. Nian Rou had believed it since childhood. Painted for so many years. A room full of paintings. Never once thinking to let outsiders see them. Until now. But father. Nian Rou raised her head. Her eyes held a light that Jingyuan rarely saw in her. Father said this place is different. Women here can attend school. Can earn money themselves. Eldest sister can rank first. 6th sister can join the track team. Her voice grew more assured. Then can I also let others see my paintings? Jingyuan looked at her. The 11-year-old girl. Never one to compete or urge. She spoke in a soft voice. She did not even like to make loud sounds when she walked. But at this moment, that light in her eyes was bright and burning. It was desire. It was the beam of light a soul suppressed for a lifetime finally dared to reach out for. Jingyuan smiled. He reached out and ruffled Nian Rou's hair. Nian Rou, let me tell you something. Remember these words. Nian Rou looked at him seriously. In modern times, my daughters can do whatever they wish. There is no such thing as inappropriate. If you want to paint, then paint. If you want the whole world to see, then let them see. Your paintings are not meant to be hidden away in the inner chambers. They deserve to hang in the grandest exhibition halls. Nian Rou's eyes brightened instantly. That brightness was not excitement, was not agitation. It was the moment a door closed for far too long was finally pushed open. When light flooded in. Thank you, father. Nian Rou's voice trembled slightly, but she did not cry. She simply gripped the brush in her hand a little tighter. Jingyuan stood up. Then it is settled. Paint your 100 children playing in spring. Paint our family. Paint whatever you wish. Tell Uncle Zhao if you need any materials. Nian Rou nodded vigorously. Father, I will paint my best. Jingyuan turned and walked toward the house. He walked 2 steps and stopped. All right. Nian Rou looked up at him. Remember to include Ahu in your painting. If Nian Shuang finds out you drew a family portrait without her dog, she will chase you for 3 laps. Nian Rou burst out laughing. Okay. Ahu. Jingyuan waved his hand. Returned to the living room. Had barely sat down. His phone vibrated. An unknown number. He answered. Hello, Jingyuan. It's me, Zhang Tianxi. Jingyuan raised an eyebrow. Zhang Tianxi. One of the 4 decadent young masters of Haisheng. His father was the head of Zhang's liquor empire. He himself was a regular VIP on Haicheng's bar street. Former bros. Brother Tianxi. You finally picked up? I've called 3 days in a row and you didn't answer. Did you delete me? Jingyuan glanced at the caller ID. Indeed, not in his contacts. Most likely deleted when he cleaned up his contact list before. Been busy lately. What is it? What is it? Drinking, of course. How long has it been since you came out? Zaheo and I are about to forget what you look like. Tomorrow night, our usual place. You must be there, or I'll block your doorstep. Jingyuan leaned back into the sofa. To be honest, he had zero interest in drinking with this crowd. But on second thought, his current persona was still that of a decadent young master from Haicheng's wealthiest family. Too long without socializing would make people suspicious. Maintaining the appearance of a normal life. This itself was also a form of camouflage. Fine. What time tomorrow night? 8 o'clock. I'll book the VIP room. Buddy, you've finally come around. After hanging up, Jingyuan glanced at the time. 8:40 at night. Time for the room checks. He stood up and walked upstairs. Passing by Nianrou's balcony, he glanced inside. The little girl was still sitting in front of her easel. But she was not painting. She was lost in thought. A slight smile played on her lips. Her fingers lightly traced patterns on her knees, as if sketching the composition of 100 children playing in spring in her mind. Lu Jingyuan did not disturb her, tiptoeing past quietly. After checking 11 rooms, the last one was Chengwan's. The little one was already sleeping sprawled out. The blanket had been kicked to the foot of the bed. Lu Jingyuan bent down and pulled it back up, tucking in the edges carefully. Chengwan rolled over drowsily, murmuring something. Father Ahu cannot come onto Chengwan's bed. Lu Jingyuan smiled, tucking his small hand back under the covers. Got it. Sleep well. Back in the study, Lu Jingyuan leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes and thought for a while. Nianrou's exhibition participation was settled. The direction was correct. Just have her coordinate with teacher Sun. The topic was also decided. 100 children playing in spring. The only thing to note was that the imagery should not contain too many ancient elements. The judges should not immediately think this child knows ancient life far too well. He picked up his phone and sent a message to Nianrou. Use modern settings in the scene. The courtyard can be our family's garden. The people should wear modern clothes. Is that all right? Nianrou replied quickly. Yes, father. I understand. Lu Jingyuan put down his phone. Done. That was how this would be arranged. He then thought of tomorrow night's drinking gathering. Zhang Tianxi Wang Zihao, two rich second-generation heirs whose brains only contained alcohol and sports cars. The former Lu Jingyuan had been exactly their kind of people. Drinking through the night, drag racing, clubbing, spending fortune recklessly. These days, Lu Jingyuan glanced at the thermos on the desk. Pink. Chosen by Nianyuan line. Adorned with a chubby little pig. He smiled helplessly. Tomorrow night's drinking I'll have to leave by 9:30 at the latest. The following evening, at precisely 8 o'clock, at the Xingyao bar in the bustling district of Haisheng, the third-floor VIP lounge. When Lu Jingyuan pushed open the door, Zhang Tianxi and Wang Zihao had already opened 2 bottles of wine. Here he comes. Zhang Tianxi stood up. A floral shirt, a gold chain, hair slicked back to a gleaming shine. The quintessential Haisheng playboy appearance. Wang Zihao sat on the sofa, sunglasses pushed up onto his forehead, swirling a wine glass in his hand. Fourth Master Lu. Long time no see. Lu Jingyuan pulled out a chair and sat down. He glanced across the table. Just the 3 of us. Just the 3 of us. Zhang Tianxi poured him a drink and pushed it forward. Fewer people makes conversation easier. Bro, you need to give us a proper explanation. Explain what? Zhang Tianxi and Wang Zihao exchanged a glance. Then Zhang Tianxi slapped the table. 11 children. Lu Jingyuan, explain yourself. 11. Are you a man or a printer? Lu Jingyuan raised his glass. Took a sip. Can't you read the internet? They were adopted overseas. Adopted overseas, my foot. Wang Zihao rolled his eyes. You think we're as easy to fool as strangers out there? You Lu Jingyuan are 25 years old. You've been hanging out with us since you were a teenager. When would you have found time to go overseas and adopt 11 children? Lu Jingyuan smiled. Then tell me, where did they come from? That's what we're asking you. Zhang Tianxi leaned in, his face all buzzed with gossip. Bro, just tell us the truth. Did you leave some romantic entanglement behind from your days overseas? 11 mothers. Or a few of them. Lu Jingyuan nearly choked on his drink. What is going on in that head of yours? Then explain yourself. Wang Zihao leaned in too. Do you know what people are spreading around? Some say you sowed your wild oats in Southeast Asia when you were young. Some say you hired a surrogate. Others claim you joined some cult and did a collective adoption. Lu Jingyuan's expression remained unchanged. Which version is the most interesting? The most ridiculous one says you were abducted by aliens and brought back an entire litter of kids. Zhang Tianxi laughed until he nearly fell off his seat. Lu Jingyuan smiled as well. He raised his glass and clinked it against Zhang Tianxi's. Pretty much. Get lost. Zhang Tianxi chuckled. All right. If you won't say it, then fine. But let me tell you, bro. No matter where those 11 kids came from, the buzz you're creating in Haisheng right now surpasses even those top-tier celebrities from back in the day. I'm not interested in the buzz. You're not. But someone else is. Wang Zihao lowered his voice. That Sun Xiaowei from Xingyao Media last time, she was scouting all over the place trying to interview you. Offered $500,000. Lu Jingyuan snorted. $500,000 to get me on camera. She must think I'm some beggar. There he is. That's the 4th Master Lu I know. Zhang Tianxi raised his glass with a great laugh. The 3 of them drank around. The atmosphere warmed up. Zhang Tianxi began recounting the latest gossip from their circle. Which second-generation rich kid had crashed another car? Whose daughter was tangled up with whom? Lu Jingyuan listened, occasionally chiming in. But his mind was only half there. The other half was preoccupied with the fact that tomorrow Nianrou would begin her composition work, and he needed to have Uncle Zhao purchase 4-chi Xian paper and better-grade pine soot ink. Hey, Lu Jingyuan. Wang Zihao waved his hand in front of him. You're zoning out. No, go on. I was asking if you still go to the racetrack these days. Didn't you modify the exhaust on that Lamborghini last time? No time. No time again. Zhang Tianxi set down his glass and looked at him. Bro, I've noticed your no time has become alarmingly frequent. I asked you out 5 times and 4 times you were busy. If I hadn't said I was coming to your house to ambush you today, you wouldn't have shown up, would you? Lu Jingyuan didn't deny it. 11 kids at home. It is indeed busy. Hire a nanny. You're not too poor to afford one. A nanny can't handle it. Then hire 11 nannies. 11 nannies can't handle it either. Wang Zihao clicked his tongue. Jingyuan, when did you become like this? In the past we'd drink until dawn. Small gatherings every 3 days, big ones every 5. What about now? Last time I asked you out for late night food, you said you had to be home before 10 o'clock. My son doesn't even have a curfew like that. You don't have a son. I'm just giving an example. Lu Jingyuan smiled and glanced at his phone. 8:53. By the way, Zhang Tianxi suddenly leaned over. His expression grew a bit more serious. Jingyuan, I wanted to ask you something. Those 11 children of yours, the older ones are attending Xingchen Academy, right? Yes. Can you secure an admission spot at Xingchen Academy's middle school division? My cousin's kid wants to transfer over. Asking me won't help with this. Go find Director Zhou. I can't handle that old man, Director Zhou. Isn't your family on good terms with him? Lu Jingyuan shook his head. That's my eldest brother's friendship with him. It has nothing to do with me. Zhang Tianxi sighed. Your eldest brother is a big shot I wouldn't dare to approach. Never mind, never mind. He poured himself another glass of wine. Hey, seriously. Among those kids of yours, the oldest one is 14 now, right? What path do you plan for her? Study finance and take over the family business. Whatever she wants to do, she can do it. Is that what you said? Zhang Tianxi shook his head. If my dad had said that to me back, then I'd probably still be gaming at an internet cafe. That's you. My kids are different. Wang Zihao had been listening quietly from the side. Suddenly he spoke up. Jingyuan, do you know what I find most astonishing? What? Not that you suddenly have 11 children. It's that you've changed as a person. Lu Jingyuan looked up at him. Wang Zihao swirled his wine glass. His expression was unusually serious. The old Lu Jingyuan would drink until he was flying at social gatherings. Would not rest at the racetrack until he took first place. When he saw a pretty girl, his eyes would go straight. When it came to spending money, even you and Tianxi combined couldn't match you. And now, you sit here, drink 2 glasses and stop. Glance at your phone from time to time. Your brows were furrowed when you zoned out just now as if pondering something serious. He paused. I've known you for 8 years. This is the first time I feel like you're acting like a grown man. The room fell silent for 2 seconds. Zhang Tianxi nodded vigorously beside him. Right. Zihao is right. Where did you ever have that kind of expression before? You used to have just one expression, all giggly and carefree. Now even your smile is different. How should I put it? More composed. Lu Jingyuan held his wine glass. The amber liquid swayed slightly under the light. He smiled. One has to grow up eventually. Growing up doesn't mean growing up like this though, Zhang Tianxi muttered. This is called sudden enlightenment, man. Like you've become a completely different person. Lu Jingyuan didn't respond. He glanced at the time. 9:05. Set down his glass. Stood up. I'm heading out. What? Zhang Tianxi's eyes widened. It's only 9. I have to take the kids to school tomorrow morning. I have to get up at 6:30 to make breakfast. Zhang Tianxi's mouth formed an O shape. Lu Jingyuan, you make breakfast yourself? For 11 people. Zhang Tianxi and Wang Zihao exchanged bewildered glances. That expression, as if they had stumbled upon some impossible creature. Lu Jingyuan picked up his coat and draped it over his arm, patted Zhang Tianxi on the shoulder. Let's meet up next time. Wait. Zhang Tianxi grabbed his arm, shaking his head with deep emotion. Bro, you've been tamed. Lu Jingyuan looked at him. Smiling, he brushed his hand away. It's not taming. It's called growing up. I'm heading out now. Have to take the kids to school tomorrow. He turned and left the VIP room, his steps unhurried. Behind him, Zhang Tianxi and Wang Zihao sat on the sofa staring at each other with wide eyes. After a long moment, Wang Zihao spoke. Tianxi, have you ever seen Lu Jingyuan get up at 6:30 in the morning to cook for the kids? No, neither have I. Both of them took a long gulp of wine at the same time. Outside the bar, Lu Jingyuan got into his car, started the engine, pulled out his phone, and took a look. A message from Yinqing. 2 messages. The first, Dad, the younger siblings are all asleep. Chengwan waited for you for half an hour and fell asleep hugging your coat. The second, Dad, third brother called. Said he has some news you should hear when you get back. Not urgent, but quite important. Lu Jingyuan's fingers tapped the steering wheel twice. Third brother's news. Not urgent, but important. He dialed third brother's number. It connected. Third brother, what is it? Third brother's voice carried a hint of hesitation. This tone was rare from him. Fourth brother, there's been some movement on the Lin Group side. Your Qian Haoyu's father went to Lin Group headquarters this afternoon. Stayed for 2 hours. When he came out, the Lin Group's vice president was right beside him. Fourth brother, there's movement from the Lin Group. That father of Qian Haoyu went to the Lin headquarters this afternoon. Stayed for 2 hours. When he came out, the Lin Group's vice president was beside him. Lu Jingyuan's fingers paused on the steering wheel, accompanied by the vice president. What level of reception was that? Lin Ziyuan, the third most prominent figure in the Lin group. For a real estate developer of the Qian family scale, under normal circumstances, meeting a regional manager of the Lin group would be the limit. This time, with the vice president personally escorting him out, it's either a major deal or a powerful backer supporting him. Lu Jingyuan leaned back into his seat. Which one do you think it is, eh? Third brother was silent for 2 seconds. Both are possible, but I lean toward the latter. The Qian family scale isn't enough for the Lin group's vice president to show up. Unless he went there today not to discuss business, but to complain. Complain. The father of a middle school student went to the Lin group to complain. Complain about whom? You mean Qian Hao Yu went home and told his father about being shut down by Nian Yao at school. His father felt embarrassed and went to the Lin group for support. It's just a guess for now, but the timeline matches. It's been just over 2 weeks since Nian Yao made his son cry. A real estate developer suddenly visits the Lin group headquarters, which has little business overlap with his own. Don't you find that suspicious? Lu Jingyuan let out a laugh. Not a happy one. Third brother, what's the relationship between the Lin group and our family? No open conflict. Behind the scenes, they've competed with Big Brother's people on several land plots. Not mortal enemies, but definitely not friends. All right, I understand. Keep an eye on this. Let me know if anything new comes up. Don't worry. Oh, fourth brother, I'll come over tomorrow afternoon. What for? To check the kid's legal knowledge. The corner of Lu Jingyuan's mouth twitched. You were just here last week. Last week's test wasn't finished. Cheng Yuan still owes me 3 questions. Third brother hung up. Lu Jingyuan tossed his phone onto the passenger seat. Started the car. The matter with the Qian family couldn't be resolved in a hurry. For now, going home was the priority. Cheng Yuan was still waiting for him with his coat. The next day at 4 in the afternoon. Third brother's car pulled up precisely at the villa's gate. Lu Jingyan wore a dark gray suit, his hair perfectly combed, carrying a briefcase. But the briefcase contained not legal documents, but 2 boxes of Lego and a bag of preserved plum candies. Third uncle's here. Cheng Zhe was the first to rush to the door. Lu Jingyan blocked him with his hand. Don't touch my suit. You got chocolate on my collar last time. Dry cleaning cost 380. Cheng Zhe grinned and retreated. Nianxing peeked her head out from the stairway. She hesitated for 2 seconds, then trotted down, stopping 3 steps away. She looked up at him. Lu Jingyan expressionlessly pulled a white rabbit creamy candy from his pocket. He handed it over. Nianxing took it and ran off, clutching the candy. Not a single word was exchanged, but both wore natural expressions as if this were a routine repeated many times. Lu Jingyuan watched from the living room. He said nothing. He took a sip from his thermos. Third brother walked and placed his briefcase on the coffee table and looked around. Where's Cheng Yuan? Upstairs doing homework. Call him down. He still hasn't answered those 3 questions from last time. Lu Jingyuan glanced at him. Third brother, what are those 3 questions? Basic concepts of custody rights under Article 1084 of the Civil Code. He's 10 years old. So what? I could recite the general principles of criminal law at 10. You could recite it because your father beat you. Third brother sat down without changing expression. Different education methods. I used the heuristic approach. Lu Jingyuan couldn't be bothered to argue. He called up the stairs. Cheng Yuan, your third uncle's here. Silence for 3 seconds upstairs, then a flurry of footsteps. Cheng Yuan slid down the banister, homework book still in hand, chewing on a pen cap. When he saw third brother sitting on the sofa, his steps faltered. Then his eyes darted, and he walked over with a grin. Third uncle, you're here again. Are you craving Uncle Zhao's braised pork ribs again? Lu Jingyan remained expressionless. I'm here to test you. Don't change the subject. Third uncle, I've thought about those 3 questions from last time. Speak. Cheng Yuan slapped his homework book onto the coffee table, hands on his hips. You asked me last time, if 2 people both want the same thing, how does the law decide? Right? Your answer. Cheng Yuan cleared his throat, looking serious. It depends on who gets it first. Whoever gets it first owns it. The corner of third brother's mouth twitched. That's not law. That's grabbing. Isn't first come first served the law? Cheng Yuan blinked. In ancient times, when our estate argued with the Zhang family next door over water, Dad said whoever built the canal first would get the water. Isn't that first come first served? Lu Jingyuan, drinking water nearby, nearly choked. Third brother took a deep breath. That was your father's old-fashioned method. In modern society, there's law. So how does the law decide? It depends on ownership, evidence, contracts, and who has legal grounds. Cheng Yuan tilted his head, pondering. What if both have evidence? Then it depends on whose evidence is stronger. What if both are equally strong? It's impossible for both to be equally strong. But what if? Third brother stared at him. You're being argumentative. Cheng Yuan grinned. Third uncle, I'm not being argumentative. I just think in the end the law is made by people, right? Things made by people must have times when they're unclear. What happens when it's unclear? Third brother was silent. Not because he was stumped. He was seriously thinking about how to explain the concept of discretion to a 10-year-old. Lu Jingyuan watched the scene from the side. A smile curled at the corner of his mouth. This kid. Even in ancient times he was like this. From the age of 5 he had sat beside him listening to the family council. By 8 he could debate back and forth with the elders. His sharp tongue was a skill Jingyuan had personally taught him. In the modern world this ability hadn't diminished, instead with access to more information it had become even more cunning. Jingyuan, let me rephrase the question. Third brother adjusted his strategy. At school 2 classmates get into a fight. One says the other hit him first. The other says the same. No one else saw it. You're the teacher. How do you decide? Jingyuan's eyes lit up. He loved hypothetical scenario questions like this. First I check who has worse injuries. The one with more injuries is likely the one who was hit. What if both have similar injuries? Then I'd see who complains first. The one who complains first is usually the one wronged, but it could also be the thief crying thief. Third brother raised an eyebrow. So how do you decide? Jingyuan clasped his hands behind his back, lifting his chin. I wouldn't decide. I'd separate them and have each write down what happened. Then compare. The liar's account will have contradictions. The truth teller's won't. Third brother's eyes narrowed slightly. He turned to look at Jingyuan. Jingyuan shrugged at him, meaning I didn't teach him that he thought of it himself. Third brother turned back to Jingyuan. What do you call this technique? Jingyuan thought for a moment. Call it expose him. Third brother burst out laughing. He reached out and patted Jingyuan's head. The gesture was a bit awkward, as if he was still getting used to such displays of affection. It's not called expose him. It's called cross-examination. A professional technique. But I came up with it myself. Jingyuan was quite proud. Third brother nodded. His tone carried something Jingyuan rarely heard from him. Admiration. At dinner time, third brother shamelessly stayed to eat. Uncle Zhao had already gotten used to it. An extra portion of braised pork ribs was prepared. At the table, Jingyuan sat next to third brother, bantering while eating. Third uncle, how many times have you won in court? It's not called winning, it's called debating. I've never lost. Not even once. No. What about arguing with me? Third brother's chopsticks stopped. Have you ever beaten me? Jingyuan blinked, grinning, with a canine tooth showing. Third uncle, you just said it's impossible for both sides to have equally strong evidence. I said what if, and you didn't answer. Doesn't that count as me winning once? Third brother's expression shifted. Nianqing across the table lowered her head, obviously suppressing laughter. Chang'an ate his rice with a blank face. Nian Shui coldly interjected from the corner. Third uncle got tripped up by a 10-year-old. The whole table burst into laughter. Third brother put down his chopsticks, looking at Jingyuan with a complex expression, annoyance at being stumped, helpless amusement, and an increasingly undeniable admiration. After dinner, third brother stood to leave. Jingyuan saw him to the door. Third brother put on his shoes, then stopped at the entrance. He turned back. Fourth brother. My. Third brother's gaze fell on Jingyuan, who was on the sofa, fighting over the remote with Changzhe. This kid, if he wants to study law in the future, I'll mentor him. Jingyuan rolled his eyes. He's only 10. Third brother pulled the door open. Without looking back, he said, invest early. Invest early. Jingyuan didn't take that to heart. His third brother could talk a good game, but if he were actually left to take care of the kids, he'd fall apart within 10 minutes. But after Jingyuan heard that his third uncle planned to train him as a lawyer, he strutted around for 3 whole days. He told everyone he met. Sixth sister third uncle said, I'm going to study law in the future. That's tougher than your kicking. Nian Shuang rolled her eyes. Can law beat me? It can sue you. Saturday morning. Jingyuan stood in the villa's living room. Before him were 11 neatly dressed children. Today we're going to the amusement park. Line up. Get in the car one by one. Jingyuan was the first to jump up. Yeah. Nian Shuang was the second. I want to ride the tallest one. The one that shoots up to the sky. Changzhe raised his hand. Dad, how does that spinning thing at the amusement park spin? Is it electric? Or is someone pushing it from underneath? Jingyuan rubbed his temples. Let's talk in the car. 3 cars. They set off in a grand procession. The largest amusement park in Haisheng. Star Dream Paradise. Covering 300 acres. Packed on weekends. But Jingyuan had booked half the park. His eldest sister arranged it. Just a phone call. The car doors opened. The 11 children burst out like water from a breached dam. Jingyuan and Nian Shuang were in the lead. Changzhe stood still at the entrance's revolving door. He crouched down to study the track under the door. Nian Yu's gaze locked directly onto the snack street on the right. Dad, there's cotton candy over there. Pink. Play first, eat later. But it's so big. We'll buy it on the way back. Nian Yu reluctantly withdrew her gaze. Nian Xing held Jingyuan's hand, a hint of nervousness on her small face. Dad, there are so many people here. Don't be afraid. Dad's here. Chengwan peeked his head out from Chang'an's arms. Staring at the towering roller coaster track ahead, his small mouth formed an O. What's that? A roller coaster. What's a roller coaster? It's something you sit on. It goes fast. Chengwan watched for a while. When he saw the roller coaster dive from the highest point with the people on it screaming, he decisively buried his face in Cheng and shoulder. Chengwan isn't riding. Nian Shuang had already run to the roller coaster entrance. She turned back and shouted to Jingyuan. Dad, I want to ride this. Wait. Dad's coming. Lu Jingyuan handed Nianxing to Nianxing and strode over. Is she tall enough? The staff looked at Nianshuang, measured her. Just above the line. She can ride. An adult must accompany her. Nianshuang tugged at Lu Jingyuan's sleeve. Dad, you ride with me. Lu Jingyuan glanced at the track. The height difference was over 50 meters with 360-degree loops. He had lived 78 years, fought in battles, climbed over city walls, fallen off horses more times than he could count. But this thing, he had never ridden it before. All right, let's go. The two of them sat down, buckled their seatbelts. Nianshuang gripped the handles with both hands, her eyes blazing with excitement. Dad, are you scared? Not scared. The roller coaster began to climb, creaking upward, higher and higher. At the very top, the entire park lay spread out beneath them. Then, the plunge. Nianshuang's scream pierced the sky, but it wasn't a scream of fear. It was a howl of sheer exhilaration. So fast. Dad, this is amazing. Lu Jingyuan sat beside her, his hair tousled by the wind. But his expression remained calm. He even had the leisure during a loop to reach out and catch Nianshuang's hat that nearly flew off. When they got off, Nianshuang's hair was a complete mess, like a bird's nest. But her face was flushed and her eyes were sparkling. Let's do it again. Let others go first. Your sisters and brothers are waiting. Nianshuang was dragged away reluctantly. Over by the carousel, Nianxing had finally coaxed Nianxing onto a white wooden horse. But she clung tightly to the horse's neck the whole time, not letting go. Nian Ro sat in the carriage beside them, quietly watching the spinning scenery, a faint smile on her lips. Chengwan, held by Lu Jingyuan, sat on the shortest little pony. The little one's expression was extremely serious, his small hands gripping the reins tightly. Dad, the horse is moving. Yes, it's spinning. Why is it spinning? Because there's a machine underneath. What kind of machine? Cheng Zhe knows. Ask him when we get back. Chengwan made a no sound, then suddenly became nervous. Dad, it won't run away, will it? No, it's a fake. Chengwan looked down at the colorful wooden horse. He patted its head with his small hand. You can't ride a fake horse. Only real horses can be ridden. Dad used to have lots of real horses. Lu Jingyuan reached out and covered his mouth. Shoo, don't say that. The bumper car area. Cheng Yuan and Cheng and each drove one. Cheng Yuan charged around recklessly, chasing Nian Shui to bump into her. Nian Shui, expressionless, turned the wheel to dodge. She wasn't hit even once. Sixth sister, don't run. Catch me if you can. Cheng Yuan accelerated and rushed at her. Nian Shui calmly veered aside at the last second. Cheng Yuan's car slammed into the barrier. The whole place cheered. Cheng Yan drove his bumper car slowly along the outer ring, bumping no one, but retaliating precisely against anyone who bumped him. So accurate that he could send the opponent flying. Nian Yao stood outside the fence laughing so hard she could barely stand. Brother, do you have to be this steady even when playing bumper cars? Cheng Yan remained unfazed. Habit. Cheng Zhe didn't ride the bumper cars. He crouched by the edge of the track, lying down to look at the floor underneath. Dad, the floor is iron. There's a rod under the car. Is that how it gets power? Yes. The net on the ceiling. The electricity comes from there. Cheng Zhe jerked his head up, seeing the dense metal mesh overhead. Wow, that's incredible. Who invented it? Dad will find you a book when we get home. Great. Lunch at the park's restaurant. Nian Yu had 3 set meals in front of her. 1 roast chicken leg, 1 pasta, 1 plate of French fries, plus 2 cups of milk tea and an ice cream. Cheng Yuan looked at her table. Fifth sister, you're not eating. You're stocking up. Nian Yu ignored him, completely focusing on her chicken leg. After lunch. Afternoon. The Ferris wheel. Lu Jingyuan took Nianxing and Chengwan in one cabin. Chengwan pressed his face against the glass, watching the ground grow farther away. Dad, the people are getting smaller. We're going higher. Then we're taller than the buildings now. Yes. A complex pride appeared on Chengwan's face. Then Chengwan is the tallest person now. Lu Jingyuan smiled and didn't correct him. The cabin slowly rose to the very top. The entire skyline of Haisheng unfolded before them. Towering buildings stood tall, and in the distance lay the sea. The setting sun spread its golden light across the water, a shimmering expanse. It was beautiful. Nianxing sat opposite a 14-year-old girl, quietly gazing out the window. From this height, the city looked like a giant painting. Every building, every road, every light, each was a complete world. She watched for a long time. Then she spoke. Dad, this world is so big. Lu Jingyuan leaned back in his seat, holding Chengwan in his arms. He looked at the boundless city outside the window, then at his 14-year-old daughter before him. In ancient times, her world had been only that mansion and the walls of the back courtyard. Now the whole world lay before her. It will be even bigger. Dad will show you all of it slowly. Nianxing turned her head. The sunset light fell on her face. She smiled. Not the demure smile of a refined lady, but a smile from the depths of her heart, full of anticipation for the future. The cabin began to descend. Chengwan pressed against the glass, watching the ground approach. Suddenly, he turned around. Dad, next time Chengwan wants to go somewhere even higher than this. Higher than this. That would mean taking a plane. Then let's take a plane. Lu Jingyuan smiled and ruffled his hair. They exited the Ferris wheel. The sky had darkened, and the park's lights were on, colorful and bright. The children gathered together, each holding their spoils. Nian Shuang had a large plush toy she'd won at the ring toss booth. Jingyuan held 3 glow sticks with one more hanging around his neck. Nian Yu had traces of cotton candy at the corners of her mouth, looking content and almost sleepy. Chengwan had already fallen asleep, slumped on Lu Jingyuan's shoulder. On the way back to the villa, the car was quiet. The little ones were asleep. The older ones spoke in soft voices. Nianqing sat in the front seat, glancing through the rearview mirror at the younger siblings sprawled in various postures behind. She said softly, "Dad, thank you for today." Lu Jingyuan held the steering wheel with one hand, steadying Chengwan on his shoulder with the other. Nianqing, have you submitted the registration form for next week's math competition yet? Nianqing was taken aback. Not yet. I'll submit it tomorrow. Lu Jingyuan looked at the road ahead. The headlights cut 2 beams through the night. After you submit it, let Dad know. Dad wants to see who your competitors are. The next morning, Nianqing submitted the registration form before anyone else. At noon, she sent a message with a photo attached, a printed list of contestants. Lu Jingyuan flipped through it. The city's junior high division had 47 participants from 12 schools. Star Academy had 3 spots, and Nianqing was one of them. A name caught his eye, Shinmingzhi, that boy who had challenged Nianqing to a monthly exam duel. He was also on the list. Same school, same competition. Lu Jingyuan put down his phone. He didn't dwell on it. The competition could wait. First, he had to get through the immediate hurdle, the midterm exams. It had been over a month since school started. From the initial chaos to near adaptation, all 11 children had found their footing in their respective grades. But finding footing didn't mean good grades, especially for the junior high students. The difficulty of the curriculum was clear. Math, English, physics, chemistry. None were subjects you could coast through with ancient foundations. The private tutoring team had increased hours from last week. The usual 2-hour evening sessions became 3. Weekends were no exception. Every night before his rounds, Lu Jingyuan would stand for a moment at the door of the second-floor study. He observed who was still studying and who had already collapsed. That day, 2 days before the exam, after dinner, Nianqing announced a family rule at the table. Younger siblings from today until the exams, and everyone must return to their rooms to review by 9:30 p.m. Lights out at 10:30. No visiting each other's rooms. Jingyuan was the first to protest. Why does big sister get to make the rules? Nianqing shot him a look. Jingyuan immediately shrank back. I was just asking. Nian Shui spoke calmly from the corner. Jingyuan, what's there to review on a 3rd grade exam paper? You could pass it with your eyes closed. My math isn't good. Then what have you been doing all this time? I've been studying football tactics. Nianqing's gaze fell on him again. Jingyuan, shut up. Lu Jingyuan sat at the head of the table holding his thermos, watching the scene without intervening. Since Nianqing could manage them, he let her. At 9 p.m., Lu Jingyuan went upstairs for a round. Nian Yao was hunched over her desk, flipping through an English vocabulary book, murmuring pronunciations. When she saw him enter, she grinned and said, "Dad, don't worry. Your daughter may be sociable, but I'm not bad at exams either. Who's worried about you? Go to bed early." Got it. Nian Ro's room. The little girl wasn't studying. She was drawing. Lu Jingyuan stood at the door and glanced in. Nian Ro sensed his presence and looked up a bit guilty. "Dad, I finished reviewing." "Really? All right. Don't draw too late." He moved on. Jingyuan's room light was on. The door was slightly ajar. He was lying on the bed looking at a math mental arithmetic workbook, chewing on a pencil. Beside him, Cheng Zhe was scribbling on a blank sheet. Lu Jingyuan leaned in for a look. It was a sketch of a gear mechanism completely unrelated to the exam. Cheng Zhe, "Dad, do you know why gears transmit power?" "It's because." "Study it tomorrow. Now go review." "But now?" Cheng Zhe's shoulders slumped. He obediently flipped the paper over and pulled out his Chinese textbook from his backpack. Nian Shuang's room. The little girl was already asleep, face down on the desk, her cheek pressed against a math test paper, hair half loose. Lu Jingyuan walked over, lifted her up, and placed her on the bed, tucking the blanket around her. This girl probably thought running was more important than exams. Next, Nian Yu's room. The plump 5th daughter was sitting on the bed, holding a Chinese textbook, lips moving as she recited a passage. A half-eaten pack of cookies lay beside her. Lu Jingyuan tapped the doorframe. Nian Yu looked up. "Where are you up to?" "Lesson 3. I need to memorize 5 lessons in total." Her face bore a resigned expression. "Dad, memorizing texts is so tiring. It's harder than running 800 meters. If you finish, I'll reward you with an extra fried egg for breakfast tomorrow." Nian Yu's eyes lit up. "Really? Really? Now hurry up," he continued. Nianqing was already in bed, the blanket pulled up to her chin, her little face rosy. "Dad," she called softly. "What's wrong? Can Nianqing do well on the exam tomorrow?" Lu Jingyuan walked over. He sat by the bed. "Yes. What if I don't?" "It's okay if you don't. Dad won't be angry." Nianqing blinked. "Really? Have I ever lied to you?" Nianqing smiled and buried her face in the pillow. Then Nianqing will sleep. "Good night, Dad." "Good night." The last room. Jingyuan. The little one was already sprawled out fast asleep, mouth slightly open, a small wet patch of drool on the pillow. The covers had been kicked to the foot of the bed. Jingyuan bent down, retrieved the blanket, and tucked it in. Shengwan turned over and mumbled something unintelligible. It might have been Dad. Or maybe not. After checking all 11 rooms, Jingyuan returned to his own bedroom, washed up, and lay down. His mind churned with thoughts. The 11 children were spread across 3 academic divisions. The kindergarten had no exams, and the elementary school pressure was minimal. What truly concerned him were the junior high students. He knew Nianqing's situation best. Perfect math scores, crushing humanities. Physics and chemistry were weak spots, but she was improving rapidly. Teacher Fong had said her logical reasoning could compensate for the gaps in knowledge. No big problem. Nianyao was quick-witted and learned fast. Her mind wasn't entirely on exams, but she wouldn't do too badly. Solidly above average. Chung'an. Jingyuan turned over. This child was the most special case. Extremely strong in scientific thinking. In ancient times he had excelled at accounting and deduction. In the modern world he picked up math, physics, and chemistry with incredible speed. The private tutor said his accuracy in mathematical word problems far surpassed that of his peers. But Chinese was a hurdle. Not reading comprehension. He could analyze and summarize well. The problem lay in composition. Modern Chinese composition required fluent vernacular vividness, details, closeness to life, and genuine emotion. And Chung'an. His writing was half classical, half vernacular, with meticulously balanced sentences and carefully chosen words, like a polished policy essay. In front of a modern junior high teacher, it earned 6 words, stiff style lacking warmth. The Chinese tutor had told him, Chung'an, your foundation is too good. So good it's misapplied. You write like you're drafting a memorial to the throne. But modern essays need living words. As he thought, sleepiness crept in. He closed his eyes. At 1 a.m., a faint sound of pages turning woke him. From the end of the hallway near the study, Jingyuan sat up, slipped on his slippers, and walked over. The study door was ajar, the desk lamp on. Chung'an sat at the desk. The 12-year-old boy in his pajamas held his back straight. Before him lay a collection of modern essays, and beside it his composition notebook. The pages were densely covered with writing crossed out and rewritten. He was practicing vernacular Chinese. At 1 a.m., less than 30 hours before the exam, Jingyuan stood at the door for a while, silent. He turned and went to the kitchen, heated a glass of milk, and returned. He gently pushed the door open. Chung'an heard the sound and looked up. Seeing it was his father, his shoulders tensed. Dad. Jingyuan walked over and placed the milk on the corner of the desk. He glanced at the scribbled drafts. The handwriting was excellent, with forceful strokes. But indeed it didn't read like a 12-year-old's essay. It felt like a mature person trying to express himself in a way that didn't come naturally. It's late. Why aren't you asleep? Chung'an lowered his eyes. Son wanted to practice some more. Teacher Li corrected it 3 times today and said it still wasn't right. Jingyuan pulled up a chair and sat down. Chung'an. It's okay if you don't do well on the exam. Dad doesn't care about grades. Chung'an looked up. His 12-year-old face, but his eyes held a stubbornness that belied his age. He shook his head. His voice was soft, but every word carried weight. Son cares. He cares. Jingyuan looked at him. This child had always been like this, keeping everything bottled up inside, bearing burdens in silence, never uttering complaints or cries of hardship. In ancient times, when Chung'an was 10, he had already followed his father to manage the estate accounts. When calculations went wrong, he would start over without needing to be urged. It was the same now. What do you care about? Chung'an was silent for a few seconds. Big sister crushes the humanities. The younger ones are improving too. I am the eldest son. I cannot hold them back. Jingyuan reached out and pressed his shoulder. Chung'an, a month ago you hadn't even written in vernacular Chinese. Now you can write a complete essay. That's progress, not holding anyone back. Chung'an's lips trembled. But the exam is tomorrow. If you don't do well, try again. Your father can wait. Chung'an looked at him. The taut expression on his face finally relaxed a little. But you must finish this glass of milk and go to sleep. Jingyuan stood up. I'll wake you at 6 tomorrow. A clear mind needs enough sleep. I understand, Dad. Chung'an picked up the milk and took 2 sips. Jingyuan ruffled his hair, then turned and left. Before closing the door, he glanced back. Chung'an was closing the collection of essays and turning off the desk lamp. Good. Exam day. 6:30 in the morning. Jingyuan had already been busy in the kitchen for half an hour. Steamed egg custard, millet porridge, pan-fried dumplings, cucumber salad, a small plate of spiced beef. Enough for 11 people. The stove was crowded with dishes. Uncle Zhao was nearby helping to fill thermos flasks. Fourth master, which ones will you take today? I'll take the middle school and kindergarten. You take the primary school. Understood. At 6:50 the children came downstairs one by one. Nianqing was first, her school uniform, neat expression, calm steps, unhurried. She sat down, picked up her chopsticks, and ate steadily. Chung'an came second. Though he had slept late, his spirits were still decent. He sat down without a word and ate quietly. Nianyao came third, humming a tune. Dad, it smells so good. There's spiced beef today. Sit down quickly. Don't dawdle. The primary school children emerged one after another. Jingyuan yawned. Dad, why do exams have to be so early in the morning? Rules. Let's talk. Nian Shui sat down expressionlessly, saying nothing, just eating. Cheng Zhe's eyes lit up. Dad, I figured out that gear problem last night. Eat first, talk later. But, Nianqing lifted her eyelids slightly. Cheng Zhe shut his mouth and buried his head in his rice. Nianyu held her bowl and drank her porridge seriously. After finishing one bowl, she looked up. Dad, is there more? Yes. I need to eat well today. The exam. My brain needs to work. Cheng Yuan muttered. Fifth sister, your brain is mainly used for memorizing menus. Nianyu glared at him. Cheng Yuan pretended he hadn't said anything. Nian Shuang came running up from downstairs, her hands wet. Dad, Ahu ate a whole bowl of dog food this morning. He's in great spirits. Good. Eat first. We'll check on him later. Nian Xing slowly came downstairs, holding Nian Ro's hand, a hint of nervousness on her little face. Lu Jingyuan glanced at her. Nian Xing, did you sleep well last night? Nian Xing nodded. I slept well. Dad said he won't be angry even if I don't do well. So Nian Xing isn't nervous anymore. Good. Eat. The last to appear was Cheng Wan. The 4-year-old little one wore a neat kindergarten uniform, his small backpack properly adjusted. He trotted over to Lu Jingyuan, lifted his little face, and asked, Dad, does Cheng Wan have an exam today too? Kindergarten doesn't have exams. Why not? You're 4. You don't need to take exams. Cheng Wan pouted in dissatisfaction. Big brothers and sisters all have exams. Only Cheng Wan doesn't. It's not fair. Cheng Yuan laughed beside him. Little one, what would you take an exam on? Drinking milk or crying? Cheng Wan glared at him, fierce and adorable. Lu Jingyuan, say that again, and Cheng Wan will bite you. All right. Lu Jingyuan scooped Cheng Wan up and set him on his lap. Eat. At 7:20 they set off. 3 cars, a grand procession. Lu Jingyuan drove the first car himself, carrying Nianqing, Cheng, and Nian Yao. Uncle Zhao drove the second car, carrying the 7 primary school children. The third was a minivan following behind. They arrived at Star Academy at the main gate of the middle school section. Lu Jingyuan parked the car and got out. The 3 children stood before him. Nianqing carried her backpack, waiting quietly. Nian Yao straightened her school uniform collar. Cheng'an stood upright. Lu Jingyuan looked at them, then opened his arms. Come here. Nian Yao was the first to rush forward, hugging him tightly. Dad, wait for my good news. Go on. Nianqing hesitated for a second, then stepped forward. He gently hugged her. Dad, we're at the school gate. What's there to fear? Go. Do your best. Nianqing hummed in acknowledgement, turned, and walked quickly away, the tips of her ears slightly red. Cheng'an stood still. Lu Jingyuan looked at him, didn't insist. He reached out and patted his shoulder with a firm but gentle pressure. Finish the Chinese exam and move on. Next subject. I know, Dad. Cheng'an turned and strode into the school gate, his back very straight. Lu Jingyuan watched him disappear around the corridor corner, then got back in the car. Next stop, kindergarten. Chengwan was unbuckled from his car seat, standing at the kindergarten gate, carrying his blue backpack. Dad, my, can you pick Chengwan up a little earlier today? Why, oi? Chengwan wants to go home early to see how many points big brothers and sisters scored. Lu Jingyuan crouched down and straightened the crooked backpack strap. All right, I'll come early today. Chengwan nodded in satisfaction, turned and trotted inside with small steps. After a few steps he looked back. Dad, even though Chengwan isn't taking an exam, I'll still do my best. Lu Jingyuan smiled and waved. The little figure turned back and disappeared through the classroom door. Morning. The villa was empty. All 11 children were gone. The silence was unfamiliar. Lu Jingyuan sat in the study. Holding a thermos cup, he blew on it 3 times, lost in thought. Nianqing should be fine. That girl's mentality was steadier than his own. Cheng'an's Chinese was a hurdle, but it wouldn't be too bad. With his foundation, even if his writing style was a bit stiff, the depth of content and logic were sufficient. At most he would lose a dozen points. Nian Yao, no need to worry about her. The primary school kids were even less of a concern. Nian Shui, though cold, was very sharp. Cheng Yuan, despite his glib tongue, had a quick mind. Nian Yu and Nian Shuang were average, not outstanding, but not dragging behind. If Cheng Zhe could control himself and not draw research notes on the exam paper, his results should be decent. Nian Xing and Nian Ro were quiet by nature and studied diligently. No big issues. Thinking this, Lu Jingyuan leaned back in his chair. Oh well, worrying too much was useless. He couldn't help them in the exam hall. All he could do was wait. At 3 in the afternoon, he went to pick up Chengwan. At the kindergarten gate, teacher Zhou stood outside the classroom. She smiled when she saw him. Mr. Lu, I was just about to tell you something. Did Chengwan cause trouble? No. Teacher Zhou waved her hand. It's something good. Today we had an art class. The theme was my family. The children were asked to draw their family members. I see. Teacher Zhou pulled out a sheet of drawing paper from behind her and handed it over. After Chengwan finished, I looked at it. I was quite touched. I wanted to show you. Lu Jingyuan took it. A 4-size drawn with colored crayons. In the center was a large figure, crooked but recognizable as wearing a suit. Around it were 11 small figures of varying heights, some with ponytails, some bald. Colors were a riot of green and red. At the feet of the large figure was a yellow, four-legged little thing. Probably Ahu. In the lower left corner of the picture, 2 characters. Crooked, all strokes wrong. Horizontal, not horizontal, vertical, not vertical. But earnest, each stroke exerted with effort. Dad, Lu Jingyuan's fingertips gently touched those 2 characters. Teacher Zhou said from the side. The other children all drew their parents. Some drew grandparents. Jingyuan was the only one who drew 12 people. After he finished, he pointed to each one and introduced them to me. This is big sister, this is second sister, this is big brother. He talked for a full 10 minutes. Finally, he pointed to the biggest figure in the center and said something to me. What did he say? Teacher Zhou smiled. He said, Teacher, my dad can hold all 11 of us by himself. Other dads can't hold that many. Lu Jingyuan held the drawing, looking at it for a long time. He didn't speak. Just then his phone buzzed in his pocket. He took it out and saw a message from third brother. Only one line. Old fourth, the Lin family has officially made their move. Tomorrow Lin Ziyuan is meeting with the board of Star Academy. Lu Jingyuan's gaze darkened. He carefully folded the drawing and placed it inside his jacket pocket. Then he answered the call. Third brother, what exactly do you mean by making their move? Third brother's voice was very low. Lin Ziyuan sent a letter to the board of Star Academy saying he would conduct a background check on the special status students who transferred in this semester under the guise of a social supervisor. He specifically named your 11 children. 3 days after the midterm exams concluded, the results were released. Nianqing ranked first in overall scores for the second year of junior high, all subjects combined. A crushing first place. When the news exploded within the grade group, one person was more stunned than anyone else. Gu Mingxian, Class 1, Grade 8. Since entering junior high, he had never relinquished the top spot. For consecutive semesters, every major exam his name was nailed to the pinnacle of the honor roll, as if that position was inherently his. Tall and slender, fair-skinned, a pair of silver-rimmed glasses. He spoke unhurriedly. He walked unhurriedly. Everything he did bore an air of serene indifference. Until this midterm, he stared at his own name on the score sheet. Second place, an 11-point gap in total score. 11 points. He gazed at that number for a long time. Then he lifted his head and looked toward the classroom across the corridor. Class 3, Grade 8. The transfer student, Lu Nianqing. During the break, Nianqing was tidying up the exam papers on her desk. Teacher Lin had just handed out the score sheets, and the entire class's gaze drifted toward her. She was not quite accustomed to it. In ancient times, academic assessments were matters of the private school. Women never participated. Now scores were posted on the wall, visible to all. She had not yet fully adapted to this raw form of comparison. Comrade Lu Nianqing. A voice came from the classroom door. Nianqing looked up. At the doorway stood a boy. Silver-rimmed glasses. His uniform was neatly worn, the collar button fastened to the very top. He held an exam paper in his hand. Hello, I'm Gu Mingxian from Class 1 next door. Nianqing rose. She gave a slight nod. Hello. Gu Mingxian stepped inside and spread his paper before her. On this final math problem in the exam, your solution differs from the standard answer, but you received full marks. I'd like to ask about your approach. Nianqing glanced down. It was that geometry proof problem. She had used an auxiliary line method, not the conventional path taught in textbooks. I solved this problem with 2 methods. I submitted the more concise one. Could you explain it? Nianqing pondered for a moment, then nodded. She picked up a pen, drew a diagram on scratch paper, and clarified the reasoning in a few sentences. Gu Mingxian studied the scratch paper. A slight furrow crossed his brow. Your placement of the auxiliary line is very clever. I tried a similar direction, but it didn't work out. The key is in the second step. You can't connect directly, you first need to prove those 2 angles are equal. Gu Mingxian was silent for a few seconds, then nodded. I see. Thank you. He gathered his paper and turned to leave. Clean and decisive. Nianqing watched his retreating figure. She didn't think much of it and continued tidying up. The second time came 2 days later. During the lunch break, Nianqing was working on contest practice problems in the library. Gu Mingxian appeared across from her. He set down a physics exercise book. There are several mechanics problems in this book that align closely with the contest direction. Have you seen them? Nianqing shook her head. Gu Mingxian pushed the book toward her, flipping to page 37. He touched it with his fingertip. This one, it's the same model as the final problem in last year's municipal competition. Nianqing looked down. Indeed. She spent 2 minutes mentally running through the solution framework. Thank you. Gu Mingxian sat down across from her. He opened his own workbook. The 2 of them sat separated by a table, each working on their own problems, occasionally exchanging a sentence or 2 of discussion. Quiet. Efficient. The 3rd time. The 4th time. The 5th time. Within a single week, Gu Mingxian sought out Nianqing 5 times. Sometimes it was to discuss exam papers. Sometimes to exchange exercise books. Other times he simply passed by her classroom door and paused to ask, did you solve yesterday's problem? Nianqing never refused. Academic exchange, after all, was perfectly normal. yet a subtle string in her heart remained gently taut. In ancient times, she had encountered too many people. Superficially, they came to discuss poetry and literature. In reality, they sought to curry favor, probe her background, or scheme for a marriage alliance. A man frequently appearing before an unmarried woman carried only one meaning in ancient times. But this was the modern era. Nianqing reminded herself. In modern times, it was extremely normal for male and female classmates to discuss schoolwork. She could not project ancient thinking onto this. Thus she did not avoid him. Yet she offered no more enthusiasm than necessary. She answered only what was asked, said little, and did not engage in idle chatter. Friday, the last period of the afternoon. Self-study. Nianqing sat at her desk working on problems. The whispers of a few girls from the back row drifted into her ears. Gu Mingxian came to see Lu Nianqing again. How many times is that this week? 5 times. I counted. Hey, do you think Gu Mingxian has a crush on her? No way. Someone like Gu Mingxian only has eyes for problems. Then why doesn't he go discuss with others? What about Shen Mingzhi? Shen Mingzhi is good at math, but Nianqing still outranks him overall. Isn't it normal for Gu Mingxian to discuss with the top student? Normal. 5 times a week normal. The laughter was kept low, but Nianqing heard it all. Her pen paused for a moment. Then she continued writing, her expression unchanged. School ended. She returned to the villa. Dinner, bath, room inspection. Everything was as usual. At 9:30 in the evening, Nianqing finished her rounds of her younger siblings' rooms and passed by Lu Jingyuan's study. The door was open. Lu Jingyuan sat inside. A thermos cup rested beside his hand. He was scrolling through something on his phone. Nianqing hesitated for a moment, then walked in. Father. Lu Jingyuan looked up. What's wrong? Not asleep yet. Nianqing stood before the desk. A 14-year-old girl, her back straight, her countenance dignified. But her expression carried a hint of subtlety. Not nervousness. Not shyness. More like confusion. Father, your daughter has a question for you. Ask. Nianqing carefully weighed her words. In modern times, what does it mean when a male classmate frequently talks to a female classmate? The thermos cup in Lu Jingyuan's hand wobbled. The lid nearly flew off. He steadied it. What did you say? What did you say? Lu Jingyuan's voice was not loud, but even he could feel the uncontrollable tension within it. Nianqing stood before the desk. Her expression was perfectly calm, as if she were asking for the solution to a math problem. Father, what I'm asking is, in modern times, when a male classmate frequently approaches a female classmate to discuss homework, is that normal social behavior, or does it imply something else? Lu Jingyuan placed his thermos cup on the desk. He set it down slowly, very steadily, but within his mind chaos had erupted. What male classmate? Frequently. His daughter was only 14. His Nianqing, the eldest daughter who had followed him from the ancient world, the jewel of his palm, that he had nurtured with meticulous care for a lifetime. What damned brat of a boy dared to set his sights on her? Deep breath. Another deep breath. He had lived for 78 years in the ancient era, becoming a father at 16. 11 children, old and young sons and daughters. What situation had he not seen? Back when Nianqing came of age, suitors filled the doorstep. He had scrutinized them one by one. Those aristocratic young masters, versed in poetry and skilled in horseback archery. He had not taken a liking to any of them. And now, a single second-year middle school boy had him this rattled. No. Calm down. Lu Jingyuan leaned back into his chair, tapping his fingers twice on the armrest. Who? Nianqing's reply was crisp and clear. He's from the class next door. His name is Gu Mingxian. He used to be the grade's top student, but I surpassed him in this midterm exam. Then he came to find me 5 times this week. To discuss problems. Lu Jingyuan's brow twitched. Top of the grade. Surpassed by her. Then coming to her frequently. In his mind, 3 possibilities flashed instantly. First, pure academic exchange. 2 top students sparring intellectually. Normal. Second, wounded pride. Trying to reclaim his standing after being overtaken. Studying the competition through frequent contact. Also normal. Third, he didn't want to think about the third, but he had lived 78 years. He knew all too well. A boy of 14 or 15. Where would there be so much pure academic passion? 5 times. Lu Jingyuan repeated the number. Yes. Did he come to you every time on his own? Yes. How did you respond? Nianqing's expression remained unchanged. I answered whatever he asked. I didn't say more than necessary. I didn't engage in small talk. Once he finished asking, he left. And I didn't linger either. Lu Jingyuan hummed in acknowledgement. Good. He knew Nianqing. This girl had managed an entire household in the ancient world. What demons and monsters hadn't she seen? A 14-year-old male classmate was nothing more than a chick before her. She came to him not because she was panicked. It was because she had heard the whispers of her classmates. She wanted to confirm the rules of modern society. In ancient times, such a matter spreading would tarnish one's reputation. She needed to know how to define and handle it in the modern world. Having understood this layer, Lu Jingyuan's heart settled a little, but only a little. Nianqing. Yes. That Gu Mingxian, what is he like? Nianqing thought for a moment. He doesn't talk much. He's methodical in his actions. When discussing problems, his thinking is clear. It doesn't seem like he has any ulterior motives. But I'm not certain. Why not? Nianqing lowered her lashes. Because in the ancient world, every man who appeared frequently before me was either here for father's sake or for marriage. There was never an exception. Lu Jingyuan was silent for a moment. He looked at this 14-year-old daughter of his, a complex emotion stirring in his heart. This child, she had lived a lifetime. She had experienced too much. Her wariness of people was 10 times that of her peers. That was a good thing, and also a heartbreaking thing. Nianqing. Yes, father. Lu Jingyuan picked up his thermos cup. He blew on it 3 times, took a small sip, and set it down. Father wants to say a few things to you. Listen and judge for yourself. First, in modern times, when a male classmate asks a female classmate about homework, most of the time it's just about homework. It's not that complicated. Especially among high-achieving students, it's normal to consult each other. No need to overthink it. Nianqing nodded. Second, but everything has its limits. 5 times a week is indeed a bit frequent. If you feel uncomfortable, you can appropriately create some distance. You have the right to set boundaries. Third, Lu Jingyuan looked at her, his tone deepening slightly. Regardless of that boy's intentions, academic or otherwise, what is the most important thing for you right now? Nianqing answered without hesitation. The competition, and my younger siblings. Lu Jingyuan nodded in satisfaction. Studies come first. For everything else, father, trust your judgment. Nianqing stood there watching her father's feigned composure. A faint smile tugged at the corner of her mouth. She had spent decades with her father in the ancient world. She knew this man too well. On the surface, he was calm and unruffled. But in truth, he was itching to rush to the school tomorrow and interrogate that boy 300 times. Father, rest assured. Nianqing's voice was calm, carrying a hint of amusement. In the ancient world, I managed an entire household. Above me, there were sisters-in-law scheming. Below me, there were maidservants with their own agendas. A few brash boys are nothing I can't handle. The corner of Lu Jingyuan's mouth twitched. Nianqing turned and walked away, her steps light. The door closed. Lu Jingyuan sat alone in the study. Silence for 3 seconds. Then, he slammed the thermos cup down on the desk. What grade's top student? 5 times a week. 5 times. He pulled out his phone, opened the parent-teacher group, scrolled to the member list of class 1 grade 8. Gu Mingxian. No parent info, only the student's name. His finger hovered over the screen for a moment. He thought about it, then put the phone down. No, he couldn't act impulsively. Nianqing was right. She could handle it. Besides, she said the boy might just be discussing homework. He couldn't let his ancient instincts of guarding his daughter against every man turn normal modern interactions into a flood of monsters. He leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes, but that nerve in his mind remained taut. He sat up straight again, picked up the phone, sent a message to third brother. Third brother, there's a student named Gu Mingxian in class 1 grade 8 at Star Academy. Can you discreetly check his family background? No rush. Sent. He stared at the screen for 2 seconds, then added another message. Just casually looking into it. Nothing major. Third brother replied instantly. Fourth brother, it's the middle of the night. Why are you checking on a student? Lu Jingyuan typed. Nianqing's classmate. Good grades. Just curious. There was a 5-second pause, then a message popped up. Lu Jingyuan. Your daughter is only 14. Aren't you being a bit too nervous? Lu Jingyuan stared at the message. He didn't reply. He flipped the phone face down on the desk, stood up and walked to the window, gazing at the dark garden below. Too nervous. In the ancient world, the year Nianqing came of age, he had turned away 37 matchmakers. 37. Among them were the legitimate son of a 6th-rank official, the eldest grandson of the local richest man, and the prized disciple of the academy's headmaster. He hadn't approved a single one. And now a 14-year-old middle school boy had come to her 5 times to discuss problems, and he was already on edge. Yes, he was a bit nervous. But what was wrong with a father being nervous about his daughter? He took a deep breath, turned around, and sat back down at the desk. Forget it. Nianqing could handle it. That girl was right. Instead of worrying about her, he should be worrying about the boy. If Nianqing truly felt the boy had ulterior motives with her skills from the ancient world, that boy wouldn't even know how he died. At that thought, the corner of Lu Jingyuan's mouth finally curved upward. But 3 seconds later, it straightened again. No, he still had to keep an eye on things. He picked up his phone again, opened the chat with third brother. Third brother, let me know when you've checked. Really no rush. Just want to know. Third brother replied with a sticker. A cat rolling its eyes. The caption, got it old dad. Lu Jingyuan looked at the sticker. His lips twitched. He locked his phone. Stood up. Time for bed check. He walked from one end of the corridor to the other. 11 rooms. He pushed each door open to take a look. When he reached Nianqing's door, he paused. The door was closed. No light inside. She was already asleep. Lu Jingyuan stood for 2 seconds. Gently pushed the door open a crack. Nianqing was sleeping on her side, her breathing steady. Her blanket was neatly tucked in. He watched for a moment. This girl, she had been easy to care for since childhood. So easy it was heartbreaking. He gently closed the door. Continued on. The last room, Jingyuan. The little one had kicked off his blanket as usual. Lu Jingyuan bent down to pick up the blanket and tuck him in. Chengwan muttered something sleepily, turned over, and went back to sleep. After the bed check, he returned to the bedroom, lay down, closed his eyes. But those words still echoed in his mind. 5 times a week. He turned over. Forget it. I'll think about it tomorrow. But 2 minutes later he opened his eyes again, pulled out his phone. He searched, what does it mean when a middle school boy frequently talks to a girl? A bunch of results popped up. He read 3 of them. Every single one said he might have a crush on her. Lu Jingyuan shoved the phone under his pillow, closed his eyes. Nianqing is only 14. If that brat dares to have any other ideas, I'll show him what a max-level father looks like. The next morning, Lu Jingyuan's 6 a.m. alarm rang. He sat up in bed, paused for 2 seconds, then instinctively reached under his pillow for his phone. The screen lit up. A message from third brother sent at 2:17 a.m. Checked. Gu Mingxuan, grade 8, class 1. Father is Gu Whiting, a physics professor at Haisheng University. Mother Zhou Huilan is the surgical director at the city central hospital. Only child. Top academic record since childhood, won first prize in provincial math Olympiad. Clean family background, no questionable connections. Another message followed. Fourth brother, the kid is just a decent good student. You can let it go. Yet another message below that. Also asking me to dig up background on a 14-year-old boy at midnight. Do you know what that behavior is called legally? It's called excessive anxiety. Lu Jingyuan stared at the screen for a long while. Professor father. Director mother. Only child. Straight A student. Clean family background with no room for ulterior motives. He put his phone down and leaned back against the headboard. Fine. Hard to find any fault. But the tension in his chest wouldn't relax. It wasn't that he had anything against Gu Mingxian personally. It was his instinctive reaction to the pattern of 14-year-old boys frequently appearing near 14-year-old girls. He had lived for 78 years. 11 children. 7 daughters. Back in ancient times he had seen countless men who claimed to come for chess matches, but actually came to probe and scheme. A 14-year-old boy. Today says he wants to discuss homework. Tomorrow he'll discuss life ambitions. The day after that, watching the sunset together. 2 days after that, he'd be handing over love letters. Lu Jingyuan took a deep breath. Stop. He hit pause in his mind. This was modern times. Boys and girls discussing studies was normal social interaction. Nianqing wasn't a secluded daughter in ancient times. She was a middle school student. Discussing a few problems with classmates wasn't illegal. He couldn't be that perverted old father who locked his daughter in a tower. Besides, Nianqing herself had said she could handle it. That girl had managed an entire household estate. She had navigated through schemes between sisters-in-law and maids with hidden agendas. A 14-year-old boy wouldn't even make a ripple in front of her. Thinking it through, Lu Jingyuan got up to wash, and then went downstairs to make breakfast. Fried eggs, heated milk, steamed flour buns, sliced mango, mixed a small dish of pickled vegetables. The stovetop was full. 11 people's worth. He could make it blindfolded. 6:50. The children came downstairs one by one. Nianqing was first. Her uniform was neat and tidy. Seeing him busy in the kitchen, she walked over. Dad, did you sleep well last night? Her tone was calm, but there was a barely concealed smile in her eyes. Lu Jingyuan kept a straight face. Fine. Why? Nothing. Just noticed you have a bit of dark circles under your eyes. Lu Jingyuan's hand paused. This girl was doing it on purpose. Was up late on my phone last night. Nianqing hummed in acknowledgement. That corner of her mouth quirked up again. She didn't say more and sat down to eat quietly. She knew everything. This perceptiveness was exactly the same as in her past life. She saw everything but never called it out directly, always giving others a graceful way out. Lu Jingyuan pushed a plate of sliced mango toward her. Eat more fruit. Good for your eyes. Nianqing nodded. Thank you, Dad. Jingyuan was the third one down, unusually energetic today. Bouncing down the stairs 3 steps at a time. Dad, don't jump. You fall, you're responsible. Jingyuan landed with a grin. He plopped down at the table, eyes shining like light bulbs. Dad, I've got something to tell you. Go ahead. Friday afternoon, the school has a friendly match. Soccer. 5th grade versus 6th grade team. Coach, let me start as forward. Jingyuan's excitement was nearly spilling out of his throat. Lu Jingyuan brought the last plate of fried eggs to the table and sat down looking at him. You only joined the team 3 weeks ago, and you're starting. Because I'm fast. My dribbling is great too. In last practice I scored 4 goals alone. Coach said I'm a natural-born forward. Lu Jingyuan picked up his thermos and blew on it. Didn't speak. Natural-born forward. Not natural. He had practiced lightness skill footwork for several years alongside the mansion guards back in ancient times. Of course he ran fast. Of course he was agile in different directions. This child's physical ability far exceeded that of his peers, same as Chengyan. Chengyan was the power type, Jingyuan was the speed type. Nianxuang came rushing down the stairs. Sharp ears. The moment she heard soccer, she gathered around. Second brother has a match. I'll come watch and cheer for you. Jingyuan puffed out his chest proudly. Sure. Make yourself heard then. When have I ever been quiet? True enough. Nianxuang's voice was the loudest in the whole family. One call down the hallway for Jingyuan to come eat could be heard in the neighboring building. Jingyuan sat in the corner expressionless, picking up a piece of flour bun with her chopsticks. Speaking blandly, "Second brother, take it easy. If you lose, no one will sympathize with you." "When have I ever lost?" Jingyuan glared at her. "You lost track of rabbits several times back in ancient times. Those rabbits ran into their holes. Doesn't count." Jingyuan popped his head in. "Brother, why is a soccer ball round? Would it kick farther if it were hexagonal? Hexagons can't roll. But I read a book saying honeycombs are hexagonal, the most stable structure. Eat your food." Jingyuan stuffed a piece of flour bun into his mouth. Jingyuan was set down in his high chair from Chung'an's arms. The little one rubbed his eyes drowsily, picking up on the commotion. "What ball? Second brother's playing soccer Friday." Yinqing tied his bib. "Jingyuan wants to go too. You have class Friday afternoon." Jingyuan's little face scrunched up. "Again, you won't let Jingyuan go." "Never let me go." Lu Jingyuan looked at the lively table full of children, his mind turning on another matter. Jingyuan playing soccer was a good thing. The reasonable outlet he had planned for this child was exercise. But the problem was the same as before with Chung'an. These children's physical capabilities far exceeded those of their peers. Last time Chung'an lifted a person single-handedly, it had startled the PE teacher, though he covered it with traditional martial arts. Now Jingyuan was about to play in a match in front of the whole school. Practice games had few people on the field. The coach probably didn't take it too seriously. A formal friendly match was different. Parents would watch, teachers would be present, the whole grade would gather. If Jingyuan ran too fast, to a degree that didn't look like a 10-year-old should, he'd have to explain again. He looked at Jingyuan's bright smiling face. "Jingyuan." "Yeah." Lu Jingyuan set down his thermos. His tone was measured. "Hold back a bit during the match." Jingyuan's smile faltered, then brightened again. "That I know. Coach said just run fast. I won't be as obvious as eldest brother." "Do you know what too obvious means?" Not leaving everyone way behind." Lu Jingyuan grunted. Looking at him. "You can score goals. But don't score so many it looks abnormal. 3 is about right. 4 or 5 goes too far." Jingyuan nodded vigorously. "I promise to complete the mission. At most 3. Lu Jingyuan looked at his earnest expression, still not reassured. This child was always like this back in ancient times. Agreed readily, but couldn't control himself once on the field. "I'll come watch Friday afternoon." Jingyuan's eyes brightened threefold. "Really? You're coming, daddy?" I'll be right at the sidelines watching you." Jingyuan slapped his chopsticks on the table, so excited he nearly bounced out of his chair. He clenched his fists. His young face was full of the confident spirit of youth. "Dad, just watch from the sidelines." He grinned, showing his signature little tiger tooth. "Your son won't let you down. Your son will not disappoint you." Jingyuan spoke these words with great confidence. Over the next 3 days he indeed exerted himself to the fullest. Every day after school, he finished his homework first, then hugged his soccer ball, and headed to the yard to practice. Juggling against the wall, turning, stopping, abruptly changing direction, he trained for over an hour each time. Sometimes Nian Shuang would join him. The two of them chased the ball around the garden. They ran so fast that Uncle Zhao, watching from the kitchen window, just shook his head. Friday afternoon, 2:30, Lu Jingyuan arrived punctually at the edge of the soccer field of the elementary department of Star Academy. Beside him were Nian Shuang, Nian Shuechingzhe, and Nian Yu. The others were still in class. Nianqing and Chung'an were in the middle school department and couldn't come out. Nian Ro was in the art studio painting her 100 children playing in spring. Nianqing followed Nian Ro. Chungwan was in kindergarten. The field was not large, a standard 5-side pitch with artificial turf and aluminum bleachers on each side. Quite a few people were already seated, 5th and 6th graders, along with some parents who had come to watch. Lu Jingyuan found a spot near the front and sat down. Nian Shuang stood beside him, her hands clenched into fists, looking as if she was about to spring into action. "Dad, where's second brother?" "He hasn't come out yet. Probably in the locker room." Nian Yu sat nearby holding a bag of chips she had bought from the convenience store, munching while watching. "What color is second brother wearing? So I can recognize him." "Should be blue. The 5th grade team wears blue jerseys." Cheng Zhe was already crouching by the fence, studying the turf, poking at the artificial grass blades with his fingers. "Dad, this grass is fake. Why not use real grass?" "Real grass needs watering and maintenance. Fake grass is more convenient. But won't it hurt when you fall on it? Just don't go up there and try it." 3 minutes later, 2 teams emerged from the tunnel. The 5th grade team in blue jerseys was on the left, the 6th grade combined team in red was on the right. Jingyuan wore the blue number 9 jersey. He ran at the front of the team, his little face full of excitement. As soon as he came out, he looked toward the bleachers, scanned the crowd, and locked eyes with Lu Jingyuan. Then he grinned and gave him a thumbs up. Nian Shuang let out a loud shout. "Go second brother." All eyes turned toward them. Lu Jingyuan sat there with an unchanged expression, as if the little girl with the earth-shattering voice next to him wasn't someone he had brought. The whistle blew. Kickoff. At first the game was very tight. The 6th grade combined team consisted of children a year older with advantages in height and weight. The fifth grade team was pushed back for the first 2 minutes. Then Jingyuan got the ball. He received a pass in midfield with his back to the defender. He turned, a clean and crisp move. The sixth grade boy marking him was sent staggering. Then he accelerated. Lu Jingyuan's eyes narrowed slightly. That acceleration. It wasn't the explosive power a 10-year-old should have. From standstill to full speed it took less than 2 seconds. He was like an arrow released from the bow. The two opposing defenders couldn't catch up. They were even a beat slow to react. Jingyuan dribbled to the edge of the penalty area, pulled the trigger. The ball skimmed the ground and rolled into the bottom right corner of the goal. The goalkeeper dove into empty air. The whole crowd erupted. The fifth grade students jumped up and screamed. Nian Shuang bounced on the sidelines shouting goal, goal, goal. Second brother is amazing. Nian Yu's chips fell to the ground. Her eyes went wide. So fast. Chengze stood up. How did he run so fast? Is it because of his shoes? Nian Shui sat there expressionless, but the corner of her mouth lifted in the faintest hint of a smile. Lu Jingyuan did not cheer. He was looking at the sideline. The fifth grade coach was clapping his face, showing surprise and delight. The sixth grade combined team's coach frowned his gaze following Jingyuan. He was clearly reassessing. A few parents were whispering to each other. One of them took out a phone and started recording. Lu Jingyuan tapped his fingers twice on his knee. Too fast. The first goal came so quickly. What about the remaining 30+ minutes? The game continued. The sixth grade side clearly intensified their marking on Jingyuan. Two players double-teamed him, trying to limit his touches. But Jingyuan had practiced footwork for several years. In ancient times, his agility was far beyond what a 10-year-old should possess. He deftly dodged between the two defenders. The ball passed through the first player's legs, and he himself slipped past the second. Then he accelerated again. Another shot. The ball hit the crossbar and bounced into the goal. The crowd erupted for the second time. The fifth grade kids went crazy, rushing over to hug Jingyuan. It was less than 15 minutes into the game, and Jingyuan had already scored 2 goals. Lu Jingyuan stood up. He walked to the sideline railing, waited for Jingyuan to be released by his teammates, and waved him over. Jingyuan ran up, his face flushed, panting, but his eyes full of pride. Dad, did you see that? 2 goals. Lu Jingyuan bent down, lowering his voice. Jingyuan, hold back. What did Dad say? Jingyuan was stunned for a moment. Then he stuck out his tongue. I'm already holding back. Really? If I didn't, I could have scored 5. Lu Jingyuan looked at that earnest face. The veins on his temples pulsed twice. In the second half, run less. Pass more. Don't keep dribbling alone. But my teammates can't keep up with me. Then run slower. Let them catch up. Jingyuan pouted but nodded. All right. I'll listen to Dad. He turned and ran back, still carrying that eager, can't wait to dash energy in his stride. Lu Jingyuan watched his retreating figure and sighed. This kid. His mouth said hold back, but his body was more honest than his brain. In the second half, Jingyuan indeed broke through less, often passing more and organizing more. But his awareness of positioning and his speed were still too conspicuous. Every time he accelerated, he could shake off a defender by 3 meters. In the 20th minute of the second half, the opposing goalkeeper cleared the ball powerfully, sending it to midfield. Jingyuan jumped for a header. He leaped, a full head higher than the 6th grade boy beside him, and headed the ball into the opponent's goal. A hat trick. The whole crowd went completely wild. Nian Shuang's voice was almost hoarse. Second brother is invincible. Second brother is the strongest. Nian Yu clapped vigorously beside her. Her face smeared with chip crumbs. So cool. So cool. Chengze had already taken out a little notebook and was jotting down notes, mumbling something like, jump height approximately over 60 centimeters. Nian Shui still sat motionless, but her hands lightly patted her knees twice. For her, that was the highest form of applause. The final whistle blew. 5-2. The 5th grade team won decisively. Jingyuan scored 3 goals and assisted 2. No doubt about the MVP. The kids lifted Jingyuan onto their shoulders. They carried him around the field for half a lap. Lu Jingyuan stood at the sideline, hands in his pockets, a smile on his face. This kid, though he hadn't fully obeyed. At least he hadn't scored 4 or 5. Barely passed. After his teammates set him down, Jingyuan ran over, drenched in sweat, his jersey soaked through, but grinning with a mouthful of white teeth. Dad? 3. Only 3. I kept my word. Lu Jingyuan reached out and wiped the sweat from his forehead. All right. Good performance today. Not just good, great. All right. Great. An extra chicken leg at home. Jingyuan cheered, turned around, and ran back to high-five his teammates. Lu Jingyuan was about to gather the other children and pack up when a voice came from behind him. Excuse me, are you Lu Jingyuan's parent? Lu Jingyuan turned around. A man in his 30s wearing a tracksuit with a coach's badge hanging on his chest. The coach of the 6th grade combined team. I am. The coach glanced at him, then looked at Jingyuan, who was still celebrating with his teammates in the distance. The expression on his face was complex, surprise, confusion, and a hint of unwillingness after being outperformed. He hesitated for a moment, then spoke. Mr. Lu, may I ask a question? He lowered his voice, his gaze scrutinizing. Has your son received some kind of training? This speed and explosive power, they don't seem like what a normal 10-year-old should have. Your son, has he been trained in something? The speed and explosive power are not typical for a 10-year-old. Lu Jingyuan turned around. Before him stood the coach of the 6th grade team, in his 30s, wearing athletic gear. A coach's badge hung on his chest. His gaze held scrutiny, curiosity, and a hint of reluctance after being outmatched. He had seen that look before. Last time after Chung and lifted someone with one hand, teacher Ma wore the same expression. Lu Jingyuan kept his hands in his pockets. His face remained calm. He has been trained. The coach's eyes lit up. In what event? He's been practicing since he was young, running physical fitness coordination training. A relative of ours is a retired soldier who usually takes the kids to exercise. He said it casually, as if discussing the weather. The coach frowned after listening, as if he found the answer too vague. But Mr. Lu, your son's speed. Honestly, I've coached the elementary school football team for 6 years, and I've never seen a 10-year-old with such explosive power. That header just now, his jump height was at least 60 centimeters. That's already above the average middle school student. Lu Jingyuan glanced at him. My second brother was a physical training instructor before retiring. He's been training the kids for a few years. The child has a good foundation, eats well, and is strong. He paused and added a sentence. He's just a kid who loves football. Don't overthink it. The coach opened his mouth. He wanted to say more, but Lu Jingyuan had already turned around. He waved at Nian Shuang and the others. Let's go home. Nian Shuang rushed over, still immersed in the excitement. Dad, second brother was amazing. I want to be on the field too. You'd probably just tackle people. Let's go. Nian Yu followed with her bag of chips, crumbs still on her lips. Cheng Zhe tucked his notebook into his pocket. Nian Shui walked unhurriedly at the back. The coach stood there watching the family walk away, his expression complicated. In the car, Jingyuan hadn't showered yet. He reeked of sweat. His hair was plastered to his forehead in strands. But he couldn't stop grinning. Dad, did you see that? The turn on the second goal. Wasn't it cool? Cool. Sit properly. And the third header. When I jumped, the 6th grader next to me was stunned. Sit down and buckle up. Dad, why are you so calm? Your son just scored a hat trick. Lu Jingyuan glanced at him through the rearview mirror. Jingyuan finally sensed something. His smile faded a bit. What's wrong? We'll talk when we get home. Jingyuan pressed his lips together. He fell silent. Back at the villa, the other children dispersed. Nian Shuang went to the backyard to see Ahu. Nian Yu went to the kitchen to ask Uncle Zhao for extra food. Cheng Zhe returned to his room to draw his gear diagrams. Nian Shui went to her room and closed the door. Lu Jingyuan called Cheng Yuan into the study. He closed the door. Cheng Yuan stood before him, still in his jersey, sweat mingling with the smell of grass. A 10-year-old boy head lowered as if knowing he was about to be scolded. Lu Jingyuan didn't sit. He leaned against the desk holding the pink thermos. He blew on it. That coach came to ask me today? Cheng Yuan's shoulders tensed. What did he ask? He asked why you run so fast. Whether you've been trained in something. Cheng Yuan looked up a bit nervous. What did you say, Dad? Same as last time with Cheng'en. Said your second uncle trained you in physical fitness. Cheng Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. Then it's fine. Fine. Lu Jingyuan looked at him, his tone flattening a degree. Cheng Yuan, I saw that acceleration of yours clearly from the sidelines. From midfield to the opponent's penalty area in under 3 seconds. The 2 6th graders beside you might as well have been standing still. Cheng Yuan lowered his head again. And that header. You jumped a full head higher than the boy next to you. He was half a head taller than you. Tell me, does that look like something a 10-year-old can do? Cheng Yuan fell silent, scuffing his toes on the floor. Dad isn't saying you didn't play well. You played very well. But what did I tell you? Cheng Yuan muttered. Hold back. Did you? Cheng Yuan looked up, a defiant expression on his face. He quickly suppressed it, but not entirely. That I did hold back. And you still scored 3. You said at most 3. I only scored 3. Not more. A corner of Lu Jingyuan's mouth twitched. The kid was a master at splitting hairs. The problem isn't how many you scored. It's how you scored them. Your speed and jumping ability already made the coach think something was off. He grilled me today. What about next time? Will the principal come asking next time? And after that, will someone from the sports bureau come to watch? Cheng Yuan was silent. He pressed his lips together. He clenched his fists. Then he looked up, his eyes holding a light Lu Jingyuan recognized well. A stubborn light. Dad, in ancient times I was the fastest runner. Faster than all the guards in the mansion. You even praised me, said I was a born speedster. Lu Jingyuan said nothing. Cheng Yuan's voice dropped a little. But every word carried weight. Why can't I win here? Why should I pretend to be the same when I'm clearly stronger? Lu Jingyuan put down the thermos. He walked over and crouched in front of Cheng Yuan, meeting his eyes. Cheng Yuan, listen to me. You can win. I never said you couldn't. Cheng Yuan looked at him. But there's a way to win. You can be a little faster than them. But not so fast that everyone thinks you're not normal. He reached out and placed a hand on Cheng Yuan's shoulder. Remember what happened with Cheng'en? Last time in PE class, he picked up a classmate with one hand. That PE teacher is still talking about it. If I hadn't brushed it off as traditional martial arts, that situation would have been very troublesome. Jingyuan lowered his head. I know, Dad. You kids are different. This can't be discovered by outsiders. Your family's safety is far more important than you scoring one more goal on the field. Do you understand? Jingyuan didn't speak. His lips were tightly pressed. A 10-year-old boy at the peak of competitiveness. It was indeed hard for him to have the ability, but not be able to fully unleash it. Lu Jingyuan sighed and ruffled his hair. I know you feel wrong. Jingyuan looked up, his eyes slightly red. But he didn't cry. I'm not wronged. I just feel really happy when I run. Lu Jingyuan smiled. There will be plenty of chances to run. In the garden at home. On your second uncle's estate. Run as fast as you want. But outside at school where people can see, just hold back a little. Okay. Jingyuan thought for a moment. Can I still play in friendly matches? You can, but score at most 2 goals each time. Keep your speed just a little faster than your peers. Not enough to raise suspicion. Jingyuan's expression was conflicted for a long time. The 10-year-old's face was a complex mix of reluctance and understanding that his father was right. Finally, he sighed like a little adult. All right, I'll listen to you. Lu Jingyuan patted his shoulder and stood up. Good boy, go take a shower. You stink. Jingyuan turned and took 2 steps, then stopped and looked back. His eyes darted, and that familiar sly expression surfaced. Dad, I have a condition. Speak. I'll hold back at school, but you have to take me to see a real football match. The kind in a big stadium, with tons of people. Lu Jingyuan raised an eyebrow. Watch a match. Yes, I saw it on TV, thousands of people cheering, players running on the grass. The stadium was huge. Jingyuan's eyes lit up again. Dad, take me once. Just once. Lu Jingyuan thought for a moment. Haisheng had a professional football club. There was a match next month. With his connections and status, getting a few VIP box tickets was as easy as drinking water. The perks of being a rich young master. Getting tickets was the easiest thing. All right. Jingyuan yelled with joy and rushed over to hug him. Dad is the best. Go shower. You stink. Jingyuan chuckled, let go, and bounced toward the door. At the door he turned back. Dad, I checked. Next month's match is Haisheng United versus Beijing Guan. Can you get tickets? Lu Jingyuan sat back in his chair. He raised his thermos, glanced at him. What tickets can't your dad get? You didn't think Dad could get any tickets? Only then was Jingyuan satisfied. Clutching the soccer ball, he ran off, his footsteps echoing all the way from the study to the staircase. He even bumped into the doorframe mid-stride, but it didn't slow his rush upstairs one bit. Lu Jingyuan leaned back in his chair and took a sip of water from his thermos. Getting the soccer tickets was the easy part. The real challenge was keeping Jingyuan's legs under control at school. Give the kid something to look forward to, and he'd behave for 3 or 5 days. After the novelty wore off, you'd need a different tactic. Lu Jingyuan had raised him across 2 lifetimes. He knew exactly how this one worked. His phone vibrated twice on the desk. Nianyu had sent a voice message. Dad, Uncle Zhao said there's no class tomorrow afternoon. Can I go to the baking classroom? Teacher Zhou said last time that we're learning cookies this week, and I want to learn. The last few words were spoken softly, and slowly her true intention laid bare. Lu Jingyuan pressed the voice message button. All right, I'll drive you tomorrow. The message had barely been sent when another voice note arrived. Dad is the best. Dad is the best dad in the whole world. Lu Jingyuan chuckled. This girl rarely jumped in during conversations, but when food was involved, her sweet talk could easily outshine Jingyuan. The following afternoon on the 3rd floor of Haisheng Youth Palace, Lu Jingyuan dropped Nianyu off at the baking classroom. 8 children had already arrived, all around 8 or 9 years old, each wearing a light-colored apron. Every workstation was set up with an electronic scale, a spatula, a mixing bowl, and a piping bag. Nianyu changed into a pink apron, and after washing her hands, stood at her station. Before the teacher had even begun speaking, she bent her head to inspect the ingredients. Noticing the butter was still hard, she held off on starting. Teacher Zhou walked over and touched the small bowl holding the butter. This needs to soften first. Don't start kneading yet. If you mix it too early, it'll fall apart, and the edges will crack after baking. Nianyu said. Teacher Zhou paused. Who taught you that? You mentioned it during the first 2 classes. After saying that, she went to weigh the powdered sugar without looking up again. Teacher Zhou remembered saying it, but few children in the class had actually retained that information. Most kids who entered the classroom fixated only on the finished product, desperate to throw the butter straight into the oven the moment it came out of the fridge. Nianyu was different. She loved eating, but she was willing to wait. Lu Jingyuan stood outside the door and watched for a moment. Teacher Zhou came out to greet him. Mr. Lu, the class runs for an hour and a half. You can rest in the area nearby, and I'll let you know when it's almost over. All right, call me if anything comes up. Don't worry, there's no open flame today, and the oven will be operated by the teacher. Lu Jingyuan headed to the adjacent parents' area and chose a seat where he could see into the classroom. He had no intention of interfering. Nianyu was learning to bake for her own enjoyment, not so he could hover and monitor every step. Through the glass, Nianyu had already started working. She weighed the ingredients first, then softened the butter. After beating it until the color lightened, she added the egg mixture in 2 batches, waiting each time for the butter to fully absorb before pouring in the remainder. When it came time to sift the flour, a little boy beside her grew impatient. He tipped the bowl of flour straight into the mixing bowl, coating his entire apron in powder. Jingyuan glanced over, but didn't laugh. She handed him the extra sieve. Pass it through this once, and there won't be any lumps. The little boy took the sieve and bent his head to study it for a long while. How do I use it? Gently tap the sides. Don't pour it all at once. You've already added too much just now. How do you even know I put in too much? Your batter is almost standing up on its own. The little boy poked the dough in the bowl with his spatula, but it wouldn't budge. He honestly went to find the teacher to ask for more butter. Jingyuan watched clearly and lowered his head to take a sip of water. This girl had never stepped into a kitchen to make proper pastries in her previous life, but she had grown up watching the kitchen and testing dishes. All she needed was a pinch of salt to identify. Now that she'd learned to use an electronic scale and an oven, she had put that skill to good use. 40 minutes later, the scent of butter and milk drifted through the classroom. Jingyuan didn't focus on her own baking tray first. Instead, she stood in front of the oven, peering through the glass to check each one's color. Teacher Zhou called her back to her station. The oven is hot. Let the teacher handle it. Jingyuan stepped back. The 3rd tray is ready to come out. The edges have already turned golden. If it bakes any longer, it'll turn bitter. Teacher Zhou put on heat-resistant gloves and pulled out the 3rd tray. The cookies on the outermost ring had just the right color on the bottom. Another 30 seconds, and the flavor would be ruined. She glanced at Jingyuan but didn't rush to ask anything. As the class drew to a close, Teacher Zhou had each child pick a piece of their own creation to taste. Jingyuan took a bite of half a cookie, chewed, and then sipped some water. Teacher, did we use less sugar today? How much less? Jingyuan couldn't give an exact answer. She just held up her fingers to indicate a small amount. Not much. It would taste better if it were a bit sweeter. Teacher Zhou flipped over the recipe card on the table. The original recipe called for 45 grams of powdered sugar, but today she had the teaching assistant prepare only 40 grams, a difference of exactly 5 grams. Out of all the children, only Jingyuan had spoken up. An hour later, Teacher Zhou left the classroom and walked straight to the parents' area. Mister, could I speak with you for a moment? Jingyuan set down his thermos and stood up, asking, did Jingyuan take apart the oven? No, she was very well behaved today. Teacher Zhou couldn't help but laugh. I'm wondering, has Jingyuan ever studied under a professional before? No. She's only taken a few baking classes officially. Is there a pastry chef in the family? The family cook knows how to make Chinese food, but not much Western pastry. Teacher Zhou glanced back toward the classroom. Jingyuan had answered casually, and upon hearing that his daughter was doing well, he hadn't immediately pressed about her results. That made her unable to guess what was going on. There were plenty of families who could afford to send their 8-year-old to hobby classes, but for a child to remember the state of ingredients so precisely, someone at home must have put in considerable effort. But this young father's reaction seemed as though he had already witnessed his daughter display even more impressive skills. Jingyuan's cookies today are the most complete work this class has produced since it started 3 months ago. Jingyuan raised his eyebrows. Teacher Zhou continued, the steps for cookies aren't difficult. What's challenging is judging the consistency. How soft the butter should be, when to add the egg wash, and when to stop mixing the batter. The recipe can only provide a range. Her hands are steady, the pipe decorations are uniform in size, and she proactively placed the smaller dough pieces in the center where the baking tray's temperature is higher. What about the finished product? You'll taste it in a moment. The texture and shape are both fine. Teacher Zhou opened photos on her phone and pointed them out to him. Today I reduced the powdered sugar by 5 grams, and she was the only one in the entire class who noticed. 5 grams isn't much. An adult might not even be able to tell the difference. She doesn't just love eating, she has a keen palate and can remember flavors. Jingyuan smiled. That wasn't an exaggeration. In her past life, Jingyuan had always lingered in the kitchen. If a dish used a different kind of vinegar, or if a certain pastry had an extra touch of osmanthus, one taste from her would tell you exactly what had changed. Others had only thought her greedy for food, nobody taking this talent seriously. But in this modern era, someone had noticed it first. That's why I'd like to recommend her for a competition. Teacher Zhou said. What competition? The city's Little Baker contest, open to children aged 8 to 12. It's on the 15th of next month, Saturday, at the Haisheng Exhibition Center. The competition requires everything to be made on-site, divided into 3 categories: cookies, cakes, and creative desserts. Judges will evaluate flavor, technique, and the final product. Jingyuan asked first, are parents allowed into the working area? No. Materials will be inspected uniformly before the competition, and tools will be provided by the organizers. Teachers and parents can only watch from the outside. Children must complete everything independently. That actually worked in their favor. Jingyuan's skill with pastries wouldn't draw the kind of trouble Jingyuan had dealt with. An 8-year-old with a keen sense of taste and good handling would simply be seen as naturally talented by outsiders. Besides, the entire process is open, which prevents anyone from making remarks about the Liu family's status. What's needed to register? Identification and a guardian's signature. I can enter her for the preliminary round, but I should check with the child herself first. Alright, I'll ask her when I get home. Teacher Zhou tilted her chin toward the glass. Look at whether she's willing to put down that tray of cookies, and you'll have your answer. Lu Jingyuan turned his head to look. Nianyu was standing at the workstation, carefully placing the cooled cookies one by one into a paper box. She first picked out 2 pieces with the most even color and set them aside on the top layer. Then she took out one with a cracked edge, broke off a small corner, and tasted it. The little boy beside her stared at her box. Lu Nianyu, why didn't yours crack? You used too much flour. Then let me trade this one with you. No deal. I'll give you 2 for 1. Nianyu thought for 2 seconds, then handed over her cracked edge piece. This one's yours. The good ones have to be taken home. I have younger brothers and sisters. The little boy held the cookie and looked down, counting the items in her box. How many people are in your family? 11. Who are you trying to fool? Nianyu didn't explain. She closed the lid securely and wrote the character Lu on a sticker. Lu Jingyuan pulled his gaze away. She was fiercely protective of her food, so offering a piece voluntarily was already quite generous. When the class ended, Nianyu came out hugging the box, and her first action was to present it to him. Dad, taste this first. I made it. Those 2 on top. Yes. Those are the best ones. Lu Jingyuan took one. The cookie was crisp and buttery on the tongue with a sweetness lower than what's sold in stores, and it didn't leave a heavy feeling afterward. Considering she'd only taken a few classes, this was already quite impressive. Nianyu kept watching him intently. How is it? Delicious. The truth. The truth. Are you saying it's good just because I'm your daughter? Lu Jingyuan took another piece. It's precisely because you're my daughter that I'm eating a second piece. If it weren't good, even your second brother begging me wouldn't make me eat it. Nianyu was finally satisfied, hugging the box as she walked out with him. After getting into the car, Lu Jingyuan didn't start the engine right away. Instead, he brought up the competition. Teacher Zhou wants to enter you for the city baking competition. It's on the 15th of next month. Do you want to go? Nianyu, clutching the cookie box, first looked up, then, after a moment, looked down at the lid again. Do I have to compete against a lot of people, eh? Children from ages 8 to 12 across the entire city. The number won't be small. Will the judges taste it right in front of me? Yes, they will. What if they don't like it? Some people prefer sweet, others find it too rich. Tastes differ naturally. Just focus on doing your best. Nianyu picked at the lid of the box a couple of times. She wanted to participate. There would be large ovens on the competition stage, professional judges, and she could make desserts she'd never seen before. But she was also afraid of messing up. Her family would always praise her no matter what, but outside judges wouldn't coddle her. Is there a prize for winning? She asked. Lu Jingyuan glanced at her. First, think clearly about why you want to participate. Because I enjoy making them. Anything else? I want others to taste them too. That's enough. Nianyu nodded. She stayed quiet for less than 10 seconds before turning back around. So is there actually a prize for winning? Lu Jingyuan chuckled at her question. Ask Teacher Zhou about that. Teacher only said there are certificates and trophies. You can't eat certificates and you can't eat trophies either. So you don't want to participate anymore. I do, Nianyu answered quickly, but there should also be something edible as a reward. Her calculation was clear. Lu Jingyuan started the car. If you win, Dad will take you to that Japanese buffet you've been longing for 2 months. Nianyu sat up straight. That one on the top floor of the mall. The one that's 1,000 yuan per person. You remember that clearly. Uncle Zhao said they have unlimited sweet shrimp and freshly opened sea urchin inside. Any place is fine, you pick. Nianyu patted her leg, and the cookie box nearly slid off her knee. She quickly held it steady and announced in a hushed voice, Dad, I'm entering. I have to win this prize. Don't think about the sea urchin just yet. The competition has 3 events. Did you understand all of them? I understood. Cookies, cake, and a creative dessert. It's called creative dessert. Same thing. Back at the villa, you carried the cookies inside. Jingyuan was the first to follow the scent, running over, reaching out to grab one, but she swatted his hand away. Wash your hands. I just washed them. You were holding a soccer ball earlier. Jingyuan sniffed his hands, turned around, and headed to the restroom. Nian Shuang and Cheng Zhe also gathered around. Nianyu distributed the cookies according to the number of people, giving each 1 piece, and saving the rest for the older siblings who hadn't returned home yet. Jingyuan took a bite. Less sugar. Nianyu looked up. You could taste that too. No, I heard you telling Dad earlier. Nian Shui took a cookie from the side, finished it, and then spoke. Better than the hard batch you baked last week. That batch wasn't hard last week. Ahu chewed on it for a long time. Nianyu fell silent, picked up the empty box, and went into the kitchen. She needed practice. The Japanese buffet could wait. For now, she just couldn't produce anything that even Ahu would find too tough to chew. For the following weeks after school, Nianyu no longer rummaged through the snack cabinet first. Instead, she washed her hands, put on an apron, and took up her spot at half of the kitchen workspace right on time. Uncle Zhao initially helped her fetch ingredients, but after 3 days, he stopped interfering. Weigh it yourself, clean it up yourself. If powdered sugar spills on the floor, you wipe it up yourself. Uncle Zhao, you used to be different. In the past your only job was to eat. Now you're a little master. The rules have changed. Jingyuan had no counter-argument. She could only fetch a small stool to reach the flour stored up high. She practiced with cookies, then moved on to chiffon cake, and also made egg tarts and cream puffs. Failed attempts weren't wasted either. Jingyuan and Yin Shuang were responsible for eating the ones that didn't look good. Chengze studied why the cream puffs collapsed, and Yin Shui only tasted the finished products with her comments usually not exceeding 5 characters. Too sweet. Overbaked. This time it's edible. Nianyu was never convinced, but the next day she'd reduced the sugar by 2 grams or shortened the baking time by 1 minute. Lu Jingyuan didn't hire a better teacher for her, nor did he have the family cook help out. He could clear the path for his children, but he couldn't stand on the competition stage for her. It was fine to practice more slowly. The skills had to be her own. Cookies and cake stabilized quickly, but it was the creative dessert that truly held Nianyu back. During dinner, she brought the competition prompt and sat beside Lu Jingyuan. Dad, what exactly should I make for the creative dessert? Make whatever you want to make. I want to make a huge platter. The judges compare flavor, not appetite. Then I'll make 11 flavors, 1 for each older brother and sister. 2 hours. Can you finish that? Nianyu counted on her fingers until she reached the 7th, then stopped on her own. She couldn't finish it. She thought for a while longer. Then I'll make a particularly large cake. Can you carry it by yourself? Nianyu lowered her head and continued eating rice, dropping the subject. Lu Jingyuan didn't offer an answer. If she made something according to what adults had decided, no matter how beautiful the result, it wouldn't be her own idea. Don't rush. Think about what you're most willing to make for your family to eat and start from there. Nianyu nodded and went back to the kitchen after dinner. The night before the competition, she returned to her room at 9:30. The light was off, the blanket pulled up to her chin, but she wasn't sleeping. On the bedside table lay the procedure sheet she had folded several times. When Lu Jingyuan came in to check on her, he saw her eyes open and sat down by the bed. Still thinking about tomorrow? Nianyu rolled over and shifted closer to him. Dad, I can't sleep. Nervous. She nodded, her hands still gripping the edge of the blanket. At home, even if I mess up, my older brothers and sisters will still eat it. What if the judges don't eat it? Follow what you've practiced regularly. Don't rush. Get each step right first. But others have been practicing longer than I have. How long others practice has nothing to do with the dough in your hands. Nianyu was quiet for a while. She wanted to win a prize, go eat sweet shrimp, and bring the trophy back for Yin Shuang to see. But on the eve of the competition, those concerns faded into the background, leaving only the oven temperature, the beating consistency, and the creative dessert she hadn't fully figured out yet. Daddy, what if I mess up tomorrow? Don't worry. Just make whatever you're best at. On the day of the competition, the 3rd floor of Haisheng Convention Center, Lu Jingyuan rose at 7. He prepared a hearty breakfast for Nianyu. Steamed eggs, zilongbeo juju porridge, and a plate of braised pork. Nianyu ate more than usual. She ate more when she was nervous. This habit had persisted since ancient times. They departed at 8:30. In the car, Nianyu sat in the back seat. She held a small cloth bag in her arms. Inside were her own apron and a wooden rolling pin she had been accustomed to using since ancient times. Xiaobo had bought it for her. He had visited 3 kitchenware shops to find that old-fashioned uncoated pure wood rod. Nianyu said anything else felt awkward. Lu Jingyuan glanced at her through the rearview mirror. Nervous? Nianyu shook her head, then nodded. A little. Didn't we agree last night? Just make what you're best at. Nianyu hummed in agreement. Her fingers twisted the cloth bag straps. Dad, I've decided. For the creative dessert round, I'm going to make peach blossom pastry. Lu Jingyuan's hand paused on the steering wheel. Peach blossom pastry. That was a recipe Nianyu had learned from the mansion's cook in ancient times. Layered flaky pastry shaped like petals filled with a homemade red bean paste. In ancient times, every spring Nianyu made this for the whole family. From age 8 until adulthood, each year it grew better. Eventually, even nobles from the capital sent people to ask for the recipe. Are you sure? I'm sure. Nianyu's voice suddenly became resolute. Teacher Zhou said creative desserts should have your own ideas. Peach blossom pastry is my idea. No one else can make it. Lu Jingyuan smiled. All right, then we'll make peach blossom pastry. 9 o'clock. Haisheng Convention Center. The baking competition venue on the 3rd floor was formally arranged. 20 workstations. Each station was equipped with identical ovens, egg beaters, measuring cups, and basic ingredients. There were 20 contestants. Ages ranged from 8 to 12. Nianyu was one of the youngest. Lu Jingyuan stood behind the glass wall of the parent observation area. He could see all the workstations inside. Nianyu was assigned to station 13. She wore a pink apron. Her hair was tied into 2 small buns. Standing before the workstation, her chubby little figure appeared exceptionally serious. First round. Cookies. Time limit 40 minutes. Nianyu made butter cookies. Her specialty. From kneading the dough to the final bake, she was steady throughout. Her movements were not fast, but there were no unnecessary steps. Lu Jingyuan noticed that while children at neighboring stations were still measuring flour, Nianyu had already finished kneading her dough. Her tactile sense was indeed excellent. Without scales or measuring cups, she could tell if the moisture was sufficient just by pinching the dough's softness. This was a skill honed through years of practice in the ancient kitchen. The first round ended. The judges tasted and scored one by one. When they reached Jingyuan, a female judge in her 40s picked up a cookie and examined it. The color is very even. She took a bite. Her eyebrows lifted. She exchanged a glance with the judge beside her and murmured something. Jingyuan couldn't see the scores, but he understood that expression. Surprise. Second round. Cakes. Time limit 1 hour. Jinyu made a 6-inch chiffon cake. She had practiced this at home at least 15 times. Xiaobo had gone through over 30 eggs for her. When the cake came out of the oven, the surface was neither sunken nor cracked. The cross-section was fluffy and delicate. It was standard but executed with extreme precision. Third round. Creative dessert. Time limit 1 hour and 15 minutes. This was the highlight. Jinyu took a deep breath. From her cloth bag, she retrieved her wooden rolling pin. She began. She was going to make peach blossom pastry. Jingyuan watched her movements through the glass. First the water oil dough. Flour, lard, warm water. The proportions were etched in her memory. No need for any recipe. Then the oil pastry. Flour mixed with lard. Kneaded into a smooth dough. Both doughs were rested separately. While resting, she started preparing the filling. The red bean paste was prepared in advance. But she added something extra. Osmanthus honey. The youth palace's ingredient area didn't have osmanthus honey. But there was honey and dried osmanthus flowers. She took a small handful of dried osmanthus, crushed it, mixed it into the honey, and then blended it into the red bean paste. This was an ancient recipe. Osmanthus honey mixed with red beans. Sweet but not cloying. With a floral aroma upon tasting. The doughs were rested. Now came the most critical step. Lamination. The water oil dough wrapped the oil pastry. Rolled out. Rolled up. Rolled out again. Rolled up again. Repeated 3 times. Each time the force had to be controlled. Too heavy, and the pastry would break. Too light, and the layers wouldn't form. Jianyu's small hands gripped the wooden rolling pin. She pushed it back and forth stroke by stroke. Her movements were extremely steady. Her rhythm was perfectly even. Jingyuan watched her. He remembered many years ago. In that ancient kitchen, a 7 or 8-year-old Jianyu stood on a small stool to reach the counter. The same posture. The same focused expression. The cook was teaching her. Fifth miss, keep the force even. Don't rush. Little Jianyu pushed stroke by stroke. She pushed until her hands ached and trembled. She came back the next day, and the next. She pushed for an entire spring. Only then did she make the first peach blossom pastry that earned everyone's praise. Now, her hands no longer trembled. The rolled-out pastry was cut into small pieces. Rounded. Wrapped with the red bean and osmanthus filling. Sealed side down. Then came shaping. Using a scraper to cut 5 slits on the surface. Gently squeezed. The petals emerged. 5 peach blossom petals. Clear layers. Brushed with a thin layer of egg wash. Sprinkled with a touch of pink edible powder. Into the oven. 20 minutes later. The oven light went out. Jianyue, wearing heat-resistant gloves, brought out the baking tray. A rich aroma of baked pastry filled the entire workstation, mixed with the delicate fragrance of osmanthus. 6 peach blossom pastries lined up neatly on the tray. Distinct layers. Golden brown. Petals slightly curled up. Like real flowers. A child at the neighboring workstation looked back and froze. The judges began their rounds. When they reached Jianyue, all 3 judges stopped simultaneously. What is this? Jianyu stood straight. Her voice was clear. Peach blossom pastry. A Chinese flaky pastry. Red bean and osmanthus filling. The female judge bent down. She carefully examined the layers of the pastry. How did you achieve these layers, eh? Rolled 3 times. Rolled 3 times. The force must be even. No breaks. The judge picked up a piece. Broke it open. The pastry crumbled at her fingertips. Layers were distinct. At least a dozen layers could be seen. She took a bite. The female judge's movements paused. She chewed for several seconds. Swallowed slowly. Then she looked at her colleague. Is there osmanthus in this filling? Yes. I made it myself. Crushed dried osmanthus mixed with honey. Another male judge also broke off a piece and tasted it. 8 years old. Jianyu nodded. Who taught you? I learned from my family. I've been learning for a long time. The 3 judges exchanged glances. They wrote on their scoring sheets for a long time. The competition ended. During the half-hour wait for the awards, Jianyu ran out from the venue. She threw herself into Jingyuan's arms. Dad, I finished. The peach blossom pastry came out. It looked amazing. Dad saw it. It was beautifully made. The judge teacher ate several bites. She only took a bite at first, but then she picked it up and ate more. Jingyuan smiled and ruffled her hair. At the award ceremony, the gold prize went to a 12-year-old boy. He had made a 3-tier fondant cake. Exquisite like a work of art. Silver prize. Contestant number 13, Jianyu. Jianyu was stunned for a moment. Then she leaped out of her seat. She ran up to the podium, holding the silver medal. Her eyes sparkled. They shone as if filled with stars. After the photo, Jianyu hugged the medal and jumped off the stage. She wove through the crowd. straight toward Lu Jingyuan, who stood at the front of the audience area. She trotted over and crashed into his embrace. Her face tilted up. Her eyes curved into crescent moons as she smiled. Dad, I can make lots and lots of delicious food for the whole family now. Dad, I can make lots and lots of delicious food for the whole family now. Nianyu held up her smile, so wide it seemed ready to spill over her face. Lu Jingyuan picked her up and weighed her in his arms. You've gotten heavier. Did you sneak more food after the competition? No, I didn't. It's because the medal is heavy. Nianyu thrust the medal toward his face. A silver circular medallion engraved with Haisheng Children's Baking Competition Silver Award. Dad, look, it's silver. So close to being gold. Silver is fine. I'll hang it on the wall when we get home. Really? Hang it in the living room. Let everyone see it. Lu Jingyuan set her down with a smile and took her hand as they walked out. Nianyu's chatter never ceased all the way. Dad, that judge told me my peach blossom pastry was the most distinctive creation today. She said if judging creativity alone, I should have taken first place. Then why silver overall? Because my cake round score wasn't as high as the gold winners. His fondant cake was stunning, more beautiful than mine. Nianyu said this with a hint of defiance, but soon her spirits lifted again. But it doesn't matter. Next time I'll practice fondant. Once I master it, I'll win gold. All right, no rush. Take your time. When they returned to the villa, it was already 5 in the afternoon. The moment the car came to a stop, the villa door swung open. Nian Shuang was the first to burst out. Fifth sister, how did you do? Did you win an award? Nianyu held up her medal. Silver. Nian Shuang let out a howl of excitement, even more thrilled than if she had won herself. I knew fifth sister would pull it off. Cheng Yuan followed behind, glanced at the medal, and pursed his lips. Silver. Not gold. Almost there. Nianyu kicked at him. If you're so capable, you try it. You can't even boil instant noodles without burning the pot. The heat was too high. You didn't even add water. Cheng Zhe poked his head out from the doorway. Fifth sister, did you bring back that peach blossom pastry? I want to see the structure. Stop analyzing my pastry. Every time you do, you take it apart completely. Nianqing stood in the hallway smiling. Congratulations, fifth sister. Nianyu rushed over and pressed the medal into Nianqing's hands. Eldest sister, look. Isn't it heavy? Nianqing took it, studied it carefully, and nodded. Very good. Nianyu did wonderfully. Nianqing came running down the stairs, her little face flushed. Fifth sister, did you really win an award? Really? Nianqing threw her arms around Nianyu's waist. I knew fifth sister was the best. Cheng Wan appeared last, peeking out from behind Cheng, and with an expression of profound seriousness etched across his small face. He walked up to Nianyu, craned his neck to inspect the medal, then spoke. Fifth sister, Cheng Wan is hungry. Where's that pastry you made? The room erupted in laughter. Nianyu stamped her foot in annoyance. I just won an award, and you're already thinking about food. Cheng Wan countered with unshakable logic. Didn't fifth sister win to share with everyone? Lu Jingyuan added from behind with a smile. He has a point. Nianyu shot her father a glare, but her lips curled upward. Fine. I'll make it tonight. I'll make it all for you. After dinner, Nianyu commandeered the kitchen and shoehorned Uncle Zhao out. The young miss said she doesn't need help. She wants to do it all by herself. Uncle Zhao said from the living room, his expression caught between exasperation and quiet pride. Lu Jingyuan waved it off and let her have her way. An hour and a half later, Nianyu emerged from the kitchen with a large tray. The tray was laden with pastries, 6 peach blossom pastries, and 2 plates of butter cookies. 8 egg tarts and a small dish of osmanthus cake rounded it out. The entire living room filled with the sweet aroma of fresh baking. Come, let's eat. Nianyu set the tray on the carpet in the center of the living room, and the children gathered from every direction. Cheng Yuan was first to grab a peach blossom pastry. One bite and flaky crumbs coated his face. Delicious. So good. Eat slowly. You're making a mess all over the floor. Nian Shuang snatched up an egg tart and devoured it in one bite. Fifth sister. The egg tarts are amazing too. Even better than store-bought. Cheng Zhe held a peach blossom pastry without eating it, turning it over and over. Fifth sister, how do you make these layers? Are they stacked one by one? Stop analyzing it. Just eat it. Nian Ro quietly took a small cookie and nibbled it in tiny bites. After finishing, she offered a simple compliment. Your skills keep getting better, fifth sister. Nian Shui sat in the corner with a peach blossom pastry in front of her. She took a bite, chewed, and said nothing, but reached for a second one. Nian Yao leaned over beside her. Fourth sister, is it good? Nian Shui remained expressionless. It's passable. Passable, and you're already on your second piece. Nian Shui ignored her and turned away to keep eating. Nian Qing perched on the sofa, armrest, a glass of warm water in hand, watching her younger siblings enjoy themselves on the carpet. A gentle smile lingered on her lips. Nian Qing leaned against Nian Qing's leg, clutching half a piece of osmanthus cake. Eldest sister, this is so sweet. If you like it, have another piece. But I'm worried about gaining weight. You're only 5. You won't get fat. Reassured, Nian Qing reached for another piece. Chungyuan sat in the nearby armchair with a cookie on the coffee table before him, eating slowly. Biting into it little by little until it was gone, he nodded to Jinyu. Not bad. Jinyu bounced with delight. Getting praise from her eldest brother wasn't something that came easily. Jingyuan reclined at the far end of the sofa, his pink thermos cup in hand, as usual. Before him stretched a scene of 11 children scattered across the living room carpet, some cross-legged, others prone, a few leaning against the sofa legs. The television played an animated show in the background, but no one was watching. All were too busy enjoying Nianyu's treats and chatting excitedly. Jingyuan and Nian Shuang were squabbling over the last egg tart, while Chengze held up half a peach blossom pastry for Nian Ro to examine its cross-section. Nian Yao teased Nian Xuan as saying those two words, good and tasty, while Nian Xing nestled against Nian Qing. Nian Yu stood at the center with her hands on her hips, wearing a face full of pride as she watched everyone devour her creations beneath the warm golden glow of the lights. The light cascaded from the chandelier above, illuminating each child's face as Jingyuan watched the scene unfold with his thermos in hand, lost in a moment of dazed reverie. He recalled some winter night from the past, so similar. Children gathered around a charcoal brazier when Nianyu burst from the kitchen with a steaming tray of peach blossom pastries. Back then, Jingyuan had been just a boy of 8 or 9, snatching 2 pastries in one grab and earning a sharp reprimand from Nian Qing about propriety. Nian Shuang practiced sword moves with her tiny wooden blade nearby, while Chengze lay sprawled on the floor poring over some haphazard book he'd somehow found. Nian Xue sat tucked in the corner, eating with her usual blank expression piece after piece. That was before Chengwan was even born, when Jingyuan himself had been in his 40s. He'd sit in the main seat watching the house filled with rowdy children, the scene identical to what he saw now. Different eras, different rooms, different lighting, yet the feeling remained exactly the same. Warm, full, and utterly reassuring. "Dad," came a childish voice from his side. "Chengwan." The 4-year-old had somehow climbed onto the sofa, without him noticing, still clutching half a peach blossom pastry, with crumbs dusting the corners of his mouth. He snuggled close to Jingyuan, then gradually worked his way into his father's arms. Jingyuan reached down, lifted him up, and settled him onto his lap. Chengwan leaned against his chest, his small head resting in the crook of his shoulder, taking slow bites of that half-eaten pastry. As he ate, his movements grew increasingly sluggish. His eyelids began to droop, the pastry still gripped in his tiny hand, his mouth moving faintly as sleep overtook him. Jingyuan looked down at him, reaching out to gently wipe the crumbs from the corners of his mouth. Chengwan mumbled sleepily, burrowing deeper into his embrace, his small lips forming words. "Dad, Chengwan likes this moment the most." His voice slurred with drowsiness, almost dreamlike, yet every word came through clearly. Jingyuan bent down and pressed a kiss to his forehead. "The matter concerning Lin Ziyuan has been temporarily settled. My eldest brother stepped in with the third brother's coordination, and they shut them down at the board meeting using parliamentary procedure. The investigation is postponed pending the Education Bureau to follow proper protocol." His exact words were, "the strategy of delay. Let it drag on until the children's grades, reputation, and influence are ironclad. Then no one will be able to stir up trouble, no matter how hard they try." For days passed. Today is Wednesday, 10:30 in the morning. Jingyuan had just stepped out of the kitchen floor, dusting his hands. His phone buzzed 3 times in succession. He wiped his hands and glanced at his screen. 3 notifications. From Xingqian Academy Parent School Communication Platform. First Middle School Division, Midterm Parent-Teacher Conference this Wednesday at 2:00 p.m. All parents are requested to attend punctually. Second Elementary Division, Midterm Parent-Teacher Conference this Wednesday at 2:00 p.m. All parents are requested to attend punctually. Third Kindergarten, Parent Open Day and Parent-Teacher Conference this Wednesday at 2:00 p.m. All parents are requested to attend punctually. Jingyuan checked the date. Wednesday. Today. 2:00 p.m. 3 divisions. Same time slot. He set his phone on the countertop. He stared at those 3 notices for 10 seconds. Then turned his head toward Uncle Zhao, who was wiping tables in the living room. "Uncle Zhao, 4th Master. 3 divisions are holding parent-teacher meetings simultaneously this afternoon. How is it that I'm only learning about this now?" Uncle Zhao looked bewildered, pulling out his phone to scroll through. "4th Master, it was sent in the parent chat group last Friday. You may have simply missed it." Jingyuan opened the parent group and scrolled through the messages. Sure enough. Sent last Friday. What had he been busy with that day? Oh, buying tickets for Qingyuan's football match. Fine. That is the price of raising 11 children. One thing slipped through his fingers, and now 3 battles are opening simultaneously. He cannot possibly split himself into 3 people. 3 children in the middle school division, Nianxing, Nianyao, and Xingan. Midterm results just came out. The teachers will surely have plenty to say. 7 in the elementary division. Qingyuan, Nianxuan, Nianru, Nianyuan, Nianshuang, Qingza, and Nianxing. 1 in kindergarten. Chengwan. He needed backup. Jingyuan picked up his phone and dialed his eldest sister's number. She answered on the second ring. "Old 4th, what's up?" Sister, are you free at 2 this afternoon? From 2 to what time? 2 to 4. The school has parent-teacher meetings across all 3 divisions simultaneously. I can't be in 3 places at once. A second of silence on the other end. You can't manage all 3 locations yourself. If I had the ability to clone myself, I wouldn't be calling you. His eldest sister chuckled. Fine. Which division do you need me at? The middle school. Ninching and the other 3. You carry enough weight. Your presence alone will keep the teachers from asking unnecessary questions. Understood. What else? For the elementary division, I'll ask second sister. You're handling it yourself? The kindergarten. His eldest sister laughed again. Let me guess, because Jingyuan only recognizes you. If anyone else shows up, he'll flip the entire kindergarten upside down. Jingyuan made no denial. It was confirmation enough. After hanging up with his eldest sister, he called his second sister. She picked up almost instantly. Old fourth, you actually called me proactively. Did the sun rise in the west? Need a favor. Go to the Xingqian Elementary Division parent-teacher meeting for me this afternoon. 7 kids, all seated together. A 3-second silence on the other end. 7. You want me to handle 7 teachers, all by myself? Can't you handle it? When have I ever said I couldn't? Second sister's voice rose a degree. But Jingyuan, you owe me a meal. And have Nian you make peach blossom pastries for me. I missed them at the family gathering last time. I've still been thinking about it. Fine. Just come. 2:00 p.m. right. I'll be there on time. After hanging up, Jingyuan sent individual messages to all 11 children informing them of the afternoon's arrangements. Ninching replied instantly, aren't you coming to the middle school division? Jingyuan replied, eldest ain't going. Dad is going to kindergarten. Ninching understood. Eldest aunt is thorough and decisive. Kindly remind her to be a bit gentler with our homeroom teacher. Teacher Lin is quite sensitive. This girl. She had already anticipated eldest aunt's temperament. Jingyuan replied with a single word, fine. Nianyao sent a string of voice messages chirping away for a full minute. The gist was that eldest aunt's commanding presence would make the teachers too intimidated to bring up her note passing in class. Over at the elementary division, Jingyuan replied, aren't you coming to see me? Jingyuan's second aunt is going. Jingyuan, all right then. You stay busy. Ninshuang replied, second aunt. Will she dress too elegantly? Won't the other parents feel inadequate seeing her? Chengzi sent a long message, Dad, will the teacher scold me for raising my hand too often in class? How should I explain if second aunt asks? I'm truly just curious. Jingyuan replied, tell the truth. You love asking questions. There's no shame in that. Ninyua, wonderful. Second aunt promised to take me shopping for baking molds. At noon, while picking up Jingyuan for lunch, she casually brought it up. Jingyuan, Dad is going to the parent-teacher meeting this afternoon. Jingyuan was currently locked in battle with a bowl of egg drop soup, unable to scoop up the piece of egg he wanted. Hearing this, he looked up sharply. Dad's coming. Really? Wonderful. Jingyuan slapped his spoon against the bowl, sending soup splashing everywhere. All the other kids have their moms coming. Today Dad's coming. Jingyuan is the coolest. Jingyuan wiped the soup from his face. Finish your meal first, then we'll talk about being cool. Jingyuan nodded vigorously. Picking up his spoon, he obediently shoveled even the vegetables he usually refused into his mouth. 1:30 in the afternoon. The 3 parties set off separately. Jingyuan drove to the kindergarten. Eldest sister's van headed toward the middle school. Second sister's white sports car sped off in the direction of the elementary division. 40 minutes past 2. The parent-teacher meetings were drawing to a close. Jingyuan's phone vibrated twice at nearly the same moment. Eldest sister's message appeared first. Old fourth, Ninxing's homeroom teacher pulled me aside, and we talked for half an hour. She said Ninxing is the most outstanding student she has encountered in 15 years of teaching. She insisted on recommending Ninxing for the citywide academic competition's winter training camp. She also asked whether the family could support her registration for the Provincial Mathematics League. I went ahead and agreed on your behalf. How exactly did you raise this child? Immediately after came second sister's voice message. Jingyuan tapped to play it. Second sister's voice carried a simmering frustration. Jingyuan, your 7th son, Jingza, his science teacher just talked to me for a solid 15 minutes. Said this child is far too active in class. Raises his hand over 30 times per lesson, interrupting the teacher to the point where the lesson can't even continue. The teacher asked how we parents guide him at home. What was I supposed to say? I told her his own father can't keep him in check at home. You believe it or not? Before he could reply, second sister sent another text message. Also, Jingyuan's homeroom teacher asked me to pass along a message. What message? She said, please speak with Jingyuan when you get home. He must stop passing notes to his deskmate during class. The notes were filled with football tactic diagrams, drawn with far more care than his mathematics homework. Jingyuan tucked his phone into his pocket. These 11 brats, each more trouble than the last. He was just about to rise and leave the kindergarten classroom when teacher Zhou hurried after him from behind. Mr. Liu, wait a moment. There's something else I'd like to discuss with you. Jingyuan turned around. What is it? Teacher Zhou's expression was somewhat complicated as though she were carefully weighing her words. She paused for 2 seconds before speaking. During class today, a child asked Jingyuan why other students always have their mothers come to parent-teacher meetings, while his father came instead. Jingyuan said something at that moment that left both me and the neighboring class teacher utterly stunned. What did he say? Teacher Zhou looked at him, her gaze carrying an indescribable mixture of emotions. He said, my dad is more capable than other people's dads plus their moms combined. If you don't believe me, I'll show you. He said my dad alone is more formidable than anyone else's dad plus mom. If you don't believe it, I'll let you see for yourselves. Teacher Zhou finished speaking and couldn't help but laugh. I nearly lost my composure hearing that from the sidelines. The child spoke with such earnestness, his little face so tense it was as if he were issuing a challenge. A faint smile tugged at Lu Jingyuan's lips. This kid. And then, what did that little boy say? He didn't say much. Jingyuan's imposing manner had left him stunned into silence. Teacher Zhou paused briefly. However, Mr. Lu, there's more I'd like to share with you beyond this. Please go on. During today's open house, there was an activity where each child was asked to present their drawing of my family. Jingyuan went up as well. Lu Jingyuan nodded. He took the longest to present among all the children, while the others wrapped theirs up in 2 or 3 sentences. This is my dad, this is my mom. Jingyuan introduced everyone from his eldest sister all the way down to their family dog, speaking for a full 5 minutes. 5 minutes. 5 whole minutes. Teacher Zhou shook her head with a smile. He even offered a brief remark about each person. Pointing to his eldest sister, he said, this is my eldest sister, she keeps everything under control. And pointing to a smaller figure, this is my second brother, he's the fastest runner, but always says foolish things. Lu Jingyuan's temple twitched. If Jingyuan found out how his younger brother described him, there'd be another explosion at the dinner table tonight. And finally, at the end, he pointed to the largest figure drawn in the center and said something. Teacher Zhou gazed at him. He said, this is my dad. He's drawn largest because he holds all of us in his heart. To contain 11 people's hearts must require a vast space, which is why he had to be painted so big. Lu Jingyuan remained silent. He stood in the corridor watching those colorful children's drawings taped to the wall by the classroom door. Jingyuan's piece was among them. 12 figures, 1 dog. Wobbly brushstrokes. Earnest, vivid colors. Thank you for sharing all this with me. It's my duty. Teacher Zhou smiled. Jingyuan has remarkable expressive abilities. His logic is clear and well-developed, which is quite outstanding for a 4-year-old. He does talk quite a bit, actually. It's not that he talks too much. It's that he speaks in a coherent, organized way. Teacher Zhou corrected him earnestly. Most 4-year-olds couldn't speak for 5 minutes straight. But he managed to describe each of the 11 family members' traits distinctly, without repetition or losing the thread. That's no small feat. Lu Jingyuan gave a slight nod. After bidding farewell to Teacher Zhou, he walked out into the corridor. The kindergarten hallway was lined with all sorts of handicrafts and photographs on both sides. The small shoe cabinets along the wall were splashed with bright colors. The air carried a blend of disinfectant and the faint sweetness of snacks. It was remarkably quiet. The parent-teacher meeting had concluded, and most people were gradually making their way out. When he reached the lobby, Jingyuan came bouncing out of the classroom. Those tiny legs pattered rapidly, and the moment he spotted him, the boy rushed over and threw his arms around his leg. Dad, did Jingyuan behave well today? Good. Excellent. The teacher praised me, right? She did. Jingyuan tilted his chin up proudly. His little face radiated the unshakable confidence of a child who knew he'd done well. Lu Jingyuan bent down and lifted him into his arms. Let's go home. Wait, Dad. I left my water bottle in the classroom. All right. Stay right here and don't wander off. Dad will go get it. He set Jingyuan down and turned back toward the classroom. He located the blue water bottle and retrieved it from inside the desk. As he walked back into the corridor, several people had gathered around Jingyuan. They weren't other children. They were parents. 3 or 4 young women, dressed elegantly. Makeup flawlessly applied. One in a beige trench coat crouched in front of Jingyuan, beaming warmly. You must be Jingyuan, right? So cute. Do you remember Auntie? I'm Tangtang's mom. Jingyuan stood at attention. His little face wore an expression of grave alertness. Who are you? I'm Tang Tang's mother. Tang Tang sits next to you in class. Another woman with permed curly hair nearby leaned in. Jingyuan, your dad came to the parent-teacher meeting today, right? Your father looks so young. He could pass for a college student. Jingyuan's tiny brows knitted together. That's my dad. Not Baba. They're the same thing. They're not. Jingyuan corrected her with utmost seriousness. In our family we say Dai. It's a different character from Baba. The group of mothers chuckled. Lu Jingyuan walked over. The woman in the beige trench coat was the first to rise. Mr. Lu, correct. I'm Tang Tang's mother. Our children play together often. Hello. Lu Jingyuan nodded politely. This is the first time I've seen you in person. You look even younger than your profile picture in the parent group chat. She smiled, her gaze sweeping across his face before lingering for a moment. The curly-haired woman also stepped forward. Mr. Lu, I'm Do's mom. We've exchanged messages in the group chat. Finally getting to meet you in person today. Another woman adorned with pearl stud earrings made her way over from the side. Mr. Lu, do you usually handle the pickup and drop-off all by yourself? That must be quite a challenge. 3 women. 3 pairs of eyes. All sparkling with interest. Lu Jingyuan sighed inwardly. He'd seen this kind of scene many times before. Back in his previous life, after years of being a widower, matchmakers had practically worn down the threshold of his door. Someone helps at home. It's manageable. He replied courteously, neither warm nor dismissive. Chengwan is such a well-behaved boy at kindergarten. Tang Tang's mother continued. My Tang Tang comes home every day talking about him, saying Chengwan is her best friend. Yes, the children get along quite well. Would you like to get together this weekend if you're free? Our families often organize outings, taking the kids to the park and such. Let's see how things go. With so many children, it's hard to coordinate on weekends. The woman with pearl earrings joked with a smile. Mr. Lu, you're so young. Must be exhausting raising a child on your own. If there's anything you need help with, don't hesitate to say so. We're all parents here, we should support each other. Lu Jingyuan was about to offer a few more polite remarks to gracefully exit the conversation when his pant leg was tugged forcefully by a small hand. Chengwan. The little boy stood at his feet looking up at him. His expression was adorably fierce, tiny brows furrowed tight enough to crush a mosquito. Lips pressed into a thin line. Dad, let's go. The tone wasn't a request. It was a command. Lu Jingyuan looked down at him. He recognized that expression. He'd seen it countless times in his past life. Every time someone drew near him, the lad would put on exactly this kind of countenance. A wolf cub guarding its food. No, wait, a little wolf dog guarding his father. All right, let's go. Lu Jingyuan bent down, scooped him up, and held him in one arm. He nodded to the mother's present. We're heading out now. The child is in a hurry. We'll chat another time. Carrying Chengwan, he made his way toward the parking lot. The little boy rested against his shoulder, both small hands clutching his collar. His face pressed close to Lu Jingyuan's neck. They had just exited the kindergarten gates when Chengwan suddenly spoke in a muffled voice. Dad, why were those aunties staring at you the whole time? Lu Jingyuan chuckled. They were just greeting your dad. It's normal. That's not what greeting looks like. Chengwan's voice came muffled against his neck. Quiet, yet every word delivered with force. The way they looked at you was different from how others do. How so? Chengwan pondered seriously. It reminds me of those ladies who used to come to our mansion in ancient times to deliver their visiting cards. Their eyes would light up whenever they looked at you. Chengwan doesn't like that. Lu Jingyuan's steps faltered for half a beat. 4 years old. And this level of perception. Chengwan, you're overthinking it. I'm not. Chengwan pulled his face away from Lu Jingyuan's neck. His little face was turned squarely toward him, radiating that adorable ferocity. Dad belongs to Chengwan. He's not for anyone else. If anyone tries to take him, Chengwan will bite them. No one's taking him. Let's get in the car. He tucked Chengwan into his car seat and fastened the straps. The little boy sat in the back seat, clutching his water bottle, still pouting. The car started. Chengwan was quiet for a moment before speaking up again. Dad, from now on at parent-teacher meetings, don't stand too close to unfamiliar aunties. All right. And you're not allowed to smile when you're close to them. All right. Even when Chengwan isn't right beside you, you're not allowed to smile either. Fine. Whatever Chengwan says goes. The little boy seemed somewhat satisfied. He buried his face behind the lid of his water bottle and gave a humph. Lu Jingyuan glanced at him through the rearview mirror. He couldn't suppress the smile tugging at his lips. At that moment, his phone vibrated. He glanced at the screen. A message from Yinqing. A single line of text. Dad, Big Aunt told me. She said you got surrounded by several young parents at the kindergarten and chatted for quite a while. Lu Jingyuan's lips twitched. His eldest sister's tongue was faster than any news broadcast. And here she was already reporting back after such a short while. He typed with one hand, just normal greetings. A couple of exchanges. Don't listen to your big aunt exaggerating. Yinqing replied instantly. Dad, the words you once spoke to me. I'm returning them to you exactly as you gave them to me. Which words, eh? There should be limits to everything. If something makes you uncomfortable, you have the right to create distance. You have the right to set boundaries. Lu Jingyuan stared at the screen. He didn't move for a long while. Good heavens. The very words he had taught her himself were now being returned to him in full. Just as he was about to reply, another message popped up. Also, Dad, don't get too close to strangers. Your daughter is keeping an eye on you. Also, Father, do not grow too close to strangers. Your daughter will keep watch over you. Lu Jingyuan stared at the words on his phone screen, the corner of his mouth twitching. He was a 78-year-old cunning old fox, yet here he was being lectured by his own 14-year-old daughter, armed with his very own words thrown right back at him. The sensation was rather peculiar. It felt as though he had raised a little tiger, and before he knew it, it had grown up and begun to manage its master. He did not reply to the message. He locked his phone, telling himself to let it go. Yinqing would only talk a bit, nothing more. He was wrong. That evening, Lu Jingyuan returned to his bedroom after his shower and found a piece of paper on his bedside table. A blank A4 sheet. The handwriting was neat. It was Yinqing's script. Titled Daily Suggestions for Father, First Edition. Item 1. When picking up and dropping off the younger siblings, refrain from engaging in prolonged conversations with unfamiliar parents, especially solitary women. A nod will suffice, no need to linger. Item 2. Regarding attire, it is advised to wear dark outerwear on school days, avoiding light colors or form-fitting styles that draw too much attention. Item 3. Please regularly clear messages on your phone. If unfamiliar numbers call repeatedly, inform your daughter immediately. Item 4. Should you have social engagements on weekends, please report them in advance. Jingyuan finished reading the paper. He fell silent for a long time. Then he flipped it over and wrote a line on the back. Haisheng, your father is not a criminal. The next morning, at 6:50, Jingyuan had donned a light gray casual suit jacket, preparing to drive the children to school. He had barely reached the foot of the stairs when Haisheng appeared around the corner of the hallway. She gave him a quick once-over, her gaze lingering on the jacket for a couple of seconds. Father change. Jingyuan glanced down at himself. What's wrong? It looks too good. What? Haisheng's expression remained unchanged, her tone as casual as if commenting on the weather. The waistline fits far too well, the shoulder cut far too perfectly. If you step out in that to the school gate, you will look sharper than any of the other fathers. Unacceptable. The corner of Jingyuan's mouth twitched. Haisheng, does your father need your approval to dress? It is not approval. Then what is it? A suggestion. What is the difference between a suggestion and an order? A suggestion can be ignored. Haisheng paused. But the consequences are yours to bear. Jingyuan looked at the 14-year-old girl before him. Her back was straight, her face composed, her gaze calm. It was the exact same bearing she had worn when presiding over household affairs in the main hall in her past life. He took a deep breath. He yielded. He turned and returned to the bedroom to change into a black windbreaker. Haisheng nodded with satisfaction. This one works. Understated. Jingyuan looked at himself in the mirror. Black windbreaker. Sweatpants. He looked every bit the middle-aged man who had just retired and was preparing to climb a mountain. In his past life, he had spent decades as a calculating patriarch, dressed in gold and silver, accompanied by retinues wherever he went. Now he was reduced to wearing a windbreaker because his daughter said so. All the dignity from his previous existence had been paid back in full. After dropping the children off, he returned to the villa and settled into his study to attend to business. His phone lay on the desk. It vibrated. Someone had sent a message in the parent group chat. As he reached to open it, a hand snatched it away. Father, let your daughter help you check. Haisheng had appeared without a sound, as light as someone practicing Qigong. Jingyuan looked up. Weren't you supposed to be at school? Today's first period was rescheduled, postponed by half an hour. Uncle Zhao will bring me at 9. She bent her head, scrolling through his phone. Her expression grew serious. She swiped a few times. Who is this? Tang's mom. She sent you a message. Chengwan's classmate's mother. What does it say? Wouldn't you know if you read it yourself? Haisheng tapped it open and glanced at the content, her lips pressing together slightly. She says she is inviting the children to the park this weekend. Normal. Parents arranging playdates. There is another sentence after that. Haisheng turned the phone around to show him. She said, Mr. Lu, thank you for taking time from your busy schedule to attend the parent-teacher meeting. You are such a devoted father. Perhaps we could share a cup of coffee sometime and exchange parenting advice. Jingyuan glanced at it. Just polite words. Father, in ancient times this was called casting out a testing probe. The first message is merely sounding the waters. If you reply, a second attempt follows. After that comes a personal visit. Then eventually a formal written request for an audience. This is modern times. Such customs do not apply. The patterns transcend ancient and modern alike. Haisheng lifted her head. Her gaze was calm, yet resolute. Human hearts are the same everywhere. Jingyuan looked at her, a mixture of exasperation and warmth welling up within him. This girl had always been like this since childhood. She guarded him fiercely. In the years after the principal wife passed in their past life, Haisheng had turned away countless women who sought to enter the household as concubines or approach him under various pretexts. Now in modern times there were no concubines, but the habit remained. In her eyes, father belonged to her, to the younger siblings, to this family. Not one shred of him could be given to outsiders. Haisheng. Yes, father. Sit down. I wish to speak with you. Haisheng took the chair opposite him. Her back remained straight. Her hands folded neatly in her lap. Identical to her posture in the study when listening to his instructions in the past life. Jingyuan lifted his thermos. He blew gently 3 times. Set it down. What are you worried about? Haisheng fell silent for a moment. I worry someone will enter this family. And then this family will no longer be what it is now. Her voice was soft, yet every word carried weight. In our past life, after the principal wife departed, none of the women who entered treated the younger siblings with genuine kindness. They all came with motives. I spent a lifetime blocking them, barely managing to preserve the children's peace. She paused. Now that we have come here, I do not wish to endure it a second time. Jingyuan looked at her. 14 years of face. Within it rested decades of weariness and vigilance. He reached out and placed his hand over hers. Haisheng, I will tell you something honest. Listen carefully. Haisheng looked up. Lu Jingyuan met her gaze. His voice was deeper than usual, carrying the certainty of a man who had lived through an entire lifetime. I will not remarry here. Nianqing's pupils contracted slightly. One lifetime in the past was enough. Lu Jingyuan's voice was even. Principal wife consorts concubines. I have experienced them all. I have also fallen short. Those debts cannot be fully repaid in this life, but I will not repeat them. I only wish to raise you well now. 11 of you are already more than enough to occupy my entire lifetime. Nianqing looked at him. Her eyes reddened for the briefest instant. Gone in a flash. Then she regained her composure. Father's word is final. Yes, father's word is final. Nianqing stood up. She handed his phone back to him and walked to the door, pausing for a moment. She did not turn around. I replied to that message for you. What did you say? I replied, thank you for the invitation. The children's schedules are quite full these days, so we are unavailable at present. Lu Jingyuan checked his phone. Indeed. The wording was courteous, yet the rejection was airtight. He shook his head. This girl's tactics transcended both ancient and modern eras. Nianqing paused again at the doorway and turned her head slightly. Father, there is one more matter. This afternoon Grandma called Auntie. She intends to arrange a blind date for you. Auntie asked me to give you a heads up so you can prepare yourself. She said she wants to arrange a blind date for you. Aunt asked me to let you know so you can prepare mentally. Lu Jingyuan's hand holding the thermos froze. Say that again. Nianqing's expression was calm. Grandma's exact words, 11 children without a mother, is unacceptable. Even if Jingyuan is not accomplished, he needs a proper person to manage him. Lu Jingyuan's temples twitched. He had just sworn to his daughter that he would never remarry. Yet his own mother had arranged it that very day. When did this happen? This morning. Aunt said Grandma has already chosen a candidate. An heiress from a listed company in Haisheng surname Shun. She wants you to meet tomorrow at noon. Lu Jingyuan set down the thermos. He leaned back into the chair. Didn't Aunt stop her? Aunt said she couldn't. Grandma had already made the announcement, and the other family agreed. If you don't go, it's a blow to the Lu family's reputation. Lu Jingyuan closed his eyes. That woman Song Wanqing. She never consulted him first. She always acted first and announced later. He was familiar with this tactic. She had done the same in ancient times. Back then when she arranged his first concubine, she simply sent the girl to the courtyard, and then casually said, it's all arranged, don't worry. Nianqing, help Dad think of an excuse to decline. Nianqing looked at him. She paused for 2 seconds. Dad, no use. Grandma's temper you know better than I do. If you don't go this time, she'll arrange a second and third. Better to go once and let her give up. Lu Jingyuan thought it over. The girl was right. Song Wanqing was the type who got more persistent the more you refused. If he pushed back, she would send people to watch the villa every day. Better to go. Go through the motions. Let her see the result. Fine. I'll go. Nianqing nodded. She turned to leave. After 2 steps she stopped. Dad, wear the black windbreaker jacket when you go. The next day at noon, 12:30, Haisheng Peninsula Hotel, a lakeside private room. When Lu Jingyuan arrived, someone was already seated across from him. A young woman in her mid-20s. Long hair cascading over her shoulders. Makeup delicate but not heavy. She wore a sharp cream-colored suit skirt. Pearl earrings. A slim gold watch on her wrist. The epitome of upper-class heiress style. Beside her sat another person. Song Wanqing. The moment Lu Jingyuan saw his mother, he nearly stumbled. Mom, you're here too. Song Wanqing shot him a glare. If I weren't here, would you have run off after 3 minutes? Lu Jingyuan sat down across from her. Song Wanqing turned to the young woman beside her, her smile warm, as if she had changed into a different person. Xiao Shin, this is our Jingyuan. Don't mind his usual flippancy, he's actually a good man. Miss Shin nodded with a smile. Hello, Mr. Lu. I'm Shinseki. Hello. Lu Jingyuan's tone was polite. Neither warm nor cold. Song Wanqing glanced at him. Her eyes carried a warning, behave yourself. Then she stood up. You two young people chat. I'll sit over there. She left. The door closed. They were alone. A few seconds of silence. Shinseki spoke first. Mr. Lu, Aunt Song told me some things about you. I think it's better to be honest from the start. Go ahead. I know you have children. Aunt Song said so. 11. Her tone was calm. But there was a faint ripple between her brows. Lu Jingyuan looked at her. He asked directly. Does that number bother you? Shinseki picked up her teacup. She took a sip. Set it down. Elegant movements. To be honest, it's a bit surprising. Surprise is normal. I originally thought it was 2 or 3. Aunt Song initially said a few children. She didn't clarify it. She said a few. Shinseki smiled slightly. 11 definitely exceeds the definition of a few. Lu Jingyuan leaned back in his chair. He suddenly felt there was no point in continuing this date. The other's eyes were honest. That subtle hesitation said it all. 11 children. Not even biological, but adopted from overseas. For any young woman, this situation was a deal breaker. But he didn't want to put her on the spot. She was also pushed into this by her elders. Miss Shun, I'll be straight with you. Lu Jingyuan's tone relaxed. This meal was arranged by my mother. Before I came, I promised my daughter I wouldn't look for anyone else. Don't force yourself either. Let's finish this meal, and then we can each report back to our elders to satisfy them. Shinseki looked at him. She paused for a second. Then she laughed. It was a relieved laugh. Mr. Lu, you're quite straightforward. My only virtue is not wasting people's time. Then I'll be honest too. Shinseki set down her teacup. I came mentally prepared. I thought I'd meet anyone regardless of conditions. But honestly, the number 11. I need time to process. No need to process. Lu Jingyuan waved his hand. My current focus is solely on the children. I have neither the energy nor the intention to consider anything else. Shinseki looked at him. There was an indescribable emotion in her eyes. Aunt Song said you've changed a lot. Changed how? She said you used to be the type who didn't care about anything. Now you talk about nothing but the children. She's worried you've devoted your entire life to them. Lu Jingyuan didn't speak. He tapped his fingers lightly on the table. Song Wanqing was worried about him. In this way? He knew. But he had chosen his path. Thank my mother for her kindness for me. I'll pass it on. They drank tea in silence. They exchanged a few trivial words. The atmosphere wasn't awkward. Instead, it carried a tacit understanding and frankness between adults. After about 20 minutes, Lu Jingyuan's phone rang. He was about to wait a moment to answer. But when he saw the caller ID on the screen, Chengwan, with a crying face emoji which was the avatar that Nianqing had set for Chengwan's number, he answered, Dad, on the other end a childish, tearful voice. With a nasal tone, Dad, when are you coming back? Lu Jingyuan's back stiffened instantly. Chengwan, what's wrong? Chengwan had a nightmare. Dreamed that Dad didn't want Chengwan anymore. Chengwan woke up and Dad wasn't here. The crying grew louder, intermittent with sniffles in between. Lu Jingyuan stood up. He pushed the chair back. His movement was decisive. Without hesitation. Chengwan, be good. Dad will be right back. 5 minutes. Wait for Dad. He held the phone between his ear and shoulder. Already walking out as he spoke. He paused for a second in front of Shinseki. I'm sorry. I have to leave now. Something's come up with the child. Shinseki looked at him. When he entered, he had been slightly lazy. Now he seemed like a completely different person. His pace was urgent, his gaze sharp, and all the casual expressions on his face had vanished. All because of a 4-year-old's cry. She nodded. Please go ahead. Lu Jingyuan pushed open the door. Outside, Song Wanqing was sitting in the lounge area, holding a cup of coffee. Seeing him come out, she frowned. Finished already? That was quick. Mom, Chengwan is crying. I have to go back. Chengwan again. Can't you just? Lu Jingyuan had already walked past her. His pace didn't slow. The sound of Chengwan's crying continued on the phone. Dad, come back quickly. Chengwan is scared. Don't be afraid. Dad is on the way. Wait 2 more minutes, Chengwan. Is your eldest sister there? Eldest sister is here. But Chengwan wants Dad. Not anyone else. Only Dad. Lu Jingyuan pushed open the hotel door. The sunlight outside fell on his face. He strode toward the parking lot. Behind him came Song Wanqing's voice tinged with a helpless sigh. Lu Jingyuan, when will this end? He didn't look back. When he opened the car, door, Chengwan's crying had quieted a little. The little one sniffled, her voice muffled. Dad, did you go see someone else? Lu Jingyuan started the engine. He held the steering wheel with one hand. No. Dad went to take care of something. I'm coming back now. Nianqing said you went to see an auntie. Lu Jingyuan's hand tightened on the wheel. That eldest daughter. Chengwan, listen to Dad. I'll tell you clearly. No matter who Dad sees, the place I always return to is only one. And that is home. And that is by your side. Understand? There was silence on the other end for 2 seconds. Then Chengwan's voice came through. Small but very serious. Then Dad, you promise? Never go see that kind of auntie again. Chengwan won't allow it. Then swear, Dad. You're not allowed to see that kind of auntie anymore. Chengwan forbids it. The voice of the little one on the phone sounded far too serious for someone only 4 years old. The corner of Lu Jingyuan's mouth curved slightly. Very well. I swear. Only then did Chengwan contentedly hum in agreement. The crying lilt in her voice subsided. The nasal tone lingered, but her manner had regained that air of a little adult's certainty. Dad, come home quickly. Chengwan is waiting for you. 5 minutes. She hung up the phone. Lu Jingyuan drove his car out of the Peninsula Hotel's underground parking lot. The sunlight was glaring. He narrowed his eyes. In the rearview mirror, the hotel's glass facade grew increasingly distant. He did not head home. Instead, he turned the wheel in another direction, toward the family estate. Some matters needed to be settled face to face. Dragging it out would only make things worse. With Song Wanqing's temperament, if he didn't put a firm stop to it today, she would arrange more tomorrow and the day after. 15 minutes later, the Lu family old residence came into view. Lu Jingyuan parked beneath the portico and entered the main hall. The steward informed him that Master Lu was in the second-floor study. He climbed the stairs and pushed the door open. Song Wanqing sat upon the sofa, a tea set arranged before her. Her expression hovered somewhere between anger and resignation. Lu Hongyuan sat behind a desk. Wearing reading glasses, he held a newspaper in his hands. Upon seeing his son enter, his gaze swept over from behind the lenses. He did not speak. Lu Jingyuan walked inside and stood in the center of the living room. Mother. Song Wanqing lifted her head. Seeing his expression, her brows knitted together at once. You're back? How did things go over there? They didn't go anywhere. I left. Song Wanqing's countenance shifted. You left again. Chengwan called and cried. I had to come back first. Lu Jingyuan, can you ever finish what you started before walking away? Every single time the moment the child cries you abandon everything. Lu Jingyuan did not rise to the provocation. He pulled over a chair and sat down, resting his elbows on his knees as he looked at Song Wanqing. Mother, I came today to make something clear. Song Wanqing's hand holding the teacup paused. Speak. Please stop arranging blind dates for me. For 2 seconds the living room fell silent. Song Wanqing set her teacup down. Her movements were gentle, but that very gentleness carried the weight of suppressed fury. What did you say? I said it's unnecessary. No matter which family's daughter, no matter what conditions, they're all unnecessary. I will not be looking anymore. Song Wanqing's jaw tightened ever so slightly. Lu Jingyuan, do you know how old you are? 25. 25 years old, raising 11 children on your own, and you intend to live like this for the rest of your life? Yes. Song Wanqing rose abruptly. Her movements were swift, and the cups on the coffee table trembled from the vibration. Are you out of your mind? Mother, what sense is there in having a heart like stone at your age? Tell me, you are 25, not 55. What distinction is there between you and an old man at this rate? Lu Jingyuan looked at her. In his heart he wanted to say that indeed he had lived a life before. His psychological age was likely approaching 80. But those words remained unspoken. Mother, my children do not need a stepmother. And I do not need another half. How do you know they don't need one? Have you tried? There is no need to try. Song Wanqing's palms slapped against the coffee table. The sound rang out sharply. Lu Jingyuan, how long do you think you can hold out on your own? 11 children. The youngest is only 4. When they enter high school and university, can you possibly manage alone? Who will care if you exhaust yourself to death? Lu Jingyuan did not move. He watched his mother's outburst, and in his eyes flickered a trace of faint warmth. He knew she was genuinely concerned for him. It was simply her approach that was misguided. Mother, I can manage. You can manage. You can't even spare yourself for a parent-teacher conference. You had to ask your sister for help. Is that what you call managing? That is called dividing responsibilities, not failing to cope. Save your clever talk. Song Wanqing's voice climbed another degree. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Do you have any idea what it feels like to watch you raise so many children entirely alone? Do you remember how I raised you when you were young? You had no one by your side to speak with. I have 11 children who talk to me from morning till night. My ears are ringing from it. Are you talking back to me? Lu Hongyuan's voice came from the direction of the desk. It was not loud, but it carried immense weight. Enough. Song Wanqing whirled around abruptly. Don't you dare stop me. Sit down. Lu Hongyuan's tone allowed no argument. He removed his reading glasses and placed them on the table, then rose to his feet. Songqing's mouth opened and closed, before she ultimately sat back down. Yet the anger on her face had not dissipated. Lu Hongyuan walked over and stood before Lu Jingyuan. A man of 60, his hair streaked with white, but his spine straight, his gaze profound. It carried the clarity of one who had weathered decades of commercial turbulence. He regarded his son for several moments. There was no interrogation, no reprimand. Only a single sentence, as long as you know what you're doing. Lu Jingyuan met his father's gaze. Lu Hongyuan's tone remained even. But should you encounter someone suitable in the future, do not seal the door completely. Lu Jingyuan rose and held his father's eyes for a fleeting instant. Father, I am not the one who closed this door. It was never intended to be opened. Lu Hongyuan's brows shifted. That scrutinizing look surfaced once more, just as it had countless times before. He was sizing up his son, attempting to fathom him. But he said nothing further. Turning away, he walked toward Song Wanqing and rested his hand upon her shoulder. Let us go. We are leaving. Let him return home to his children. Song Wanqing opened her mouth to protest, but the pressure of Lu Hongyuan's hand compelled her to stand. You block me every single time. I am not stopping you. This child has made up his mind. Your 100 repetitions would change nothing, and you would simply watch him spend his entire life alone. He is not doomed to solitude. Lu Hongyuan pulled Song Wanqing toward the entrance. As he passed beside Lu Jingyuan, he paused, turning his head slightly. His voice lowered, carrying only for father and son. Those 11 children of yours, you have raised them well. And then he departed. The door clicked shut behind him. Lu Jingyuan stood alone in the empty study, quiet for a moment. He took out his phone and saw a message from Yinqing. Daddy, did you go to the old residence? This girl's network of information was truly omnipresent. He replied with 4 characters. Handled it. Coming home. Yinqing responded instantly. Chengwan is waiting at the door. She has been crying for half an hour. Eldest sister cannot soothe her. She only recognizes you. Lu Jingyuan slipped his phone into his pocket and strode purposefully toward the exit. As he pushed open the old residence's main doors, the sunlight was fierce. His phone vibrated once more. This time it was a message from his eldest sister. 4th brother, handle the matters at the villa yourself. But do not dismiss everything mother says as mere background noise. She only cares for you deeply. Another message followed immediately beneath. By the way, your brood seems to be holding a meeting in the living room. Nianqing closed the door, and as I passed by I heard Nianxue shout something about not wanting a stepmother. See for yourself when you return. You can go back and read it yourself. Lu Jingyuan looked at the message from his eldest sister, his brows furrowing slightly. No stepmother. That was what Nianxue had said. His heart sank, not from worry, but from aching sympathy. Yet he did not rush home. Some things better said among children themselves were perhaps more bearable than heard through his ears. They needed time to digest it on their own. He would be there to hold things together when they returned. At that moment, in the second-floor activity room of the Lu family villa, the door was locked from the inside. 11 children filled the room. Nianqing sat on the central sofa posture, straight hands folded neatly in her lap, her expression serene. Nian Yao sat cross-legged on the carpet, twirling a pen between her fingers, a thoughtful curve playing at the corner of her mouth. Chang'an leaned against the window, arms crossed, saying nothing. Nian Ro sat quietly on a small stool in the corner, a sketchbook in her embrace, as still as a painting. Jingyuan lay on his stomach on the floor, chin propped on his hands, legs kicked up behind him, and swaying idly. Nianxue curled up in a single armchair, her expression 3 degrees colder than usual. Nianyu sat beside, Nianxing, a cookie still lingering in her mouth. Changze squatted on the floor, having pulled out his little notebook again, without anyone noticing when. Nianshuang sat atop the desk. Yes, the desk. Her legs dangled in the air, swinging gently. Nianxing shrank close to Nianqing, both hands clutching her elder sister's sleeve, his eyes red, as though he had just finished crying. Chengwan was cradled in Nianqing's arms, his small face buried against her chest, still sniffing. It had been Nianqing who had called everyone together. The reason was simple. After finishing his call, Chengwan had come to Nianqing in tears, saying father had gone to meet an auntie. Upon hearing this, Nianqing burst into tears too. Then Nianshuang had run in from the backyard, asking what was wrong. The news had reached every child's ears. So Nianqing had gathered them all in the activity room and shut the door. After a long silence, Nian Yao spoke first. So grandma arranged a blind date for father. Nianqing nodded. Elder aunt told me. The other party is a daughter of a listed company. Father went but left early. What did father say? Jingyuan flipped onto his back and asked. Father said he won't be looking again. Then what's there to discuss? Jingyuan spread his hands. Father said he won't look, so he won't look. Why are we even talking about this? Nianxue spoke, her voice cold. Grandma arranged it. Father refused this time, but what about next time? And the time after that? Refuse it again next time. How many times do you think he can refuse? Nianxue lowered her legs from the sofa and sat upright. In ancient times, after the principal wife passed, which elder in the clan didn't keep sending girls to the mansion every now and then? Father also refused. Refused for how many years? In the end, 3 still came in. The activity room fell silent for a moment. Nian Yao's pen stopped turning. Nianqing's expression did not change, but her eyelashes dipped slightly. Those 3 were the concubines who entered the household later. One of them was Nianshue's birth mother. Chang'an remained leaning against the window, still silent. But his arms tightened a fraction. Nianshue's voice continued. Soft, yet each word heavy and hard. I don't want a stepmother. Nianyu stopped chewing and turned her head to look at her. Nianshue's face showed no particular emotion, remaining as cold as ever. But her fingers were gripping the sofa armrest, her fingertips white. In ancient times, my mother was the 3rd to enter the door. I know what that felt like. No matter how equally father treated everyone, people outside would still divide us into 9 tiers. I do not wish to experience that again here. Nian Yao set her pen down. 4th sister, this is modern times. It's not the same as ancient times. What's different? Nianxue glanced at her. Do you think a woman who marries in here, facing 11 children, not of her own birth, can genuinely be kind to every one of them? Nian Yao did not respond, because she could not answer. Nian Ro spoke softly. Sister 4 is right. It's different. Even if that person is the best, she is not mother. The more time she spends with father, the less time father spends with us. Chengze looked up, his young face unusually devoid of curiosity, only seriousness. But father said he won't look. Father keeps his word. He has never lied to us. Father keeps his word. Nianqing finally spoke, her voice calm and unhurried. But grandma will not stop. Elder uncle and elder aunt will also urge him, and outsiders will surely close in. Her gaze swept over each of her younger siblings. That is why I called everyone here today. Not to discuss whether father will remarry, but so we all understand the situation. Understand what? Jingyuan sat up. Father's stance is clear. He will not look. He said it, and he will not change. Nianqing's tone was resolute. But we must also prepare ourselves. There will be all sorts of people trying to get close to father in the future. Some with true feelings, others with ulterior motives. No matter which, there is only one thing we need to do. What thing? Nianshuang jumped down from the desk. Nianqing looked at her, the corners of her mouth curving slightly. Keep father surrounded tightly, make him busy managing us 24 hours a day, too occupied to pay attention to anyone else. Jingyuan snorted out a laugh. Nian Yao smiled too. Eldest sister, that's brilliant. It's not a scheme. Nian Qing's tone was earnest. It's a fact. Father is already overwhelmed. 11 children's food, clothing, housing, and transportation, school tutoring, extracurricular classes, competitions. Where would he find time for romance? Nian Shuang clapped her hands. Then I'll find father even more things to do in the future. You already cause enough trouble. Nian Shui said flatly. Then cause even more. Chang'an finally moved by the window. He turned around and looked at Nian Qing. Eldest sister. Father will not change. Chang'an's voice was low, deep, carrying a composure no 12-year-old boy should possess. In ancient times, father treated all of us equally. Whether born of the principal wife or a concubine, no matter who our mothers were, he never showed favoritism. Here he will not change either. Nian Shui glanced at Chang'an. Chang'an met her gaze. Fourth sister, what you fear will not happen. Nian Shui said nothing, turning her face away. Her lips were pressed tightly together, but her shoulders relaxed, just a slight amount noticeable only to Nian Yu sitting beside her. Nian Yu extended her chubby little hand and gently touched Nian Shui's hand. Nian Shui did not pull away. That was acceptance enough. The atmosphere in the activity room eased. Cheng Zhe raised his hand. Then I have a question. Speak. What if someday someone really is good to father? Extremely good. The kind that makes father happy too. What do we do? All eyes turned to Nian Qing. She was silent for 3 seconds. If that day truly comes, she said, her voice very soft, then we look at whether father is happy. If he is happy, we accept. If he is not, we drive them away. She paused. But that day will not come. Jingyuan chuckled. Eldest sister, isn't that contradictory? Not at all. Prepare for the best, plan for the worst. That is what father taught us. Suddenly the activity room door was tapped twice by small hands. Not from the outside. It was from within. Chengwan lifted his head from Nian Qing's embrace. Tear tracks still marked his small face. But his eyes were bright, his lips pursed, his expression stubbornly fierce for such a little one. He slipped down from Nian Qing's lap, his short legs tapping as he walked to the center of the room. He spun around, looking at every older brother and sister. Then he walked back to Nian Qing and threw his small arms around her legs. Looking up with his baby face, his voice was soft yet resolute. Chengwan only wants father. I don't want anyone else. No matter who comes, I don't want them. Chengwan will guard father for life. Nian Qing looked down at this 4-year-old clinging to her leg. In those eyes was written an unyielding determination. No one will ever take my father from me. She bent down and lifted Chengwan into her arms. The little one immediately nestled into her embrace, both small hands clutching her collar. Nian Qing's hand gently patted his back. Her voice was soft, meant only for Chengwan to hear. Eldest sister feels the same. Saturday, 9:30 in the morning. Lu Jingyuan stood at the garage entrance. Before him was a row of cars. The leftmost one was the family van used for daily school runs. The ones in the middle were his formal cars for events. The one on the far right, a matte black Porsche 911 GT3 RS. A light dusting of grime settled on its surface. It hadn't been driven in quite some time. Today he decided to take it out. Dad, are you really taking us to the racetrack today? Sheng Yuan bounded down the stairs. His sneakers struck the floor with a thud. Behind him came Cheng'an, moving with steady grace, though his eyes revealed a barely perceptible anticipation. Lu Jingyuan grabbed the car keys and gave them a casual spin. If I said I'd take you, I'll take you. When have I ever broken a promise to you boys? Sheng Yuan let out an excited whoop. He dashed toward the vehicle in a few quick strides, pressing both palms against its sleek body. This car is so cool. 100 times better than the one that picks us up from school. That's the family van. It's not built for showing off. Cheng'an approached, his gaze tracing along the car's contours. Dad, is this car fast? Lu Jingyuan pulled open the driver's door. He slid into the driver's seat. You'll see once you're in. The two boys squeezed into the back seat and fastened their seatbelts. As the engine roared to life, its deep growl echoed like a beast stirring from slumber. Cheng Yuan's eyes widened instantly with excitement. Damn, Cheng Yuan. I'm leaning back against the seat, and it feels so comfortable. Lu Jingyuan caught his son's gaze in the rearview mirror, but let it pass without comment. The car pulled out of the villa's garage, navigating through the main roads of Haicheng's eastern district before heading out toward the suburbs. The Haicheng International Racing Circuit. Membership only, with annual dues running 6 figures, a playground for the city's elite and motorsport enthusiasts alike. Lu Jingyuan's membership card had gathered dust for 3 years. In the past, he'd come here every week. Nightclubs, race tracks, golf courses, his standard trio of pursuits. Once his children arrived, he never set foot in this place again. Today was an exception. Sheng Yuan had been pinned up all week after getting crushed in a soccer match with nowhere to channel his energy. Cheng'an had been running on tension ever since his midterms, carrying significant pressure from his Chinese essay assignments. Both boys needed to let off some steam. A father knows what his children need. Arriving at the racetrack, he swiped his card to enter. When the staff saw it was Lu Jingyuan, their eyes went wide. Young Master Lu, it's been ages since you've been here. Been busy lately. Running the track today? I'll arrange exclusive access to Zone A for you. Yes. Prepare 2 sets of small-sized safety gear. My 2 sons will be riding along. The staff member glanced at the 2 boys in the back. He nodded in understanding. After changing into racing suits and strapping on helmets, Lu Jingyuan settled into the driver's seat of the track-specific vehicle. Chang'an took the passenger seat, while Jingyuan climbed into the back row. Buckle up. Buckled. Chang'an. Ready. Lu Jingyuan pressed down on the accelerator. The car shot forward like an arrow released from a bow. The G-forces pressed all 3 bodies firmly against their seat backs simultaneously. Jingyuan's scream pierced through his helmet. The first curve approached. Lu Jingyuan's hands gave the steering wheel a precise adjustment, and the car banked sharply as the tires screeched their protest. Perfectly carved through the turn. The second bend. The third bend. On the straightaway the speed climbed to nearly 200. Jingyuan in the back seat was shouting and laughing, his voice cracking with excitement. Dad, faster. Go faster. Chang'an stayed quiet, but his knuckles whitened around the door handle, not from fear, but from pure adrenaline. A subtle smile curved Lu Jingyuan's lips. His driving ability was exceptional, understated, even to call it merely first-rate. In another life he'd spent years on horseback, racing across open steppes, charging through enemy armies on the battlefield. Back in the modern era, a race car was just another mount. The same rush of speed, the same demand for precise control. After 3 laps completed, the car pulled into the rest area. Jingyuan was the first to leap out, helmet still on, bouncing up and down in place. That was incredible. Dad, you're amazing. I thought we were going to fly off at that turn. Chang'an emerged more slowly, removing his helmet with a flush of color on his face. A rare sight. Dad's driving skills are excellent. Lu Jingyuan leaned against the car, peeling off his gloves before lifting the pink thermos he always carried and taking 3 sips. Want to try driving it yourself? Jingyuan lost his mind. I can drive. For real. There's a low-speed experience zone nearby. Speed limit is 50 kilometers per hour. An instructor will accompany you. Kids over 10 are allowed. Jingyuan nodded vigorously, nearly shaking his head off. Chang'an turned his gaze over as well. He didn't speak, but his eyes said everything. Chang'an can go too. All right. The 2 boys were led by the instructor to the low-speed experience area. Lu Jingyuan stood outside the fence watching. Jingyuan was fumbling inside the car, the instructor talking non-stop beside him, the steering wheel jerking wildly. But the speed wasn't high and everything was safe. Chang'an, on the other hand, was steady from the start. He got the hang of it on the first lap, maintaining consistent speed and smooth turns. The instructor looked visibly surprised. Lu Jingyuan took a sip of water. This kid had been the best rider among all 11 children back in ancient times. Those skilled with horses naturally possessed a keen sense of speed and direction. When Jingyuan burst out of the car, his face clearly showed dissatisfaction. Dad, that was too slow. 50 counts as driving. I could walk faster than that. You walk at 50. What I mean is, the feeling. Lu Jingyuan shook his head with a smile. You're only 10. Wait until you're 18 and get your license, then we'll talk. Jingyuan grew restless. Dad, back in ancient times I was riding horses at 10. Wild horses. That chestnut mare was far fiercer than this car. That was the ancient world. This is modern times. There are laws now. Under 18 you can't drive on public roads. Then I'll drive on the track. It's not a public road. Lu Jingyuan studied his son. The boy was certainly skilled at arguing his case. Next time. That's enough for today. Jingyuan opened his mouth to protest further. Chang'an walked over and swatted the back of his head. Stop dawdling. When Dad says next time, he means next time. Jingyuan pouted, but said no more. The 3 made their way to the rest area. Lu Jingyuan changed into casual clothes while the boys shed their racing suits. The lounge was open concept with leather sofas arranged around coffee tables stocked with drinks and snacks. Only a handful of people were scattered about. Lu Jingyuan led his sons to a corner seat. He ordered a glass of orange juice for Jingyuan and a bottle of mineral water for Chang'an. He himself stuck to the warm water in his thermos. Jingyuan downed half the glass in one go. Juice smeared around his lips. Dad, are we coming back next week? Depends. On what? If you hand in all your math homework on time this week, we'll come next week. Jingyuan's face fell. Dad, you can turn anything into a conversation about homework. Chang'an chuckled briefly, a rare sound. But it was indeed a laugh. Lu Jingyuan glanced at him, a warmth spreading through his chest. This boy usually carried himself with such tension. Today at least he'd loosened up. Lost in thought. A voice cut in from nearby, laced with forced mockery and an air of superiority. Well, young Master Lu IV. Lu Jingyuan turned. A young man in his early 20s. Tall hair, perfectly styled, dressed in custom racing gear embroidered with a logo on the chest. Ling Motorsports Club. 2 attendants flanked him, clearly sycophants. Lu Jingyuan recognized him immediately. Lin Yanba, only son of the second branch of the Ling Group. Nephew of Lin Ziyuan. Haven't seen you at the racetrack in a while, Lin Yanba said, strolling over with his hands in his pockets, a smug grin playing on his lips. His gaze swept over Lu Jingyuan before settling on Chang'an and Jingyuan nearby. Has young Master Lu the Fourth traded in his nightclub visits for babysitting now? Fallen on such hard times. Fourth young Master Lu, instead of hitting the nightclubs, you've switched to taking care of kids. Fallen so low. Lin Yanba's voice wasn't loud, but in the quiet lounge area several people nearby heard it. Someone looked up. Jingyuan's orange juice cup slapped onto the table. The smile on his little face instantly vanished, replaced by a highly hostile expression. Chang'an was even more direct. His eyes had already locked onto the opponent. His gaze was cold as a knife. A 12-year-old boy sitting motionless on the sofa. But that aura made one of Lin Yanba's lackeys unconsciously step back half a pace. Lu Jingyuan leaned back in the sofa, his thermos cup resting on his knee. He didn't even sit up straight. Yanba. His tone was lazy, as casual as greeting a neighbor. Long time no see. Still playing with racing cars. Lin Yanba's mouth twitched. The words sounded like concern, but the phrase "still playing" carried a condescending overtone. As if racing were just a child's toy. I set a new record on the B-zone track today. 1 minute 43 seconds. Lin Yanba thrust the timer in his hand forward. The intention to show off was obvious. Lu Jingyuan glanced at it. 1:43. B-zone. What? I just ran on the A-zone. 1:38 with 2 kids. Lin Yanba's face stiffened for a moment. The A-zone was 1 level harder than the B-zone. More curves, shorter straightaways. A time of 1:38 ranked among the top 5 in the entire race track's member records. And with 2 children in the car. A middle-aged man nearby drinking coffee let out a snort, then quickly lowered his head, pretending not to hear. Lin Yanba's expression couldn't hold up, but he quickly recovered and turned the topic back. Fourth young Master Lu is indeed skilled in driving. But I heard you've been busy being a stay-at-home dad lately. 11 children, right? Tisk, that must be tough. His gaze fell on Chang'an and Jingyuan again with a scrutinizing look. These two, are they adopted? They look quite spirited. Jingyuan's fists clenched under the table. Lu Jingyuan didn't move, but his eyelids lifted slightly, very lightly. Very faint. That look was the same one he used to give to insignificant petty officials in the court in ancient times. My children. Biological. Oh, biological, huh? Lin Yanba laughed. Then you're really something. Better than your big brother. He toiled for so many years and only got 1 daughter. You, on the other hand, popped out 11 in 1 go. He leaned in closer, lowering his voice, but deliberately loud enough for others to hear. But there are rumors in the circle that these kids' origins are a bit unclear. My uncle seems to be looking into this matter too. Mentioning Lin Ziyuan. Lu Jingyuan knew what he was up to. This kid, barely over 20. His head was filled with nothing but racing and acting as his uncle's pawn. The last school board incident had just been shut down, and now he was coming to pick a fight. He really thought he was someone. Lu Jingyuan picked up his thermos, blew on it, and stood up slowly. He was half a head taller than Lin Yanba. When he straightened up, the pressure was physical. Yanba, my, what your uncle focuses on is his business. I won't argue with him. Lu Jingyuan's lips curved slightly. His smile was gentle, but there was no warmth in his eyes. But there's something I'm curious about. What? Last week your father removed you from the list of heirs. You know that, right? Lin Yanba's face changed. Completely, as if he had been slapped. The few people in the lounge area, some put down their coffee cups. Others pricked up their ears. The power struggle for the Lin family's second branch's assets was no secret in the circle. Lin Yanba's father and Lin Ziyuan had been openly and secretly fighting for over a decade. Recently the winds had shifted and members of the second branch were being marginalized. The news that Lin Yanba had been kicked off the inheritance list, though not officially announced, was already known to those in the know. Lu Jingyuan knew. Because his big brother knew. Big brother knew everything. You say I've fallen so low, Lu Jingyuan said, his voice unhurried. I bring my kids to the racetrack to have fun, spending my family's money using my own car. Is that falling low? He paused. As for you. After your father crossed you off the list, wasn't that McLaren under your name taken back? The car you drove today, it's probably rented, right? Lin Yanba's temple twitched. His lips trembled. The expressions of the 2 lackeys beside him were priceless. They wanted to laugh, but didn't dare. They wanted to chime in, but didn't know what to say. Don't talk nonsense. Lin Yanba's voice rose. Who told you that? Lu Jingyuan capped his thermos. Screwed it tight. Yanba. His tone suddenly turned amiable, like an elder instructing a junior. You're young. You have drive. That's a good thing. But there's a principle you need to understand. What principle? Whether there's meat in someone else's bowl is none of your concern. First, make sure the rice in your own bowl is still there. Lin Yanba's face turned green, then white, then red. A succession of colors. More vivid than the racetrack's signal lights. He opened his mouth wanting to say something, but glanced at the surrounding eyes, some obvious, some hidden, and finally swallowed his words. He turned around forcefully. Let's go. He strode out with his 2 lackeys, his steps quick and heavy. When he reached the door, a childish voice came from behind. Clear and loud, heard throughout the lounge. If you ever badmouth my dad again, Jingyuan will remember you. Lin Yanba's footsteps faltered for a moment, but he didn't look back. He pushed open the door and left. Lu Jingyuan looked down at Jingyuan. The kid had stood up, his chest puffed out like a little rooster. A face full of "I successfully protected the boss" pride. "Sit down, Dad. I was backing you up." You shouted that, and he was already far away. He still needed to know? The Liu family isn't to be trifled with. Lu Jingyuan shook his head and pressed him back onto the sofa. Chang'an was beside them. He hadn't moved or spoken, but there was a tiny curve at the corner of his mouth. A satisfied curve. The three of them sat back down. Jingyuan started gulping down orange juice again, still mumbling. "Who's that guy? Such a loose tongue." "Second branch of the Lin family," Lu Jingyuan said briefly. "The nephew of the guy who caused trouble at the school. You're quite well informed. Big sister said so. Big sister knows everything." Chang'an spoke up, his voice low. "Dad, that person mentioned his uncle. Isn't the school board matter still unresolved?" Lu Jingyuan glanced at him. A 12-year-old boy, calm in expression, but his question was precise. "It's suppressed for now. No need for you to worry. Your son isn't worrying. I want to know. If someone targets us, I need to be prepared." Lu Jingyuan was silent for a second. This kid exactly like himself in ancient times. He planned everything ahead of time. To have such awareness at 12. "Dad is here. You don't need to prepare anything. Your task is to focus on school." Chang'an didn't say more, but his expression clearly said, "I understand, but I'll still keep an eye on it." Lu Jingyuan couldn't be bothered to argue with him. This kid was just as stubborn as him. He packed up, ready to leave. Jingyuan finished his orange juice, wiped his mouth, and suddenly leaned close to Chang'an's ear. His voice wasn't loud, but Lu Jingyuan's hearing was sharp. "Big brother, wasn't Dad awesome just now putting that guy in his place?" Chang'an shot him a glance. Jingyuan grinned and lowered his voice. "Dad's skill at roasting people is just as fierce in ancient times as in modern times." Chang'an didn't reply, but the curve at the corner of his mouth grew a little wider. The three of them walked toward the parking lot. Jingyuan ran ahead, turning back as he ran. "Dad, are we coming again next week? What about your math homework?" "I'll do it as soon as we get home. Promise." Lu Jingyuan twirled the car keys. Sunlight fell on the matte black car body. Two sons, one in front, one behind. "This weekend. Not bad." He pulled open the car door. His phone vibrated. He took it out and looked. A message from third brother. "Old 4. There's a situation. Did Lin Yanba run into you at the racetrack just now?" Lu Jingyuan raised an eyebrow and replied, "Yeah, he did." "What's up?" Third brother replied instantly. "He just posted a moment's update. The picture is of you and the two kids from behind. The caption, 'Some people's secrets will eventually be exposed.'" Lu Jingyuan's eyes darkened slightly. Chang'an had already gotten into the car, watching him through the rearview mirror. "Dad, what's wrong?" Lu Jingyuan put his phone in his pocket, pulled open the door, and sat down. His expression returned to its usual lazy demeanor. "Nothing. Your third uncle asked what we're having for dinner." Chang'an looked at him. He didn't call him out, but those eyes were full of, "I know you're brushing me off." Lu Jingyuan started the engine. The car smoothly drove out of the parking lot. In the rearview mirror, the racetrack buildings grew farther away. His fingers tapped lightly twice on the steering wheel. Lin Yanba, a brash young man, couldn't stir up much trouble. But Lin Ziyuan behind him. He hadn't given up yet. "Dad, can we buy an ice cream on the way back?" Jingyuan poked his head out from the back seat. "Sure, but you have to bring some for your sisters too. That would be more than 10. Your dad can't afford more than 10 ice creams." Jingyuan giggled and pulled back. Lu Jingyuan glanced at his two sons in the rearview mirror. Jingyuan was gesturing to Chang'an in the back seat about the curves on the track, just now waving his arms excitedly. Chang'an listened, occasionally nodding, the faint curve always at the corner of his mouth. Lu Jingyuan withdrew his gaze and looked at the road ahead. That moment's post from Lin Yanba. "Some people's secrets will eventually be exposed." His fingers tapped twice more on the steering wheel. Then he let out a laugh. Very light, very faint. "Exposed. Let's see who gets exposed first." On Sunday morning, Lu Jingyuan had been pestered by Nianxing for a full hour in the living room. The 5-year-old, dressed in practice clothes with pink ballet shoes on her little feet, kept twirling and twirling on the living room carpet. "Daddy, do you think my spin looks good?" "Good. What about this one?" Nianxing spun another circle, stumbling slightly. Her small hand reached out to steady herself on the coffee table. "That's fine too. But teacher said I need to be steadier with this turn, Daddy. Tomorrow is the performance." "I'm scared." Lu Jingyuan set down his thermos and scooped her onto the sofa. "Scared of what?" Nianxing's little face scrunched up, her eyes welling with tears. "Scared I'll dance poorly, scared I'll fall, scared people will laugh at me." Lu Jingyuan looked at her. This girl had always been timid, even back in ancient times. Everything about her was fine except her courage. In their ancient estate, during festivals and holidays when performances were required before the elders, she would always hide behind his robe, cry through it, and then go on stage after. Once she got on stage, she actually performed quite well. The hard part was always that initial hurdle. "Nianxing, my, you've been dancing for 2 months now. You practice every day and do extra when you get home. Daddy's been watching all along." Nianxing sniffled and nodded. "How do you feel you've been doing?" "Pretty good, I guess. Teacher said I've improved a lot." "Then that's settled." Lu Jingyuan reached out and patted her head gently. You've worked so hard. Tomorrow just perform what you've practiced. Don't overthink it. But what if I forget the moves, eh? If you forget, just stand there. Wait a moment, and you'll remember, then continue dancing. That would be so embarrassing. It wouldn't be. You're only 5. A 5-year-old girl standing on stage is the most adorable thing in the world no matter what she does. Nianqing gazed at him, her lower lip trembling. She buried her face in his embrace and mumbled something. Daddy, you have to sit in the front row tomorrow. I promise. Eldest sister is coming too. I've invited her. Second sister, third sister, fourth sister, fifth sister, and sixth sister are all coming. They're all coming. The boys need to come too. The whole family is going. Happy now. Nianqing lifted her face from his embrace. Tears still clung to her cheeks, but the corners of her mouth had curved upward. Then I'm not scared anymore. Monday, 3 in the afternoon. The third floor theater at Haisheng Youth Palace. The ballet introduction class performance. The parent section was completely filled. About 300 seats, mostly mothers and grandmothers with occasionally a few fathers mixed in, most of them scrolling through their phones. Right in the center of the first row, an entire row was occupied. Lu Jingyuan sat in the middle with Song Wanqing and the eldest daughter on his left and the second daughter on his right. Behind them, 10 children were seated in perfect alignment. Jingyuan held up a homemade cardboard sign with Nianqing Jiao written in large neat characters, written by Nianqing to help him. Chengwan sat on Nianqing's lap, clutching a small sign with a lopsided star drawn on it, the one he had drawn himself. Nianxuan couldn't sit still, shifting her gaze left and right. Has it started yet? Why hasn't it begun? Quiet, Nianqing whispered. I am quiet. I'm just asking. The parents beside them kept glancing over at the entire row, so loud and so unified. The young man sitting dead center was particularly striking. He wore a dark gray casual blazer, no tie, the collar loose, and open long legs crossed, one hand resting on the armrest. He was far too young. The mother beside him quietly captured a photo on her phone and sent it to her close friend with the caption, "Whose family is this? So handsome." The lights dimmed. Stage lights came on. The music hadn't started yet. Backstage, Lu Jingyuan's phone vibrated. A message from Nianqing. Daddy, Nianqing just messaged saying she's crying backstage. Lu Jingyuan glanced at the stage. The curtain hadn't been drawn yet. He stood up. Song Wanqing looked up. What are you doing? Going backstage. Just a minute. Without waiting for a response, he squeezed past the seats and moved quickly. He circled around to the theater's side entrance and pushed it open. The backstage corridor was narrow and dimly lit, where over a dozen little girls in white tutus stood arranged in 2 rows. Some were stretching their legs, while others helped each other adjust their hair accessories. In the corner, the smallest white figure crouched behind the curtain, covering her face with both hands. Her shoulders shook with sobs. Lu Jingyuan walked over and squatted down. Nianqing. The little one looked up suddenly, her face streaked with tears. Her makeup was smudged, her eyes red from crying. The moment she saw him, she burst into fresh tears and reached out her small hands to wrap around his neck. Daddy, I'm scared. I don't want to go up there. What's wrong? I fell while practicing earlier. My knee hurts. I'm afraid I'll fall again on stage. Lu Jingyuan looked down at her knee beneath the skirt, gently lifting the hem to inspect it. There was a small red mark, but no broken skin. Not painful anymore. Still a little. Nianqing sniffled, her voice muffled. Daddy, can I not go on? Lu Jingyuan didn't answer right away. He reached out and gently wiped her tears away with his thumb, moving slowly and carefully. Nianqing. Look at Daddy. Nianqing lifted her face, her tearful eyes meeting his gaze. Nianqing is the best. No, I'm not. Daddy said so. When has Daddy ever lied to you? Nianqing shook her head. When you go on stage, don't think about anything. Just look at Daddy. Look at Daddy. Yes. Daddy's sitting in the front row. You just dance toward Daddy's direction. Don't worry about anyone else. Just dance for Daddy alone. Nianqing's lips pursed as she hesitated. Lu Jingyuan took a tissue from his pocket. He gently pressed it against her smudged makeup. Your brother also made a sign for you. He drew a star because your name has star in it. Nianqing's eyes lit up. Chengwan drew it. Yes. It's ugly, but the sentiment is there. Nianqing let out a sudden giggle. She laughed so hard a bubble formed in her nose. Lu Jingyuan took out another tissue and wiped it for her. Are you going or not? Nianqing took a deep breath. The biggest breath a 5-year-old could manage. I'm going. Good. Then Daddy will go back to my seat and wait for you. He stood up. He released her. Nianqing gripped her skirt and stood up. Though tear tracks remained on her face, there was already light in her eyes. She trotted back to the line. Then she turned back. Her small voice carried through the noisy backstage. Daddy, don't blink. Nianqing doesn't want you to miss a single second. Dad, don't blink. Nianqing doesn't want you to miss a single second. Lu Jingyuan stood at the backstage exit, watching the small white figure run back into the group. The corners of his mouth curved slightly. He turned and walked quickly back to the audience. Song Wanqing watched him sit down. Crying. It's nothing. This child. Song Wanqing shook her head, but her voice carried tenderness. Eldest sister leaned over and lowered her voice. All set. All set. The lights dimmed again. The curtain on stage slowly drew open. Music began, soft piano notes. 12 little girls stood in 2 rows. White puffy dresses, silver tiaras on their heads. Nianqing stood in the center of the front row. She was the smallest, the youngest of them all. But she stood straight, her little face, taut lips pressed into a thin line. Her gaze fixed straight ahead, toward the first row, toward the center seat. She saw him. Dad. Sitting in the very middle, holding up his phone, the camera aimed at her. On the left, Grandma sat upright. Eldest aunt leaned beside her, also holding up her phone. On the right, second aunt leaned forward and waved at her. In the row behind, the older brothers, sisters, and younger ones. Jingyuan held up the big sign. Jingyuan in Nianqing's arms raised the crooked star. Nianxuang bounced on her seat, only to be pressed back down by Nianqing. Nianqing's eyes reddened instantly. But this time it wasn't fear. It was warmth. She smiled. The corners of her mouth lifted, revealing shallow dimples. Then the music reached its cue. She raised her arms, rose on her tiptoes, and began to dance. Lu Jingyuan's phone remained steady, the screen capturing Nianqing in her white dress. Her little arms and legs stretched out, each movement incredibly earnest. Her dance wasn't perfect. Her foundation was still immature, the angle of her arms wasn't precise enough. Her toes weren't high enough. But she danced with effort, with seriousness, with full devotion. Midway there was a spinning move. She turned 1.5 times. On the second turn she stumbled, her body swaying to the side. Someone in the audience let out a soft gasp. Lu Jingyuan's grip on the phone tightened slightly. But Nianqing steadied herself. Her little feet found solid ground again, her body wobbled for a moment, and then regained balance. A flicker of panic crossed her small face, but it lasted only a second. Her gaze found the first row once more. She looked for Dad. Lu Jingyuan lowered his phone. He gave her a thumbs up. Nianqing's eyes curved into crescents. Then she continued dancing, and not a single mistake in the remaining moves. The music reached its final passage. All 12 little girls crouched down simultaneously, hands crossed over their chests, heads slightly lowered. Freeze. The lights converged on them. Applause erupted. The entire theater was clapping. But the loudest without a doubt came from the dozen or so people in the first and second rows. Jingyuan lifted the sign higher and let out a yell. Nianxuang clapped, so hard her hands stung. Chengzi stood up only to be pulled back down by Nianqing. Song Wanqing's eyes were red. She dabbed the corners of her eyes with a handkerchief, murmuring something. Eldest sister's phone was still recording. Second sister had already started taking photos. One after another the flash went off so frequently that nearby parents kept turning their heads. Nianqing stood on stage, the lights spilling over her face, her white dress sparkling. She tilted her face up, looking at the whole row of people who belonged to her. She laughed so hard tears streamed down. The performance ended. After the curtain call, the children came out from the side exit. Before Nianqing could reach the end of the corridor, a small cannonball burst out from the crowd. Jingyuan, the 4-year-old, ran at full speed. His short legs thumped, almost bumping into a parent's leg ahead. Sister. He crashed into Nianqing's arms with considerable force. Nianqing staggered back a step, nearly losing her balance. Jingyuan looked up, his little eyes sparkling, his voice milky and innocent. Sister was amazing. Jingyuan saw it. Sister danced the most beautifully. Nianqing hugged him, laughing, but tears fell again. Jingyuan, did you really see? Really? Jingyuan watched the whole time. Didn't blink once. Not even once. Dad said not to blink, so Jingyuan didn't. Nianqing crouched down to meet Jingyuan's eyes. She reached out and pinched his chubby cheeks. Jingyuan is the best. Then what reward does sister give Jingyuan? What do you want? A piggyback ride. Let sister carry me. You're heavier than me. I can't. Jingyuan pouted, displeased. Then a hug. Lu Jingyuan walked over, scooping Jingyuan up with one arm and draping the other around Nianqing's shoulder. You danced beautifully. Nianqing looked up at him, tears still on her face, but her smile was wide enough to hold the whole world. That I almost fell in the middle. But you didn't fall. You steadied yourself. I saw you give me a thumbs up. You saw it, that's good. Nianqing buried her face in his side, her voice muffled. Thank you, Dad. Lu Jingyuan patted her little head, saying nothing. The others caught up. Nianqing walked at the front, a gentle smile on her lips. Nianyao ran over and wrapped her arms around Nianqing. Seventh sister, you were amazing. That spin in the middle almost scared me to death. But you held it together. Nianxue followed behind, expressionless. She glanced at Nianqing. Not bad. Nianyao shot her a sideways look. Can't you say something nice? Not bad is nice. When have I ever said anything better? Nianqing reached out her little hand and grabbed Nianxue's sleeve. Fourth sister came. Nianqing is so happy. Nianxue didn't pull away. Her lips moved, then she turned her head away, the tips of her ears turning red. Nianru walked over, holding a piece of paper. She handed it to Nianqing. Seventh sister, I drew this just now. Nianqing took it and looked, a sketch of her standing in the center of the stage. White dress, lights, even the little tiara on her head was drawn. Third sister drew this. I didn't have time to finish. I'll draw a complete version at home. Nianqing pressed the drawing against her chest, cherishing it like a treasure. Jingyuan squeezed over, still holding the sign. Seventh sister, did you see my sign? I held it the highest. I saw it. Thank you, second brother. Then will you treat me to ice cream? Don't you have your own money? Nianxuan kicked him from the side. Song Wanqing walked over, crouched down, and pulled Nianxing into her arms. Our Nianxing danced so well. Grandma's tears almost came out. Grandma, don't cry. Nianxing didn't fall. Grandma knows. Grandma is happy. Eldest sister walked over, her phone still in hand. Fourth sister, I took a bunch of photos. I'll pick a few and send them to you later. Second sister was more direct. Her phone screen was lit, the Moments editor already open. 9 pictures. The first was a close-up of Nianxing standing on stage. The light spilled over her white dress, making her look like a real little swan. The second was a family photo in the audience. 2 rows of people packed together, Jingyuan holding the sign, Chengwan holding the star, every face brimming with smiles. The rest were candid shots from various angles. Nianxing's dance moves the moment Chengwan rushed to hug his sister. Nianxing's face crying and laughing at the same time. Second sister's fingers flew across the screen as she typed. The caption was just one sentence, our little swan. Sent. Within 3 seconds the first like came. Then the second, the third. Comments began flooding in. Oh my god, this little princess is too adorable. The whole family showing up to support. So heartwarming. Is that the dad in the first row? He looks so young. The Liu family. The one from Haisheng. Jealous to tears. What a dream family. Second sister held up her phone, beaming, and tilted her chin at Liu Jingyuan. Fourth brother, your family is about to trend again. Liu Jingyuan holding Chengwan, and with an arm around Nianxing glanced at second sister's phone screen. The like count was still climbing. More and more comments. He said nothing, but the corners of his mouth curved upward. Just then his phone rang. It was third brother's call. He answered. Fourth brother, did you see second sister's post just now? Yeah. What's up? It's spreading fast. Don't scroll down. There's a comment. Which one? Third brother's voice paused. Lin Yanba left a comment. The whole family sure knows how to perform. Wonder how long this show can last. Liu Jingyuan's fingers patted Chengwan's back twice gently. His expression didn't change. Chengwan, lying on his shoulder, felt the momentary pause. He lifted his little head. Dad, what's wrong? Liu Jingyuan's gaze drifted past the crowd, landing on the floor-to-ceiling windows of the children's palace beyond. Sunlight streamed in brightly. He let out a soft laugh. Very light. Nothing. Someone's got an itch, and they're asking for their hand to be chopped off. It's nothing. Someone's hand got itchy, so they had to stick it out and get chopped. As Liu Jingyuan said this, Nianxing was still nestled in his arms. Chengwan was riding on his shoulders. All around were family. Lively. Warm. He didn't pay any mind to Lin Yanba's comment. A brat kicked out of the inheritance list couldn't stir up much trouble. But some things, even if you don't pay them mind, they come knocking at your door. Tuesday morning. Liu Jingyuan had just sent the last batch of children through the school gates. Before his car had even left the parking lot of Xingqian Academy, his phone rang. The screen showed a number with the note, Xingqian Academy Academic Affairs Office. He answered. Hello, Mr. Liu. I'm Fang Guoqiang, the Dean of Academic Affairs at Xingqian Academy. Sorry to bother you. The voice was polite, but that politeness carried a cautious, probing tone. Liu Jingyuan leaned back in the driver's seat. One hand resting on the steering wheel. Dean Fang, what's the matter? Well, Mr. Liu, recently our Academic Affairs Office has received some feedback from parents. Fang Guoqiang paused, as if searching for the right words. What feedback? Some parents have submitted a joint petition. The content concerns the fact that 11 students from your household have enrolled in our school at the same time. Liu Jingyuan's fingers lightly tapped the steering wheel. Joint petition. How many? 17 parents covering both the elementary and middle school divisions. What's the complaint? Fang Guoqiang paused again. They believe that one family taking up 11 seats at the same time is unfair to other families waiting in line for admission. Some parents pointed out that Xingqian Academy's annual enrollment quota is fixed, and giving 11 slots to one family means taking opportunities away from 11 other children. Liu Jingyuan said nothing. Fang Guoqiang continued. There were also parents who mentioned that these 11 students transferred in midterm without going through the normal enrollment process. Even though our internal review approved them, the parents hope the school can provide a public explanation. Liu Jingyuan listened. He wasn't angry. To be honest, he had expected this. 11 children entering the same school at once. No matter how complete the paperwork in the eyes of other parents, it looked like privilege. Human nature. It was the same in ancient times. Back when he arranged for children to enter academies in the capital, there were always people whispering behind his back, saying the Liu family bullied others, that the clan chief used his power for personal gain. How did he handle it then? Calmly. He finished the necessary procedures, showcased the strength that needed to be shown. Once the children stood firm, those voices naturally faded. The modern world was no different. Dean Fang. Yes, please go ahead. Are all the admission procedures for my 11 children fully compliant? Of course. All documents, records, and review processes were conducted according to the school's standards. The principal himself signed off. Then that's settled. Liu Jingyuan's tone was calm. The procedures are compliant, their grades are on record, and there are no disciplinary violations. If some parents feel uncomfortable, that's their issue, not my children's problem. Fong Guiqiang was silent for 2 seconds. Mr. Li, you're right. From a rules perspective, there's indeed no problem. But this joint petition has been submitted to the board of directors. We can't completely ignore it. The board of directors? Lu Jingyuan's brow furrowed. The board again. Last time Lin Ziyuan had used the board to cause trouble. This time it was a different guise, from background check to quota dispute. Old wine in a new bottle. Dean Fong, was this joint petition initiated by the parents themselves, or was there someone leading it? Fong Guiqiang's voice hesitated for a moment. We're still looking into that. It seems spontaneous for now, but a few parents have been quite active stirring up sentiment in the parent groups. Which ones? That's not convenient to disclose. Lu Jingyuan let out a laugh. Not a happy one. All right. I understand. Thank you for your hard work, Dean Fong. Mr. Lu, there's one more thing. Fong Guiqiang's tone grew even more cautious, as if walking a tightrope. A personal suggestion. Purely a suggestion. You don't have to adopt it. Go ahead. Would you consider transferring some of the children to other reputable schools in Haisheng? For example, Haisheng Experimental School or Mingda Affiliated Middle School. That would reduce the spotlight on one school and also silence some critics. Lu Jingyuan's fingers stopped. No more tapping on the steering wheel. The car was silent for 3 seconds. Fong Guiqiang could feel the temperature drop on the other end of the line. Dean Fong. Yes, sir. Lu Jingyuan's voice was flat. No anger. No hostility. But every word was like a nail. My children eat together, live together, and they will go to school together. Separating them is not an option I'm considering. Fong Guiqiang opened his mouth. 11 children, 11 lives. They followed me from far away to Haisheng. I'm not sending them to this school because it's exceptional. I need them in one place where I can see them and protect them. He paused. Anyone who feels uncomfortable can come talk to me. But as for splitting them up among different schools, my answer is just one word. Fong Guiqiang waited. Lu Jingyuan's voice was soft, but as steady as a mountain. No. The line fell silent for several seconds. Fong Guiqiang finally sighed. I understand. I'll try to hold things down at the academic affairs level for now. But if the board of directors formally discusses the matter, you may need to come in and explain. No problem. Anytime. All right. Sorry for the trouble, Mr. Lu. Dean Fong. Lu Jingyuan added before he hung up. Please schedule a meeting with Principal Zhou Hengyuan. I'd like to talk to him face to face. Fong Guiqiang was taken aback. You want to speak directly with the principal? Yes. The sooner the better. Tomorrow morning, if he's available. All right, I'll arrange it. He hung up. Lu Jingyuan tossed his phone onto the passenger seat, leaned back, closed his eyes for a moment. 17 parents filed a joint petition. Not a big deal. But if left unaddressed, it could become one. Especially with Lin Ziyuan and his people still restless. The board's background check had been put on hold, but those people wouldn't stop. Last time it was background check, this time it's quota dispute. Who knows what excuse they'll come up with next. Blocking is worse than guiding is worse than establishing. The best approach wasn't to explain to the parents or to spar with the board. It was to make the children stand tall enough. So tall that no one would dare question them. He picked up his phone and sent a message to third brother. Check if there's the Lin family's hand behind that joint petition. Third brother replied instantly. Already looking into it. How did you know? Just a guess. Third brother sent another message. Fourth brother, there's something else. Sister 2's WeChat post has been shared over 2,000 times. Someone took a screenshot of Lin Yamba's comment, and it's circulating in a few local gossip groups in Haisheng. People are starting to ask, what's the meaning of this drama? Lu Jingyuan stared at the message. He paused for a few seconds, then replied. Let them ask. In the end, the answer is only one: my children no one can touch. His phone buzzed again. This time it was a message from Yanqing. Dad, did Dean Fong just call you? My homeroom teacher Miss Lin mentioned it to me privately. Said some parents are making a fuss lately. Lu Jingyuan looked at the screen. This girl's information network was even faster than his. He replied with 3 words. Dad handles it. Yanqing replied instantly. Dad, do you need your daughter to do anything? Lu Jingyuan thought for a moment and typed. Find your midterm report card. Also Chung An's fighting competition certificate. Nian, use baking silver award. Nian Shuang's track and field data. Compile a list of everything impressive you can gather and send it to me. Yanqing replied instantly. Understood. Dad plans to use our achievements to shut them up. Lu Jingyuan chuckled. Not to shut them up. It's to silence them so thoroughly that they won't even dare to open their mouths. Yanqing replied after a couple of seconds. Dad, if the school calls a meeting, are you going alone? I'm meeting the principal tomorrow. Want uncle or uncle third to accompany you? Lu Jingyuan shook his head, even though Yanqing couldn't see. No need. For this kind of thing, Dad going alone is enough. Yanqing's last message. Dad, you once said something that your daughter has always remembered. You said true confidence doesn't come from who backs you up, but from standing firm on your own. Lu Jingyuan looked at the line. The corner of his mouth lifted. This girl. He started the engine. The car slowly rolled out of the parking lot. His phone buzzed again. A voice message from Chungwan. Babyish and soft. Dad, the teacher taught us to draw birds today. Jingyuan drew the biggest one. It looks like an eagle. The teacher said it doesn't look like a bird, it looks like a dinosaur. But Jingyuan thinks it does. What do you think, Dad? Jingyuan listened, then laughed out loud. He pressed the voice button. It looks like it. Everything Jingyuan draws looks like something. Show Dad when you get home. The car merged into Haicheng's main road. Sunlight streamed through the windshield, falling on his hands. He tapped the steering wheel twice again. Tomorrow. The conversation with Jingyuan. He already knew what he would say. No need to bring people. No need to show off. No need to pound the table. Just go alone, wearing a windbreaker. Sit down. Have a cup of tea. Then state things clearly. His children wouldn't leave. No matter who came, they wouldn't leave. Dad, when you go to school tomorrow, can you bring back the magnifying glass Chengze left in the science classroom? He's been talking about it for 3 days. Father, could you stop by the school tomorrow and bring back Chengze's magnifying glass from the science classroom? He's been asking about it for 3 days. It was a message from Haisheng. Jingyuan glanced at it and replied with a single character, okay. This was his daily routine, planning negotiations with the principal while remembering to fetch a magnifying glass for his 7th child. That was the life of a father, never having only one thing to do. The next morning at 9:30 at the Haisheng Academy, inside the principal's office. Jingyuan sat behind the large rosewood desk, his graying hair combed, meticulously dressed in a dark gray mouse suit. On the desk sat a freshly brewed pot of Longjing tea. Jingyuan pushed the door open wearing a black windbreaker, sweatpants and sneakers, a stark contrast to the office filled with rosewood furniture and calligraphy scrolls. Yet the aura he exuded as he entered made Jingyuan pause for a moment. It wasn't the carefree swagger of a playboy, but an exceptionally steady calm. Mr. Liu, please have a seat. President Zhou. Jingyuan sat down in the chair opposite, accepting the teacup handed to him by the secretary. He lifted the cup, blew on it 3 times, and set it down. Jingyuan watched his tea-drinking motion, his brow twitching almost imperceptibly. This young man's way of drinking tea resembled that of a seasoned tea connoisseur who had been drinking for decades. Director Fong briefed you. Jingyuan spoke first. He did. 17 parents signed a joint letter demanding an explanation from the school about the simultaneous enrollment of 11 children. What do you think? Jingyuan leaned back in his chair, his gaze calm. President Zhou, let me ask you something first. Please go ahead. Is there any irregularity in the enrollment procedures of my 11 children? Jingyuan shook his head. No. All documents are complete and verified. I personally checked every step of the process. After enrollment, has any of the children violated school rules? No. Not only that, but several of them have performed exceptionally well. Haisheng ranks first in the 2nd year of junior high overall. In my 40 years of teaching, I've never seen a transfer student like her. Then that settles it. Jingyuan's tone was calm. Procedures are compliant. Grades are excellent. No violations. My children meet every required condition. If some people still feel uncomfortable despite all this, it's not my children's problem. It's their own. Jingyuan picked up his teacup, took a sip, and set it down. Mr. Liu, you're absolutely right. From a rule-based perspective, I have no reason to question it. But as you know, a school isn't just about rules. It also needs balance. What balance? The emotional balance of the parents. Jingyuan sighed. 17 parents signed a joint letter. This is no small matter. If mishandled, it could affect the school's reputation and enrollment. Jingyuan looked at him. President Zhou, let me be direct. Please speak. Was this joint letter truly spontaneous, or was someone behind it? Jingyuan's fingers paused on the desk for a second. I can't say for sure. Then let me help you decide. Jingyuan's voice was unhurried. Last month, Lin Ziyuan proposed a background check under the guise of a social supervisor at the board meeting. He was blocked by procedural rules. So this time he changed tactics, striking from the parents' side. A joint complaint, bypassing the board's direct confrontation, using the grassroots approach. He paused. President Zhou, can't you see through this tactic? Jingyuan remained silent for several seconds. Of course he could see through it. He had spent 40 years in the education circle. He had seen all kinds of open and covert attacks. But seeing through it was one thing, handling it was another. Mr. Liu, even if someone is pulling the strings, the names of those 17 parents are genuine. Their demands, though unreasonable, aren't entirely without basis. A family taking 11 spots is unprecedented in the history of Haisheng Academy. So the school needs a response. Not to bow to those parents, but to give the whole matter closure and put everyone at ease. Jingyuan picked up his teacup, blew on it 3 times, and set it down. President Zhou, I'll give you the closure. Go ahead. My daughter Haisheng, after 2 months of enrollment, ranked first overall in the midterm exam for her grade. She trounced the former top student who had held the position for 4 consecutive semesters. Her homeroom teacher recommended her for the Provincial Math League and Winter Camp Intensive Training. Jingyuan nodded. Jingyuan, 8 years old, won silver in the city's children's baking competition. The judges said her creative dessert should have been first place. Jingyuan, 6 years old. The track coach said she's the most talented prospect since the team was founded. Nianru, 11 years old. The art teacher said her skills far exceed her age and recommended her for next month's City Youth Art Exhibition. Jingyuan 12 steady and reserved, never violated any rules. Jingyuan 10 scored a hat trick in a friendly soccer match. Haisheng 5. Her ballet recital just ended. She cried before going on stage, but once on stage she didn't miss a single move. Jingyuan finished in one breath, his tone flat throughout. No boasting. No pride. Just stating facts. President Zhou, my children aren't here to take up spots. They're here to study. They're here to learn. They're here to prove themselves. In 2 months they've spoken through their grades and performance. Is this closure enough? Jingyuan looked at him silent for a long time, then let out a long breath. It's enough. He stood up and walked to the window. With his hands behind his back, he gazed at the student formations running on the track. Mr. Liu, to be honest, I've run this school for 30 years and seen too many children who coast through based on family wealth. And also those pushed in through connections. But your 11 children, whatever their background, possess something that most kids in this school lack. What? Discipline, manner, and a fierce unwillingness to give up. Jingyuan turned around. I'll handle this joint letter. If anyone on the board tries to make an issue of it again, I'll push back. Your children don't need to transfer, they don't need to be dispersed. Not a single one needs to move. Jingyuan stood up. Thank you. Don't thank me, Jingyuan said with a smile. Your children earned it. In 40 years of education, I dread 2 types of parents. Those who throw money but don't care, and those who care but in the wrong way. You're neither. Jingyuan's lips curved slightly. I'm just a father raising kids. Raising them well, Jingyuan said. The words were identical to what Liu Honyuan had said that day. Jingyuan reached the door and paused. President Zhou, one more thing. What is it? I don't need to know the names of the 17 parents who signed. But if any of them have ties to the Lin Group, please keep an eye out. Jingyuan looked at him, his gaze darkening. You suspect someone is using the parents? Not suspect. I'm certain. Jingyuan's tone was light. Lin Xuan didn't gain anything at the last board meeting, so he took another route. This time it's a parent petition. Next time it might be the media, then the education authorities. He won't stop. Jingyuan's brow furrowed. So what do you plan to do? Jingyuan pushed the door open. Sunlight streamed in from the corridor. He turned back and smiled. The smile was faint, subtle. But Jingyuan saw not the smile of a 25-year-old, but the calm of someone who had weathered countless storms facing another. I plan to let my children step forward one by one to positions where no one can ignore them. By then, without me saying a word, these people will shut up on their own. He paused. President Zhou, when is the deadline for Nianqing's Provincial Math League registration? Next Friday. Please confirm her spot. Also for Nianru's art exhibition materials, have teacher Sun contact me about the school procedures. Jingyuan nodded. I'll arrange it. Jingyuan walked out of the office and headed down the corridor. When he passed the science classroom, he paused. He pushed the door open. It was empty. On the corner of the podium lay a magnifying glass. He picked it up and examined it. A small note was taped to it. The handwriting was crooked. Chingzes, please do not touch. Jingyuan tucked the magnifying glass into his windbreaker pocket and walked out of the teaching building. Sunlight spilled across the ground. His phone buzzed. A message from third brother. Found out. Among the 17 signatories, 3 have business ties with subsidiaries of the Lin Group. One of the husbands is a supplier for Lin's real estate. Jingyuan read it and replied. Expected. Don't act yet. Let them think I haven't noticed. Third brother replied instantly. What are you plotting? Jingyuan locked the screen and didn't answer. He walked to the parking lot. He opened the car door, sat inside, took the magnifying glass from his pocket and placed it on the passenger seat. Then he picked up his phone and sent a message to Nianqing. Have you finished organizing the grade list? Nianqing replied instantly. Done. All 11 from oldest to youngest. Each one's grades, awards, teacher comments, and extracurricular activities, all compiled. 7 pages in total. Jingyuan stared at the message. 7 pages. His eldest daughter had spent one night compiling the highlights of all 11 siblings into a 7-page document. 14 years old. In ancient times, she had managed the household. In modern times, she was a top student. Whenever needed, she could also serve as his secretary, advisor, and logistics chief. He replied. Good work. What do you want to eat tonight? I'll cook. Nianqing responded. Father, third sister's exhibition materials still need a school recommendation letter. Could you please remind teacher Sun? Also, did you bring Ching's magnifying glass? He's asked 3 more times. Jingyuan let out a chuckle. He started the engine. The car drove out of Xingchen Academy's gates. In the rearview mirror, the school's plaque glistened under the sun. His children were inside. 11 of them. Not a single one missing. His phone buzzed again. This time it was a voice message from Jingyuan. 6 seconds. A baby voice, but full of energy. Father, eat meat for lunch today. Jingyuan wants big pieces. Don't cut them small. Jingyuan will chew them herself. Jingyuan said she wanted to eat a large piece of meat and gnaw on it herself. Jingyuan did not refuse. When they returned to the villa, Nianqing was already waiting at the entrance hall. She held a printed document in her hand. Father, here is the 7-page list. Jingyuan took it and flipped through it. The layout was neat, the categories clear with 1 page per child. Grades, awards, teacher comments, extracurricular performance, all at a glance. Thank you for your hard work. It's my duty. Nianqing paused. Father, there's something else I'd like to tell you. Homeroom teacher Lin spoke with me today. The school has an English speech contest next Wednesday. It's school level. She asked me to sign up. Jingyuan glanced at her. How long have you been studying English? 2 months and 6 days. Do you think you're ready, eh? Nianqing stood straight. Her expression was calm. Pronunciation is no problem. Grammar is basically mastered. Vocabulary is still lacking. But teacher Lin said that the contest isn't just about English proficiency. It also considers stage presence and content. Jingyuan placed the list on the shoe cabinet. Do you want to participate? Yes. Why, oi? Nianqing raised her head. Her gaze was clear. Father said that we must stand where no one can ignore us. Though I started learning English late, my ability to stand on stage is no less than anyone's. Jingyuan looked at her. A 14-year-old girl. Her back was straight. Her eyes were resolute. In ancient times at 14, she had already been able to represent the matriarch of the Liu family at banquets, dealing with the challenges from various ladies. Standing on a stage was as easy as drinking water for her. Sign up. Jingyuan nodded. Do you need your father to help you practice the script? No need. I'll do it myself. Nianqing turned and walked upstairs. After 2 steps, she looked back. Father, I've already decided on the speech topic. What topic? Family. Next Wednesday. Xingqian Academy Grand Auditorium. School-level English speech contest. 26 contestants. Covering grades 7 through 9. The judges panel consisted of 5 teachers, 2 of whom were foreign teachers. The audience filled most of the auditorium, students from various classes and some parents. Nianqing drew number 19. A position in the middle to late section, neither good nor bad. The 18 contestants before her took the stage one by one. Some spoke about environmental protection, some about technology, some about dreams. Their levels varied greatly. Some had accurate pronunciation but sounded dry like reciting a textbook. Others had good content, but their voices trembled badly. Number 19. Next up, Class 3, Grade 8, Nianqing. Nianqing walked out from the side curtain. Her pace was neither fast nor slow. Her school uniform was worn neatly. Her hair was tied in a low ponytail. No extra adornments. She walked to the center of the stage. Stopped. She didn't look at any notes, because she hadn't brought any. Her gaze swept calmly across the audience. Then she spoke. Good afternoon, teachers and fellow students. Her voice was clear. Her enunciation was precise. Her pace was unhurried. My topic today is very simple. It's about family. Her pronunciation carried an extraordinarily standard intonation. It wasn't the exaggerated imitation of a foreign teacher, but a natural ease. 2 months. She had spent 2 months building her English pronunciation system from scratch to this level. I have 10 brothers and sisters. A slight stir rippled through the audience. Some people whispered to each other. Nianqing did not pause. When I was young, I thought family means rules. It means duty. It means sacrifice. Her expression was very calm, but every word carried weight. I thought the oldest daughter must give up everything for the family, must protect everyone, must never cry. One of the foreign teachers on the judges panel straightened up slightly. But my father taught me something different. Nianqing's voice softened a fraction. He taught me that family is not a cage. Family is a place where you can be weak, where you can ask for help, where someone will always catch you when you fall. She paused. Her gaze fell on a certain direction at the back of the auditorium. I have the best father in the world. He never asks us to be perfect. He only asks us to be brave. The audience fell silent. Very silent. Even the boys who had been chatting quietly in the back row stopped talking. I am still learning English. My vocabulary is small. My grammar is not perfect. A slight curve touched the corner of Nianqing's mouth. But I know one sentence very well. She lifted her head. Her voice was clear and resolute. Home is where my father is. The entire hall fell silent for 2 seconds. Then applause erupted. It wasn't the polite, scattered kind. It was real applause, forceful and heartfelt. A 7th grade girl sitting in the 3rd row of the audience turned to her classmate and said something. Her voice was not loud, but the rows around all heard it. She's so amazing. I can't even give a speech in Chinese on stage. She transferred here only 2 months ago and dares to stand here in English. The boy next to her added. And she's not nervous at all. Look, she didn't tremble once from start to finish. As the judges were scoring, Nianqing stood at the side of the stage waiting for the results. Teacher Lin walked over from the audience. Her expression was complex, a mix of gratification and emotion. Nianqing, how long did you prepare? 3 days. 3 days. You can develop that kind of stage presence in 3 days. Nianqing looked at her. She smiled slightly. Teacher Lin's stage presence isn't practiced. It's lived. Teacher Lin was taken aback. The results were announced. 3rd prize. Vocabulary and grammatical complexity had indeed pulled down her score. The judges' comments were clear: excellent pronunciation, perfect stage presence, touching content, but the richness of language expression needs improvement. Nianqing accepted the certificate. Her expression remained unchanged. Third prize didn't matter to her. What mattered was that she had stood there, and she had stood steady. She had made everyone see her. That evening back at the villa, Nianqing placed the certificate on her desk and sent a message to Lu Jingyuan. Third prize. Vocabulary not enough. Next time first prize. Lu Jingyuan replied instantly. No rush. You've only studied for 2 months. Standing on that stage was already a victory. Nianqing replied with a single mm. A few seconds later she sent another message. Father, during the contest today, I heard someone in the audience say she's so amazing. Who was it? I don't know, but judging by the uniform it was probably a 7th grader. Lu Jingyuan leaned back in his study chair and curled the corner of his mouth. His strategy was taking effect. He didn't need to argue with those parents. He didn't need to slam the table at the school board. His children would stand up on their own, one by one, until they stood where everyone had to look up at them. His phone vibrated again. A voice message from Chengzhe. 15 seconds. Dad, guess what? Teacher Wu said there's a science creativity contest next week. I want to participate. I've already thought of what to make. Dad, guess. Guess. Lu Jingyuan pressed the voice key. Stop being mysterious. Spill it. Chengzhe replied instantly. Another voice message. 20 seconds. I want to make a water purifier. You know the method we used at home in ancient times, layering sand, charcoal, and crushed stones. But I want to modify it with modern materials. Dad, what do you think? Lu Jingyuan listened. A glimmer of light shone in his eyes. This kid, he really had something. All right, Dad will take you to buy materials this weekend. Chengzhe's voice message came again. 3 seconds. Dad, can I also use a magnifying glass? Dad, can I also use the magnifying glass? After listening to the voice message, Lu Jingyuan chuckled. What do you plan to do with the magnifying glass? Observe the dirty things in the water. Chengzhe replied instantly. Yes, I want to first use the magnifying glass to see what's bad in the water and then filter them out. That's the scientific way. Lu Jingyuan shook his head. This kid's mind worked faster than anyone. Even in ancient times he was like this, always wanting to get to the bottom of everything. All right, Dad will take you to prepare on the weekend. On the weekend, Lu Jingyuan took Chengzhe to the building materials market and the stationery store. Fine sand, crushed stone, activated carbon gauze, several transparent plastic bottles. Chengzhe squatted on the ground the whole time picking materials, turning them over and over with his hands. He muttered to himself. This sand is too coarse, that needs to be fine. Only fine sand can filter cleanly. Is this charcoal okay? Dad, what kind of charcoal did our family use in ancient times? Charcoal. The kind that's fully burned through. Then this activated carbon should be better than the ancient kind, right? The teacher said activated carbon has strong absorption capacity, right? Same principle, upgraded materials. Chengzhe stood up. His hands were black and there was a streak of ash on his face. But his eyes were shining like 2 light bulbs. Dad, I'll start making it as soon as we get back. Back at the villa, Chengzhe occupied a corner of the dining room. The table was covered with materials and tools. Nianqing passed by and glanced at it. 7th brother, what are you doing? A water purification device. Big sister, look. Chengzhe held up a plastic bottle. The bottom of the bottle was cut off and it was inverted and inserted into another bottle. At the very bottom, put gauze, then fine sand, then crushed stone, and at the top, activated carbon. Dirty water goes in from the top, and clean water flows out from the bottom. Nianqing looked at him and nodded slightly. I remember this method. Used in our family's kitchen in ancient times. Right? But in ancient times there was no activated carbon, only ordinary charcoal. I added activated carbon, so the filtering effect should be even better. Have you tried it? Not yet. I need to set up the structure first. Chengzhe bent over the table tinkering for 2 hours. In the meantime, Jingyuan ran over to watch 3 times. Every time he wanted to help with his hands, and every time Chengzhe drove him away. 2nd brother, don't touch. Your hands are too rough. You'll tear the gauze. I'm just watching. Watching is fine, but keep your hands behind. You're just like big sister. Lu Jingyuan walked by with his thermos. He glanced at the progress. Chengzhe looked up, his face covered in dust, but grinning triumphantly. Dad, it's done. Look. He poured a cup of muddy water from the top. The water slowly seeped down through the activated carbon layer, through the crushed stone layer, through the fine sand layer, and finally dripped from the gauze into the bottle below. Clear. Not completely transparent, but more than 10 times cleaner than the cup of muddy water above. Chengzhe's mouth formed an O. It works. Dad, look. It's clear. Lu Jingyuan looked at the filtered water and nodded. Not bad, but it can be even better. How can it be better? You can add another layer of activated carbon. Put a layer of cotton between the fine sand and crushed stone for finer filtration. Chengzhe's eyes sparkled. Dad, you know so much. Lu Jingyuan picked up his thermos and blew on it 3 times. Your father managed the water supply for over 300 people in the clan in ancient times. This little thing can't stump me. Chengzhe had already started disassembling the device to improve it, completely ignoring the last sentence. Wednesday, Star Academy Elementary School. Science Creative Competition. Participants were students from 2nd to 4th grade, with over 30 entries in total. They were displayed on the long tables in the science classroom. Some had made a volcano eruption model, some a simple windmill, and some a circuit with a small light bulb. Chengzhe's work was placed at position number 17. 2 plastic bottles, one above the other, fixed with tape in the middle. Beside it was a handwritten explanation card. The handwriting was crooked, but the content was extremely clear. Title: Simple Water Purification Device. Materials: fine sand, crushed stone, activated carbon, cotton, gauze, plastic bottles. Principle: use the particle size of different materials for physical filtration. Activated carbon adsorbs impurities and odors in water. Multi-layer structure for stepwise filtration. Inspiration: ancient folk water purification methods improved with modern materials. The judges were 3 teachers: Teacher Wu, Science Group Leader Teacher Liu, and an external science instructor from the District Youth Palace. The 3 of them looked through from beginning to end, stopping for about 10 seconds at most works. When they reached number 17, they stopped. Teacher Wu crouched down. He carefully examined the internal structure of the device. The layering is very meticulous. Having activated carbon on top is correct. The crushed stone in the middle provides support and initial filtration. Fine sand at the bottom for fine filtration, and they even added a layer of cotton. Teacher Liu pushed up his glasses. Whose is this? Teacher Wu looked at the description card. 2nd grade, class 1. Lu Qingze, 7 years old. Teacher Liu's eyebrows rose. 7 years old. Yes, that's the one who raises his hand 32 times in class. Teacher Liu crouched down and carefully examined the filtered water sample. Chengzhe had prepared 2 comparison bottles in advance, one with muddy water before filtration, the other with clear water after filtration. The difference was obvious. This design logic is very complete. It's not just thrown together. He truly understands the principle of physical filtration. The Youth Palace instructor also came over to look. To be honest, this level would be outstanding even among 4th graders. 7 years old. Really? Teacher Wu smiled a bit helplessly. Really? This kid's mind moves too fast. His questions in class can make me doubt my own life. The results came out quickly. First prize. When Chengzhe stood on the stage to receive the award, he looked like a little rooster, chest puffed out straight. His chin slightly raised. The principal asked each winning child to say a few words. Chengzhe stepped up to the microphone. The microphone was too high, a teacher adjusted it lower for him. He cleared his throat. His voice was childish, but full of energy. Thank you, teachers. He paused. This water purification device was taught to me by my dad. He stopped mid-sentence, a flicker of something crossing his face, then changed his words. No. It's an ancient method I saw in a book. I just wanted to try it using modern materials to make one to see if it would work. The audience laughed. Chengzhe blinked, not understanding why what he said was funny. Ancient people didn't have activated carbon, but they had charcoal. They were very smart. They burned the charcoal thoroughly and used it to filter water. I think ancient people, even without our technology, were no less clever. He paused again. So I thought, if we combine ancient wisdom with modern materials, can we make something even better? Some teachers in the audience were nodding. As it turns out, it works. My water turned clear. Chengzhe held up the first prize certificate, smiling widely, revealing a missing front tooth. Thank you, everyone. Next time I'll make a bigger one that can filter water as big as a swimming pool. The whole audience laughed again. Chengzhe came down from the stage and was surrounded by classmates. Chengzhe, can your device really turn dirty water clean? Yes. Didn't you see it? How did you know to layer them like that? My dad. I mean, it's written in a book. What book? I want to read it too. Chengzhe's little face wrinkled. That book is very old. You probably can't find it. A 4th grade boy nearby walked over. He had won 2nd prize earlier and his expression was a bit unconvinced. Did you really make it yourself? Didn't your dad help you? Chengzhe looked up, looking at the boy who was a head taller than him. I made it myself. My dad only taught me the principle. I did the hands-on work myself. If you don't believe me, ask Teacher Wu. I made it twice in the classroom and she watched both times. The boy opened his mouth, said nothing more, and turned away. When school let out, Lu Jingyuan came to pick up the children. Chengzhe was the first to rush out, holding up the certificate, shouting from the school gate. Dad, first prize. Lu Jingyuan crouched down, took the certificate, and looked at it. Not bad. Not just not bad. It's first prize. Only 3 first prizes in the whole school. And I'm the youngest. Impressive. Dad, can't you show a little more excitement? Lu Jingyuan reached out and wiped the dust off his forehead. Your father's excitement is all in his heart. Chengzhe wasn't satisfied, but he held the certificate to his chest, the corners of his mouth still lifted. In the car, Jingyuan leaned over to look at the certificate. Whoa, Chengzhe, you're something. Of course. Your second brother is no slouch either. Chengzhe puffed out his chest. You're only in 2nd grade. When you get to my grade, you'll have to compete with even better people. I'm not afraid either. Nianqing sat in the front passenger seat, turning back to look at Chengzhe, a smile on her lips. 7th brother, well done. Chengzhe, praised by his big sister, turned red ears and hugged the certificate tighter. Lu Jingyuan watched the children in the back seat through the rearview mirror. Cheng Zhe hugged the certificate. Jingyuan rolled his eyes jealously beside him. Nianyu was munching on a cookie. Nian Shuang was flicking Jingyuan's ear with her finger. He looked away. The curve of his mouth didn't retract. Another one has stepped forward. His phone vibrated. A message from third brother. Fourth brother, there's an update on the joint petition matter. Among those 17 parents, some are beginning to waver. I heard news about Nianqing's speech competition spread, and 2 parents privately told the homeroom teacher that they had made a mistake and that the child was indeed excellent. Lu Jingyuan read it and didn't reply. No need to reply. Facts speak louder than any words. His phone vibrated again. Still from third brother. Also, I just got news from big brother. Lin Ziyuan has invited someone from the Education Bureau to dinner this Thursday. Lu Jingyuan's fingers paused on the steering wheel for a second. He replied with a message. Thursday? Perfect. Let him have the dinner. I'd like to see what he's going to say to the Education Bureau. Third brother replied after 5 seconds. Fourth brother, do you already have a plan? Lu Jingyuan locked the screen and didn't reply. The car drove into the villa's garage. Cheng Zhe was the first to jump out. Holding the certificate, he ran into the living room. Sister Nianqing. Sister Nianqing. Help me paste this certificate on the wall, next to your third-place certificate. Nianqing walked behind unhurried. Seventh brother, are you sure you want to paste it next to mine? What if I get first prize next time, and yours looks too shabby? Cheng Zhe stopped in his tracks. Big sister, what do you mean by that? I mean, Nianqing walked past him, reaching out to pat his head. Next time, let's compete to see who gets more awards. Cheng Zhe hugged the certificate to his chest, eyes wide. Bring it on. Who's afraid? Lu Jingyuan stood at the entrance watching the scene. His phone vibrated again. A message from big brother. Fourth brother. Lin Ziyuan is treating Deputy Director Chen Guoping of the Education Bureau to dinner on Thursday. The location is the Linhai Club. I've already arranged for someone to go. But there's one thing you need to know. Lu Jingyuan opened it. Chen Guoping's daughter just transferred to Star Academy this year, 8th grade. She's in the same grade as Nianqing. Chen Guoping's daughter was in the same grade as Nianqing. Lu Jingyuan read the message. His finger hovered over the screen for 2 seconds. Now this was interesting. Lin Ziyuan had treated the deputy director of the Education Bureau to a meal, and the deputy's daughter had just transferred into the 8th grade at Xingqian Academy. Same grade as Nianqing. A coincidence. Impossible. He texted his eldest brother. Understood. Let's see how he plays his cards first. His brother replied. I'm watching him closely. You focus on taking care of the children. Lu Jingyuan locked his screen. He glanced up at the lively living room. Cheng Zhe was still debating with Nianqing over which wall to hang the certificate on. Jingyuan was egging them on from the side. Nian Shuang had somehow climbed onto the top shelf and was observing the scene from above. He didn't let Lin Ziyuan's matter weigh on his mind. That had happened on a Thursday. Today was Wednesday. He would focus on living the present well. Time flew. 1 week. 2 weeks. 3 weeks. The speed at which the Lu family's 11 children took root at Xingqian Academy exceeded everyone's expectations. Nianqing. The preliminary round of the Provincial Mathematics League. 3rd place in the Haisheng district. The only second-year student to crack the top 10. The news traveled back to the school, and for several long seconds there was utter silence in the middle school teacher's lounge. Teacher Lin pressed the report card flat against the desk. She read it 3 times. Then she dialed Lu Jingwei. Nianqing's mathematical gift. In 15 years of teaching, I have never seen the like. Nian Shuang. At the school track team trials. Her 100-meter time shattered the elementary division's all-time record. Coach Sun Yong immediately called the head of the physical education department. I must sign this talent. Get me the registration form for the district competition. Chengza. After claiming first prize in the science innovation competition, he was personally summoned by the Youth Palace's science counselor to join the summer science and technology camp. Nianyue. Teacher Zhou from the Youth Palace's baking studio called Lu Jingyuan. Nianyue has an extraordinary instinct for it. I'm recommending her for the Provincial Children's Baking Championship. This isn't about silver anymore, she has the skill to aim for gold. Jingyuan. During an internal scrimmage for the soccer team, the coach had him play 10 minutes as a substitute. He remembered Lu Jingyuan's advice to control his pace, yet his passing vision and spatial awareness still utterly dominated the 6th grade starters. After the match, the coach remarked to the sports department, "It would be a tragedy if this child doesn't go professional." Following the introductory ballet class showcase, the instructor recommended Nianqing for the Youth Palace's upcoming formal ballet cohort. Advancing from beginner to formal training typically requires at least a year. She had accomplished it in only 3 months. One by one, like seeds, taking root and sprouting in their own soil. And then, the tide in the parents group chat shifted. The Xingqian Academy Middle School Parents Group. 347 members. The whispers and gossip from before had vanished. In their place came a different kind of voice. Is that Lu family's eldest daughter really a transfer student? Top 10 in the provincial league. With those scores, she'd be the cream of the crop at any school in Haisheng. That's putting it mildly. I heard she'd only been studying English for a couple of months, yet she stood before the entire school and gave a speech. She only took third prize, but that stage presence, my child couldn't master it in 10 years. Did you see that track record at the elementary division? 6 years old. She broke the school record at 6. And that 7-year-old who took first prize in the science competition. My kid's in 4th grade and is still coasting through science class. Someone posted in the group chat. To be honest, I signed that petition too. Looking back, I deeply regret it. Their child genuinely has remarkable talent. Several replies followed. Same here. I had a bad feeling about it from the start. In hindsight, we were definitely manipulated. Exactly. The fact that all 11 of them got in simultaneously proves there's a reason. Look at these achievements. Which one of them is just along for the ride? The shift in the elementary division's parents group was even more pronounced. Some began reaching out with friendly overtures. Teacher Jingyuan's homeroom teacher received 3 private messages from parents. All asked the exact same thing. Teacher my child would like to be friends with Jingyuan. Could you help arrange some extracurricular activities? During Ninshuang's physical education class, several girls approached her proactively. Ninshuang, you run so fast. How do you train? Can you teach me? Ninshuang sat atop the horizontal bar, her legs swinging. She cast a sideways glance at the girls below. Teach you? Can you keep up? Yes, we can run together. Ninshuang hopped off the bar. She dusted off her hands. Fine. Half an hour before morning exercises tomorrow. See you at the track. Latecomers stay home. The 3 girls nodded eagerly. Chengzhou was in no short supply of the same attention. After the science competition, his social standing in class vaulted from annoying nuisance to young scientific prodigy. Those who once complained about his endless questions now approached him before class. Chengzhou, what intriguing question do you have today? Tell us in advance, so we can be curious too. Every day, Jingyuan picked up the children after school, standing at the school gates. Previously, the other parents looked at him with scrutiny. Some with curiosity, others with undisguised disdain. Now everything had changed. Parents initiated greetings. Mr. Liu, your children are truly outstanding. How do you manage to raise them so well? Mr. Liu, my child admires Ninshuang immensely, saying she runs like the wind. Mr. Liu, Chengzhe is incredibly popular in his class. My kid comes home every day talking about what else Chengzhe said. And Jingyuan leaned against the car. Na pink thermos cup held gently in his hand. His smile was warm. His responses measured and gracious. The children worked hard on their own. I'm merely the one who provides meals. And, oh, you're far too modest. He smiled faintly, said nothing more. Chengwan came sprinting out of the kindergarten. She crashed straight into his legs. Daddy, how was your day? Chengwan finished eating first today. The teacher praised me. Good. Let's go. Home. He hoisted Chengwan up, settling her onto his shoulders. The small child rode atop his neck, her little hands clutching his hair, humming some tuneless melody. The neighboring parents watched the scene unfold. They whispered to one another. Tell me, wasn't he rumored to be a reckless playboy who squandered his life on wine and women? Now he looks more like a devoted father than anyone else. And he genuinely loves his children. Didn't you notice he always picks them up himself? If only my husband cared half as much, I'd wake up laughing from my dreams. And Jingyuan heard none of it. And he placed Chengwan into the car seat, buckling her seatbelt securely. And then he stood by the open door, and waiting for the others. And Yinxing led the way at the front. Na Long